San Francisco
to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
That's it. That's my cackle, Marcus. Hey, it's supposed to be fun, right? And this song, by the way, by War on Drugs is called Under the Pressure. Yeah, that was me on Saturday night. And that was all you guys on Saturday night. And that was everybody on Saturday night as the Green Bay Packers came in here and rock'em, sock'em, roboted the 49ers to the brink of extinction, Marcus.
Survive and advance, Murph. Survive and advance. The 49ers are still playing football after Brock Purdy completes the comeback victory.
Hey, the Final Four, baby.
That's
Survive and advance. For you March Madness heads out there, it doesn't matter. So there's many ways to spin this, and we will spend the whole damn week spinning it before Sunday at 3:30 p.m. when America's darlings come in, and we're the bad guys here. The 49ers are the villains here. 99.9% of America will be rooting for the Detroit Lions, by
Murph,
the way.
they're already calling the Detroit Lions the team of destiny this morning.
I'm calling them America's darlings.
Yeah, here they come.
So who are we? We're Pacino and Scarface. Say goodnight to the bad guy. we have that already?
Let's say that's the bad guy.
Yeah.
49ers are the bad guys, Murph.
Once again, Tony.
So say goodnight to the bad guy.
I love it. We are the bad. Are you ready to be the villain?
Oh, Murph, you're asking me? I'm ready to embrace the villain arc here.
We built a legacy being a villain.
You're damn right we're the bad guys, Murph.
We're called Pirates and Raiders.
But, oh, man.
Okay, so you were there.
I was there.
I was
live.
not.
Boots on the ground
I went
with
couch.
pre-game at 11 a.m. with JD on Saturday.
But can you get some? I'm going to applaud you.
Murph, you tell me to applaud myself? No problem.
Well, yeah, it's a very personal thing sometimes, you know what I mean? But I won't don't take me inside your home, buddy. But anyway, yes, dude, so you were down there. Give it to me. Give me everything. Like rain, nerves, crowd. Give me the vibe.
Boots on the ground. It started early, 11 a.m. We had the pre-game. Then I went and hit the tailgate scene with a couple of 49er fans.
Nice. What was cooking?
Had a few beers. Had some bison ribs. Shout out to my guy, Trevor and Craig and Nick.
Bison rib.
The third rail tailgate.
Bison rib.
So my guy was out here with the Traeger pregame, smoking up some bison ribs,
And was it
Craig's
raining on you
legs,
guys?
chicken wings. They had a whole tent,
Didn't
Park
matter.
City kind of set up. So the vibes were good at the tailgate. I saw people lined up outside of the green parking lot before the gates even opened. They had the barbecues going, Murph.
I may need a little help early in the morning here, but at any point in your tailgate, Waterboy, did you achieve Jason Kelsey status? All right.
I kept the shirt on, Murph. I kept the shirt on.
That's my new life goals. Tailgate to the point where you become Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, right? But I had a good time tailgating. Then got inside the stadium pregame, was on the field next to Jerry Rice dancing and setting the vibes.
Did you say forever Raider, Jerry Rice?
Yeah, exactly. I said, hey, there's
He
my
was
guy.
wearing that big Niner helmet chain.
Oh, dude, Jerry Rice was
Jerry
iced out.
I mean, honest to goodness, 3,000% true. If they gave Jerry a uniform and pads, he'd go out there today.
Oh, he would still line him
He'd
up.
go out there today. So the vibe was good. Jerry was dancing.
The vibe was great. The rain was coming down heavy in the first quarter.
And did young Brock Purdy look at the rain and say, please stop?
Yeah.
We found out, in the famous Seinfeld line, Kramer says his mother was a mutter, his father was a mutter, he's a mutter. Are we learning that Brock Purdy is not a mutter, guys? Is that? Let's start right here before we get back to the vibes in the stadium. Right out of the gate, let's just talk about it. Brock Purdy, for everything except for the pass to Kittle, maybe one or two to Juwan and Ayuk, and then the checkdowns on the final drive was terrible. Yeah. Right? And so he was off target. He appeared jittery. He appeared skittish. All that stuff I thought about him having this serenity and peace that comes with his faith out the window, baby. We needed a revival tent to be set up to get his peace and his faith and prosperity going. So the easy questions, there's three questions I'd throw you. One, rain. Is it just the rain? He can't throw the rain. He came out in a glove.
Well, that's the thing I was going to say, because he was very inconsistent throughout the entire game. And I even saw him pregame on the sideline kind of messing around with the glove, deciding on whether or not he was going to wear it. And like I said, it was pouring during that first quarter. So he went with the glove for the first drive, but then decided to take it off after.
So indecision on that. Mm-hmm. So rain could be, I'm throwing the three options out there. Rain has a real legit argument. He's not a rain guy. And we saw it against Cleveland, right? In Cleveland. Mm-hmm. Number two, Shout out Steve Young. Rust. I mean, Steve Young tried to tell us every week you take off, it takes a half to get back. And then we said, wait, if he's taking 3 weeks off, it's going to take him a game and a half to get back.
Well, I guess Steve Young had it perfectly. Brock wasn't ready to go until the final drive of the game, Murph.
So do you think rust was a real factor?
I don't know. It's hard to say because obviously we're talking about the number 1 seed having a benefit of the bye week. And look at Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. I know they ended up waxing the Houston Texans. It was close in the first half, 10-10 game there. So maybe rust played into a little bit of a factor for them too. Yeah. But I'm not using that as an excuse. Brock was just simply inconsistent, and I do think the rain played a part of that.
And then the third one would be nerves.
Yeah.
Would be moment. But the question is, like, the guy has been in this environment. He beat the Seahawks. He beat the Cowboys. Those were both high-pressure games, high-stakes games. No rain in either of those games.
No, I will correct you. Last year against Seattle, it did rain in the first half of the playoff game.
Good knowledge.
And they were down at halftime in that game.
Great meteorological knowledge. By the way, how about the fact that we spent all week looking at our weather app and laughing and joking, and then it wound up being a huge factor in the game.
It was huge. It was awesome. On our pregame show, we were going back to the KNBR weather studio and having Raph give us live updates.
Was Raph giving you the real deal? Was he giving you good info?
No, I think Raph gave us the best breakdown. It's like it's going to be heavy rain during the first, and it's going to lighten up, then it's going to be scattered throughout the third, fourth quarter. Should be pretty clear. And that was a pretty accurate weather report by our guy Raph.
So, okay, the entire thing comes down to the final drive, and the Niners are losing 21-17 now. So they have to score a touchdown.
And I got to ask you a real question. What were your feelings like after Aaron Jones ripped off that 50-yarder, taking the Green Bay Packers into 49er territory?
53 yards.
In the fourth quarter.
And I'm going to tell you this, Waterboy. So, you know, the guy to your right, he's got a little gray in his beard, right? Mm-hmm. So I've seen a lot of these, right? Yeah. I've seen a lot, and I've seen a lot of Niner wins. I've seen 5 Super Bowl championships, and I've seen a lot of Niner losses, too. Because I got news for you. You can't win it all every year, guys, all right? And in fact, they haven't won it since January of 1995.
Yeah,
right?
Murph.
That was 29 years ago, right?
They don't win it every year.
Tony wasn't even born, right?
He wasn't alive.
You were, but
barely.
You hadn't quite come online just yet.
No.
But so when he was making that run, I got a throwback. I got a definite throwback to some of the worst Niner feelings of my life. That run seemed to take like a minute. Like it took forever.
Dude,
like
he just wouldn't go down.
And going and going. And as he trod every inch of grass, I was like, this is it.
Like he was already 40 yards down the field. Then he hits a spin move on the sideline, picks up another 13. I'm like, when is this guy going to go down?
I was struggling to keep the old dauber up at that point, buddy.
I got to be completely honest, Murph. I was watching it, and in that very moment, I started having thoughts like, damn, am I going to have to talk about the 49ers not being in the Super Bowl and talk about other teams over the next couple of weeks? Like that thought started to sink in like, damn, this could be it. Because if they would have got a touchdown on that drive, that would have put the game away.
And at that point in time, the way the run defense had played all game, the from the jump, by the way, first quarter, Aaron Jones they took the kickoff.
Just gashing them.
I think it was a 9-yard run on the first play of the game or something, and it just never stopped. So anyway, to answer your question, the dauber was down, buddy. The dauber was down. But then you try to, Waterboy, next pitch, right?
Yeah, and then
next pitch.
Anders Carlson missed field goal.
Well, they had to, but the thing is that they forced the field goal.
They had to stop him, exactly.
That was the key to it all. So they forced the field goal, and then, make the, and by the way, I'm not going to, everybody's like, oh, Anders, my kid incredibly has 2 Packer fan buddies, and they're like, oh, Anders Carlson costing the game. First of all, I'm going to stop that right now. We missed one, too. If we miss one and you miss one, turnabout is fair play. And Moody should have made that 48-yarder. He kicked it low into the hands of those guys. So you guys missed one. So did we. All right? So your blood's as red as mine. All right? So I don't want to hear the Carlson thing. Besides, if Carlson had made it, the Niners still could have tied the game.
Exactly.
It wasn't to clinch the game
on the final drive,
which kind of gets to last night in Buffalo. Everybody's killing Tyler Bass, and I get it. Wide right is now has now just gained 100 more years of burn. In Buffalo.
2 words that are just going to haunt Buffalo forever.
But if he had made that, it was a tie game, and Mahomes was getting the ball back with a minute and a half left. Come on, bro.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. I'm going to go back and try to find. I have the play-by-play in front of me here. The plays that followed the Aaron Jones run. I don't have it right here. You know what's interesting, young man? I know you printed out this play-by-play for me, Kyle, and them, but it cuts off in the fourth quarter with the... Oh, no, there it is. I'm sorry. I found the final page. So the 53-yarder, that means they had 1st and 10 on the third... Let's see. Dude, after that, too, Armstead jumped 5 yards.
Here's another 5 for you, Murph.
So then they ran it for... So they got to the 24-yard line with 7:51 to go. He passes to Kraft, no gain. Warner stones him. Remember that play? Then Aaron Jones goes left guard, and Dre Greenlaw stops him for a yard. That's a huge play.
Huge.
And then on 3rd and 9, he threw incomplete out of the shotgun to Wicks. Nick Buss. So that 3-play sequence by the Niners
That's the ball game.
saved them.
Yeah.
So then the Carlson comes on and misses the field goal. And then Purdy takes over at the 31-yard line. And young Declan Murphy starts yelling in the Murphy living room, "Legacy drive! Legacy drive!" I'm like, okay,
He's right.
okay, let's see. And it was.
I mean, because that's been the criticism or the cherry pick criticism that we've had about this 49er team the entire season. That Brock Purdy hasn't led a game-winning drive, and that Kyle Shanahan cannot complete a comeback in the fourth quarter.
The Kyle comeback stat is the worst stat of all time. And guess what? When trailing by 3 or more in the fourth quarter in his last one game, he's 1-0.
He's 1-0. You're only as good as your last game, Murph.
So we put the official stamp on this before we go to break and continue. And today will be a huge day for you all to check in. We're going to hear from you guys and how you feel about Sunday. It's so exciting to still be alive. But man, oh man, Silk Wilkes. We have Steve Wilkes call him in. He called in from a sweat-soaked T-shirt and a sweat-soaked play sheet.
Sweaty silks.
And sweat just pouring down his head. And Roger Goodell said, "Wait a minute, you guys pulled that thing out?" He said, "Survive in advance, you overpaid mannequin." Put it in the books. San Francisco 49ers 24, Green Bay Packers 21.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I love the Niners. This is really fun.
There he is. He caught a touchdown. So we're here for you guys all day. We're here for you guys all week. Line them up on the text line, 415, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. And, of course, we'll be getting to your calls at 808-KNBR for all your thoughts. There's a lot of positive to advance, and there's a lot of worry going into Sunday. It's the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Just another laugher.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Green Bay? More like Greenlaw, Wisconsin. Nicely done, young Tony. Big play Dre made 2 interceptions yesterday and then stopped by the post-game show with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan to talk all about it. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy gonna roll away from a blitz, gonna throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone. Touchdown! McCaffrey runs the choice route over the middle. Throw to Ayuk. He makes the catch. He's got the ball on the Green Bay 41-yard line. They give him the catch there. What a diving catch by Ayuk. Purdy out of the gun, looks middle. Now going to look to run out to his left. Purdy can run. Purdy will tuck it and go inside the 10 and dive down to the 6-yard line. He's short. It's third down and short.
He's going to be a yard short of the first down.
Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Christian McCaffrey off to the right side, north and south, gets a big block from Brendel and then just shakes off the leg tackle from Jonathan Owens, the safety.
Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel.
Oh, my
One
goodness.
knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it.
My
He
goodness.
knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a third straight year.
Wow.
The fourth time in the last 5 years.
Say it again, Tim Ryan. Wow. Wow. And we were just talking about it during the break. Marcus says that has to be one of the greatest games in Levi's history. I said, bro, they don't have fourth quarter comeback playoff victories in Levi's history until last night. That's their first one. Hence that Kyle stat that we've been talking about, where he was, 1 in 32, but in trailing by 3 or more in the fourth quarter.
Well, that's the thing, Murph, because me and Copes were even joking about this during the game. The stat of him being down 8 points or more in the fourth quarter, which was 0 for 39, but 8 points does seem like you're kind of nitpicking a little bit. Then I had the stat last week that down 3 points or more, he was 4 in 35, so you can up that record up to now 5 in 35. And then I think the stat that Schefter had was he was 0 for 30 or 0 for 35. 0 for 30, I think it was, down 5 points or more entering the fourth quarter. So you can wipe out all those. Murph.
You just threw a lot of stats at me, and the bottom line was this: Niners do not win that game.
No.
Generally, they do not win that game. But somehow, some way, you got to survive and advance. You got to gut it out. You get credit, and I know. I walked in with Tennell, and he was not happy. He was already saying, "That's it. I take the Lions in 7," and the run defense was atrocious, and the play calling was bad, and the end of the first half. And you got a litany of complaints. I started writing down all the bad things that happened, starting with Jake Moody not kicking off to the end zone early on and giving up a couple of big kick returns to start. Dude, put that ball in the freaking end zone. I hired you for 2 cheeks, buddy. Kick it deep in the end zone.
And we saw what happened later in the game when the Packers had that big 80-yard kick return and fumbled it down into the 49er territory, and they still recovered.
That was when the Niners took the lead 14-13 after the Kittle. By the way, just a couple of, the game was they were on their back foot from the jump. Aaron Jones put them on the back foot from the jump. Now, the Kittle touchdown that you just played coming in put them up 7-6, but the Packers went right back at the end of the second quarter, start of the third quarter, and the Niners got nothing. And we're losing 7-6, and then the Packers went down, scored a touchdown to go up 13-7. Then, to me, the first sign of life was that out pass to George Kittle, and then he took off and ran about 30 yards and then lowered his shoulder into the tackler. lit you guys up a little bit. And I don't know if you could see this because you weren't watching on TV. Juwan Jennings wound up blocking his guy into the water cooler.
I saw the clips after the game of Juwan going into the Gatorade
and I was
cooler.
like, they're finally alive. They're finally alive. And then McCaffrey scores on the next play on the 35-yard run or whatever it was.
He rips off the chunk, yeah.
Then that kickoff return was the next play.
Right after Murph. And that killed a lot of the momentum.
Yes. And by the way, that ball bouncing around that slippery turf.
Oh, dude.
Right into the hand. That pretty elite hand-eye by that kid who jumped
but
on
at that
thing.
point, you're like, damn, the ball is just rolling the direction of the Green Bay Packers. Like, they were literally getting all the bounces.
And then at that point, LaFleur just... By the way, LaFleur... Can we say LaFleur outcoached Shanahan? I think we can. I mean, it's interesting to say a guy who lost the game outcoached him, but he did. And, dude, Kyle becomes a factor again.
Yeah.
Kyle was not at his best. Would you guys have liked seeing McCaffrey touch it more?
100%.
Yes.
The whole first half of the game,
Yes.
I was like, why are we not handing the ball to Chris
Great
McCaffrey?
text from a guy, or tweet I retweeted. I don't know who the gentleman was, but he said, I guess he's saving McCaffrey for the 9th inning. That's what he said.
Yeah, to close it out. Yeah.
Now, he did wind up with 24 touches, 17 carries and 7 catches. That's a significant amount of touches, but I think people want more.
Well, especially like
30 touches,
when we were talking about the weather all week and how that's going to play into the hand of the 49ers and the Kyle Shanahan running system, McCaffrey had 17 carries.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy scrambled 6 times, but outside of that, you're talking about a team that only ran the ball 17. Shout out to Juwan Jennings, who had 1 carry later in the game.
Well, dude, that first play of the third quarter, then I was like, and dude, Shanahan even admitted after the game, like that was a play for Debo, and they didn't change out like the wristbands or whatever.
Debo wasn't in the game.
Dude,
that's the issue. Yeah.
Oh.
But the point I was getting at, Smurf,
Man, I'm trying to be on cutting edge here.
That's
buddy.
a 49er team that only ran the ball 18 times, if you're not including Purdy's stats, when traditionally Kyle Shanahan likes to get to 30 carries per game.
Yeah, that's right. It's exactly right. 17 carries for McCaffrey, 6 for Purdy, 1 for Jennings. Aaron Jones carried it 18 times for 108, and they finally got a 100-yard rusher against him, didn't they?
First time in 51 games, I believe.
Oh, boy. And here comes Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, and they don't care. And, oh, by the way, they have the entire nation behind them because, Tony, at least once a segment, you got to remind everybody, this week, the 49ers, this week, it's Tony Montana time here.
So say good night to the bad guy.
We are the bad guys, guys. We are the bad guys. There's no question.
We can change the name from the Detroit Lions to the Detroit Darlings. Everybody's in love with these guys.
I mean, honestly, guys, if it wasn't us, if the Niners weren't in this game, would you not be Honolulu? You'd be like, Lions, man, what
to
a
be
story.
honest with you, I'm a fan of Dan Campbell and the Lions.
He was crying in the locker room again yesterday. Guy cares so much.
I mean, think about I know we're going to preview Lions all week long, but going back to Dan Campbell's introductory press conference when he's talking about biting people's kneecaps and people didn't think he was serious if he could be a real NFL coach.
This guy,
and now he's in the NFC Championship game with the Lions.
Like the old cliche, but it's leader of men. Yeah. True story, man. Dude, if that guy walked in here right and said, I'm taking over KNBR. This station means so much to me, man. We'd be like, that's my guy.
Yeah, whatever you want, Campbell. We'll change the clocks. We'll change everything.
You need me to get out on time?
Yeah.
I'm getting out on time.
I'll do that for you, Dan.
You need me to do a Daisy Brand read? I'm doing a Daisy Brand read. Let's go, man. He'd be weeping in the bullpen right there. I want to play shuffleboard with you guys, man. That'd be incredible. All right. It's a huge, huge day for calls. We're not even going to set limits on it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You're driving, whatever, just check in. We'd love to hear from you. And Stephen Hayward actually is already lined up here at 6:25 in the morning. Steve, good morning, man. How are you? You're on KNBR.
Paulie, I'm going to call you Nostradamus. You said for the last 3-4 weeks, you said, hey, the Super Bowl goes through Detroit, and look at this. Oh, my.
You know what, Steve, if you remember week 1, I joked after they beat the Chiefs. Waterboy, you remember you were on the board. And I said to then Paulie, I said, Lions, Niners, NFC Championship. So, Steve, you remember.
Anyway, Sammy the Spear always told me, listen, if you win by 6 or 8 lengths, it's a win. If you win by a nose, it's still a win. And we got to win.
And anytime,
we're on to the next spot.
Hey, Steve, you get call of the day for mentioning Sam Spear. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, Sam Spear, you win by 6 lengths, it's a win. You win by a nose, it's a win.
That's it. And now we'll see the 49ers at the NFC Championship game, Murph.
Very good. And Mike in Oregon, who's a devoted KNBR listener. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, my brothers. How you guys doing?
Wow. I mean, I did think that thing was Saturday night. I needed all day Sunday to decompress. You know what I mean?
I got to tell you the truth. 10 days ago, I had major surgery. I get sent home to an ice storm, stuck in the home with flu-like symptoms after that. And then yesterday, I think my heart stopped twice. I gotta tell you, but I still got a smile on my face. And here's the thing: I'm tired of Brock getting kicked and beat up. He didn't have a great game, but here's the thing: he got key third downs throughout that whole game, and a lot of people are losing sight of that. In that fourth quarter, I mean, I'm sorry, man. He put it together and he got it done. Okay, whatever happened, happened. Now we move forward. We've been through this before with him. And here's the problem, too. Wilkes, I'm sorry, man. You got to do something on your D-line. You got to do something with your schemes. They're not working, and we're going to get torn up if he don't have it together and be prepared for this game.
I appreciate you, Mike. And, hey, first of all, I'm wishing you a good recovery on major surgery. That's a big deal. But I hear you, man. We got to get on to the next calls in the clock. But well said on all fronts in terms of Purdy and Wilkes. Thanks for the call, Mike. Dude, so number one, and I tweeted this out. I said, listen, I'm hyped out of my mind. I probably shouldn't be tweeting this. But I'm here to tell you guys, as somebody who lived through it, there were many times, even in the postseason, when our golden god, number 16, didn't have it and didn't have it and didn't have it. And then when we had to, he had it. I'll give you two games in particular. One, 1983 NFC Championship. Dude, end of the third quarter. Young Tony, Marcus, Washington Redskins 21, 49ers 0. 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Washington Redskins 21, San Francisco 49ers 21. He threw 3 touchdown drives in the fourth quarter on the road, down 21-0. He was terrible for 3 quarters. Terrible. And then, of course, the catch. Guys, the dirty little secret about the catch game, he threw 3 picks in that game. Everybody's like, Purdy almost threw a pick to Darnell Savage. Well, Joe's like, I threw 3 that day. Okay?
Almost. Keyword almost.
So, I mean, there are many, many times when and Mahomes has had games like that. Brady had games. I remember the Super Bowl against the Rams. Yeah. Was it like 3-3 in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, it was a terrible game.
And I remember the crowd started chanting, Brady, and he led his only drive of the game in the fourth quarter. So Purdy does deserve a ton of credit for that drive.
100%. And, like, that's the thing. I know, like, there's going to be some nitpicking on the national media side of things. And, like, we'll even call out what Brock Purdy did bad this past weekend. But, Murph, you're right. When it comes down to crunch time, when it comes down to the fourth quarter, and that's why when all the talk this week was, oh, Jordan Love is a scarier quarterback than Brock Purdy. Well, check out these numbers. In the fourth quarter, Jordan Love, 5 of 7 for 19 yards and an interception. Brock Purdy, 8 of 12, 68 yards, and led the game-winning touchdown
and
drive.
0 picks.
Zero
there it
picks.
is. All right, let's get the guest list going on a Monday, January 22, 2024. Today we all want to hear from all y'all. Stephen Hayward quoting Sam Spear. Mike in Oregon convalescing. His heart is stopping. What do we got today, Marcus?
All right, it's a Monday morning. You know, we always start off a Monday with our total weekend recall. Hums and Bums coming to you live at 6:50 this morning, recapping the NFL divisional round of the playoffs.
Can't wait. 20 minutes away.
That's it. 20 minutes, you get your hums and bums. In about 1 hour, we'll talk to the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, T-Rock Tim Ryan, breaking down the 49ers comeback win over the Green Bay Packers.
T-Rock, he's here at the end. Wow.
We'll get the breakdown from Tim Ryan, get you the big hit, the cooler of content. Then at 8:50, we'll go to Seattle to check in with Mike Sando to get his breakdown of Brock Purdy, Jordan Love's play, and all the quarterbacks, and Jared Goff coming to town next weekend.
Oh, shout out Marin Catholic High School. Shout out Sinaloa Middle School, Novato, California. Shout out his old man, Jerry Goff, who was an icon in the Marin County Athletic League when I was a freshman and he was a senior at San Rafael. This is local now. It's getting local. All right, 808 KNBR is a phone number. On the other side, we continue to go through it all, the good, the bad, the rust, the rain, and the NFC Championship for the 17th time since 1980, the most of any NFL team in that time. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Have advanced.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My understanding is there's no fracture in the shoulder of Deebo Samuel, which is good news. It was actually the same shoulder as he injured last time, had a hairline fracture, missed a couple games, did all the tests this time. They believe no fracture. That is good. As far as the actual status going forward, that still remains up in the air. Kyle Shanahan going to talk to reporters earlier today, likely to get some clarity. The belief is this is not a major injury. Samuel got to work on rehab right after it happened and has been telling people he thinks that he will be okay, but more information as it comes today.
Wow, that is the thing that's it. You wake up this morning. I was like you guys. I woke up this morning. I got no information yesterday. And obviously, this is the controlling question going into Sunday because we see what they are without Deebo Samuel. You want to talk about the catalyst? I think we learned in high school chemistry, the catalyst is the chemical that makes the whole damn thing work, right? Isn't that? Am I right? I did not do chemistry was hard. Biology was hard for me or whatever. Chemistry, whatever the hell it was.
I was going to say, Murph,
hard.
if you start asking science questions, you're going to lose me over here.
You and me, man. We're rocking about
I'm not
a 2.0 GPA in science. But I think catalyst, technically, by definition, is the chemical that creates the equation or whatever. He's the catalyst.
Damn,
He's like,
Murph. I thought it was a nightclub down in Santa Cruz.
Is it? Catalyst, that's right.
Yeah, shout out the Catalyst.
Okay, it's like Ziggy Marley down at the Catalyst, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
I've been to a huge concert.
I think Alanis Morissette used to play the Catalyst a couple times too. But anyway, but you see what Deebo means to these guys. He's just one dude. You know, it's a team game. Of course it is. You know, and I need Colton McKivitz. By the way, shout out. I went back and watched the last drive a few times with some bourbon late Saturday night.
Nice, Murph.
And just Purdy doing everything right. But on the final touchdown run, they run it to the right side of the line, which is, unusual, right? We talked about it. They were doing
that's going against the trends.
Throws a wipeout block on that play.
Yeah.
So, he may not be the best pass blocker in the history of the world, but he threw a wipeout block. He's the first guy to see McCaffrey in the end zone.
And that's the thing. When McCaffrey scored that touchdown, it was a 3rd-and-1 play. Like, the 49ers had the chance to pick up another first down before scoring.
Was it 2nd-and-1?
I believe it was 3rd-and-1.
Because Purdy ran the 9. By the way, shout out that 9-yard run by Purdy, right?
Came down to the 1-yard line. But
plant the left leg and cut back.
Yeah, but I remember in live time, I was like, damn, McCaffrey got into the end zone pretty easy. Like, I almost thought, were the Green Bay Packers, playing possum and letting the 49ers score? But I think it was
right side of the Niner line just executed.
It's just
man.
McKivitz was just a bulldozer out there. And
Kittle was
Burford
over there too, and Burford, the whole right side, and Brendel.
Yeah.
They wipe them out. Yeah. It's a great job by the O-line there.
Walked into the
But anyway, back to Deebo. Hearing that news is just, my God. We hope it's right. Again, we don't know. Now the NFL gets secret. Of course, they don't want the Lions to know.
Correct.
They want the Lions to be guessing. But guys, we need them.
Oh, yeah.
Breaking news. Do-do-do. Can I get a Fox News chime
I'll
on
give
this?
you an update.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, no, hang on. My soundboard's frozen. I can't do that. There it is.
The 49ers need Deebo Samuel on Sunday. Yes. But, dude, so this guy is everything to that extra weapon. 'Cause, dude, he was throwing to Ray McLeod. He was throwing to Chris Conley.
Chris Conley came up with some big catches.
I said in my delirium on Saturday night, I want a 30 for 30 on that 17-yard pass to Chris Conley. I started doing a deep dive on this guy. He's been around 9 years.
Chris Conley's been around for a minute.
He's been around 9 years, and he was a 3rd-round draft pick of the Chiefs. I just thought it was kind of a fun little full-circle moment. I was reading his bio. The first pass he ever caught in 2015 was thrown by Alex Smith.
Wow.
And here he is 9 years later catching balls from Brock Purdy. There's something meant to be that he had to be there in that moment. A lot of people think that was Purdy's best ball of the night. That out to Conley, that 17-yarder.
I was going to say, that was a great throw.
Or the Kittle one. The Kittle
touchdown was great. The Ayuk 3rd down slant.
Oh, dude.
Down
after
nice
the
and
Kittle
low.
drop.
After Kittle dropped and turned upfield, that was a huge throw.
The elite hands of a Brandon Ayuk.
Yes, going down and snatching that off the ground.
That's the kind of play that changes everything, right? Earlier in the game, he had a nice one, too, on a low throw. And I made a comment on Twitter. I said, Brandon Ayuk, that looked more like Brandon Crawford out there with those hands doing his thing.
Well, with some of those Purdy balls, yeah.
By the way, is Crawford be hitting 4th in about a month down there in Scottsdale?
Stay tuned, Murph.
Let's go out to the phones. It says Brian's in Redwood City? Is that where he is? Brian, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Just reliving it, Brian. What about you?
Yeah, not bad. The minute I saw the game start and I saw Brock Purdy tried out with the glove on, I told my wife, I said, he's in his own head.
Yeah.
And Shanahan as a coach, he's got to recognize that and say, you know what? If I want to run the ball 30 times, now I'm running at 40 because my quarterback is obviously, having issues. And that's before you even start the game. So I yelled the entire game, run the ball. That's all I kept yelling all game long. And Shanahan, I think he panics. I think that when things go down, he looks at his play sheet and he thinks, I can get him with this pass. It's like, no, run the freaking ball.
Brian, I'm with you, buddy. I think that's a great call and on point. And thanks for the call and thanks for sweating it out with us. Purdy in his own head with the glove, totally. You didn't see this because you were at the game. Fox caught a really interesting moment where he was dropping back, and while he was dropping back, they had a super slow-mo on him. He took his right hand off the ball and wiped his hand on his thigh. Marcus, the ball is live.
Play. Wow.
This ball is live. Yeah. And he was that in his head where he took his hand off the ball and wiped it on the thigh before returning it to the ball to throw. The glove going on and off. I think Brian's right. I think he was in his own head, and I think he's also right that Kyle panicked, and he's got to run it more.
You got to give the ball to Christian McCaffrey. He had 9 carries in the first half for only 33 yards, and that's when the rain was at its heaviest part of the game. So first quarter, that first drive, it should have just been all running the ball.
Totally with you, 100%. By the 209 with a great text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. He goes, how about that first Packer drive? That lasted longer than a middle school promotion ceremony.
Dude.
That was hilarious.
The PIs just putting him down there.
Oh, when we talk about that, what are we going to do? We need to talk about Ambry.
Yeah.
If I'm Dan Campbell right now, I'm just like I'm queuing up Jared Goff saying, see that guy, see 20? Go right there.
I'm putting Amon St. Brown on him every single play and saying, do your work.
Oh boy. And that ain't there's no magic wand to wave between now and then. Somebody wrote in and said, I need Daryl Luter out there on Sunday. I'm like, bro, I think you got to dance with the girl. Bro, well, what you need to do is you need to finish the job in the pocket. Yeah. 0 sacks. Mm-hmm. I saw Carl Stewart, my old buddy sports writer, said Nick Bosa looked like he was running in a swimming pool. Ooh. Do you think that? Do you think he was slow?
I saw he had a couple good plays. Now, again, I was there live at the game, so I didn't do the full, all 22 breakdown of Nick Bosa or anything like that. But I agree. I thought there could have been more pressure applied. And it does seem like there was an effect of not having Cleve Farrell out there, especially in the run game.
Incredible. Yeah. Chase Young and Randy Gregory did not set an edge. Mm-hmm. And that's Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're coming to run the ball.
And that's a good offensive line, too, for the Lions.
Oh, great offensive. Mm-hmm. Penei Sewell's turning into one of the tackles in the game, isn't he?
Yeah.
Guys, this is no joke. The Lions won 12 games. Yeah. I don't know how the Lions are 7-point favorites. Is that because they believe the Niners offense is going to wave a wand and come back to 30-point status?
Maybe because they know it's good weather in Santa Clara next week. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It should not be a 7-point spread.
We are looking at a dry weekend.
It sounds like it's going to be dry in Santa Clara. But then again, Murph, we were given weather reports all last week and it changed last week.
I want one of those frickin' sunstorms down in Santa Clara. The one that drives all the people up into the shade.
Oh, where it's too damn hot on the opposing bleachers. Go ahead.
530 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, what's that saying in golf? There are no pictures on a scorecard. That's a line in golf. As you know, as an avowed golfer yourself.
Yeah, Murph.
You hit a ball that bounces off a tree and then rolls onto the green, there's no pictures on a scorecard, buddy.
Well, it's like...
That's a green in regulation.
See, Murph, now I'll use an example of something I'm more familiar with baseball. Anytime a guy gets a hit, it goes down in the books as a hit. It doesn't matter if it's a dying duck that goes over the second baseman's head or if you square up a line, drive into the left field gap. A hit's a hit in the scorebook.
And we're going to do a lot of this all week as we get closer. Lions-Niners history. 1957, I'm with you, my people. I can tell you guys a good story right away. So I'm on the Niner beat. So my dad talked about the 57 loss. They had a 24-7 lead at Kezar Stadium, and the Lions scored 24 unanswered and beat them 31-27. Went on to beat the Browns to win their last NFL championship in 1957. The Niners had a 24-7 lead at home and would have gone to the NFL championship the next year for the very first time. They blew that game. So I'm on the beat in the 90s, and during summer camp, you would get these chances to have one-on-ones. And I had a one-on-one with George Seifert. And I wanted to talk to him about growing up in San Francisco. George grew up in the city. He went to Poly High, right next to Kezar. He was an usher at Kezar Stadium. He's a child of the city. He's a San Franciscan. I remember talking to him. I was talking about his childhood growing up. And we got to that point, and he said, the worst moment of my entire adolescence and teenage and childhood years was the 1957 loss to the Detroit Lions. He said, I'm still not over it. And he said, I still vividly remember the night in San Francisco. I remember this quote because I had it in the paper. He goes, it was like a giant pall hung over the entire city that night, is what he said. So there's still some scars from 57.
A giant Lions
People
pall.
are talking about the Lions like, oh, the Lions need... No, we owe them for 57, dude.
Revenge for 57.
This is payback time, baby. This is payback time. And then the other history was in 83. That I just talked to you guys about the NFC Championship. Montana came back from 21-0 down. The game before was a Lions-Niners divisional game at Candlestick. Niners were terrible, and the Lions had an easy field goal to win the game on the last play of the game. I'm going to say it was like 35, 40 yards. Eddie Murray was his name, not the Orioles slugger.
No.
He missed it. He just freaking missed it. He missed, and we went to the NFC Championship because of it. So there's history here, 57, 83, and now 2024. So anyway,
they come to Santa Clara this
I know we
weekend.
want to get to Hums and Bums. We'll squeeze in a couple real quick. Saba in San Jose wants to talk Niners. Saba, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up,
So
Saba?
let's start with the worry meter is absolutely zero. I mean, these guys had no business winning the game on Saturday. Kicking, missed field goal, they get it. And now Detroit is just acting like they won the Super Bowl. Did you see these interviews after the game? These guys are so ecstatic. The Niners were basically stone-faced. So I'm telling you that Vegas put this line at 7 for a reason. They think the Niners are going to come out. They're just going to smoke them. I'm not worried at all, to be honest with you.
All right, Saba. I did not expect that take. The worry meter is zero. Dude, you're the first guy I've met so far. All right, Saba. We'll take that. Maybe we'll take some Saba energy into the week here. One more, and then we'll go to Hums and Bums. Tom in San Mateo is next up. Tom, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Murphy?
What's up, Tom?
Just a quick thing, like you brought up earlier, I just, remind people the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, Montana not only threw 3 interceptions, I think he had a fumble or two, too, but the Niners turned the ball over 6 times in that game. The only thing anybody remembers is the catch.
Yeah.
And it was a sloppy affair. The other thing is, we keep talking about their Niner run defense. They're horrible. They've been horrible all year, but people look at numbers. They forget that, most of the time in these games, the Niners are up by 2 touchdowns. They're blowing people out. People aren't running the ball, so those make your numbers look a lot better. If you're not running the ball, you can't get yards on the ground. When the people run the ball at the Niners, they're gaining ground. They've been horrible all year at the ground defense. The other thing I got is Shanahan. Great. Tebow's out of the game, but you still have Kittle, you have Ayuk, you have a whole lot of other weapons. And Shanahan seems to fail at the fact when he loses a key player in his scheme to compensate for that. And a big fact, you guys brought up, they didn't change the wristbands, and they're calling plays for Tebow when Tebow's in the locker room. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is professional sports. You need to deal with that. And, and people give Purdy, you can't throw the ball in the wet and stuff. The 49ers run a lot of timing plays. And when you're running timing plays, if your receivers are slipping or they're getting bumped down the field, like I saw quite a bit of time, it bumped off their pattern, that ball's going to look like it's going to nobody. So, and then what I don't get is, half those hits out of bounds. If it was Greenlaw, he would have been ejected. I see Jennings being body slammed WWE style into the Gatorade bench, or table, 5 yards out of bounds. And there's no flag. I mean, come on.
All right, Tom, I'm with you, buddy. Hey, I'm with you. It's a good call about Kyle. He's definitely not out of the woods yet, for sure. Tom, I'm with you. Thanks for the call. We got to get going, but I mean, dude, Kyle did not have a great game. Let's be honest. They kind of won in spite of Kyle. They really did.
And the fact that, he was calling plays for Jawan Jennings, not thinking that Debo's still in the game, but not making those adjustments.
First play of the third quarter was like a Debo running back lined up in the backfield.
That's a bad look.
Yeah, dude, bad look. Bad look all around. And the booty hole was tight. And listen, I tried to defend his end of the first half clock coverage because I thought they were going to try to take some shots downfield, but they didn't. That he let that clock waste away and got played for that field goal, missed it. I mean, that was pretty bad. It's pretty bad, but hey, he gets to learn like the rest of us. All right, Hums and Bums on the other side. We got to pick the winners and losers. The Niner game wasn't the only football game. It is a religion, y'all. We all went to church this weekend. We'll do it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The last time you're going to see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you.
Come on, baby, kick that daisy. So take you to the Murphy household on Sunday. When I opened the refrigerator an hour before game time, this is the song that was playing in the kitchen right now. Because out came the daisy French onion. We went French onion. We destroyed it. We were dipping everything into it. Wings, pizza, chips. It was awesome. Daisy brand French onion, Daisy brand ranch. Game-changing flavor. Better than the scratch from home. No MSG, no junk. Come on, baby. Kick that Daisy. You get to do it again this weekend. You're going to be pulling that thing out of the fridge playing Deuce. Daisy Dukes. Daisy brand. Tastes so addictive. You can't stop eating it.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Sponsored by Amici's. Guess what I had during the 49er game Saturday night? An Amici's feast. Yeah, baby, it was awesome. So thank you, Amici's. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. All right, we spent the first 50 minutes taking your calls, but duty calls right now, and that is hum babies and bum babies. You know how it is. Your work week doesn't start until you know your hums and bums. Your weekend doesn't end until you know your hums and bums. We rotate every week. This is the week Marcus drew the bums. He gets to boo some people out of the building right now, dude. Who are the losers in this American sports scene?
Murph, say hello to the bad guy. I'm the bad guy doing bum babies this morning.
Guys. If you're just waking up, we've decided we are America's villains. The 49ers, young Tony, we are.
So say good night to the bad guy.
That's us. Nobody's rooting for the Niners. Nobody. We're the villains. But anyway, what do you got?
Well, Murph, I'll kick off the bum baby list as the bad guy this morning. And guess who I have my sights on? Jordan Love.
What?
The hottest quarterback coming into the playoffs. And look, the future is bright for Jordan Love. They're already talking about giving him a contract extension and making him the highest paid quarterback in NFL history.
Really?
And I was telling everybody last week, let's pump back the brakes a little bit on Jordan Love.
Pump that back a little bit.
All of a sudden, he was supposed to be the second coming of Christ. Like he was supposed to be better than Aaron Rodgers coming off MVP-type seasons.
Not Christ, Brett Favre.
That's it.
Right,
the second or third coming, maybe. And everybody was all, it's Jordan Love. He's going to lead the Packers to an upset win over the 49ers. No, not so fast. Because Jordan Love not only threw one interception, but he threw two. And I know we're going to get to big play Dre in just a few minutes, but I wanted to point out how bad that last interception was. The way he rolled out of the pocket, threw off his back foot, and I was standing behind the play. So the minute that the ball left his hands, I'm tapping Copes on the shoulder saying, that's a pick, that's a pick. I actually thought it was going to be picked off by Fred Warner, but Dre Greenlaw stepped in front of him. That means he threw into double coverage, and for that reason, with the game on the line, Jordan Love turned the ball over, a true bum baby moment, and that's why he's bum baby number one.
Third down, 11. Jordan Love out of the shotgun. Four-man pressure. Love is back. Throws over the middle. Too high. Intercepted by Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw running back the other way. Breaks a tackle. Running backwards. Goes down at midfield. Finally, the Niners take the ball away.
Oh, my God. Did they need that?
They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun. Deep drop. Pressured. Gets chased out to his right. Will throw on the run back. Middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way. Secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre. Goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
I think it'll sting for a while, watching all the games going forward. I think it'll sting just knowing that, we had an opportunity to win. We dropped the ball on that one. So it'll sting for a while.
Yeah, it's going to sting for a while. Jordan Love ends the day. 21 of 34, 194 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. But Murph, when it mattered the most, fourth quarter, Green Bay Packers, punt, missed field goal, interception to end it. Jordan Love only had 19 yards and 1 pick to end it in the fourth.
And if you go by that passer rating, 72 to Brock Purdy's 86. So, yeah, listen, you're right. For much of the game, he was a hum baby. Mm-hmm. But when it mattered most, he was a bum.
Yeah, when we're talking about Dan Orlovsky's top 5 scariest quarterbacks, he wasn't looking too scary on that final drive, Murph.
All right. All right, Packers fans, you're going to have to eat that one. What else you got?
All right, bum baby number 2. We're going to have to look ourselves in the mirror and face ourselves with a little bit of honesty this morning. Because it's got to be the 49ers rushing defense.
Ooh.
And look, I get it. The 49ers won the game. They probably shouldn't be on the bum baby list. But Aaron Jones deserves to be on the hum baby list as he became the first player in 51 games to rush for over 100 yards against his 49er defense. That's right. You got to go back to week 8 of 2021 when Justin Fields did it as a quarterback. Aaron Jones did it as a running back. Murph, it started with the first drive of him slashing his 49er defense. Of course, the 53-yard run, which looked like the dagger that was going to end the 49er playoff run.
In 2024, one of my least favorite moments of the year was that the entirety of that 53-yard run, dude.
It felt like it lasted a lifetime. But the 49er defense held him to that field goal attempt. They obviously missed and came up with the big plays at the end. But let's be honest with you, I don't think anybody's happy with that 49er rush defense, especially when you got Eric Armstead back this week, looking like that Cleve Farrell position on the outside really played an impact. 49ers rush defense is bum baby number 2.
A lot of rotation here. Here's the flip 90 going right to Aaron Jones. Gets the corner and a good run all the way inside the 49er 30-yard line.
Yeah, the pin and pull.
Aaron Jones, the lone back. DeGuaro goes in motion. Flip 90 going out left. Aaron Jones turns the corner 20, 30, 40. Aaron Jones to midfield. Charvarius Ward will run him down, turn him around. He breaks a tackle. They finally drop him on the 49er 37-yard line. Aaron Jones goes 54 yards.
Yeah, I mean, it was unacceptable, the way that we were playing to start the drives. I mean, we kept giving up explosive plays, and I got to look at it to see exactly what was going on. But, it's something we got to clean up. Would love to look at it and watch it off a win rather than a loss at home.
That, of course, is the voice of Fred Warner, and Murphy's right. That's something that the Niners got to clean up this week, especially when you got Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and the Detroit Lions coming to town.
Well, I mean, guys, this is no joke. I don't think you wave a wand either. I mean, I might just have to be win your individual. The Lions' offensive line is real. Maybe you might have to outscore them.
Yeah.
You might have to outscore them.
Might be looking at a shootout this week.
Bring back Debo, baby.
Yeah.
All right.
That would be huge. Debo also part of the rushing game. Also, we got injury updates for him coming up later. Now, Murph, it's time for our third and final bum baby, and we're going to go outside of Santa Clara and go up to Buffalo, where we saw the Buffalo Bills lose once again to the Kansas City Chiefs. And I guess my official bum baby would be Tyler Bass. But I feel like you could throw Josh Allen, you could throw Stephon Diggs dropping balls into this bum baby package as well. But everybody's going to be talking about Tyler Bass this morning, missing the game-tying field goal attempt, and 2 words that have lived in infamy in Buffalo: wide right.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The wind at his back. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right.
No, ultimately, completely on me. I got to do a better job of, getting through to my target. I got to do a better job of playing a little bit more left when you have a left to right. I've been here long enough to know that you have to do that. I was stressing my line, but I had in warm-ups. Hit a good ball, but it didn't work out, and I feel terrible. I love this team, man, and it hurts. This one hurts bad.
If I could quote our old buddy who used to sit in your chair, that poor bastard.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, man.
The sadness of Tyler Bass.
The sound of that bag zipping up behind him. Did you get that zip? We're going home for the winter.
Might be packing up his bag for
number
good.
One, we always say kickers write history. Vinatieri made him for Brady. I mean, nobody likes to talk about that. I do. I like to talk about it. Vinatieri made a lot of field goals for Tom Brady. Tyler Bass didn't make it for Josh Allen. Now, again, the other part is, too, if he makes that, Mahomes has a minute and a half to just get a field goal.
Yeah, still 2 minutes left on the clock for Patrick Mahomes.
Wide right. So, full disclosure, yesterday was a tough day for me. I mean, I enjoyed it. I love being with my kids, but it was an all-day water polo tournament down at Palo Alto High School. Shout out Waterboy. There I was. By the way, shout out Palo Alto High School. To the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. My God, that's
a little nicer.
That's a public high school?
A little nicer than most public high schools.
Bro, their facilities were gorgeous. I was inside that gym taking pictures of a freaking mural, a painting of Jim Harbaugh in there, a painting of the swimmer Grace Zhao on the wall, like these gorgeous murals and paintings and homages and tapestries and odes and this beautiful aquatic complex. I was like, damn. Anyway, the bottom line is we're driving home in the pouring rain at about 6 at night, right around SFO, in the pouring rain when Bass missed that. I was a listener to Kevin Harlan, and I said, oh, that poor Bass. And then Harlan went for the jugular, dude.
The Bills kicker missed a field goal, wide right.
I mean, he went jugular, and he's like, you know what? I'm going in on Norwood right now.
Oh, so was our guy Jim Nance and Tony Romo. They were going with the wide right call also. Not again, it's wide right.
Man, the zip of the bag.
There's the zip.
There it is. They're going.
He's taking it home. Tyler Bass and the Buffalo Bills going home after being eliminated in 3 of the last 4 years against the Kansas City Chiefs. And Murph, you're right. Kickers right history. Tyler Bass, 2 for 5 on field goals this postseason. Also, we'll shout out an honorary bum baby, Anders Carlson, for missing one in the fourth quarter also.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit later. All right, good job on your bum babies there, buddy. So you go Jordan Love's fourth quarter.
Jordan Love, fourth quarter, bum baby.
Niners rush defense.
Bum baby.
Ooh, you calling him out.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler Bass.
Bum baby with the Bills.
Let's shine a light on the hum babies right now, and then we'll get back to you guys at 808 KNBR is the phone number. And I got to say, as always, there's only 3 spots. This is like when you're finalizing a roster and you got to cut somebody from your varsity basketball team. I couldn't put, and I feel really bad, but I want to give her a gigantic salute, Tara Vanderveer, who became the all-time winningest coach in the history of basketball, men's or women's. She passed Mike Krzyzewski last night. She's awesome. We'll try to get her on maybe sometime this week if we have a chance. But Tara, way to go. That was right across the street from Palo Alto High where I was last night. So way to go, Tara. You are an honorary hum baby. But let's be honest, this is America. This is a church of football. It's not the church of college women's basketball, despite our Caitlin Clark top 6s.
Shout out to Caitlin Clark this past weekend.
And I'm going to start with, that's right, got banged by a court rusher.
After being upset by Ohio State, yeah.
Knocked down or something. All right, hum baby number 1. This is unbelievable. Even though his interception return was one of the most harrowing and avoidable things in recent 49er playoff history.
Just go down, Dre.
Here's the point. It was an interception return because it was an interception, because it was one of 2 interceptions by our very first hum baby, and that is Dre Greenlaw, number 57. The 49ers needed Marcus, anyone to make a play. They're losing 21-14, and number 57 steps up to fit the bill. Don't start the first one, dude. When your guy Love threw behind Tyler Kraft and it got tipped in the air, that was a huge snag that led to a key field goal. Shout out the 52-yarder by Moody.
Yeah,
right?
That was clutch.
And then when Jordan Love made that terrible decision, by the way, when you were talking about when you called it in the air, I was reading Matt Schneiderman in The Athletic, and he says, former Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers once said, QB coach Tom Clement said there are 3 mortal sins. 1, throwing late over the middle. 2, a blind throw, and 3, a predetermined read.
Check.
Late over the middle is the one. So anyway, when he threw against his money, Dre was there. And by the way, we haven't even mentioned his 4th and 1 stuff in the first quarter. He was the guy. He was the lead arrow at the tip of the spear on the stuff. So this is a guy who was questionable all week.
Dude, Achilles tendonitis, Murph.
And he wasn't even, they didn't even say he was active until morning of the game.
He hasn't practiced the last 2 weeks.
So, big play, Dre, hum baby number 1.
Let's see if they get up on the ball and run the Love shove, where they push Jordan Love from behind. Their vision, and they do, and they just push him forward. He's a big
this is going to be close, though. There's going to be a measurement, I think, for sure.
3rd down, 11. Jordan Love out of the shotgun. 4-man pressure. Love is back. Throws over the middle, too high. Intercepted by Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw running back the other way. Breaks a tackle. Running backwards, goes down at midfield. Finally, the Niners take the ball away. They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun. Deep drop. Pressured. Gets chased out to his right. Will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way. Secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre. Goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
I'm right there for the interception. I see Superman Dre Greenlaw come out of nowhere and snag it. I'm like, yes. I don't even look at him. I turn around. I start looking at the crowd, and then I turn around. I see 57 just running around, swimming with the football like this. I'm like, oh, heavens. But you know what? I went up to him afterward. I'm like, why didn't you go down? He's like, I wanted to pick 6 like we talked about.
Oh, yeah, I heard him. But Fred told me I was supposed to get a pick six. So, I mean, it was kind of his fault because he told me, he was like, man, you getting a pick six. So I was trying to get one every time I got that ball.
Dude, can we talk like we were talking sort of metaphorically, like not literally, like you're going to get a pick six, but maybe not right now.
Yeah, this ain't the time, Trey. Just go down.
Even George Kittle, look at young Tony. Look at George Kittle. Even he was a little sketch on the whole thing here.
I think the whole stadium was yelling. I think I could hear you guys up there yelling him to get down. Yeah, see, they were in the back. Goodness gracious. You know what? I was like, dude, Dre, what are you playing backyard football? Oh my goodness! Like the game, just go down. Especially like every time he cut, it was like an NBA crossover. I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, that might have been the most stressful part of the night was his interception.
Dude. And Kittle's right. Like the section that I was in the stadium, everybody's like, just stop, just go down,
you guys
Trey.
are yelling it? Yeah.
You got the ball already. Just go down.
I'm going to be honest. I actually was so hyped and was jumping up and down in the living room, hugging everything in sight that I didn't really focus on him running around as much. It was only after the play was over, I was like, did he just run around for about 18 seconds? He did.
No, he was going sideline to sideline, running liners out there.
Hey, we got to get going to Hum Baby number 2. I think I got to call him America's Darling. All right. Hey, Niners fans, young Tony, we're the bad guys now because Hum Baby number 2, America's Darlings, the Detroit Lions, and we're the bad guys.
So say good night to the bad guys.
We're the bad guys, guys. We're the villains. You got Dan Campbell inspiring, crying, and doing real S out there, guys. And their run game is raging, and the Lions beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 31-23 to make their first NFC Championship since 1991. Nobody talks about that one much. It was a stinker. The Redskins smoked them 41-10. That thing was over like the first quarter. I remember that one. So, but prior to that, 1957 was the last time they won 2 playoff games in the season. Don't tell George Seifert. Worst moment of his youth was the blown 24-7 lead against the Lions at Kezar. But you got Jared Goff, the kid who grew up a 49er fan from Marin, who wore a Joe Montana T-shirt under his jersey for the most of his career. I don't know if he still does. You got Aiden Hutchinson. Remember when the Lions started turning around? Was Aiden Hutchinson singing Billie Jean during Hard Knocks? Do you remember that?
That's right. I do remember that.
Why don't you look that up for the cooler content? That was it. And he started out a little, and the crowd was a little skeptical, and then they started buying in, and then they all were up screaming the chorus with him.
And now everybody's all in on Aiden Hutchinson.
He looked pretty good, didn't he?
He's a stud, yeah.
You got Amon-Ra St. Brown out there hauling in huge passes. You got Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery running wild, and they got a nation behind them. Hum Baby number 2, America's Darlings, the Detroit Lions.
Single back is Gibbs, gets the carry, cuts up the middle, big hole to 25, goes left at the 20, turns on the speed at the 10, inside the 5, and on a diagonal to the pylon, has a Lions touchdown. Goff in the shotgun, gets the snap, Buccaneers rush 5, Goff floats it to the right side of the end zone, fingertip grab, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Laid it out there beautifully, and St. Brown gives the Lions a 13-point lead. There will be no more snaps. And for the second time ever, it can be said the Detroit Lions are playing for an NFC Championship.
You're built for this, man. And look what you guys did. You went out there, and it's another hot team that we knocked off. It's the next hot team that you knock off. Do you know how hard it is to win in this league in the playoffs? Do you understand what you're doing right now? What we're capable of? That's 2. All right, that's 2. We got 2 to go.
You know, it's not, I don't want to say like this arrogantly, but we expected to win the first game. We expected to win this game, and now we get to go to a game we expected to be in against a really good team at their place, and we're going to come into it expecting to win. It'll be a tough game, but it'll be fun.
Everybody's great when they're not tired. The champions is when they tired, that's when the real champions come out. That's when that real dog come out. Because if you go piss like a puppy, stay on the porch and let the big dogs eat.
Oh, that's from the old Hard Knocks. That was Jamal Williams, who's now a Saint, by the way. Yeah. But yeah, guys, this is it. That was Jared Goff. You heard him talking about the team, and that's going to be an angle all week. The Marin County kid coming home. So, ooh, baby.
Oh, Dan Campbell. We just took down a hype team. Well, there's been a lot of hype about the 49ers going to the Super Bowl this year, Murph.
Wow. All right. Finally, we got to go to Hump Baby number 3. Guys, I told you guys on Friday, the only game I got right on Brian and Bobby's Best Bets.
Had a kid, Murph.
Because I went Rudy Tomjanovich. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. The poor Buffalo Bills. But how are the Chiefs going to lose that game in front of a shirtless Jason Kelsey? By the way, who was out there partying with Bills fans in the parking lot before the game. Guy shows up to support his brother, Travis Kelsey, the tight end. And the Bills fans, he's like, I'm partying with you guys.
They embraced him. I saw him taking shots out of a bowling ball, Murph.
I did see that. And then he jumped in the crowd like he was loose. He said they were like the animal is loose. The animal is loose. He jumped out into the crowd from the suite.
And then next thing you know, he's shirtless in the suite with Taylor Swift.
I wonder if she was like kind of vibing that. She's like, hey, I kind of like the wacky brother.
What's going on, big brother?
But Mahomes did it again. The first road game of his playoff era winds up with him doing everything right and owning Josh Allen again. Cue your Rudy Tomjanovich and cue the 6th consecutive AFC Championship for Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Arms outstretched, shotgun snap, running back block. Mahomes winds up, long pass, far side, backpedaling, spinning touchdown catch at the goal line. Kelsey, he could not have been more wide open. The snap, the spin, backpedals and throws, caught by Kelsey, gets a block, runs to the far sideline, stiff arms his way to the 2, goes to the pylon, and it is... Did he get in? Let's see.
They gave it to him.
They gave him the touchdown. They gave him the touchdown on a delayed call. There's the snap. He goes to a knee. It's 4th down. And that is it. The bench is empty. The Chiefs have gone on the road and won in frigid Orchard Park, New York.
You know what? I got a lot of respect for not only this team, this organization, this fan base. It was an unbelievable environment. Just really proud of the guys that I came here with to fight through it and get a win there in the 4th quarter. It felt great.
Yeah, that was fun. I love Arrowhead, but it's always fun when you get to come together as a team and really just be like y'all versus everybody and get the win. So it's always great to be in great environments and find a way to get a win.
I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
There it is, Rudy Tomjanovich from the 95 Rockets there. That's become the slogan, and I'm going with that on Mahomes. He went 17-23, 215, 2 touchdowns, no picks. So not a monster day, but enough. No picks. He didn't do it. And he also carried 6 times for 19 yards. Patty Mahomes.
Every single year, Murph, 6 in a row, he's been in the AFC Championship game. Think about that for a quick second.
Who's this guy think he is? The 70s Raiders? I think they went to 6 straight, didn't they? Well, I think the Pats went to 8 straight. Is that right?
Well, now, Murph, let me throw this out to you because I know we got a break. How about the fact, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here because the 49ers obviously have to beat the Lions this weekend, but you're looking at a Super Bowl rematch against the 2 teams that the 49ers lost their last 2 Super Bowls.
Okay.
The Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs.
So be it, he said after they barely beat the Green Bay Packers. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, there's your hum babies. And by the way, 931 says, Murph, it's shameful to leave off amateur golfer Nick Dunlap. Bro, you all know how I feel about golf. You think I'm putting freaking Nick Dunlap on the hum babies on the day of the NFL divisional weekend? Are you not an American? We live in the world of the United States of America. This is football, baby. And shout out Tara Vanderveer one more time. Honorable mention. All right, well, that was really fun. We're going Dre Greenlaw. We're going the America's Darlings, the Detroit Lions, and Patty Mahomes back in your life. Hum babies. Okay, back to you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you worried? Are you confident? Favorite time from the game Saturday night? Least favorite time from the game Saturday night? The highs, the lows. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627. Is the text line. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Tim Ryan at 735 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Let's say that's the bad guy.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
Extra psyched to talk about Amici's today because we went with it Saturday night. I was like, yeah, man, it's an Amici's day. And so we got half-baked. We've turned into a half-baked family now because when they deliver it, and you can, like, at your own timing, right? We waited till halftime. So about 5 minutes before halftime, slid it and then had the feast at halftime. I also got the wings. They're fantastic. I also threw in the garlic breadsticks, too. Why not? And a couple pastas. Candace got the orecchiette with the sausage, and young Rory just went fettuccine Alfredo, which is basically like big old globs of pasta and cheese and cream. right? So it was all really, really good. I'd urge you guys to do it this weekend. And also, by the way, during the week, don't forget the weeknight dine-in specials. Mondays, half-price salads all days. Tuesdays, kids eat free night. 1 entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. Wednesday, half-price pasta night. And then Thursday, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, happy hour 3 to 5. 20% off your entire check. It's all good, man. Have Amici's this weekend. Have it all week. Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We needed a win like that, I feel like. We just haven't come from behind in a while. It's a really good team and really good coaching, and it just helps you get more battle tested.
There he is, Nick Bosa. So much to get into, guys. Good morning, everybody. If you're just tuning in, yeah, we were freaking out. Yeah, we were sweating. Yes, we were exhilarated. They're in the Final Four, and they're speaking of the Final Four. The phrase you hear every March Madness, Marcus, survive and advance.
That's it.
I'll go back to my March Madness days when UCLA has good basketball teams and I'm sweating those games. And when they've made the Final Four 4 times in the last 15 or so years, right? And every one of those involves a freaking weird game, man. Like I remember specifically they were like a 1 seed and they were playing Alabama, who was like a 9 seed in the second round. And it was like an overtime win or a buzzer beater. It was like, Jesus, we just barely beat Alabama at the buzzer. It's like, doesn't matter. You're going to the Sweet 16. And every game's a new game. I mean, they're going to break the huddle on Sunday at 3:30, and Jared Goff and the Lions are not Jordan Love and the Packers. And oh, by the way, it's supposed to be dry.
That's the thing, Murph. The bottom line is the 49ers won the game 24-21. I know it wasn't the prettiest performance this year by Brock Purdy or anybody really on this 49ers squad. But Murph, next week is a brand new week. And when the few criticisms that there have been about this 49er team has been about the lack of close games, about how they can't come back in the fourth quarter. I'll ask you this question this morning. You can chime in on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text line, 808-KNBR is the number. Are the 49ers in a better spot now that they are battle-tested and can prove that they can win a close game in the playoffs?
Without question, I would say yes on that. This was huge for Brock Purdy. It was huge for Kyle Shanahan. It was huge for the O-line. It was huge for Dre Greenlaw. Absolutely. It's huge for Jake Moody, who, by the way, made a big 52-yarder when they needed one.
That's not an easy kick to make.
Rain, too.
In the fourth quarter, yeah.
Yeah. On that Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 408. A couple people sent in some crazy stats on the Niners and NFC Championships. 408 says the Niners have been in 1/3 of all the NFC Championship games. That's probably correct.
Is that true?
Another one said, did you see the crazy stat that in the last 21 seasons, the Niners have either missed the playoffs entirely or gone to the NFC Championship? Isn't that nuts?
Boomer buzz,
yeah,
baby.
starting with 2003 when they were bad, and then Harbaugh took them to 3, and now Shanahan's taken them to 4, right? They haven't lost a divisional round game, right? Is that right?
I think that's correct.
Yeah, isn't that nuts? Crazy. Again, so many. 415 says, beat me if you can, survive if I let you. Well, that's what was that, Confucius? That was pretty heavy, man.
No, we're going Confucius.
925 says, any update on Debo? Yes. Ian Rappaport has checked in with the first sign of good news saying, do we have the actual cut? Ian Rappaport, I want to hear this. Yeah.
My understanding is there is no fracture in the shoulder of Deebo Samuel, which is good news. It was actually the same shoulder as he injured last time, had a hairline fracture, missed a couple games, did all the tests this time. They believe no fracture. That is good. As far as the actual status going forward, that still remains up in the air. Kyle Shanahan going to talk to reporters earlier today, likely to get some clarity. The belief is this is not a major injury. Samuel got to work on rehab right after it happened and has been telling people he thinks that he will be okay, but more information as it comes today.
Phew. Right there. I mean, wow. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it was bad enough he couldn't come back in.
And especially when you throw in the fact it's the same shoulder that he hurt earlier this year against the Cleveland Browns.
Absolutely terrified. Guys, it's amazing how they fall off the cliff there because then they start taking away Ayuk and Kittle, and it's Ray and Jawan, or my guy Chris Conley, who caught the 7. I want a 30 for 30 on that 17-yarder to Conley.
What if I told you Chris Conley caught passes from Alex Smith and Brock Purdy?
That's a great call. That's really good. All right, Route Man from Detroit just texted in and wrote, look, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted, one moment, would you capture it or let it slip? And he sends a picture of his Lions and Eminem.
Wow, is Marshall going to be at Levi Stadium next week?
Dude, I'll take him.
Oh, hell yeah, I'd take him.
I'm a supporter. Oh, that's so good. More on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It says, in 925 says it's all or nothing for the Niners. Well, I mean, it's that way for everybody. 559 says, for all the Kyle's a mastermind talk, he seems to get too one-dimensional at times. For all the tools in his belt, where's the CMC and Mitchell two-back set? And for the love of Harvard, can we get a wheel route to Juice up the right side? It was not Kyle's best game. There was the one play he ran where Purdy faked right, rolled left, set up, and tried to throw the right side of the field. There was no. He threw it into the crowd.
But you look at that in
there.
comparison to what we were talking about earlier on whether or not Matt LaFleur out-coached Kyle Shanahan. I think for 3/4 of the game, he definitely did because it seemed like Jordan Love was throwing to wide-open receivers. Now, I know there were 49ers DBs slipping on the grass, but those DBs from the Packers are playing on that same grass.
And weren't slipping, by the way. Who was our cleats guy? I hate to call out my cleats guy, but
come on.
You need to get that extra. Jesse Sapolo, talk to us about the extra cleats.
That 3/4 inch. Yeah, you got to put those long spikes on.
Bad stuff. And by the way, speaking of the weather, guys, so here's my question. Was it more rust, weather, or moment/nerves for Purdy? I definitely... There's now enough data to say he doesn't throw in the rain.
I was going to say, I lean towards the rain being the main issue.
We now have 2 games this year where he's looked uncharacteristically bad in the rain. And here is Purdy about that very question here.
I mean, like I said, it's the NFL, it's football. They have to deal with it too. It's not just our team's going to go through it. It's everybody who's on the field. So at the end of the day, man, I'm so excited and proud that we got it done in all aspects. The defense did their thing when it mattered most. The offense did at the end. Special teams did a great job. So for us, it's like, man, it's football. Weather's going to happen, and you got to find a way, and we did. So that's like the character of this team. That's what we stand for, and we all got each other's back. It's not always pretty, but, man, we got each other's back. We got some real love in this locker room, and everyone wants to play for each other. So
that wasn't the exact quote I was looking for, but 209 says Brock threw it 39 times. CMC had 17 rushes. Come on, man.
That's an issue.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, this is the one on the glove I was looking for here.
Purdy, I mean, early on, obviously I put on the glove for the first drive. It was coming down, and then it sprinkled, so I took it off. So I was still trying to sort of figure out what I wanted to do, and I was sort of fed up with the glove, so I just obviously was throwing like I normally do, and there was some times where I'm drawing back, ball's a little wet from the grass, sort of affected some accuracy and stuff. But dude, that's football, so I got to be better in that area.
Okay, but we have the weather right now, dry on Sunday. Give me a good old-fashioned Santa Clara sunstorm that drives everybody up into the shade.
Bring me the Santa Clara sun, Murph.
And 209 says that was Brock Purdy's signature Montana moment, coming back in the fourth after a rough game. Now, we're not calling him Joe just yet, but that was the kind of thing that Joe did. I can find you a handful of games, even in the playoffs, where Joe didn't have it and didn't have it and didn't have it, and then he came through. The catch game. 3 picks and a fumble before he leads the touchdown drive. The Washington Redskins game where he threw 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. The game against the Bengals. The Super Bowl catch to John Taylor was a game where they only had 13 points going, or 9 points going into that final quarter. So there's times, and they play 60, baby. They don't play 45.
And that's it. And the thing to me that stands out is this is something that wasn't on Brock Purdy's resume before this past weekend. There was all that talk. Can he complete a comeback? Can Kyle Shanahan put together a skill set, or a drive where he can showcase his talent and get him to the end zone? And they checked off both those boxes on Saturday.
A couple of those on that final drive. One, the Kittle drop. Oh my God! I said, I know, I just didn't see that. I know I didn't see that. That put them in a 3rd down spot, and that hook up to Ayuk, who was well covered by Keyshawn Nixon.
Huge.
The highest level execution by both Purdy and Ayuk. Then the dot to Conley on the out break, and then finding the checkdowns. He was missing checkdowns earlier in the game.
Dude, he was sailing it over McCaffrey's head. He was throwing him down in the dirt. Like, he was missing simple checkdowns.
He hit all the checkdowns, and then his 9-yard run.
That's it, the scramble.
So, there it is. All right. We led it all the way up to Tim Ryan, and then the big hit. The big hit is you guys, 808 KNBR. We're all going to gather around the campfire. But right now, T-Rock, Tim Ryan, giving us last heard saying, wow, at the end of the game. Tim Ryan next on the Sports Leader.
Wow.
faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers. And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, man, let's do it. We've been waiting all morning, Timmy, to get this going. Dude, what a scene. What a scene. It had everything. And all the drama, the twists, the turns, the rain, the rust, and Brock Purdy in the fourth quarter, brother. Good morning, Timmy. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Tim.
Oh, doing well, boys. What an emotional, draining, swinging game in terms of, going through that one. It felt a lot like, and obviously the stakes much bigger, with it being a one-and-done tournament. Felt a lot like the Cleveland game in terms of weather was a factor. Brock's process and delivery system seemed a little bit off until the very end. And I will have to admit, now I never lost the faith, but just like at Cleveland, I thought to myself, I don't know, there was a minute something to go in that game. Had done nothing all day offensively, and the momentum that the Browns defense had that day, I was thinking to myself, man, this is a tall order. I'm going to ask Brock to drive it the length of the field in a little over a minute and set Moody up for a game-winning field goal. He was able to do it. He answered the bell. Jake obviously missed that field goal, pushing it out to the right. And this one felt a lot of the same way to me, a lot, very similar. And Joe Barry had a hell of a game plan, and his D-line and his front, combat zone players, the guys in the run box, played their asses off. And Kenny Clark is a bitch to block now, always has been, and, he was wreaking havoc at times through that game. But as the deadline drew near, Brock started dropping dimes, and I love the adjustments coming into the second half with getting some of the run game going downhill, McCaffrey and some of the blocking. We can talk about those 2 touchdown runs, and obviously the game winner. Incredibly good. And again, taking nothing away from the Green Bay Packers. The year they put together, the way that they played in that game, especially on defense, was remarkable. Obviously losing Deebo Samuel was a big shot in the arm for the 49er offense. And I think ambitiously they were going to get him the football with a lot of those misdirection runs that they're so good at, and all the eye candy that he presents in the run game and in the pass game. And there's no doubt Joe Barry and that defense were in tune with the 49ers scheme on the perimeter plays and running alleys and beating blocks and holding up at the line of scrimmage and getting after it. Deebo Samuel with a lot of the misdirection runs and showing one thing and doing another. And then McCaffrey starts drawing attention. Now it's Deebo going back the other way, I think was going to be a part of that game plan. So losing him was big. Defensively, it was very evenly matched statistically on both sides.
Really was.
With the exception of the 2 huge takeaways by Dre Greenlaw, including the game sealer. And then starting the game 3-0 in the red zone and forcing 2 field goals, and then turning over the Packers on downs on the love shove. And again, all the interior players doing a great job there, Greenlaw being a big part of that. A lot of guys played well. A lot of guys didn't have their best game. There was a lot of issues with the footing. I thought that was pretty obvious in the game, in particular for the 49ers with the slips. I think, their second biggest play was that 38-yarder to Romeo Dobbs, and Charvarius Ward he slipped and fell down, and give them credit, they did, and they made the play. But the self-inflicted wounds in the first half with the 2 DPIs, and then the big busted coverage when Jaden Reed, that rookie slot receiver, got behind coverage. There was nobody there. There was a big void. Somebody was out of position, and they made a big play. So some self-inflicted wounds that are certainly all correctable on the defensive side. But in the end, came through with the huge game sealer and the way Dre took that thing away and trying to get a pick 6, which was absolutely crazy. But at the end of the day, I got 3 things to say. Is sometimes you got to win ugly. A win is a win. And a lot like I always think of the NC2A basketball tournament when you get to the NFL playoffs. Survive and go home, lose and go home, or survive and advance. And they survived, they're advancing. Here come the Lions. They'll be hungry. They'll be ready to scratch and claw. They're going to bite for 4 quarters, and this is going to be a grinder of a game.
So about 10 million things to talk about, Timmy. It was great opening statement there, covering so many of the different things. 2 different ways I wanted to go. Like, I was going to go in on Purdy. We can talk about that a little bit later. But listen, I wanted to go. This is a hard one to, and maybe I should.
You got your glove on this morning? You got your glove on?
Michael Jackson style. No, the rust. You can't quantify it. There's no stat for it. It's just eyes. Did you think that was a thing? Was there rust?
I did not. I mean, again, I think you could rebut that in a lot of different ways. You could certainly support it with the numbers and the way that it looked. But remember, they were a 5-0 team going into Cleveland and a freaking juggernaut, and nobody was slowing them down. And, boy, did they look rusty that day offensively. Obviously lost Deebo Samuel early in that game and McCaffrey for most of the second half. Based on what I saw, and it's not game action, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't a traditional off week in terms of, guys taking off and going home, going on little mini vacations, going up to the lake in Montana, hanging out for, 3 or 4 days. It wasn't that. It was guys working, guys practicing, guys processing, football information on the field against one another in a high tempo environment. And I think Kyle, at least, from what I saw, was happy with the 2 weeks of practice in terms of the execution, the tempo, and guys being ready to go. So, you could call it one way or the other and say it was rust. I tend to give the opponent credit in terms of what they brought to the table and the Packers. So I don't know. The rest was important. The time off is always important. Baltimore obviously just throttled Houston. They had no answer, and they certainly didn't look like they had any rust on them. Maybe you could say a little bit in the first half of that game, but I don't know. That to me is I'm not buying the rust thing with this football team. You got too many veterans on this team that know when to turn up the heat on in the game.
And Tim, you brought up Joe Barry's defense. Now I heard Brock Purdy after the game talk about how Green Bay did a good job of trying to take away some of those deep downfield throws. What was your breakdown of Joe Barry's defense and how they kind of slowed down Brock Purdy and the 49ers?
Well, it starts up front, and they were bringing it. And, I thought Preston Smith did a great job, the defensive end / outside backer on Trent. Well, you're not going to beat Trent Williams one-on-one and have 4 sacks in the game by running the corner and dipping and ripping and countering, moving, selling out to get to the quarterback. I haven't even watched the tape yet. I'm going to watch it this morning when I go in. Everybody was off yesterday, but he was out there, just playing interference and just getting in throwing lanes and standing out there so Brock couldn't flick it out to those checkdowns, and just a big, tall presence out there and making them try to look through them and throw over them or throw around them. And then inside, they got after it. I think the footing was a problem for the offensive line. The anchor was not grabbing the bottom. When those guys were dropping anchors, that being the cleats, it's like when you're out in the lake and you throw the anchor and you're just waiting for it to hook up, and it's not hooking up, which means there's nothing to grab a hold of on the bottom, and their cleats were just not grabbing a hold of turf. And so there was some good bull rushes and some good push rushes into the lap of Brock Purdy. A huge break on the first drive that Darnell Savage didn't pick that off and take it to the house. And again, if you know, and you guys know the history of Joe Barry, where he's been, he's always had a great relationship and working relationship with Matt LaFleur. We all know the history of Kyle and Matt and all the similarities and the things they do offensively, what the checks are, what the adjustments are, what the routes are, what the behavior pattern is of the offense in a big picture in terms of what they really want to do. And poaching those in. And here's the thing with Savage, who's a young player, but again, well coached and certainly has, athleticism that's one of the best in terms of a safety in pro football with his speed and his athleticism. He also, just he won the chess match in that first one against Brock, and that may have kind of shook Brock up a little bit. It certainly would me in terms of being a little apprehensive. And again, weather, I think, played a factor in the game. The glove to start the game, that then taking it off after that first drive. But Savage, basically, he knows the ambition of the offense. They want to throw that dagger behind the linebacker into the side of the safety. What does he do? He steps towards the teaser route, which is another route, down the middle of the field, takes one step towards that, knowing that that's Brock Purdy's read. When you see that safety step in that direction, the dagger right behind it or to the side of it is going to be open if it's timed up right. And if you go watch that play, it was like he took 2 steps that way, told the quarterback he was going to open the window, and then popped right back into the window and should have had himself probably a pick six. Defensively, they played well throughout that game. I don't think the 49ers ever challenged them enough from the numbers to the sideline. I thought, they were clearly clouding the middle of the field and trying to make it murky, knowing where the 49ers want to hit all those in cuts and those big plays over the middle of the field. And they were still able to do it a few times, including the Juwan Jennings catch, which, how do we not love freaking Juwan Jennings and what that guy does every time he gets a uniform? And man, did Brock, he did not look like he wanted to throw that ball. It was like a double clutch and like, oh boy, here we go. Yeah. That had some prayers attached to it, a loaded zone with defenders, and just over the hand of the nickel corner, and Juwan goes up and just wouldn't be denied, snatched it and ripped it down. But really, the Packers played their best football on defense down the stretch, and that was clearly evident in that game on Saturday night.
Tim Ryan, the voice here on the Yuma guest line. It's so great to go over this incredibly thrilling and harrowing game leading to 3:30 Sunday against the Detroit Lions, which we'll get to. And by the way, Brent Jones joining Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. Okay, I want to break down
Boomer! Let's go.
I want to break down the last drive. And I have the play-by-play in front of me. There's any number of plays that you can highlight. Like he opens with a 7-yard check down to Juwan Jennings. McCaffrey runs it for 2. Then we get a Purdy plunge on 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
then he checks down to McCaffrey for 5. Then the Kittle drop. Then the pass to Ayuk over the middle. Keyshawn Nixon given A-plus coverage, doesn't matter. Then you go, that's a first down. Then you go the 17-yard out to Chris Conley.
Oh, I'm so happy for Chris.
Then the check down to Kittle for 8, which is big.
Yep.
McCaffrey runs for 3, goes 2-minute warning. Now they have 1st and 10 from the 15. McCaffrey, he tries to throw in the flat to McCaffrey, no gain. Then the 9-yard scramble, the play the left leg. 10. Then 3rd and 1, the hand to McCaffrey. When I say that whole drive to you, what sticks out to you?
Resiliency. Brock Purdy can rebound from a bad, a game that certainly was left-handed for him. That again, the processing and delivery system was off. That and not all on Brock. I know there was some wrong routes run a couple of times, but he was able to calculate it and get it right as the deadline approached in the biggest moments. And I want to, and I'm going to cover that drive, but I want to start before that on the 3rd and 8 by the defense. And that was the game, really, when you think about it, right before the missed field goal of the Packers.
Yep.
And they get it to 3rd and 8, and they're down in the game, and they got to have it. If it's a field goal, obviously there's still a chance. But if they get that first down, who knows now if they start grinding a few more runs. 49ers got to use some timeouts, and then they end up kicking the field goal. Touchdown, it's over. They kick the field goal, you still got obviously a chance to go win it or tie it up. But I think when you looked at that sequence right there on that 3rd and 8, finally they fooled the Packers in terms of their protection plan and what the quarterback was looking at. And they double mugged both linebackers. I've seen them double mugging, but some of the coverage adjustments on the back end look different to me. And, the protection gets screwed up in terms of their plan, which how many free runners do you see happen against the 49ers defense? Very, very rare. So Steve Wilkes got him to bust, got him to make a mistake. Jordan Love had to throw it away. Now it's a little bit longer field goal, and we know what happens. And then you get into the final drive after the missed field goal. Down 4 with 6:18 to go. DeJuan Jennings coming up big. You've gone through the plays. Kittle had the drop, which he just flipped his head and tried to run on a 2nd and 5. Brock had a sneak before that. The huge post in cut from Brandon Ayuk and that catch, and if you know BA, and he's a spider now, and he's got those big long arms and that catch radius, and he will go snatch it. Love the way that guy catches the football. But when there are challenges, they're the ones that are down low below his knees. And he's made them, but those can be challenging for anybody. And you said it, Nixon with glove coverage, but a great throw and an even better catch is going to beat that, and that's exactly what happened as Ayuk got both arms under the football. I know so many people didn't think that was a catch. I'm like, no, that's a catch. I mean, you could see both arms under the ball, squeezed it to his chest. Eventually it'd come out when he was already, probably let it go as he was already laying on the ground. What an instrumental play on that drive. And then Conley on the deep out, maybe Brock's best throw of the game, the 17-yard out. To be able to get that and get the ball out of bounds, and then the Kittle play, and then the no gain, and then the touchdown. And again, just the desire, the willpower, the belief, the tenacity of Christian McCaffrey behind that offensive line, running right in between the tackles, north and south. I love watching it. And I always think, man, that's why that guy does all that work. That's why that guy's putting in, 8 hours a day in his body, and all the plyometrics and the lifting and the running and the stretching and the rehab, and probably sleeps with the Theragun on. I mean, it's just non-freaking stop. And it pays dividends in big moments, as it did on the first long touchdown. But on this one, I mean, these runs they're not all designed to go to the house. You guys know that. Some are designed to get 3, some are 5, some are whatever. The big runs are designed to get Christian McCaffrey one-on-one on the middle safety. And there were 2 examples of it in the game, and both of them he was able to excel and win and make them pay. But the block up front, and on the first long touchdown too, the blocks on the interior, and it had been a rough game getting those blocks on those guys. They're good, give them credit. But the game-winning touchdown in particular, Kenny Clark, who had just been a war daddy all game, is lined up in between Brendel and Big John Feliciano at right guard. John steps down and just puts a long arm stab on him with his left hand. And certainly enough to move the mass of Kenny Clark, and just kind of pinballs him back into Jake Brendel. Brendel's able to swivel his hips and get Kenny Clark at that point hooked and onto the ground. Then Feliciano, after he does the long arm to the inside, steps to the outside and jumps on the hip of Colton McKivitz, and they just road grade the defensive end and take everybody else with them. And guess what you have? You have a safety in the middle of the field on Christian McCaffrey. Shake, bake, burst, touchdown.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, last couple minutes here on the UMA guest line with Tim Ryan. And Tim, I wanted to flip over to the 49ers defensive side of the ball and ask you about the performance of Aaron Jones, because he became the first person to rush for over 100 yards on the 49ers in 51 straight games. So what was your breakdown of the 49ers defense performance against the running game, and is it any concern with the Detroit Lions coming to town next week?
Yeah, it's a concern. You bet it's a concern. The 49ers have not been stalwarts in the run defense over the last 4 or 5 games. Early in the year and when things were really humming, 6-game winning streak, they're 3.5 a carry. It's up probably after this game, up over 5 yards a carry. That's not a good number for run defense. And a big one was on the 53-yarder. There's ways that they can help themselves especially with those perimeter runs when guys are getting out in space, those pins and pulls. When you leave the center uncovered, and you're running a 4-man line, right? So the old traditional 4-man line, and I'll just speak from the inside, is you got one defensive tackle outside shade of the guard. That's 3 technique. And in this case, that's going to be to the front side of where the long play went out to the left for Aaron Jones. I believe it was Kinlaw on that play. And J.K. did some good things in the game and played well. Well, on the other defensive tackle, traditionally it's a one technique, which means he's outside shade of the center, right? He's in the center guard gap to the right of the offense, but he's playing half a man of the center. Well, so many teams have gone, especially with some wider 9 techniques, have gone with playing a 2 technique, which means now that in effect the nose guard, the left defensive tackle, is kicked out playing inside shade on the guard. So the center is completely uncovered. And with him being uncovered, it's an immediate free release angle right to the guy in the middle of the defense, Fred Warner. And it doesn't matter what Fred does, he's got to hold for a second to make his read. There's no way he can get on his horse fast enough when that center takes a flat angle and he's just sitting out there waiting for him. And you don't want to run under it. You want to beat it over the top. You don't want to backdoor it. So he's not going to backdoor it. And if the guy's in good position and he knows Fred's going to take it over the top, he's going to be able to lock him up. That's easy for the center with the free release. So that, to me, is where they can help themselves with a shade tackle and doing some different things so the center doesn't get a free release. The big run on that play, though, was they got everybody blocked up. Chase Young got pinned, obviously. That's the spirit of that play, just to have the receiver / tight end who's in the wing there to crack down on Chase Young. Made that block. Chase tried to spin out of it, was a hair too late getting in the running lane of Aaron Jones, who's very fast and electric getting through the hole. The pulling tackle who went around the pin play is able to lock up Greenlaw. He's got to get out there and be the secondary force guy in that gap. He's got him locked up. I think it was Demo was the corner. He's got to set the edge and maybe could set it tighter in terms of pressing that wide receiver harder, but it wasn't a bad job by him. The problem was the tracking angles. And you had Oren Burks coming from the other side and did not take a great angle and probably overran it just a little bit. But, it looked to me like, and I don't know exactly where all the fits need to be, but it looked like Logan Ryan did not have a good attack angle and a good tracking angle to come out. Certainly was unblocked, had a chance to make that play, was unable to even touch Aaron Jones. And now he's got the open field, crosses it, and thank God Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore, the Hyena, just played his ass off in that game. Again, another big game for him. They get him down. They're not going to give up. And then they end up missing the field goal. But, I think when you look at it, that's why it reminded me kind of the Cleveland game, because they were those same types of runs. The gap runs, getting the pullers out in space, out on the perimeter. Had thought the 49ers had that fixed. They went back, the Packers, looked at that old tape and said, man, if they line up with a 3 technique and a 2 technique, we can get somebody easily on Fred Warner, this might have a chance to pop. And that's exactly what happened. So Detroit's going to pound the rock, man. They're going to stay balanced. We all know Dan Campbell, what he was as a player, covered a lot of his games as a big-time blocking tight end. He's got the mindset. He's got the mentality. He's going to stay balanced throughout the game as long as they don't get down and don't get behind. And they got 2 really good backs in Montgomery, who can really hammer it between the tackles, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who is lightning in a bottle. So, and a good offensive line in front of them. We'll see about their left guard, Jonah Jackson, and his injury update. Not sure about that, but that will be the game for this team. And I say it every week, and people probably get tired of it. Who can run it and who can stop the run? If the opponent can run the ball on the 49ers, the game will be close for 60 minutes. That's just period. And if the offense and the processing and the data flow is a little bit slow and the offense isn't cranking it out, the game will be a challenge for the defense, because they're going to have to play they're going to have to play the balanced attack for 4 quarters.
Timmy, man, this is so great. Final 4, buddy. You said survive and advance. We're in the Final 4. Let's go, man. And I know you got all week. You got the Bull Rush with Papa and Johnny on Thursday. You got Copes.
Bull Rush. The Power Hour turned into the Bull Rush. I love it. I'll be Bull Rush and Papa. I'm going to put a glove on it.
And then you got Friday with Tolbert and Copes. So I can't wait, man. I mean, there's a million more things we want to ask you, but we got to let you go. And it's just a great, great time, man. This is what we live for as sports fans, as 49ers fans, as Northern Californians. So great to have you along, man. Great to have your voice. Have a great week, buddy, and hit that film room. We're looking forward to it.
You know I don't leave. Willpower, horsepower. Let's go, man. Keep the faith. I know I got a little tenuous at the end of that one, but as the deadline approached, the big dog delivered the mail.
There it is. CFC and Dre Greenlaw with those picks, too. So, all right, Timmy, be good.
Yeah,
Tim
thanks,
Ryan,
Tim.
that's it. That was an extra long Tim Ryan hit. We got the big hit next. It's 808 KNBR. How you feeling after that? How is your sweat level? Let's go, 49ers fans. We're here for you. 808 KNBR is the phone number. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, let's take a break to talk about money and investing smarter with Provident Credit Union. All right, is your New Year's resolution to invest smarter? Well, we got a short-term money-saving tip for you. The Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow. So for a limited time, choose a 3 or 6 month term and enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correct. 4.75%. So with the 3 or 6 month pick a term certificate, you are in control of your investments. Do not hesitate. This competitive offer is only available for a limited time. Save smarter and take control of your savings. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more. This rate is effective as of January 2nd, 2024. The minimum balance requirement is $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. And for additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Green Bay? More like Greenlaw, Wisconsin. Nicely done, young Tony. Big play Dre made 2 interceptions yesterday and then stopped by the post-game show with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan to talk all about it. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco! High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! CMC! He has it away, and this one going right towards the left upright is no good! He missed it wide left. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle! Touchdown! San Francisco! They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun, deep drop, pressured, gets chased out to his right, will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way, secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
I mean, we'll put him on offense if he really wants to run with the ball that bad, but he could definitely get down a lot sooner.
Beer doesn't really do it for me right now. Yeah, maybe something else, but.
There it is, Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa turned down a beer after that game. Excuse me, then I'll take it.
Yeah, I was going to say, Murph, I had a few beers after that game.
Actually, I went beer, arrow, wine, arrow, bourbon.
Ooh,
that's
see,
what I did.
I went beer, arrow, bourbon, back to beer after.
Okay, it was all good because we sweated it out. And good morning, everybody. It is, of course, the big hit, 49ers 24, Packers 21, with all the requisite sweat and gray. See, this beard is gray. His beard is gray because of that game.
It was brown on Saturday morning.
Murph
just turned gray.
Brock Purdy's final drive. It was great. There's a text going around. A lot of people are sending around. Some young lady sent it out saying, everyone to Brock Purdy, you've never done it from behind. You've never shown us the clutch gene. Brock Purdy, final drive. Everyone after that. No, not like that. I mean, still no love for Brock Purdy, right?
Murph, we've had playground Purdy. We've had Purdy for 30. Now we're talking about battle-tested Brock.
Comeback Brock. Wow. And he was not good for most of that night, throwing the ball off target, wet. I think we've decided, as the great Kramer from Seinfeld said, his mother was not a mutter, his father was not a mutter, he's not a mutter. Young Tony, there was a scene in Seinfeld where Kramer got into horse betting, and they're at the horse track, and they're at the off-track betting, and it's muddy out. And Kramer says famously, his mother was a mutter. His father was a mutter. He's a mutter. So Brock Purdy in the rain, guys, not so much.
Not so good.
But Santa Clara on Sunday is supposed to be dry and sunny.
Here comes the sun, Murph.
And here come the Detroit Lions. We've been saying it all morning. Are you guys ready to be villains? You guys ready? The beloved 49ers, the cute and cuddly 49ers with their wine and cheese and West Coast zestiness are now the villains, Tony. So says Tony Montana.
Let's say that's the bad guy.
We are. I mean, if let's say we weren't in this, let's say it was we'd be Lions all the way, right?
Oh,
Dan,
if it was Lions, Packers, for one reason, we'd be rooting for the Lions. But, Murph, you're right. The entire nation feels like it's pulling for this story. I'm driving in this morning, and on multiple shows, they're calling the Detroit Lions the team of destiny, Murph. The team of destiny.
Well, they look that way, and Dan Campbell is a hell of a leader because he has these guys believing, and what a scene that was in Detroit yesterday. But here they come Sunday. 49ers, I've seen 6.5. I've seen 7. What are you at right now? The spread?
7-point favorite for the 49ers.
Seems like a lot given how Montgomery and Gibbs can run. But we said you guys at 808 KNBR is the phone number. Phil in Fairfield starts us off on KNBR. Phil, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Murph, Marcus, good morning, you guys. I was at that game on Saturday, and let me tell you what, not only is my voice hoarse from yelling and screaming and going nuts, we didn't sit down the entire game. That game had every bit of passion, romance, and suspense all over it. You know, it was, oh, man, what a game to be at, right?
I'm glad to hear that you guys were hyped. Do you think Levi's delivered in a big moment?
Oh, man, absolutely, 100%. The roar of the crowd every time, especially at the very end, of course, when Dre got that interception to seal the deal. I mean, man, it was intense. It was intense, to say the least.
Are you a season ticket holder here? Are you a season ticket holder?
So my best friend is a season ticket holder.
That's even better.
I had called him, and I had said, hey, man, I'm a game-time decision if your son can't go with you. And literally 60 seconds later, he calls me back. He's like, dude, my kid is sick. You're coming with.
Oh, man.
So I had to call the warden, my wife, and tell her, hey, I'm going to the game.
Yeah.
And, of course, that didn't go down too well, but it was worth every bit of the agony I am
short-term pain, long-term gain there, Phil. There you go, buddy.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
No.
Thank you for letting me be on the air.
No, thanks for the call, man. And you were there, Marcus. It was good energy. Huh?
And to Phil's point, shout out to all the 49er faithful who were there in their seats, first quarter, in the rain, Murph. It's one of the loudest I have ever heard Levi Stadium for this playoff game. And now in the playoffs, 49ers 5-0 at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, and I wonder what the Lion fan presence will be. Packers got in a little bit, but they did not dominate.
There was a couple of cheeseheads out there. By the way, shout out to the 49er fans I saw with the cheese graters on top of their head.
You don't want to be sitting behind that guy.
No.
David and Tracy, our buddy David. Good morning, David. How are you, man?
Good morning, fellas. Hope your morning's off to a good start. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to keep this fast and simple for you, man. I was in a wedding this past weekend, and it was in the hills of Ventura. So I was worried, am I going to get some reception, And I had 2 bars of 5G. I'm getting information here and there. The service cuts off here and there. I'm in shambles. Finally, I watched the ending drive, and I see, us pull through, and I see the big Dre Greenlaw interception, and I damn near tossed over the table, man. And I can't tell you how many Modelo's I was double fisting after that. I got into the bar. It was great. But other than that, man, I'm really scared about next week. To go to the Super Bowl, I'm really scared, guys. Try to convince me otherwise, Murph, please.
David, man, you're breaking up a little bit. You have those 2 bars from the Ventura Hills on your phone call right now, dude.
2 bars and 2 Modelo's in his hand, it sounded
First of all, the wedding situation. Listen, one of my good pals, Coach Jim, Niner lifer, his buddy, a friend invites him over, ready for this dinner party. Bro, what are you doing? Don't say a dinner party on the night of the Lions. Niners. What are you doing?
A dinner party? I want a watch party. I don't want a dinner party.
And at that point, don't you say no to the invite?
You got to turn it down.
So anyway, but these people who are now pinned in, like missing the game. David's at a wedding. Some guy's at a dinner party.
That's tough.
I mean, it is very tough, Dan. So I would say clear the decks. No matter what, you got to clear the decks and do your thing. And by the way, somebody called in, or I got to find the area code 209. Said the way you guys are talking about this game reminds me of another Bay Area sports team that had close, harrowing calls, yet ultimately triumphed. You got that, Tony, here?
Torture!
There it is. Crook and Kipe.
Giants baseball. Torture.
49er football. Torture. All right, here he is, Kareem in Vallejo. He's our guy. Kareem, always good caller. What's up, Kareem?
Good morning, man. Hey, what a game. I'm going to tell you something. That line at 10 was absurd because this rivalry between the Niners and Packers, it goes all the way back to 95. And let me tell you, I knew that the Packers was going to come in and give us a run for our money. But I do have to say this. I think Shanahan, he got out-coached as far as what LaFleur did as far as the play calling. And Shanahan got a little sticky with, that play sheet. I think he should have went away from a lot of things, especially when Debo went down. And, as a play caller, Shanahan has had a history of getting tight all the way back to when he was the OC with Atlanta, that we know what happened in that game. So moving forward against Detroit, you're going to have to get a little more creative. He got a deep bag of play calling, and hopefully we get Debo back because he's going to be an X factor. I want to say one more thing. Chase Young is not the guy. I think we got to let him walk and get that 3rd pick back, man. Thanks for the time, fellas. Bless.
Kareem, great call. We'll start with the negative. He's right. Chase Young and Randy Gregory had trouble on that right end. And you heard Tim Ryan say, absolutely, it's a concern on Sunday.
You got to set the edge as a defensive end.
I mean, you may have to win a shootout. I mean, the Lions may be able to run this ball. They may be able to gash. I don't know what they can't wave a wand and find a run stopper.
I mean, Tim said there's a lot of things that are correctable about the 49ers defense. I don't know if you can just wave a wand now. One thing that Tim was talking about earlier about not having a man over the center, I would be surprised if we don't see Steve Wilkes bust out the 5-man front this weekend against the Detroit Lions.
So maybe some tactical adjustments, perhaps. Route Man from Detroit, longtime listener, who sent us in the lyrics from Lose Yourself, but he sent him in from the Detroit perspective, not the 49. He's saying, listen, if you only had one shot. Rat Man, I know you're a long-time Detroit guy. We go back to the 2012 World Series together, brother. But now we're enemies again, dude. Good morning.
That's it, man. I've just been waiting for the opportunity to have my team come up against the team that I've been following for almost the past 20 years. Detroit's been out of the game, but now we're back in it. And 49ers better bring a little more game than they had Saturday to put up to the Lions, man. It's going to be a good one, and I'm hoping to be there.
Oh, Route Man, wearing like a Tigers hat, maybe?
Oh, you know, I'll be repping probably the Wolverines and the Lions.
You guys have had too many championships. You already had Michigan, dude. You don't need another one.
Don't talk to me about too many championships.
I still see Bill Laimbeer and Isaiah Thomas hoisting the Larry O, buddy. All right.
Hey, man, we'll get Spielman out there. Spielman and Campbell in uniform, man. I put them up against
Route
Lynch.
Man, hey, I wish you luck to a point, but I think it's over, brother. I think the 49ers on a dry field are going to take you. But thanks for the call, Route Man.
But to his point, if the 49ers play like they did against the Packers, against the Lions, Route Man might be talking about a trip to the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, right now, I think if you look at this neutral from the outside, the Lions have all the energy. They played better in their 2 playoff games than the Niners played in their 1. They have the exact formula that will hurt the Niners, which is a strong O-line and a great run game, which the Niners are now showing to be vulnerable to. Brock Purdy's coming off a shaky performance. There's a lot. I mean, I'm surprised by that. But Vegas always knows. Although Vegas put the line at 10, you and I bit.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't get that one.
We bit on it, didn't cover.
Although, it's really funny when Dre was running around like crazy. I was like, go in, give me the cover, give me the cover.
Cover the spread, cover the spread.
That's what he was trying to do. Jay is up in Tracy. Jay is out in Tracy, I should say. Jay, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning, fellas. Man, what a game. That was nerve-wracking, to say the least, in many years of watching Niner football. But, man, Shanahan, he has all these toys. I mean, he needs to give some more love to Juszczyk and Mitchell. I mean, he was lining up McCaffrey earlier, in some Debo routes. And, I mean, I don't know why he's not using that type of setup as like decoys when somebody goes down like that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jay. Listen, I think in general, McCaffrey only running it 17 times forget Mitchell and Juszczyk. I'd like to see McCaffrey touch it 5 or 6 more times from the backfield, too. So, but yeah, to your point, if you want to use in Mitchell as a change of pace and more wheel routes to Juszczyk, for sure, Jay. And to your point, I don't think there's no denying that Shanahan had a bad game, and there's no denying that he's yet to prove to us that he can kind of consistently get it done on the big stage. Although I guess the counter to that would be, well, how was he on his final drive? And telling Brock to take those checkdowns. Brock didn't take any risks on that final drive. And he took him down to where he needed to. And the big one was the chunk play was the 17-yarder to Conley, which I think he kind of baited the Lions into that by just checking down. And then you got to just shout out the elite playmaking of Purdy and Ayuk on the 3rd down hookup over the middle.
And then the Purdy scramble, which obviously leads to Christian McCaffrey and the touchdown rush. But Murph, it's something that we've been talking about all season long with the 49ers. Hell, it's something that we've been talking about since I've been a producer of the morning show. Can Kyle Shanahan complete the comeback victory? And then Brock Purdy entered the picture, and the only knock against him is, he hasn't won a close game yet. He hasn't had a comeback. Well, Brock and Kyle just did it in the postseason. It wasn't pretty, but now this is a box that they get to check off the resume, something that they have done, and they've done it in the playoffs now.
And in fairness, Brock did do it in Cleveland. He set him up for the game-winning field goal. And I told you, Vinatieri made those for Brady, and Moody did not. All right, thanks for all the calls, guys. Let's quickly rip through the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Then we'll hit the cooler content and then get out of here. But 559 says, the Pat dropped 2 easy picks. Could this made it a lot different?
Oh, 100%.
For sure. But, I mean, do I take you back to Lewis Billups dropping a pick in Super Bowl 23 against the Niners? It is what it is,
It's a make or miss league. It's a pick or drop pick league.
You either drop it or you don't.
That's why they're playing defense.
925 says, Murph and Mark, if his Debo is out, how does that affect your confidence in this game? Well, I hate it because we've seen he's the catalyst because when he's not out there, things don't work. And Ian Rappaport tells us right now that it's not a fracture, and the chances are that he could play on Sunday. That will be the controlling question. 831 says the Niners dropped a pick as well. I don't remember exactly when, but yeah, this is what happens, dude. 925 says the Niners had rust, but it's gone now, and they're ready to roll with the Super Bowl. 415 says Purdy was off, and that's being kind, and we got to draft some better guys in the secondary. Interesting, they went with Logan Ryan over Jair Brown. We're missing Hufanga right now, right?
Yeah.
Missing Hufanga.
And it seemed like Jair Brown was healthy enough to play, but they decided to go with Logan Ryan instead.
By the way, 512 says, Murph, that guy that bumped into you at a restaurant before the season predicted this and spoke it. Yes! That was 512. What a pull. Dude, I was at the Olympic Club's grill room, and some random dude I'd never met before ran up to me. He goes, Murph. I'm like, hey, I thought I was a listener. He goes, no, I live in Detroit. He goes, I'm visiting my sister. He goes, I recognize you from NFL Network top 10 lists.
That's right.
And he said to me, he goes, dude, are you ready for my Lions? We're coming for the NFC Championship. This was like in August. Dude, 512.
We got to go find this guy.
What
Murph.
a pull.
Where is this guy?
Yeah, Tony says this guy had the script.
He's the NFL script writer, huh?
209 says, is Chase Young playing for a contract next season somewhere? A big game Sunday would go a long way. And 707 says, that time off was needed to heal up, but that time off allowed the mind to think too much. Now they're back to a normal schedule and will settle in. The counter to that is how'd the Ravens handle the time off? Yeah. And what'd you think of John Harbaugh's dance moves? Dad dance? You know, he's like dad dancing?
He's got good I don't know. They're dad dance moves. How do you want me to critique them?
And 916 says, blank the Lions. That's what he says. He says, go back. He says, blank the Lions. Oh, no. I lost that text. Sorry, guys. But anyway, go back to the D-line that was playing before Chase Young arrived, and that will solve it. Well, that was Cleve Ferrell, guys, and he's not playing.
That's the issue. That's why Chase Young was getting so much playing time this weekend.
Here it is. 209 says, honestly, blank the Lions. The decades of ineptitude pushed Barry Sanders, Megatron, Stafford out, and everyone is sapping up to him. Blank them. So there you go. The anti-Lions text. There you go, guys. And 415 says, I was at the St. Mary's USF basketball game Saturday night. The loudest cheer was when the Niners scored to go ahead. Everybody was watching on their phones.
Oh, man.
So there you
what
go.
a moment.
All right. Well, that was a fun big hit. Let's do a quick cooler content and then get you guys back. We'll get you guys going again with some calls on the other side. Mike Sando joins us. But, hey, today's the day to gather around the campfire at 808 KNBR or 415-808-5627 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
So say good night to the bad guy.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers completed the comeback victory this weekend against the Green Bay Packers as Brock Purdy led the 49ers downfield on a 12-play, 69-yard go-ahead touchdown drive. So to recap the 49ers comeback victory against the Green Bay Packers, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone. Chill. All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content. And then you guys lined up at 808 KNBR. And, of course, Mike Sando later on. Did you guys see that Saweetie and Pilo? That's right, I just said it. Saweetie and Pilo. Those are two of the Bay Area's own young recording artists teamed up, Marcus. They put together a little ditty for you, a little toe tapper.
A new anthem, Murph.
Do it for the Bay. Break it out, young Tony.
You ain't gotta ask who I do it for. Whole team iced up, dipped in that red and gold. Bang, bang. Not again. Bang, bang. Shit gon' be low. Time to bring the bass down.
Okay. Do it for the Bay. Okay. Do it for the Bay.
Okay. You ain't gotta ask who I do it for. Whole team iced up, dipped in that red and gold. Ay. Got a lot of sauce like it's pasta. Pretty little face and I'm stacked like a roster. Clap, clap, clap for the best in the world. Tap, 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 tap in with your girl. Whole gang run it up. West side, throw it up. Got the ops moving out the way when we pulling up. Deal dance. We just came through the end zone again. What you standing on? Real big business. City of the Dubs, you know we stay winning.
There, by the way, she rhymed pasta and Rasta. How about that?
That's pretty talented,
good.
Murph.
So, you youngsters, does that appeal to your ears out there?
See, I was down with it, but also, like, the 49ers already have, like, 2 or 3 other anthems. There's the E40.
There's Bang Bang Niner
the
Gang,
original
right?
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Can you have multiple?
I was going to say,
anthems?
Is it all right to have multiple? I mean, there's obviously multiple Bay Area rappers
California
being involved
Kyle,
here.
our youngest resident today, he gives a thumbs up to Do It for the Bay by Saweetie and Pilo. How about young Tony? He gives a thumbs up also.
I've got no problem, but I also thought it was
All right.
interesting that the 49ers were launching this whole Do It for the Bay campaign when the Green Bay Packers were in town, Murph.
There's only one Bay, baby. I just say, I like to see the kids having a good time. So I'd like to see the kids having fun. By the way, speaking of having fun, Dre Greenlaw had a little too much fun on his interception return. Jawan Jennings, after the game, was talked about it and had a little funny moment here.
Man, amazing. I was just glad he got him, dog. The game was just up and down. I was just trying to stay focused, ready to come out for the offensive side of the ball. To see him make those plays, though, is big, man. Love Dre. Shout out to Dre, dog. It was just, this drive right here was just going to depend on the season, and we knew that. And go out there, put it in. Oh, man, just crazy game, dog.
3 dogs in there. I think he
dropped a couple of Dre dogs.
I think he got a glad he got him dog and crazy game dog.
Glad he got him, dog.
There it is right there. There it is. That's what we were looking for, man. Hey, we want to get to you guys again. So real quick, Lamar Jackson's made his first ever AFC Championship game.
Not bad for a running back, Murph.
So they asked him the profound question, what are you most looking forward to in your first AFC Championship game?
Next week will be your very first AFC Championship game. I know we don't know who you're going to face yet, but what are you looking forward to most?
Playing in it. Just playing.
He's an honest man, Murph.
That's an existential answer.
Playing in it.
Playing in it.
Just playing.
Just waking up. What are you looking forward to? Living?
That's it.
Waking up?
Breathing, Murph?
All right. So.
It's funny, like this morning I was looking at ESPN when we walked in and like the big like banner was, how far can Patrick Mahomes take the Chiefs? I'm like, well, the Super Bowl. That's the answer. That's how far he can take
there
them.
It is. That's
I think it's pretty simple for everybody.
There's your answer. What are you most looking forward to doing your radio show today? Doing it. There you go.
Talking.
All right, guys. That's it for the cooler content. It was brief because we got to get the clock back and get you guys at 808 KNBR. We see you're all lined up. We'll get your takes next on the Sports Leader.
Got a lot of sauce like this pasta. Pretty little face and I'm stacked like a roster.
Okay, if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is Marcus, and right now I'm in sports heaven. The football playoffs are in full swing, and basketball season is really heating up. And there's no better way to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch all of your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, amazing. I was just glad he got him, dog.
There it is. That's Jawan Jennings, who had a hell of a 21-yard catch on a 3rd and 9. That was then followed by 3 incomplete passes by Brock.
Ooh.
How about that? So, yeah, it was a tough one, man. We've been here all morning. Everybody, good morning. It is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got young Tony's here. Kyle's here, California Kyle. And we're taking you guys through it, man. We'll obviously focus more on the Lions as the days get going, but we got to relive Saturday night. Marcus was out there. I was eating my Amichis and losing my mind. Guys, I hate to say, there were times when growing up, Joe Montana didn't have it and didn't have it and didn't have it, and then stitched it together when he had to. Brock Purdy did that on Saturday. I ain't saying he's Montana. I'm just saying that he deserves a ton of credit for stitching it together when he had to, which is what the great ones do, and didn't settle. He couldn't settle for a field goal. He had to score a touchdown, and he did. And again, this was a game that, whether it's rain or rust, one of the 2 R's, whichever you wanted, maybe a little of both.
Yeah, Murph, and there were a lot of negatives in this game, whether we're talking about the first 3 quarters, really, of Brock Purdy's performance. We could talk about the 49ers' rush defense, but the big positives are, A, they won the game and they're still alive, and now Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan have both battled through adversity and completed this 4th quarter comeback. We could talk about the play call, and we could talk about the lack of involvement early for Christian McCaffrey. The bottom line is Brock Purdy on that final drive, 6 for 7, 47 yards, damn near picked up a first down, scrambling to that 3rd and 1, which set up the Christian McCaffrey touchdown.
2 rushes for 11 yards, including, by the way, he had 2, forget the brotherly shove, the Purdy plunge.
Yeah, that's it.
He had 2 3rd and 1 sneaks, and he got him clearly both times. He's found a little hole where he dives. So if we can use that on Sunday, too.
He's going to become Purdy the Sneak?
Purdy the Sneak.
Shout out
there
Jimmy the Sneak.
Jimmy the Sneak, yes.
Purdy the Sneak.
Jimmy was a hell of a sneaker. 808 KNBR is the phone number, and Mike is in San Francisco is our first up, like Jung Hoo Lee. Mike in San Francisco. Good morning, Mike.
Hey guys, first time caller. Been listening for about 30 years or so, as long as Marcus has been alive, probably. Sorry if it's raining pretty hard. If Brock was playing right now, we'd have problems. But the reason why I called in, so upset about Shanahan's end of first half play calling. I don't understand why you let the clock run 30 seconds, then call a timeout. You could run 2 plays, McCaffrey, screen, something midfield to let the clock burn. He's playing for 3 the whole time. I don't think you ever do that in the postseason. You play for, and of course, we missed the field goal in those conditions. Why would you even want the kicker to be out there? So I'll take this offline. Just curious for your thoughts on all that.
First of all, Mike, great call, calling out your listenership versus Marcus's age. And second of all, a way to shout out the rain, too. He said if Brock was playing today, he'd have trouble.
Uh-oh.
So I tend to sometimes I'm too easy on my teams. Sometimes I'm always, as that was playing out, I was like, okay, I'm with Kyle. I get it. We're playing, I like it. Don't let Green Bay touch the ball. But then I started questioning myself, saying, wait a minute. Jordan Love ain't Brett Favre, and he ain't Peyton Manning. I mean, it's not like he gets 20 seconds and he's going to go score on you.
He's not even Aaron Rodgers, man.
So I was thinking, well, maybe. And then I started looking at Twitter, which is burying Kyle. And I was like, well, wait. I go, now that you've called your timeout with 34 seconds left, now take your shot. And they didn't really. They took one shot and then wound up kicking it and missing it, by the way. So, yes, in the end, Mike, you are correct. And Mike Silver was all over that. History frowns very, very much on the way he handled the end of the first half. He was not aggressive enough. It is the playoffs. That was a flop.
And it's surprising because we hear Kyle Shanahan talk all the time about the 2-for-1 special. Scoring before halftime and then getting the ball back in the second half and scoring on that opening drive. Well, the problem is they didn't score before halftime and they went 3-0 on that first drive of the second half. But that's Kyle Shanahan's mantra. That's how he wants to double down on you. And I think the stat that he throws out there is kind of ridiculous. It's like 70% win rate for that team that does double down and score once before the half and score to start the second half. But that was not what happened this past
Mike
weekend.
Silver came at him after the game and said, what were you doing at the end of the half? Here's Kyle's excuse. If it helps you, Mike, in San Francisco, here's Kyle's excuse.
I mean, I like that they didn't score. I like that we won at the end of the day. We did try to score. We had a chance there right after on second down. Thought we had a chance for BA over the middle. Would have been a big play that got us inside the 10 with 2 shots to take it to the end zone. We didn't have the time to get it over the mic, and we ended up checking it down, and then we didn't get it. But that's how it works out. I thought we make sure they don't get another chance. But it's not like we were just playing for a field goal. We called for a big play. They played pretty deep.
Okay, you can either buy it or you didn't. So what happened
sounds like he was trying to milk the clock a little bit. He was trying to have his cake and eat it too. Score without any time left on the clock.
So what happened was, on 1st and 10 on their own 49, McCaffrey ran 5 yards and got shoved out of bounds, which I love. I was like, yeah, way to get out of bounds, buddy. So he was 2nd and 5 on the Green Bay 46. So Christian McCaffrey then runs up the middle for 3 yards with 1:19 to go, and the Niners then let 30 seconds tick off. That's where I think he blundered. All right, Armin in Roseville is next up. Roseville, California. What's up, Armin?
Hey, I want to talk to Waterbug. I'm going to talk about his age. I'm twice as old as him, and I remember John Brody in those unis when they came out. But I got to tell you, man, I felt bad karma. I did not like those unis, and somehow because of the rain, it kind of being dark, I'd like to see them come out with their tighty-whities on Sunday. I want to see grass stains on McCaffrey with blood rushing down him. I want to see Brock Purdy. The only grass stain I want him to have is when he takes his knee down.
All right, Armin, thanks for the call. He's heckling the Niners home Reds. That's an unusual take, Armin. Those are the 49ers uniforms.
I was going to say, but he wants the all-white
which
throwbacks.
Which you wear on the road. Niners do not wear white at home, ever, unless it's an August preseason game. No. Armin, thank you for listening and calling, brother, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. Chris in Richmond is checking in. Oh, dude, are you on this? Chris, I was at the Dutch Goose in Menlo Park watching the end of the Bucks-Lions game in between a long wait and a water polo tournament. I hate it. What was going on at the end of that Bucks-Lions game, Chris?
Man, look, first off, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call. And then, of course, what I really wanted to say first off was to that chick who said that, about Brock Purdy, he wasn't one of the better ones out there. In your face, nah. boo, boo. And then, of course, yeah, man, what the heck was up at the end of that game? Why not knee it or call timeout once they knee it, fourth down? Just doesn't make any sense at all. It is the playoffs. I know they say, well, it's a gentleman's agreement, but, dude, anything can happen. Until that clock hits 0, you got to fight and claw. And I just think someone has to answer to that because
Chris, I was at the freaking Dutch Goose with my deviled eggs, yelling at the TV, big screen in the back patio. Like, what is he doing right now? Did you hear the playoffs?
Only imagine, what do you, dude? I can only imagine real Tampa fans who are doing the same exact thing.
Bro,
what?
You had a chance. You can block a field goal. Anything can happen, brother.
Exactly.
Dude, and then Bowles after the game. After the game was like, No, we're. I was like,
I saw that too.
Did you see the comments?
Bum, get him out of there.
He was at the podium. He said, "We were not going to come back for that. No sense in prolonging the obvious."
Dude,
prolonging the obvious. It's the playoffs.
Chris, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you 100%. And anyway, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. Ted in Salinas. Good old Salinas down there. They're growing that lettuce, right, down there? What's up, Ted? How are you, man?
Hey, what up, dudes? Long-time team, been our listener. Hey, man. I was at that game, and my voice is still gone, bro. And you know what? I never heard Levi's that loud, like, since back in the Candlestick days, especially the last towards the game. But my question, I got 2 points real quick with you guys.
Yeah.
My question to you guys is, the Niners folklore is always known as the drives. You know, you got the Montana drive, the Alex Smith drive, which I was at that game, too, in Candlestick. What would you guys think about the Brock Purdy drive? What would you call that? The drive 3, the drive 4?
Well, it's a great question, Ted, because it's a divisional round game. Then again, so was Alex Smith against the Saints. That was a divisional round game, too. So it's not the same as a championship game or a Super Bowl. But yeah, Ted, we may have to we may have to come up with something there that the rusty rainy ride. I don't know. That's my first offering right there. The rusty, rainy ride. All right, Ted. Thanks for the call. I mean, what do you call it? I mean, just the check down charge?
The battle-tested Brock comeback?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Something. We got to come up with the rainy, rusty rush. I don't know. So,
you call it a win, Murph. That's what you call it.
Yes, we do. I just want to get this one last one in before we get to Mike Sando on the other line. But Amy in San Mateo, I see on the line there's a hot take. Amy, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Oh, man, I'm dying, Murph. I'm a believer, and I'm heartbroken for all those believers back there in Buffalo. I'm a Niners fan, too, but I'm dying here. I want to root for Detroit just because they've never been, and we've been so damn lucky in California the last 30 years, you know?
Amy,
I don't know.
You're are you a 49er fan?
I'm a Bills fan at heart because I grew up in Buffalo and I went to those games and I sat in the freezing cold weather, right? So I died last night a little bit, and I died a little bit for those Buffalonians back there, the Believers, right? Believers. And I don't know. Detroit's never been, and we've been so lucky.
Okay, Amy. Well, there you go. See, I wanted to get this out there. You're the first one to show your face and say you're rooting for the Lions.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Well, here's the deal. We know Amy is, I think, with 99% of America. Yeah. Guys, it's Niners against the world, Tony Montana style.
I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Oh, that's going Tony Montana.
Yeah, that didn't sound like Tony Montana.
Hey, I'll take Rudy T anytime. No, Tony Montana, the Scarface kid for the villains, the 49ers. We are this week, we are definitely the bad guys.
Let's say that's the bad guy.
Yeah. And then the second part, say
So
goodbye.
say good night to the bad guy.
Yeah, we are, guys. We are the bad guys.
We're the
Amy
bad
in San
guys.
Mateo thinks we're bad guys.
Yeah, but Murph, we just
the
got
rest
to
of the
clarify.
country thinks we're bad guys.
Are we sure that was Amy in San Mateo, or are we sure that wasn't Amy Trask?
Oh, we'll drop it on that. As Mike Sando's going to give us a little football chat on the other side, and then back to you guys at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Oh, we got the play-by. Okay, little Lions preview with Kevin Kugler at 9:35. He did the Lions game on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. All right, we got our good buddy Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, you want to tell us about ERC?
That's right. ERC has helped so many businesses turn around. The government did the program to help small and medium-sized business by giving away up to $26,000 for people that qualified. And that's $26,000 for every employee you had that qualified. You had 10 employees, do the math, or 20 or 100. But there's two different ways to qualify. The easy way with math and another way that doesn't require math. So if you've been told that you don't qualify for ERC, you want to call us for a second opinion. But now there's some real urgency because this program was supposed to end in April of next year, 2025. The Congress, to save money, is proposing to end it in January 31st. We're talking days, folks, and it's too late. Bottom line is you want to call us today because every night in the office we're having a meeting to see can we take any more ERC cases the next day. Just call us. Let's see if you're eligible. And if you are, we have to hurry up to meet this January 31st deadline. Don't miss out on potentially hundreds of thousands or more that the government wants to give you.
All right, thank you, Steve. And for more information, the number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nail it out now. Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel.
Oh, my
One
goodness.
knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it.
My
He
goodness.
knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a third straight year.
Wow.
The fourth time in the last 5 years. Christian McCaffrey with a second touchdown to give the 49ers the lead with 1:07 to play. Wow.
There it is. A lot of wows from Papa and Ryan, and we'll continue to wow all week before the 3:30 NFC Championship Sunday at Levi's Stadium. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. One of our favorites to check in with is NFL columnist Mike Sando of The Athletic. He drops his pick 6, and it just dropped a few hours ago about the NFC divisional weekend. Of course, heavy on the Bills and the Chiefs, too. But, Mike, it's great to have you on, Murph and Marcus, here as the Niners slip through the raindrops somehow, some way. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Good morning. Never in doubt, right? Never in doubt.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and edit and say, lot of doubt,
Yeah,
Mike.
about 3/4 of doubt, Mike.
I know. We're supposed to show up for a coronation when you're the home favored team, but, that's, hey, they got through it. Not everybody did, I mean, the Packers have to feel sick for the position they were in, so you win it however you can win it, and you move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit. You make your living evaluating quarterbacks, and you always do the tiers and everything and all that. So Brock Purdy, not good for much of that game and was really bad for a lot of it. And then when he had to be, did not make a mistake down the stretch. What was your evaluation?
It's funny because for so much of his run, it's been the reverse. Hey, he looks great the whole game, but could he really put it on his back late in the game, right, and lead the winning drive? And then he has a reverse game where I think you just throw it into the evaluation and it's part of it. I wouldn't read overly too much into either side of it, right? I mean, it was rainy. He missed Debo. He wasn't good. The Packers were playing better defense, and then late in the game, he got it together. That happens sometimes. I don't think we need to do the quarterback tiers balloting every week. But it's funny. For some of these games, it sort of lets you confirm whatever your priors were, right? You could choose out of that game the good if you wanted to focus on it, the bad if you wanted to. But really, it just goes sort of into the tapestry of his run there, which has been mostly really good. A few bad games, some bad moments, but I don't think you panic.
Yeah, and Mike, you're absolutely right. That's been one of the few criticisms of Brock Purdy's career so far is that he hasn't had the comeback win in a close game. And I'm sure you saw all the Kyle Shanahan stats going around of him trailing 5 or 3 points in the fourth quarter. So how much does this mean to both Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan to finally complete that fourth quarter comeback?
Well, I think it's huge. I think it's look. The alternative was losing the game, which would have been a disaster. Be a disaster season, really, for being in this window and having a real chance to win it all. I think it was hugely significant to have that when you needed it and just find a way. We can talk about Kyle's approach to 2-minute drills and trying to run out halves and being a little bit on the conservative side. That's probably a little bit of a separate issue, but they got it done and they had to do it. I mean, it was really backs against the wall times. So I thought it was significant they were able to do that.
Talking to Mike Sando, whose pick 6 just dropped on The Athletic. Great column recapping all the storylines from NFL divisional weekend. So a little bit about the Lions. Your fourth item is the Lions are headed to the NFC Championship game. First time since 1991. And, of course, they have gotten there more recently than the Cowboys, right? And the Commanders, as you point out, too. But you also point out that statistically, their defense is not dominant. What is the Mike Sando take on the whole Lions surge here? Beating the Rams by a point, holding off Baker Mayfield at the end there, and making people weep all over Detroit.
So the typical Super Bowl team, a lot of the Super Bowl winners will kind of be top 5 offense, and then defense could be anywhere from 10 to 15, 18, something like that. And they're top 5 offense, 24th on defense, right? So that would be pretty lower than the teams recently. And then the other thing I'd put on top of that is not only is that lower on defense, they have a good offense, but they don't have a magical quarterback, right? I mean, Jared Goff's a good quarterback, runs the system well, but you're not staying up nights trying to figure out, oh my gosh, even if we play perfectly, he's going to do something, right? So I think that puts them a notch below the typical Super Bowl champion, at least lately when we've had, Patrick Mahomes be in that game a lot, or even a Joe Burrow. I don't think they have that capability, but they do have a nice mix. They're playing well at the moment. They've got a lot of confidence. They have a good offensive line. They might be able to run the ball. I think those are things that can sometimes help you control a game. I think we saw Green Bay get healthy in their running game a little bit the last couple of weeks, and that was a part of their success as well. So, you can't – I would take the 49ers to win the game, but it's not just a complete layup. It's not like – some 7-9 team advanced.
Yeah, and Mike, that's why I'm interested about this matchup, because you have the 49ers taking on NFC North opponents in back-to-back weeks, and the Lions and the Packers actually split their series 1-1 earlier this season. How would you break down the talent on both sides of the ball? Who do you think has a better roster between the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers?
Oh, it's probably the Lions right now, but I feel like the Packers are on the rise, and the advantage would have been Detroit a lot more early in the season. But I think the Packers are in a developmental phase. The Lions are a little bit more mature and further along in their development with a lot of their build, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think you could see that, but I don't think the Lions. I don't think anybody wants to play the Packers right now, right? You would feel like that gap is probably pretty small in terms of just how well the teams are playing right now, and maybe even.
Talking to Mike Sando here as the recap of a great NFL divisional weekend. 3 of the 4 games were bangers. The Ravens game, not so much. Chiefs beating the Bills for the 3rd time in the past 4 seasons. What's your biggest takeaway from that?
Well, I mean, Mahomes' ability and the Chiefs' ability to really be on point when it's mattered here the last few weeks, I think we were wondering, when is this going to come along? I thought they played a really efficient, kind of technically sound game. There weren't a bunch of penalties. They really handled the noise well. Just the little details of playing in the game. I thought they were super on point. So I think that's great to see if you're a Chiefs fan. Frustrating if you're the Bills. My second takeaway is Buffalo's gotten old on defense, and now they're injured on defense. And if you look at those 2 teams, we all focus on, is it Mahomes, Josh Allen? What can Josh Allen do? The Bills have an old defense, and the Chiefs have reset with a super young defense. They've gotten younger, that side of the ball. They've drafted guys like Trent McDuffie, who's an all-pro. They've drafted guys like George Karlaftis. They've said goodbye to a bunch of older guys, Tyrann Mathieu, Frank Clark. They are young, and they are top 5 on defense. They have a little bit of a physical running game component with Isaiah Pacheco. And, you have Mahomes? It's a pretty good combination.
Oh, here they are again, man, coming out of the crypt. Yeah. But the team they're playing just destroyed the Houston Texans. And you have a stat in here, the Ravens' historic dominance invites a closer look. What was your argument here?
Well, I noticed, I think on Saturday, Adam Schefter had tweeted that the Lions were 5-0, I think, at that point, against teams that were 3 or more games above 500 when they played, which is amazing, right? So I looked up kind of the history of that, and not only, and they did it again, by the way, against the Texans, they're now 6-0 in those games, but their average margin of victory is like 23 points. And so I went back as far as I could. We could pull that since 2000. I think the next team was like at 16 points a game average. It might have been one of those Patriot teams. So that's an unusual ability to blow people out, and I think they're just really tough to play, especially for teams that haven't played them for whatever reason. We've all seen that stat of Lamar's record against the NFC. There's something to that, because the teams that have solved them or done better are a lot of times in close proximity to them in the division. Well, there's no one left they're going to have to deal with from their own division. They get Mahomes, which isn't easy either, but as the 49ers saw, they're an interesting, little bit different matchup.
Yeah, and Mike, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here because the 49ers still have to take care of the Detroit Lions this weekend. But if they do get past the Lions, we're talking about a possible Super Bowl rematch against both the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. So for the 49er fans, listen right now, who should their rooting interest be in that AFC matchup? Do you want a chance for revenge against the Ravens from earlier this season, or do you think they match up better against the Chiefs?
I think I might take my chances with the Ravens just because I'm a little bit more fearful of, Mahomes, Andy Reid, big game. We just sort of know what that is, and it's kind of scary. I feel like the Ravens, as great as they've been, still have some things to prove, right? I mean, Lamar Jackson hasn't gone to 6 straight AFC Championship games and been completely on point throughout the playoffs. He looks really good now. I think I'd take my chances, make him prove it again against a team that we played recently. So I think that could be somewhat of an advantage. I thought Houston might be in the game even a little longer than they were because they had played Baltimore. There's some familiarity there. Like I said, the teams that have done best against them are Cincinnati and Cleveland. And then even the Rams did well against them. Well, the Rams head coach mentored the Bengals head coach. So there's some thing to be said for maybe you can kind of figure out Baltimore. I don't think there's much to figure out with Mahomes. He's just better.
Last one for you, Mike, is just sort of X's and O's on Niners-Lions. And that is the Niners' run defense got gashed. Aaron Jones got them. And in the last several weeks, they have, too, been leaking. Mm-hmm. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I'll have to do that later this week. But the Lions have an O-line, and they have a couple runners. Is that a dangerous matchup for the Niners?
I think it is. I'm still going to lean to 49ers. I might even give the 7 points. But, yes, the 49ers aren't perfect. They're a good team, but they have ways they can be beat, too, or the game could get away from them. And they have strengths and weaknesses, and you throw in, an injury to Debo, which is a big deal. I think the 49ers should be okay, but I'm a little worried. You got to be. Yeah,
good stuff. And by the way, Zach Ertz just signed with the Detroit Lions. I don't know if that matters. It seemed like tight end wasn't a need. I mean, said thank you very much. Sam Laporta is so good, and then their backup caught a 29-yarder yesterday, but they just added Ertz to.
I think Dan Campbell could check in, though. Dan Campbell can be eligible. He has more tight end, former tight end.
As long as he checks in with the ref, Mike, yeah.
Mike,
he's got an Achilles tendon in his elbow. Did you know that?
Wait, Dan Campbell?
Well, yesterday I was like researching Dan Campbell stuff, so I went back and read some stories from when he played for the Lions, and he was on the team that went 0-16, but he was injured. And he had this elbow injury, and they found an Achilles tendon off of a cadaver and put it in there. And he was kind of joking about it, like, hey, this isn't going to be like an organ where my body rejects it, right? And they're like, no, you should be fine. So I thought that was something, I don't know if that's been out there, but I read that yesterday and thought, wow, okay, this guy's a gamer. He's ready to go. He's got his elbow fixed. He'll be back in.
I mean, there's nothing about this guy that's not fascinating, right down to that. All right. So, all right. Well, really good, Mike. It's always good. Not only do we always enjoy having you on for your calm, cool takes, but your landline remains the best in the business. I got to tell you.
Hey, appreciate it. I love it.
Thanks, Mike. We'll catch up down the road.
I got a setup here, man. I got the microphone.
Oh, you sound amazing, dude. You're the best sounding guest we ever have. So thank you.
Hey, thank you.
All right, Mike. Mike Sando. The clarity of a Mike Sando. Oh. It's also nice and calm and cool. A texter said it. When you hear all bombast everywhere, it's nice to hear the calm, cool head of a Mike Sando. He says he'd even take the Niners and maybe lay the points. He was not freaking out about the closeness of that win. He's like, it happens. You won. Move on.
Interesting.
Stop freaking out.
So Mike Sando essentially just told us Niners Chiefs Super Bowl. How about him going Chiefs over Ravens?
And he was saying I don't think you want the Chiefs.
Yeah. Stay away from the Chiefs.
Can I get a little Rudy Tomjanovich again here? 1995 Houston Rockets, because they were the 6th seed. And this is why I picked the Chiefs. My only game I got right this weekend. That's why I took the Chiefs.
I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
And then the crowd's like, I want to keep the cheer in there, too.
The crowd goes wild.
Yeah, so anyway, all right. Well, listen.
I will say, though, real quick, I am concerned that John Harbaugh and the Baltimore Ravens have beat Kyle Shanahan this year. Oh, yeah. They've beat Mike McDaniel, and they just beat Bobby Slowick. Dude. He's taken down the Shanahan system 3 times this season.
Yeah, and to Sando's point, those are historic. They're crushing good teams. Mm-hmm. Like Sando, and it's in The Athletic. Sando has a chart of against teams that are 3 or more games over 500, like really good teams. They're beating them by 26 points a game.
Should we go back to the box score of the Baltimore Ravens and Detroit Lions earlier this year? They beat them by like 30 points. And that's who's in the NFC Championship game this week against the Niners.
How was your Christmas night? Just asking for a friend.
I'm not
right?
going into that, Murph.
All right, back to you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. And then a little Detroit Lions preview. Kevin Kugler, Westwood One, was in Detroit yesterday with Eminem. If you only had one shot. One opportunity. Let's do it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We see you guys holding. We'll take more of you. It's fun to gather around the campfire. This is the most fun stuff, man. 49ers in the NFC Championship for the 17th time since 1980. That's the most of any team. On KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sport.
We're going to bite a kneecap off. On the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Green Bay? More like Greenlaw, Wisconsin. Nicely done, young Tony. Big play Dre made 2 interceptions yesterday and then stopped by the post-game show with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan to talk all about it. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy gonna roll away from a blitz, gonna throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! McCaffrey runs the choice route over the middle. Throw to Ayuk. He makes the catch. He's got the ball on the Green Bay 41-yard line. They give him the catch there. What a diving catch by Ayuk. Purdy out of the gun, looks middle. Now going to look to run out to his left. Purdy can run. Purdy will tuck it and go inside the 10 and dive down to the 6-yard line.
He's going to be
short. It's third down and short.
He's going to be a yard short of the first down.
Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Christian McCaffrey off to the right side, north and south, gets a big block from Brendel and then just shakes off the leg tackle from Jonathan Owens, the safety.
Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel.
Oh, my
One
goodness.
knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it.
My
He
goodness.
knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a third straight year.
Wow.
The fourth time in the last 5 years.
Or, as the great Zaza Pachulia once said, nothing easy.
Wow.
Nothing easy. If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun, everybody. So, yeah, we all sweated it. Shout out to the guy who texted in and said his Apple Watch in his living room, sitting at home on his couch, detected a high heart rate as he was watching the game. You and everybody else. Hey, man, what a night in the rain, in the rust, and Waterboy tailgating, and Copes jumping into his arms after a McCaffrey touchdown, and everybody freaking out. But Brock Purdy on the final drive, 6 of 7 for 47 yards. The only incompletion was the Kittle drop.
Yeah.
He hit everything he needed to hit down the stretch, including the 17-yarder to Chris Conley on the out. I want a 30 for 30 on that 17-yarder to Chris Conley. How many of you didn't know who that was when he caught it? How many of you? Raise your hand.
Hands up, let's be honest.
I ain't going to lie. It took my kid yelling, that's Chris Conley, that's Chris Conley.
Well, I was just shocked to see Chris Conley on the field, Murph, to be honest with you. I knew he was on the roster, but I was like, damn.
Debo out. All of a sudden, you're going Juwan, Ayuk, Ray, and Conley. Yeah. Conley activated for a reason, brother. As I like to say to all the youth sports teams I coach, I read Steph Curry said this once about some guy on the 14th guy on their bench had a bucket. He goes, hey, man, everyone who wears a jersey matters. Everyone. And that includes, by the way, if you're on the kickoff coverage team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, about that, Murph. About that kickoff return.
Hey, before we get to the calls at 808 KNBR, Chris Sims, noted football commentator and son of Phil, he just sent out a tweet, and Fred, best pals with Kyle.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
He and Kyle are buddies.
Okay.
He wrote, 49ers had the type of win where no one is happy the next day in the building. And I'd be more concerned about their D than Purdy and the offense. Sims writes, holes everywhere. They'll have their hands full with the Lions.
Ooh, now I would disagree. I'd say that a lot of people are happy that the 49ers are still playing and didn't get eliminated by the Green Bay Packers, but he's right. There's a concern with this defense after getting gashed by Aaron Jones. The streak is over. I can't believe it got up to 51 straight games without the 49ers defense allowing a 100-yard rusher, but there was Aaron Jones ripping off that 53-yarder.
Is he still running right now?
He's still running in those spin moves, but here comes Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, a little bit of thunder and lightning this weekend.
I ain't going to lie. During that 53-yard run, which seemed to take about 5 minutes.
An eternity, Murph.
I had trouble keeping the old dauber up at that point in time. But they stopped him on the 3. And then they got another first down. Armstead jumped offside. Yeah. And then the Niners stymied them at the 23-yard line.
You're talking about a season-saving stop by the defense right there.
Yes,
if they would have scored another touchdown, that's ball game. It's over.
In fact, I got it for you right here, guys. Let me just shout out those people here. It was 1st and 10 on the 24-yard line, and the Packers are up 21-17. And Love tries to throw a short pass to Tyler Kraft. Fred Warner stones him for no gain.
Freddie.
Big play. 2nd and 10. They hand it to Aaron Jones, thinking this is their guy. He goes over to the left guard. Dre Greenlaw stones him for a yard.
Big play, Dre.
So it's 3rd and 9 now. You're a little worried. And they get heat. And he just throws one in the dirt towards Dontavius Wicks, Nicky Bosa with the pressure. So they did it. And then Anders Carlson missed the kick. But by the way, I don't want to, Packer fan. And believe me, they're in our life because my freaking kid, because I don't know what's going on with this generation. There's a whole generation of freaking kids out there who aren't 49ers fans who are growing up in the Bay.
It's the fantasy football era.
It's the fantasy football and
It's the generation where my favorite fantasy player is my favorite team now.
So anyway, thank God I have a Niner fan in my house. And one of his buddies, who's a huge Packer fan, said, it's Anders Carlson. No, it's not Anders Carlson. 2 things about that. One, had he made it, the Niners could still tie the game, which they did. And number 2, we missed one, too. Oh, you missed one? Well, we missed one, too. So guess what? Your blood's as red as ours.
An eye for an eye. And Jordan Love and the Packers had a chance to win the game. That's it. It was all set up for a Jordan Love comeback victory. And guess what? Jordan Love had 19 total passing yards in the 4th quarter. And, of course, the game-ending interception, which was a terrible throw, rolling out to the right, off his back foot, into double coverage into Dre Greenlaw's arms. If Greenlaw would have missed that, it would have gone straight to Fred Warner. It was going to be a turnover regardless.
And did you mention the first one they threw behind Tyler Kraft that was tipped, too? So He threw 2 picks in the final 20 minutes of that game. I also heard Packer fans crying about the refs, which I just want to laugh.
Cry me a damn river.
Packers were penalized once for 5 yards. Niners were penalized 6 times for 83 yards.
Yeah, I don't think Embry was too happy with the refs yesterday.
All right, Matt in Santa Rosa leads off our 808 KNBR Brigade. Matt up in Rosa. What's up, Matt?
I'm doing well. How are you guys this morning?
It's good. I'm so happy we're talking about an NFC Championship game at Levi's Stadium.
Me too. Yesterday at the end of the first half, I was just screaming at my TV. My kids did not want to watch the game with me yesterday. But he did that in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. He just kind of laid it up for the end of the half. He took one shot to Kittle down the sideline, but he had time in the Super Bowl to do it. And that might have been a big contributing factor to losing that game against Kansas City all those years ago, and which feels like a long time ago, but it really wasn't. And so, to see Kyle doing it again and not learning the lesson from the first time was really frustrating yesterday.
Well, Matt, you joined the brigade here. Kyle, listen, he got the win, so that counts, but there was enough out there from Kyle to cause concern. Everybody would like to have seen McCaffrey more. Everybody was wondering why he kept the play in for Deebo Samuel when Juwan Jennings was the guy in the backfield. They called, by the way, kind of like a run-pass option for Brock on one first down play when Brock kind of ran to the side. That should not be in the play.
It confused the hell out of me.
So,
and there were questions, like Christian McCaffrey should have been worked in more early and often, but it's the fact that he had 17 carries for the entire game in a game that started off in damn near a monsoon. I know the rain was pretty heavy on Saturday. You would have thought they would have been feeding the rock to McCaffrey the entire game.
So, Matt, I'm with you, buddy, and until he wins the bowl, we're going to have these questions, but we are thankful to be in the Final Four. Thanks for the call. Aaron in Sacramento, our old buddy. Aaron, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that we made it. I think I lost a few years on the end of my life with that game. But my big takeaway is this. I think we were outcoached on the offensive and defensive side. And you guys have talked a lot about Kyle Shanahan, but I think Steve Wilkes needs to look in the mirror because that was not a good game plan. And there's too many times where, the Packers, it's like 1st and 10, 2nd and 8, and we just give up huge gains on 1st and 2nd down and put them in short for 3rd down. And we talked a little bit about, how we're not getting sacks. I think a lot has to do with the fact that the quarterback's first read is open. He hits his back foot, boom, throws it, that guy's open, right? That's why you're not getting sacked. So I think we really need to look at being a little bit more aggressive throwing some blitzes in there, some more complex coverages, because right now it looks vanilla. And it's not going to cut it.
Aaron, for sure. Silkwook's definitely, there was a time I tweeted, I said he's getting cooked. He was getting cooked. But Aaron, in the end, they scored 21 points. They scored 48 in Dallas, although how many of those were defensive? They have 1 or 2 defensive touchdowns.
They had a
in
pick
Dallas.
6, but also you should point out that the Packers scored after that big kick return, right? So some of that, even the first drive of the game came off that Ambry Thomas big PI. So a lot of these big drives for the Packers where they were scoring points, it wasn't because Jordan Love was dissecting that defense downfield.
PI.
And when he was, you had Ambry and Charveri slipping on the ground, which led to the wide open wide receivers. So there is some criticism for Steve Wilkes.
But there's also some mitigating factors.
100%. When it comes to the rush defense, something's got to change.
Thanks for the call. You know what's interesting about the game? Statistically, I went to the teams almost dead freaking even. First downs, Packers 20, Niners 19. Total yards by each team. Ready for this? Where is it right here? 330 for the Packers, 356 for the Niners. Time of possession, Packers 30 minutes and 19 seconds, Niners 29 minutes and 41 seconds. I mean, it was a really, really even game that came down to a few big plays. And by the way, I'm not just saying this. I had to take on a guy on Twitter Saturday night. I'm not just saying this because of Ambry Thomas. I think the NFL needs to change the PI rule to the college rule, which is 15 yards. It's way too influential. It's like a 50-yard penalty, bro. No, that's too much. That's a big old thumb on the scale. Even if my team is the beneficiary, I mean, I'll take it. But it weighs too much in a game.
Yeah, and I felt that way a long time ago, even before this past weekend's game. But yeah, to give somebody 40 to 50 yards on a penalty just because they threw up a Hail Mary near the goal line, it's kind of ridiculous.
I think I got to change that. I'm sorry. And I'm not just saying that because of Ambry Thomas. It's a game changer. And it shouldn't be a game changer because one of those plays, Love just said, I'm chucking this because I know I can get a 45-yard pass interference.
Might as well. Throw it up, see what happens.
Frank is in San Francisco checking in on KNBR. Frank, good morning. How are you?
Morning. How you doing, fellas? Love the show.
Yeah, Frank, what's up, buddy?
Just 2 things. I just hope Cam Newton can finally call Brock a real QB. I think what he did at the end of the game right there, and I think that the time he took off every possession to get them Packers only 107 was key. And I think something that people aren't talking about too much is LaFleur and Shanahan's knowledge of each other. I think that's a huge talent neutralizer. And I think because they know each other so well, I think we're going to destroy the Lions. I think that because of the familiarity with those two, they knew how to kind of come at each other and attack each other. And I think that's not talked about enough because they did. I mean, those guys came up the ranks together, and they know each other so well.
I think that's a really good point.
Have a great one.
Yeah. I think it's a good point, Frank.
Niner game.
All right, thanks for the call. It's a good point. It's a really good point. And 2 other things I would say would save the Niners, change the Niners' fortunes this Sunday. 1, can I get a little sun? Can I get a little sun?
Here comes the sun, Murph.
He's not a mutter. Brock's not a mutter. And 2, can Debo come back?
That's going to be key.
And can Debo be effective?
Because I need to see this Debo CJ Gardner Johnson matchup again. I need to see that.
Steve in San Mateo is next up on 808 KNBR. Steve, good morning.
That Aaron Jones 53-yard run, I had the same sinking feeling I did on the Harry Carson fake punt run in the 90 championship.
Dude, Steve, oh, man. Oh, wow. Hey, I'm going to need a second to gather myself there. Wow. You just knocked me for a loop. Yeah, that's very similar. That pit in the stomach, right? That pit in the stomach when you're like, we're not going to win this blanking game. Oh, my God.
It would, yeah, but the play I like was Juwan Jennings on that Kittle 15-20-yarder. Yeah. There's Jennings blocking this guy by the Gatorade stand on the Packers sideline, pushing him up to the corporate suites.
Yeah, I agree. I think those are the first sign of life. The Niners were kind of on their heels for much of the game until the Kittle lowered his shoulder into his tackler, and on that same play, Jennings blocked that guy into the Gatorade. And that's when they finally, I was like, okay, I think maybe they want to win this game. You know what I mean? So let's go to Matt in San Francisco. He's on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Good morning, Matt. How are you, man?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, dude?
What's up? Well, I'm here to talk about 2 things. First, the San Francisco 49ers, they didn't win the game, okay? The Green Bay Packers lost it, dude. They had so many chances. They just didn't come through. The 49ers lack leadership. They're lucky that they have Kittle and these guys to step up on the field to make it happen because the coaching was not going to make it happen. But the more important thing here is something you said earlier, is that there's Green Bay Packer fans in our midst because of this crime against humanity that happens when transplants come here and they impose their own teams on their poor children.
Yes.
These children are growing up in the Bay Area, but
100%.
instead of being a Warriors fan, they love Boston, you know, instead of being a Giants fan, I love the Yankees because my daddy grew up there. What kind of crime is that?
Yeah.
Imposing that on your children?
Yeah.
That's a crime.
I'm with you, Matt. Hey, rebel against your old man. Rebel, dude. It's
whatever happened to that?
We're supposed to, hey, old man, if it's too loud, you're too old. You came from Boston. I was born here. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a Giants fan. I'm a Warriors fan.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is, these guys, it's not the children's fault, you know? We can't blame them. We blame the children. We blame the parents. We blame the fathers.
As the great George Benson and Whitney Houston once said, I believe the children are our future, Matt. And I'm going to go ahead and ride with you on that one. That is what's happening. I'm seeing it happen in my kids' peer group. So, Matt, rebel against your old man, ride with your local team, and let's do it, Matt. We'll change this world one fan at a time, all right?
That's right.
Yeah, way to be, Matt. There you go. It's true, though. But then Declan hit me with the equalizer. He goes, so if you got your job transferred to New York, wouldn't you still raise me a Niner fan?
Yeah.
I was like, well,
you would.
Shh, don't bring that up.
That's why I'm kind of sitting back here. I was like, yeah, my dad raised me a Raider fan. I don't want to talk about this right now.
It's a Bays team, though.
Yeah, but also the Yankees. I was like, Matt, don't come taking shots at me this morning, Matt.
Oh, that's really funny. Well, I was fortunate enough to be born into a Niner family. I mean, my parents' second date was a 49ers New York Yankees game at All-American Football Conference in 1949.
New York Yankee football team.
Kezar Stadium. All right, so we were born into this S. All right, we ride with it. I was telling Candace, I had enough. I had enough things running through my bloodstream on Saturday night where I was feeling really good after that win, and I just told her. She was just patiently listening to me as I droned on and on. I said, "There's something about the 49ers, man. The 49ers." Now, listen, of course, the Giants make me cry for sure. But the 49ers, man, in the heart and in the soul, to the molecular level, there's something about the 49ers that just can lift you to the highest heights. So let's go, man. This is the 49ers. It's the 49ers, man. 1946, Kezar. And they did it. We're still playing. So I'm just feeling it.
And now,
of course, I was feeling some other things.
See, that's the thing. But Murph, now it's time for my generation to get to those highest of highs.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
the only thing
Well,
missing
hey,
in the Bay Area right now.
It took me I had to wait till I was 14 damn years old.
Oh, poor you, Murph. Had to wait till you were 14.
Kevin
You sound like your
Kugler.
kids now with the Warriors.
Kevin Kluger was in Detroit. He'll let us know what this Lions juggernaut is next on the Sports Leader.
Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dan Campbell in his third year has brought this franchise back to beyond respectability. Goff takes a knee. There will be no more snaps. And for the second time ever, it can be said the Detroit Lions are playing for an NFC Championship.
Good call, Kevin Kugler on the call. By the way, Dante Whitner going to join Papa and Lund at 12:30. You don't want to miss that today, too. But I was listening. I was in the car a lot yesterday. I had family sporting events and all that. So yesterday was a Westwood One day for me, and I got Kevin Kugler, and I'm glad we have him now because he can tell us what it was like in Detroit, Michigan at Ford Field. Of course, you know Kevin from calling the Final Four on Westwood One in college basketball. So, hey, Kevin, it's great to have you here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Niner flagship. How are you, Kevin?
Hey, morning, Kevin.
Morning, guys. I'm doing great. It was a fun atmosphere yesterday, and as you can imagine, the city of Detroit is mildly excited about what the Lions are doing these days.
It's funny, Kevin, because, I mean, we've already said the Niners are going to be America's villains this week, right? But if there any way you can kind of describe some of the stuff you saw and heard that, made it different than any other NFL playoff game, like how invested this city is or that fan base.
Well, and I've had the chance to do a lot of games there over the years, and some games that have been, shall we say, less populated than others. And that was the first thing that struck me is just how early and how invested everybody was in getting there very early to that game yesterday. There were no empty seats, as you might imagine. And I mean, look, it's a playoff game in Detroit, so of course they're going to turn out. But there was an atmosphere of cautious optimism. And I don't know that that's a comfortable feeling for the people of Detroit because there's just not been a lot of history that would indicate you have any reason to be optimistic about what's going on with Detroit Lions football. But I think now you have to be. I mean, you have to look at what Dan Campbell has done, what his coaching staff has done, and you have to recognize that this is it's a different thing. He's rebuilt a culture. And maybe rebuilt is the wrong word. Maybe it's built, because I don't know that culture has ever really been there in our lifetimes like it is right now with the Detroit Lions. It's a unique group of people that are running that franchise. Now, look, I am biased. One of my old partners on Fox, Chris Spielman, is involved heavily in the front office with the Lions, his old team. So I am a little bit biased when it comes to what I think they're doing in the front office because I love Chris. But they have done some remarkable things to turn around a franchise that for most of my adult life has been more or less a laughingstock of the National Football League. And to have them in this position, it's remarkable. And I can relate very strongly to what Detroit fans are going through. I grew up a Cub fan, and this reminds me a lot of what it was like when the Cubs finally started to play decent baseball about 10 years ago.
And it seems like the entire city of Detroit is rallying around Dan Campbell and the Lions, and especially rallying around a Bay Area California kid, Jared Goff. We've heard the chants of Jared's Goff game during the games. Just tell us what that breakdown has been, how the city has embraced Jared Goff. I mean, it seems like at this point, Kevin, he's almost like a Detroit deity.
You know what's funny is because when he got there, that was never the case. We had the very first game, our Fox crew did, in the Dan Campbell era. And Goff was looked at that point as sort of the placeholder, like the throw-in guy. You had to have somebody play the position when they traded Stafford. Rams didn't want Goff anymore. Here's the guy. He's now a legend in Detroit. I was thinking about this as we left the stadium yesterday. Jared Goff, if he decides to stay in Detroit or be around Detroit for the rest of his life, he'll never have to buy a meal. He'll always have a place to go. He can do a card signing there like Packers guys do at Green Bay for the rest of their lives. Jared Goff can always be the guy who shows up and goes to, the lids and does a signing 30 years from now if he wants to. I mean, it's a remarkable thing to see. And you guys know Jared a little bit from being in the Bay Area.
Yes.
He is not the most boisterous individual. It's not like this is a guy who's always seeking out media. Oh, I want to be the focus of everybody's attention. He's a pretty unassuming guy, but he's played great football, and I give him a ton of credit. he has done exactly what the Lions needed a quarterback to do. And the way he played allowed them to get to this point, because had he not been capable of manning that position the way he did from the minute he got there, they would have gone out and gotten a quarterback instead of perhaps Aiden Hutchinson or somebody else. And the rebuild is different. Because he's been good, it's allowed this rebuild to go on the path that it's gone on.
It's a heck of a story. We know him quite well in my area. I grew up in Marin County. That's where he's from. His dad, I still tell people, his dad's a bigger legend to me than him, because his dad was a dynamite three-sport star when I was in high school, and he went on to play in the big leagues. He was a Major League Baseball catcher. So Jared comes by his talent, honestly. I need to ask you, Kevin, we're talking to Kevin Kugler, who was in Ford Field, man, when they beat the Buccaneers and made it the first NFC Championship since 91 and won their second playoff game in a season for the first time since 1957. A little bit on Dan Campbell before we let you go, Kevin, about just, you guys do pregame chat sessions with them, and, we see everything. We see the locker room speeches and those kind of press conferences and stuff, but I mean, it's crazy how they bought what he said. Like, he is a leader of men, it seems like, and I don't know, what have your experiences been and the people that you know, like a Spielman, about what they say about him?
He's, in the experiences I've had with him, he is exactly the same person in a closed-door meeting as he is at a press conference podium, in those locker room videos you see. He's just a dude. I mean, he's a guy who he's a football guy. He's a guy who played tight end for a decade. He's everything you would think of as a guy who played tight end for a decade and has hung around football his entire life. He's just a guy. He's going to sit down. He's going to put his feet up on a table. He's going to tell you what you need to know about his team that's going to help the broadcast, and he's going to move on. I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to be around somebody who is so comfortable in his own skin that there are no airs. There's no, I've got to guard this information, or I've got to hide this information. And I see him more with the younger group of coaches. There are a lot of younger coaches who are very good in those meetings, and they'll tell you what you need to know because they know you're going to tell everybody else who's watching what they want you to know. So they're going to share that information that they can. But Dan Campbell is just that guy. He's just a guy who's going to sit down with you, tell you exactly what you need to know. Then he's going to go somewhere else, tell somebody else exactly what you need to know. I am an unabashed fan of the way he has built this, because I think this is one of the toughest jobs in football. I think it's really hard to turn things around, especially when you've got the weight of history dragging you down a little bit. And I think Dan Campbell was the exact right person. I don't know that they even knew he was the exact right person, but he was the exact right person, as it turns out, to do what he's done, regardless of whether they win this weekend or not. I really think that the narrative has completely changed regardless of what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, and the narrative is absolutely amazing, going back to the Jared Goff trade and then throwing in guys like Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta as some of the results of that trade package. So that's the final thing I wanted to ask you, Kevin. With all these offensive weapons that the Lions have, we just saw the 49ers struggle a little bit against the Green Bay Packers rushing attack. How do you think this Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery kind of backfield duo will fare against the 49ers?
Well, I think if the Lions commit to run the football, and we saw them get away from that a little bit in the middle of the game yesterday. I was a little surprised by how pass-heavy they were. I recognize that the Buccaneers' strength is their rush defense, but I was a little bit surprised middle of that game. It was a disparity of, at one point, 25 passes to 8 or 9 runs. I was really surprised that they strayed from that, because it's one of the best rushing attacks they've had since Barry Sanders was in the backfield in Detroit. I'm assuming that they will commit to that run game again, especially when they saw what the Packers were able to do against the 49ers. I will still say, I think I said at the beginning of the year when we had the 49ers early with our crew, I think the 49ers roster top to bottom is the most complete roster in the National Football League. I'm going to stick with that come hell or high water. I think that's the case. I think the Lions are a good team. I think the Niners are potentially a great team. It's a tough task for Detroit this weekend, but I do think they're going to have to lean on that run game to have a chance to give Jared Goff time. The one thing I will say, in person, the Lions' offensive line is better than I thought they were watching them coming into the game. That's a really good offensive line, and Penei Sewell, the Oregon Duck, has developed into just an outstanding tackle. I mean, he can pull as fast as any tackle can pull in the National Football League, and they're not afraid to use him in any situation. I really like that offensive line. That'll be a fun matchup to watch this weekend.
Wow, Kevin. I feel like, listen, we all think the Niners are cute and cuddly. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, and, George Kittle and Trent Williams and all our heroes. And now we're the villains.
You know what? You live long enough to be the villain, and now you've lived long enough to be the villain. Congratulations.
Nice, Kevin. So listen, all right. Yeah, listen, you're right back to the basketball grind, right? You got a game tomorrow night?
I got a game tomorrow night. I got a game Wednesday. I got a game. Yeah, it's football season has come to an end for a while, but basketball never ends. So it's back to hoops. While I watch with the rest of you guys the games of this weekend, I can't wait to see them.
I know you cover the Midwest mostly, but I'm a UCLA Bruin, and my guy Mick Cronin has gone from Bella the Ball to although we almost beat it.
What was that about living to see the villain? I mean, I think you may have already moved into the villain category for Bruins fans.
Although we almost beat Arizona on Saturday in McHale. We were up 19 and blew the game. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. Kevin, I love your calls. I listened to you yesterday, and thanks for hopping on the Murph and Marcus show.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kevin.
I appreciate you having me on. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Kevin Kugler, man. Listen, if you only had one shot, one opportunity. Route Man sent me that. I was like, oh, man. Are they bringing that Eminem energy to Levi's?
Here comes Slim Shady to Santa Clara.
Oh, man. Two running backs. I'm trying to do two Trailer Park Girls go around the outside. Two running backs go around the outside. I don't know, man. Jared looks calm back there. He looks calm. He didn't throw anything. I mean, I didn't see every single play because I was running around, but did he throw anything close to a pick yesterday? He didn't throw any.
No, first drive of the game, actually, Tampa Bay Buccaneers dropped a pick in the end zone that resulted in a field goal for the Lions. So, hey, you got to make the catches. Same thing that goes for the Green Bay Packers and Darnell Savage.
I just showed you Super Bowl 23, Montana to Taylor. He threw a pick right into Louis Billups' arms. Billups dropped it. I mean, bro, I don't know what to tell you. It's like
goes down as an incomplete pass.
You know what? What does Overnight Dave have on your soundboard there?
See,
buddy?
I don't know if that's appropriate for the 9 a.m. hour. I'll say this, Murph. If ifs were a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Okay. Or we got...
that one works, too.
The PG one is, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
There it is.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, my gosh. And young Tony jumped me when I talked about Moody. I said, you guys are crying about Anders Carlson missing a kick.
Tyler Bass.
I said, we missed one too. He goes, no, it was blocked. I said, it was blocked because he kicked it low into their things. And yeah, we got to block better too on that.
Listen.
But yeah, and Niner kickoff return. By the way, can Moody start kicking it into the end zone? Was that strategy to kick it to the goal line?
It's not a good one, Murph.
No. They don't have, and I got to shout out Matty Barrows. During the bye week, Matt Barrows of The Athletic, we should get him on again. He did his, what should the Niners be worried about going in the playoffs? And the premise was, what a season, dominant, great season. Other than that little losing streak in the middle of the season, they did it all. They blew out the Eagles. They blew out the Cowboys. They won the West, all that stuff. He's like, but if you want to nitpick, here's what I would say. And two of the things he mentioned was special teams kick coverage, check, and missing Cleve Ferrell setting the edge on the run game. Check. He called that before the game.
Yeah, you saw both of those things this weekend.
Yes.
Shout out Matty Barrows.
So I don't know what they're going to do about that run game other than maybe outscore the Lions. Because, I'm saying I don't think they can shut down the Lions' run game.
Break out the five-man front. Get all the bodies you can up front. We've seen Steve Wilkes and the 49ers go to it earlier this season when they were struggling in the run game. Eric Armstead's back. I know Cleve Ferrell is still injured, banged up. Not sounding like he's going to come back. I believe he's on the IR. So, yeah, it's going to be Randy Gregory, Chase Young. Get that five-man front out there to slow down that rushing attack.
Man, it's going to be fun all week long as the Detroit Lions remember the Alamo? Remember 57. The Niners blew a 24-7 lead in the NFL playoffs to the Detroit Lions at Kezar Stadium. Somebody thinks we're the bad guys. No, we need revenge.
Revenge for 57. If you want to talk particles, how about number 57 getting 2 picks last game? You want to talk about revenge for 57?
And the 4th and 1 stop, which we don't talk about.
That's a big stop.
How about the hubris of a Matt LaFleur going for it?
The love shove.
Yeah, that was big. That wasn't big. That was gigantic. Young Tony.
Yeah, we'll break and address that.
He just literally said in my ear,
I think
that was a bad spot. He got the first.
He's thinking about the first quarterback sneak, not the second one.
I don't care.
Not the one that got stopped.
Either one, brother.
Come on, Tony.
That's you know what I'm saying to you, buddy? First down 49ers.
Here's Tony.
Listen to this kid. Say hello to the bad guy. He's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy.
All right, guys. Papa and Lund coming in. You get G-Pop fresh from the Levi's booth, the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
So say good night to the bad guy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
There it is. That's my call, baby. I'm going to the fridge. I'm opening up the fridge, and I'm pulling out the Daisy brand French onion. We went French onion this week, and we wolfed it down. We had a full-on feast. We dipped. Can I cross-promote? Dipped a little Amici's pizza into that. Dipped some Amici's wings into it, too. Is that cross-promotion? Is that okay? Daisy brand French onion and ranch dip. Game-changing flavor. Grab it for this weekend, guys. Better than the dips you made from scratch. No MSG or junk. Simple ingredients. Just simple, awesome taste. Dip away, football Sunday. Get your Daisy brand French onion and ranch. Kick it, baby. So addictive, you can't stop eating.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Love out of the shotgun, deep drop. Crusher gets chased out to his right. Will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way. Secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre. Goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
34 seconds to go in this game. 2 interceptions for big play Dre Greenlaw.
Plus the stop on 4th and 1 against Jordan Love, which flipped the whole game early.
But don't tell young Tony, who said the Niners got a lucky spot and the Packers actually got a first down.
Out of here, Tony.
First of all, even if you believe that, don't say it. This is a freaking day. We won the game,
It's a
brother.
49er flagship, Tony.
Read the room,
Where's
kid?
the spirit?
By the way, just an interesting note from Matt Schneiderman's piece in The Athletic says Aaron Rodgers used to always say that his QB coach Tom Clements said, 3 mortal sins. 1 is throwing late over the middle. The other ones are making blind throws and making predetermined reads. Late over the middle, guys.
What about into double coverage? Because that's what Jordan Love did. Rolled out, back foot across his body. There's Dre, and there's Fred Warner. They're playing free safety also.
Last thought before we say good morning to Greg and John. 510 said, after I read all the stats about the team stats and the yards and the time of possession and all that, he says, Murph, that game did not feel even. Can I submit to you that we have been completely, our reality has been altered by what Kyle and the Niners have done to teams all year. They've destroyed teams all year. And what happened on Saturday night at Levi's was more like most every NFL game where 2 even teams on any given Sunday can play each other.
That's the problem when you win 11 out of your 12 games by double digits or more.
Yeah, I think so. People are like, oh my God. Whereas, well, hello, welcome to the NFL, guys.
You're going to have to come back in the fourth quarter every once in a while.
Look at the Chiefs and Bills game last night. Look at the even the Bucs-Lions game. I mean, it was 31-23, and they were going for 2. You know what I mean? So, and then, anyway.
And I get it. People are freaking out a little bit because of the close game, but I think this is good for the 49ers and their Super Bowl run.
Question.
They're battle-tested now. Kyle Shanahan has completed a comeback, and so has Brock Purdy.
And so has Greg Papa and John Lund, who are ready to go. G-Pop's got his Run CMC shirt and his Niner hat. Greg.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things to get into. And, this game reminded me of elements of the Cleveland game, the Baltimore game this year, the Dallas game, the playoffs last year in the divisional. That was a 9-9 game late in the third quarter. And who took that game over? Christian McCaffrey with his running. George Kittle with a one-hand catch. And it reminded me of the Green Bay Frozen Tundra Snow Globe game on the block by Jordan Willis and Hufanga, scoop and score. And Robbie making a field goal, big plays by Debo and Jimmy and Kittle. And it's going to be a battle. Saturday night was a playoff game. It was a playoff game in every sense of the word, from when, Matt LaFleur sent his quarterback out, Jordan Love, and he said, we want the ball. And they went right down the field, and they dominated in the first quarter. Niners had the lead at halftime, but we had to keep telling ourselves they're winning.
I know.
Even though it didn't feel that way. And then some busts defensively, a kickoff return. It wasn't perfect, but in the end, they won the game, and that's all that matters. And we'll get into the glove or no glove. All I know is I think it's going to be, what's the weather forecast for Sunday?
You got dry.
70,
you got dry.
71 degrees.
No way. Are you serious?
Oh my 71.
God.
Maybe not late in the afternoon when the sun goes down because we're the late game, but it's going to be warm. It's going to be dry. No gloves, none of that. So hopefully we'll have the real deal Brock Purdy. But in the end, gentlemen, they won, and that was a playoff game. And I was worn out after. Yeah. Took me all the way to right here at 10 o'clock to get my heart rate back.
And now you're ready. Johnny's ready. You're ready. Young Tony's ready. Kyle's ready. And Marcus is ready. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Go down, Dre Greenlaw!
As the deadline approached,
yes,
the big dog delivered the mail.
Sorry, it's raining pretty hard. If Brock was playing right now, we'd have problems.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman! San Francisco!
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Line.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco!
When in doubt, throw it to George Kittle over the middle of the field.
High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! CMC!
CMC 23 finally detonates.
Snap from Tabor Pepper to Mitch Wishnowski. Head turn, snap, ball away. Jake Moody's kick is long enough, and it is right down the middle. Boy, they needed that kick big time. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown! San Francisco!
Christian McCaffrey off to the right side, north and south, gets a big block from Brendel, and then just shakes off the leg tackle.
They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun, deep drop, pressured, gets chased out to his right, will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way, secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre goes down.
Oh, man. Oh, yes, as you said, playoff football as the 49ers beat the Packers 24-21. It didn't feel good all night long. The weather played a factor. No glove, no advancement. I was going to say no love, but, of course, love threw that big interception at the end. Drake Greenlaw, Juwan Jennings, special teams. We got a ton to get to today. We will get the phone lines wide open. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. Start hitting it up at 808 KNBR, 808-5627. YouTube and Twitch, we are wide open there, so start the conversation. You called it all. Good morning, my friend.
How's your heart rate? Mine.
You know what?
Honestly,
I got a pit the whole. I didn't feel good about that game the whole time, man.
Well, there's been very few games going into it or even during it that I didn't think they'd find a way. The championship game at Philadelphia, I thought was going to be a hard game, and then when Brock got hurt, Josh Johnson got hurt, it was not even going to be a game. But the game Saturday night, John, it was an epic playoff battle, and physically I was worn out after that game. I mean, I wish I had my heart monitor on during the game, and so many fans, I think, were taking heart meds, and the players, the coaches, everybody involved. It was just the pressure. It is really the fear of failure is the world we live in now, where it's not, the joy and ecstasy of winning. It's survival, and what happens if you lose the game, and you lose the game to the 7th seed. That was the post game, by the way.
That was the post game. Every guy said that, right?
There's a lot of pressure.
The emotion was relief.
You wake up in Buffalo today, and my heart breaks for them. And I think Kansas City was the better team, and they deserve to win the game. And I think they'll beat Baltimore in Baltimore, but we'll get to that. But you wake up today in Western New York, and that's it. You sit on this till Labor Day weekend and the weekend after. It just never goes away, the darkness. And, that franchise is cursed. I don't know what they done. Maybe drafting OJ. I don't know. They just can't, they 4 in a row to get there. Now they can't get back there. And for the Niners, the level of expectation here, they won the game. That's the bottom line. But I think in situations like this, everybody feels it. It's just tight. And you're not playing your best because you're so tight. It takes you a while to get into it, maybe to the last drive of the game. Then you get the weather involved. And I got reports that it was going to rain early and then, dissipate by halftime. Hell, it started to rain more right after the 49ers took the lead, and it rained. I think it rained just about the entire game. There may have been a little holes here and there where it didn't, but it was just a battle. We'll get into it with Brock. I think he was adversely affected by the rain. He put the glove on to open the game. He did not have confidence to grip it and rip it. People want to talk about check down Charlie and all that stuff, but that's a big part of this offense. If you go through your reads and nothing's open, get the ball to 23. He couldn't get the ball to 23. Preston Smith with those long arms was buzzing out. They made some great tackles in the open field. And Brock, he looked like Terrell Pryor, John. On the one check down, the ball came out of his hand nose down. It's like, what's going on? He was low. He was high.
I think he lost his confidence. Then they played the way Baltimore played on Christmas night. They buzzed the middle of the field. They choked it off. We talked about it all week. We know what they were going to do. I didn't think they had the personnel to do it. They did. These are high-level players. You give them an assignment. You game plan it. Joe Barry knows. Matt LaFleur knows Kyle. They choked off the middle. It was a battle. And the way they played McCaffrey, and I think the bottom line, Christian McCaffrey, and the quarterbacks are obviously skilled. Lamar and Patrick are just great players, there's no doubt. But as far as a complete football player, I don't know anybody better in the NFL than him. Christian McCaffrey, and the look in his eyes, John, there was one shot they had, and it was not going perfectly. He was getting tackled in the open field like I hadn't seen before. They were taking away the outside run game. This game reminded me of the Dallas game, the playoff game last year in the divisional weekend as well. Well, they couldn't get wide. Dallas was too athletic. You had to run more downhill. They ran more downhill. They went juice, run an 18 Mike, do it on the goal line. Have John Feliciano just scoundrel block a guy. That guy's a badass. And but there was a look in his eye where he just thought, like Steph Curry in a lot of games this year when it hasn't been perfectly, and obviously throughout his brilliant career, Game 7 last year in sack, he just had that look, McCaffrey, we're going to win. I don't know how, but I'm not going to allow us to lose. We're not going out tonight. This is not the night we're out. And he just willed them, and they figured out a way to come alive. There were so many big plays here and there. Green Bay was hot and rolling coming in, but that was a battle. A little bit of the Cleveland game with the rain, Brock not feeling confident to grip it and rip it, the way they ran to the edges on the pin and pull. Chase Young got pinned, and Nick, they all will get Dante's thoughts on it. You got to find a way because with these two backs Detroit has, Montgomery and Gibbs, who's the real deal, they're going to run downhill. They're going to run to the edges, and if you get pinned and pulled and they get the edge on you, Aaron Jones had a hell of a game. They had the Baltimore game plan that they were able to execute. Maybe they quite didn't have the players to pull it off completely, but they had enough to pull it off. But in the end, it was like the Dallas playoff game. That was a 9-9 game. People think the Niners can't win in the fourth quarter. That was 9-9 going to the fourth quarter when McCaffrey scored the touchdown on the first play of the fourth quarter. It started late third with the one-hand catch by Kittle from Brock, and then Christian just took it over. And then I was just feeling the vibe and the weather. And I think the fact that it rained, you were talking about who's it going to help. Well, Green Bay lives in frozen tundra, and it wasn't frozen, but it was wet. They got the right length on their cleats. They did not slip and slide the way the Niners did, mainly on defense. And it came down. It wasn't a Jordan Willis block and a scoop and score. But it came down to Jake Moody nailing a 52-yard field goal at the end through the rain. Does Robbie even try that kick from 52? In those elements at 53, that's as long as he's going to go on a sunny day. And their kicker, Anders Carlson, just missed wide. So it was not perfect on special teams. They had a lot of bust on defense. The offense was stuck in neutral. It's like you were hydroplaning in the rain down the highway. But in the end, John, I just feel like Christian McCaffrey would not let them lose.
All right, jump on it. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, a lot of things that you just described and discussed right there. What was the ones that stuck out to you? 808 KNBR, 808-5627, put a 415 in front of it. YouTube and Twitch as well. Hit us up there. We'll get the best questions and a prevailing question throughout the show today. Guys were all saying in the postgame they needed a win like this. So is that good or bad? Does it make you a little bit nervous that they barely got this one? I don't know if it was elements, rust, whatever. Kyle was asked about it in the postgame. We'll get into all those different things. The Packers certainly helped out, but the 49ers did their job as well, as you pointed out. Dre Greenlaw, your call coming in, gets the 2 interceptions. They stop him on a 4th and 1 turnaround score there. So a lot of things they did for themselves, but also the Packers with the missed field goal and getting stopped on 4th and 1, missing some opportunities as well. We'll get into all those things, plus special teams had an issue in this whole thing. Nixon with that long return. That was when you thought maybe it wasn't going to work out because they don't get the fumble that Flanagan Fowles get. They get a blocked field goal. There's just a ton to get through. And then at some point later in the week, we will get to Detroit, but there is a ton to chew on, a lot of meat on the bone for the Packers. We'll get into that. A ton of guests and reaction. Plus, it is a Victory Monday. There's no grades, just pass and fail in the playoffs. So we will replay Tim and Greg's great calls from Saturday night, Packers and 49ers. We'll do it all coming up next. Thanks for joining on a Monday. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers topped the Packers in a wild and wet one on Saturday, advanced in the NFC Championship game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Good morning to you. It's Greg Papa. For 25 years, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, Smile, EVO, ICL, or the amazing procedure John Lund and I both had, CLR, or custom lens replacement, the perfect permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, we'll never develop cataracts. Isn't that nice? With tens of thousands of procedures, you can trust Dr. Craig Bindi and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So go in and get the best eye exam of your life. Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need CLR, LASIK, Smile, or EVO ICL. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures has helped hundreds of NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, and even weekend warriors be at the top of their game. So stop hassling with those glasses, contacts, and bifocals. Start enjoying perfect vision now. Book your free consult today at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader,
First and 10 Niners on the Packer 43. Purdy under center. 5-step drop. Steps up. Throws out right. Caught by Chris Conley. Out of bounds on the Green Bay 26-yard line.
You were laughing. You're like, who? 49ers win at 24-21. Phone lines, text lines are open. There's a lot to discuss. Whatever you want to hit up on. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line and phone line the same. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Also, YouTube and Twitch are up. We'll get on to the best ones as well and get some thoughts on everything that's going on. But let me ask you this, just as a wide lens, and then we'll go into all these issues pop. But was the game more the Packers, the weather, the rust, Debo getting hurt? I mean, how did you look at this whole thing? Because I got to be honest, I underestimated, I believe, the rust factor. I mean, I know the weather certainly played a role, but I think partly, especially offensively, they just weren't in rhythm early and often. So, I mean, when you looked at this thing, what did you think?
Well, going into the game last week, I saw two different games, a shootout or a blowout. And we didn't get either. And then it's just win out. You just got to win the game. And Fred Warner said it after the loss in Minnesota, the loss in Cleveland. You just got to win. And in the regular season, you don't have to win. Those losses didn't matter. You were the number one seed. You had wild card weekend off. You have 2 home games to get to Vegas. The one Saturday matters in the greatest degree. You win and you advance or you're done. So in the end, they just had to win the game. We were not in the rain long enough for it to rust on us, so rust was not a factor at all to me. You could ask the players and see if they were off. I think it was the rain that impacted them. It started with the quarterback's right hand, and we go back to the Cleveland game. They were 5-0 going in that game, and when I woke up that morning and went outside, and I grew up on Lake Erie, I thought of two people. I thought of, Tabor Pepper, Mitch Wisnowski, Jake Moody, and Brock, with the smaller hands and the grip, and he just couldn't grip it and rip it, and he didn't throw the ball well. He couldn't control the ball in the wind and the rain. And the rain was going straight down on Saturday, so it wasn't so much the wind, but you never know when you're on the field. But the rain bothered him. He put a glove on. Kurt Warner's going to join us at 10:50. I remember after that game, you and I had Kurt Warner on, I think the next day or maybe Tuesday after his Monday night game.
He always wore a glove.
Well, he did later in his career when he had hand injuries. He did not earlier in his career. I think he did it when he was in Arizona, right? He didn't do it earlier in his career. They play in a dome there. Now, there's some outdoor games, but did he wear a glove when it was the greatest show on turf? I don't think he did. I think it was later in his career when he had hand injuries. He'll detail it all. Brock didn't like it. And I remember, the game against the Colts in 2021, the bomb cyclone, the atmospheric river, all that. Jimmy put gloves on for that game, and I remember talking to Jimmy after, and he said, I hated it. I'll never do that again. And he grew up in Chicagoland, Eastern Illinois, and New England, and he just didn't like the glove. He couldn't feel it. So anyway, Brock tried it and then ditched it. He didn't like it at all. I don't think he'll try it again, or maybe a different kind of glove, but whatever reason, he lost confidence throwing the ball to the point where, or he couldn't grip it. I mean, you saw the video Fox had from the end zone camera when he had the back pedal on. Ray McLeod got all turned around, ran the entirely wrong route. So losing Debo screwed up a lot of things. So that was a major factor. There's no doubt. He just did, he looked like Ronnie Bell the last game against the Rams. He's getting dizzy. He's running the wrong route over this shoulder, that shoulder. Brock got mad. So, but on that play, as he took the shotgun snap, he literally was wiping his right hand. He should have a towel or something. Lenny Dawson used to have that pouch in front. It's not going to rain on Sunday. It's going to be 71 degrees.
They have them different. They're in their jersey.
Yeah, Lenny Dawson. Well, Lenny was the first one. Lenny did it. Kansas City was way ahead of their times with Coach Stram formationally, and they did.
Right, but if you watch Buffalo last night, I mean, Josh Allen has it built on his jersey.
Yeah. I mean, but Len Dawson was the first one to do that in the '60s. So anyway, and you could have a towel behind, whatever you want to do to work it out. Anyway, the one throw, they were taking the checkdowns away. So everything, their game plan. So I don't think it was rust. I think it was Green Bay and Matt LaFleur. And the word was it's in middle of the year when they got lit up by Tampa Bay and Carolina. He took more ownership of their defense, began to micromanage it. He took away the check down to McCaffrey, all the middle breaking stuff. everything we know the Niners are. The check down to McCaffrey, the Texas route over the middle to McCaffrey. They were high, they were low, they were behind him. Kittle had some man coverage situations on third down that beat him. You lost Debo, so you lost all the Debo dig and the run plays and Ayuk slants, but he was off. He was not able to grip it and execute, not even rip it. Just the one check down where he threw the ball right in the ground, the ball went nose down. It was like Terrell Pryor used to throw a slant. It's like, what's wrong with him? And then he was high, he was low, and they choked off the middle. He figured out a way to win the game. But I think this was Green Bay, and even though they had a short week and all that, there's plenty of time in the NFL. You wake up the day after the game, and your mind goes right to the new game. You watch the tape of the last one, but you're on to the 49ers, and it's Kyle and his offense, and they just had a great plan, and they ran the ball the way the Cleveland Browns did, and Brian Callahan came in with the Bengals, ran some of it, but it was different. They more ran inside. Cleveland got to the edge over and over and over again. And Chase Young, you got to look at all the snaps. He played okay.
He sucked.
But there were a couple of snaps. So, I mean, you look at all the snaps. Okay. Well, there were a couple that were obvious that he didn't play well. And he got big plays. He does not set the edge like Cleveland Ferrell. And he got pinned, by Wicks, the wide receiver. On the pin and pull, he got pinned inside. He had, had a rough moments here and there. So anyway, I don't think it was the rust. I think it was Green Bay, their game plan, the rain, losing Deebo Samuel early in the game. It was the fourth offensive play of the game. He got hurt. It was the first play in Cleveland, and that cost you that game. The word is it's not a fracture. Kyle's going to talk at 3:30 today. But he was able to lift his arm up after the game a little higher than he was in Cleveland. When he went back in and came back out, I thought right away they gave him a shot, and the painkiller will seep in, and he'll be able to come back in at some point or try it. And then when he came out in the second half wearing a wool beanie and the sweatshirt, he was done. And then, Juwan made some great plays, John, but, it's just different, and they can cross-run him. Why he took that handoff in the backfield was, Kyle didn't say hezzy, and he didn't call it off. They ran the actual play. So that was, but to line him up back, I've never seen him line up there. Kittle's going back there some. But between the X receiver, the Z receiver, the F is the slot, the halfback is your H, then you got a fullback. They cross-train all those guys, but Jennings really doesn't do a lot of that. So if Debo does not play, and right now they're saying 50-50, it's not. After the Cleveland game, it was a hairline fracture. This one they're saying no fracture, which it isn't, not at all, not even a hairline. But if he starts the game, and they know it's the left shoulder, they're going to drive him in the ground, and they're going to go at that shoulder. If he's not at full effectiveness, then what would you do there? To me, Elijah Mitchell could play the halfback position where Christian is, and then move Christian into the Debo role and use him a little bit like that, interchange it, because Christian could line up as a Z wide receiver. He can line up on the Z reverse they do and do a lot of the Debo stuff. But to answer your question, I don't think it was rust, but I think it was everything else that you said is why they were off to start the game. But at the end, Brock found a way to get it done. They made big plays on both sides of the ball, the takeaways, Jake Moody in the big field goal, and they just found a way to survive.
49ers win at 24-21. The question I asked you, what was more? What were the issues? The bigger issues: Packers, weather, rust, Debo getting hurt early. We got to expand a little bit more on Debo, and we will certainly get to some of the issues in regards to the Lions a little bit later. But let's take all the meat off the bone as far as this game is concerned, the Packers and the 49ers. One thing that you mentioned in there that is a possible big concern moving forward against the Lions. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. We'll hit some of the best ones. We just had to move Kurt Warner. I'm not sure exactly when Kurt's going to join us. He had to move off of 10:50. Walter just texted me, so we'll get some.
He just got fitted for new gloves, John. Is he going isotoner? Now he wore two gloves. He was Teddy two gloves. He wore them on both hands, but
so here's what we got.
Did not like that glove.
We will get back to. We'll get some interaction to the game itself. Again, 808-562-7415, 808 KNBR. We can do it in the text line and the phone line, also YouTube and Twitch. But so what we got so far is we'll get Kurt Warner in there, talk about the weather. David Lombardi is going to join us at 11:30. Ask Papa officially at 11:50. We'll take your thoughts now and then as well. Plus, we got the audio recap coming up, and Dante Whitner is going to join us at 12:30. So we'll get all the insight from this victory. And we'll do it all next. It's Papa and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is important. Earlier this year we had games like Cleveland and Minnesota and Cincinnati at one point. You're down and you got to find a way. It's fourth quarter. It's the NFL. And then obviously we're in the postseason now, so we were all like, all right, this is it. This is our season. And so for us to capitalize like that was huge for all of us. And then obviously for myself as a quarterback, it's good for confidence and all that. But we have too many good players, man, on this team. So many players that are difference makers, and we got a great defense. And so for us to not find a way, it's not right. So for us to finally have a game like this and pull through at the end was huge for all of us. So.
As Brock Purdy struggled most of the night, especially with the weather, but goes 6 of 7 on the final drive. Christian McCaffrey gets 6 yards, and then they hang on defensively. You were yelling it down. The players were yelling it down. The press box was yelling it down. Kyle Shanahan was yelling it down, but Dre Greenlaw was thinking pick six. And as he told you guys after the game and on the podium, maybe he needs to work on his situational awareness. So hopefully that's a problem. But, hey, he had 2 interceptions, made some nice plays, and the 49ers get out of it. And again, at this point of the season, as you've pointed out, it's kind of like my college grades. I preferred pass-fail. There is no A, B, C, D. There's a pass, there is a fail, and you move on. And the 49ers did. Having said that, is that a good thing, as most guys were saying in the postgame, that, hey, we were tested, we went down, we won a game. There was that stat that Kyle was 0 for 30, 5+ going into the fourth quarter. So is this a good thing long-term, or I guess just going into this Detroit game that they won that kind of a game? Do you look at it like that?
He's got to win, John. I mean, it's the alternative is you lose. I mean, could you imagine the fallout if they lost? That is what the burden is of this franchise. Anything else is not acceptable. And the goal, let's keep it clear, the goal is not to go to the Super Bowl. The goal is to win the Super Bowl. And you got 2 quality teams waiting on you there, whether it's going to be Baltimore or Kansas City, and you're going to have a rematch. And, the Baltimore one is not for this group, but that goes back to, the Harbaugh teams and Frank Gore and first and goal on the 5-yard line. It's still the same coach there in Baltimore. It's Jim's brother. And then this one for the 49ers, the guys in the locker room, almost all of them, or many of them, it's fresh. What happened on 2-3 Chip Jet Wasp against Tyreek's gone, but Mahomes is still there. So the only alternative is to win, but it just makes for a pressurized situation. I hope these guys celebrate winning. When you're in the league a long time, I remember Tony La Russa had that. Al Davis at the end of his life really had it, where he didn't celebrate winning at all. It was all about you can't lose. Well, along the way, when you don't lose, celebrate the wins. Remember when they beat Tennessee to go to the Super Bowl, he wouldn't touch the trophy was named after Lamar Hunt, so he wasn't going to touch that for the AFC Championship game. But he acted in the locker room after that game like they lost. I mean, scowling at everybody. It was like, dude, let them enjoy it. We'll worry about going to San Diego and dealing with maybe because of Gruden and all that, but I just hope these guys, when they get through it and Brock, is driving back and he celebrates the win. I mean, it's just the pressure just gets to you and it becomes no fun, where you're just trying to survive. And all I was thinking about was, what if they lose this game? What is the fallout going to be? And it's going to be profound, but that's the world we live in today. It's been like that forever, but now everybody's got an opinion, and you're able to read it and see it and hear it. It's nonstop. Every single person's got one. You don't have to be in the media as long as you're on social media. So it's just a hard world, but they won. They won the game, and there's certainly things. And yesterday was about the coaches grinding on the tape, and then when they found out Detroit won, they got to flip to Detroit. The players are in today, and they're going over the game tape from this game. Then, they'll go in. It's a regular week, Sunday game, so Wednesday's install day. They'll start working on the lines, certainly today. But there are things you can apply because they're going to do the same thing. Well, what teams are looking for a weakness and how to attack you. And the example, obviously, is the Cleveland game for the other team's offense. How do we run on the Niners? We do what Bill Callahan had his Cleveland Browns do, even though they didn't have Nick Chubb in that game. How did they do that? Here's how they did it. They had their wide receivers block, and Detroit's got big receivers that can block, and they got to the edge. And I know Aaron Jones is a good back. You don't think Jahmyr Gibbs can get to the edge on you? That guy, wow, is he good? I mean, Alvin Kamara, any electrifying dual threat. McCaffrey's the best. This guy's faster. And then you got, obviously, Montgomery, the big back. So they're going to look at, what Green Bay just did, what Cleveland did defensively against the 49er offense. They're going to study what Mike McDonald and John Harbaugh did and what Saturday night, what Joe Barry did and Matt LaFleur. So there's blueprints on both sides on how to deal with the Niners. So you don't just completely flush that game and say, we won, on to Detroit, because Detroit's going to come in here, and it's a copycat world, and it's certainly a copycat league, and on both sides of the ball. I'm not going to say they've been given a blueprint, but they've been given plans on how to build the building to beat you. So you've got to learn from what teams are doing and try to adjust to it. But in the end, it's all about surviving and getting on to the next game.
Yeah, I agree. It's pass-fail, but since you brought up the run game, because that's my number one concern, we got a whole week to talk about Detroit, so I'm not going to obsess over Detroit today, but let's look back at why. And, I mean, this wasn't just, hey, they went up the middle and they manhandled you. These were big alleys that Aaron Jones was running through, and specifically the 53-yarder. They missed the field goal, so they get lucky on that in that situation. But, I mean, there were big-time alleys where he's getting a running start, left, right, middle. It was all over the place, and we talked so much last week about, Eric Armstead's going to come back, and without him, they were giving up 5-2 a carry. But, I mean, like you said, this was across the board. This was Chase Young being out of position. This was Logan Ryan with a whiff on the 53-yard run by Aaron Jones. He was in horrible position. This was guys getting washed. I mean, in every which way you could get beat in the run game. A lot of times you go back and look at this, they did. So why were there those big, wide alleys? Because like you said, a guy like Gibbs is a little bit faster than Jones, and that 53-yarder is going to be a touchdown.
Jahmyr Gibbs is, wow. And you and I were working, we'll bring Dante in draft, and Copes was there, and when they drafted him at 12, you just don't take a running back that high. Atlanta took their back, Robinson early, but who is the guy? And if he's this guy, and he's different. The way he stands straight up, trying to remember, I think Le'Veon Bell did a little bit of that, but there was a back more recently, may even have been on the Niners, and I asked him why he did it. He didn't want to tip which way he was going. So he stands straight up. He does not have either foot in front of the other pre-snap when when Goff is under center, and he just stands there perfectly still, and he does not bend his knees for flexion and then go. And then when he goes, my God, he goes. And he's a great catcher of the ball on all the McCaffrey stuff. He's like McCaffrey, but he's faster. The way he ran away from Antoine Winfield's kid yesterday, oh, my God. He's the real deal. But specifically, they've got to clean up one action on the run. And the Niners have been doing this run forever. Tim talks about it. We've been talking about it forever. It's the pin and the pull. So you have an outside receiver, a tight end, whoever you want to have do it. And they did it with a variety of people. Wicks did it, the big receiver, 6'1", 206. Juwan Jennings does it for the Niners. So you have an outside receiver. He could be in the slot, but he comes from outside in, and he basically wham blocks, trap blocks the end. That's the pin. You're pinning the outside guy. In this game, it was Chase Young. Mm-hmm. They did it over and over. And when we talked about, they're going to run at Chase Young and away from Nick Bosa. And sometimes they don't block Nick, and they influence block him. And but Cleveland did it. And Bill Callahan, we know Bill well from his Raider days, and he's one of the best O-line coaches and run game coordinators that's ever been. He's been doing this forever. He did it to the Niners that day off a bye week, and you thought, holy hell, they're going to do this over and over. And they got to that left edge with Kareem Hunt all day, just getting wide. And they pinned, and then they pulled, a guard or a tackle or whoever they want. And, they got Penei Sewell at right tackle.
Well, he could come. Say he's the best at it.
He could start from the right tackle spot and go left across the entire formation. So just to your point, what they were doing in that game too, and they absolutely crushed Tampa with it, was they pinned the end inside, and then you've got either a linebacker or a safety coming up and trying to fill that hole, and Sewell whacks the guy, and there's a hole a mile wide. And that's my concern, is after watching the Tampa game,
I'm seeing Green Bay do that, and Green Bay doesn't have near the line that the Lions do. And Sewell going from the right to the left side, all due respect to Trent Williams, I don't know in the last 10 years if you've seen a guy that was that active and that fast and getting to that side of the field going right to left. Trent goes left to right, but I mean, it's just they do it as well as anybody, and I'm sitting there going, damn, that's going to be a problem.
And they do all kinds of weird stuff. They could line Penei Sewell up in a bunch formation and put him on the point and have him run like the pinner. They're like Hugh Jackson when he was in Cincinnati would have Whitworth detached. They do where's the tackle? What are they doing? Detroit does more, not just the unbalanced stuff, which they do a lot of and tackle eligible. They move guys around. So Kasarik is a good D-line coach. The one thing about the wide nine is it's vulnerable to these kind of actions where you're just getting up the field. So if you're Chase Young and you're coming out and you're just trying to get up the field, we're just going to wham block your ear hole you from the other side, and you're going to pin you inside where your speed and your power is not being used to help you. We're going to take you the other direction because we're coming at you with a different angle. They know that. So Steve Wilkes, they got to figure out a way to stop the pin and the pull. But Detroit has got so many different elements to their game. They could line up empty, spread everybody out, and just let Jared Goff throw it. He's that good of a player. Or they could line up and they could run play action off of it, or they can run a toss. They are a completely diverse offense, and they've got scary weapons. Green Bay's good. Their quarterback is impressive. He gets a little crazy at times, but they're young. Detroit is ready, even though they've come on the scenes quickly. Last year they were 1-6, and boom, they almost made the playoffs, and they've been great since they went into Arrowhead and spoiled the Chiefs' ring night. So the first thing is, and we'll talk to Dante about it, and when Dennis joins us, and on the football hour on Thursday, Tim will get it in great detail. You got to stop that action. Green Bay just ran tosses to Aaron Jones. They got the edge all night long, and then I think the difference in this game is you're going to work on this all week and try to shore it up. Then, it leaves you vulnerable inside if they start to do that and adjust. Arizona ran more downhill. But then the one thing, John, is I think some of it was they couldn't pursue because of the field. They were just slipping and sliding. And I think which side was more affected by it? I didn't see anybody on Green Bay's side slipping. They didn't have to change the length of their cleats or change the bottom of their soles. And they just played because they live in that stuff. The Niners had to figure it out. They kept having to change, and they'd slip on defense and coverage and also trying to fit the run. It's supposed to be a very warm day on Sunday, 60, 70 degrees, no rain. So they'll dry it out. Matt Griner will get the heating lamps out there and dry out that field certainly by Sunday, and it'll be fine, even though we could have a lot of rain this week, early in the week. But that one action. So this game, Green Bay just executed it perfectly, and you know that they're going to do it. Ben Johnson is a creative coordinator, and their coach likes to be a tough guy, and they've got a great offensive line. And the left tackle is susceptible to being, pass rush. His pass pro is not great. We'll see about their left guard being able to play. It sounds like he won't go in the game. But the one thing you take away from Saturday night was how do we fix the run defense? How do we get in our gaps? And how do we stop the pin and the pull when they come down and crash down with the pinner on the outside end that side?
All right, let's get back to the Packers game. Your thoughts, 808 KNBR, 808-5627. Give us your thoughts either on the phone line or the text line is wide open as well. Things you need to fix, things you like, things you didn't. They did get the victory, and that's all that matters at this point of the season. 24-21, guys were saying in the postgame they needed a win like this, so does it make you feel better, or were you nervous because of the way they played? And was it more about the Packers, the weather, the rust, Debo going out early, any of those things you want to discuss? We can. Let's do it all coming up next. It's Papa and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 15. Purdy throws middle. Caught by Deebo Samuel. Takes a big hit from Jair Alexander. He won't go down. They finally get him down. Quay Walker, the linebacker, able to knock him down. But on the 2nd and 15, he's able to push the ball across the 40-yard line to bring up a 3rd down and long.
Officials timeout.
Officials take a timeout here.
Deebo Samuel down on the field, laying on his back.
Oh, boy. Over on the 49ers sideline, Deebo Samuel is down.
Hello, friends. Papa and Lund, hit us up. Give us your thoughts on the game. A lot of different things to look at. 808 KNBR, 808-5627. Also, we're on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll check out the best questions there. More about the Packers, the weather, the rust, or another one on there, Deebo gets hurt early. And we got to talk about this a little bit more. And by the way, Ian Rappaport this morning saying, my understanding, no fracture in the shoulder. As far as status moving forward, remains up in the air. Kyle, as you said, we'll talk at 3:30. There were reports, Adam Schefter saying maybe 50-50, so we'll find out from Kyle at 3:30. But before we move on to the discussion of whether Deebo can play, I think people have to understand, Pop, how much, and people wonder why they struggle without him, because he's in so many different formations and does so many different things, and he adjusts, the defense adjusts, that when Kyle loses him, much like in the Cleveland game where they lost, right at the beginning, there's really nobody that can do everything that he does. It's not as simple as if you lose, I don't know, Brandon Ayuk, and Brandon Ayuk's great, but okay, he plays certain positions. When you lose Deebo Samuel, it's like losing 4 players, and he's just impossible to replace.
I think Kyle's best coaching move since he's been here was the middle of the season 2021 when they were at the crossroads. They went to Chicago and won. Jimmy played well. Brandon Ayuk got going. They came back, and they just got run all over by James Conner and the Arizona Cardinals. There was a chalk outline of the 49ers secondary on the field that day. They got trampled. At one point, it was 31-7, and they were 3-5 going into the Veterans Day game on Monday Night Football against the Rams, and Elijah was hurt. They didn't have any running backs. And Kyle moved Deebo to running back, and he started to run more of the Deadpool. David Lombardi will join us at 11:30. I'll get into it all. He knows all about it, an 18 Mike and what McCaffrey did out of the eye to break that long run. But, 11 Tyson is what they call it. And initially, when you go to 11 personnel with Deebo Samuel, 11 personnel is 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. The other team immediately thinks you're in a passing formation. Deebo is your Z wide receiver. All of a sudden that night, they motion Deebo Samuel in the backfield next to Jimmy, and he's a running back. And he's not only a running back, he's not just a wide receiver. Cordero Patterson lines up back there. That guy's a kick returner who just takes handoffs. Deebo Samuel is a running back. The way he sets up runs, the way he makes people miss in short area spaces, the way he runs over people. I don't think there's anybody like him. Charlie Taylor did some of this years ago. I remember Lenny Moore did some of it. Frank Gifford. I didn't watch Frank play. I'm like, what position did Frank Gifford play? Quarterback, wide receiver, halfback, split end? What did he play? Football was different then. When Billy Kilmer played, quarterback for Red Hickey, they just direct snapped it to him. That was the T formation, the original Wildcat. It was different back then. But the modern game, there's nobody like Deebo Samuel. And Kyle saw it. I was talking to Kyle about how great McCaffrey is. We were talking about Terrell Davis in Denver, and when Mike Shanahan had Terrell, all of a sudden you're winning Super Bowls, not just playoff games and AFC West. He's 2,000 yards and mile-high salute, and they're lifting Lombardis for Elway. And it's just, and Kyle mentioned all the great running backs he's had, including Raheem Mostert. How good was he when he left here after the first Super Bowl? And he mentioned Deebo and what a great back he is. So with Kyle, the beautiful thing is those 5 eligible positions we've been talking about, the pieces on the chessboard. You got an X wide receiver, that's the split end where the receiver's up on the line. You got the Z wide receiver, that's your flanker, guys off the line that goes in motion. The F in Kyle's offense is the slot wide receiver. Then you got a halfback and you got a fullback. With Kyle, I think he just mixes them up, puts all 5 in, and he throws it at, okay, you're the X, you're the Z, But really, Ayuk can play some Z and move him, but he's really a quintessential X. With Jawan, where the problem got in the other night, he didn't have a Z. He lined up at F. Can they train Jawan this week to take the Z snaps from Debo? And then Juszczyk can go anywhere. He can line up at tight end Y. You've also got the inline Y. He can play X, Z. They move everywhere. But the two guys that are difference makers doing it because of their skill set is Debo and McCaffrey. So if Debo, and I know in this game, they were to line up Debo as a single back and run that Aaron Jones toss, the pin and the pull, and what Kyle calls the Zorros, where the tight end and the fullback gets out in space, and Kittle and Juszczyk are genius getting there. And you got Jennings, anything. So he was a big part of the run game. That's all gone, middle of the game. Early in the game, fourth play of the game, he gets hurt. You have to adjust. They were scrambling. Quarterback can't grip it and rip it. They're sitting on McCaffrey in the flats. They got Preston Smith waving his arms so you can't check it down to him. What's going on? So this is a playoff game. This is high intellect on both sides. Now you got to go out and make adjustments. So what they'll plan, we'll see what he does this week, and there'll be a lot of gamesmanship, which saying if he's limited, questionable, probable, whatever. But he's going to go into the game with a bit of an injury. He's either not going to play or he's going to have that injury, and Detroit's going to know it, and they're going to lean on him. And then he could start the game and have to come out of the game. They're saying no fracture, but when he had the hairline fracture, John, he got it on the first play of the game. He went off on that toss, going out wide left before Mooney kicked the field goal, Jake Moody, and then he never came back into the game. Then he missed 2 more games. Then he had a bye week. So if he can't play in this game, then I think what they would think about doing, who's the guy most like Deebo Samuel on your team? Christian McCaffrey. So could you move Christian on some snaps, not all of them, but some, have him take the Deebo role? Ray can do some of that with the jet sweep stuff, and you don't want to line him up in the backfield and hand it off to him and Deadpool Evan Tyson. Although Ray does say he can do it, he's tough enough. I don't think Kyle has confidence doing that. But you could use Elijah Mitchell more in this game than just come in for victory formation and kneel it out. You could line Elijah Mitchell up as the true halfback on a play and have McCaffrey do the Debo stuff and run pony personnel, which is 2 halfbacks on the field. The other team will think it's that, but then they're going to realize, damn, McCaffrey's doing the Debo stuff. And there were times when Debo was out when McCaffrey did do the Debo stuff, but he also had the oblique injury at that time. So you're right, though. Debo, I don't know what position he plays. He's not like any of the guys I've ever seen because he really is a hybrid. And what does he call himself? A Z-back, where he can play some Z receiver, some, a wide back he calls himself. I call it Z-back. But I've never seen a wide receiver like he is be able to run the football as a true running back. If you just lined it up and gave it to him, he could run for 1,000, 1,500 yards. The way he sets up blockers, he waits for guards, he slides, the way he makes people miss in short area. He's a special football player.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to explain, because I just don't think people understand. It's not only what he does with the ball, it's a combination of, like you said, with Christian McCaffrey, and there's just really nobody to replace him. And then it's the respect that the other team gives. So if he's back there and he's in motion and you're going to fake him going one way and Christian McCaffrey the other, then you don't know who the hell has the ball, and you have to respect them equally. And when he's not in the game, it's just not that way. So it's a lot bigger than just one guy. It's like 4 guys missing on your offense. It's really difficult to overcome, especially when you haven't had practice with it. We saw it in the Cleveland game. He goes out, you're missing, Debo, but a bunch of other guys, really. And then he goes out in this game, and it's the same kind of a situation. All right, let's get out to the phone lines. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader Cumulus Media Station, talking all about the Packers and the 49ers. Does it give you confidence that they got to win like this? They said they needed it, or does it make you nervous because it was so close? The weather, the rust, Debo getting out of the game, any of those issues, or were the Packers just that good? You can hit us up, 808 KNBR on the text line or the phone line as well. Let's go out to Richard first. Richard is in Colin Kaepernick's hometown of Turlock. Hi, Richard. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
I was at that game, and I'm still on a roll. I can't believe we won it, but, we're talking about the rush, rain, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, that game was made for Debo. He got hurt early. I sit about 26 rows back. I pretty much dissect every play when the Niners were offense, and I kept on thinking, dang it, if Debo was there, they do the motion, pitch out to him, you get around that corner or that dig route or that little bubble screen he does and all that stuff. But Kyle, he had to go to plan Z, and that was just win. And just grateful that towards the end of the game, the Packers, they didn't run it like they were doing, because Jones, boy, he had gaping holes, and he was throwing it, and I was just saying, just keep on throwing it, youngster. And but it was a game where just win, and Debo's getting hurt early. I didn't say cost us, but like Papa said, man, it would have keyed on Debo a little bit more, free McCaffrey more, but Kyle, we got a great team. They just had to go to plan Z, and it was just win. It was.
Richard, thanks, man.
And he made. I mean, there's no doubt. And I trust me. I mean, just being around the team, being at the walkthrough, Debo was a big part of the game plan. He was going to do all that stuff. He was going to line up here, there, and everywhere, and they were going to Debo him. But one thing, John, it was amazing to me the way the Packers and Quay Walker got hurt for a little while. McDuffie was in. Devondre Campbell. I think looking back on it, they played some zone more with their linebacker level. I thought the Niners would prey on the lack of foot speed in the middle of their defense.
Yeah, no doubt.
Where you'd motion McCaffrey out, and you didn't see one of these. I wanted to see Quay Walker, number 7, follow McCaffrey out wide outside. I was like, let's go. And it just didn't happen. And the way they defended McCaffrey was unbelievable. The way they open field tackled him, the way they took the check down away. It was like putting Manute Bol right in Brock's face with Preston Smith waving his arms. And Brock didn't have the ability to go sidearm and just didn't have confidence to grip it and rip it. And it was just weird. But losing Debo was profound. There's no doubt. But my mind after the game was, damn, Christian McCaffrey is special. He just would not let them lose. And it wasn't so much that things, remember when we saw him at Stanford and I thought he was the next Brandon Stokely, Wes Welker, great slot receiver. Remember we had his dad on the air and he's like, Greg, my son plays running back, right? I'm like, yeah. It was when they targeted him, he wasn't very efficient catching the ball. It was running. It was 18 Mike and David Lombardi will break the whole play down. It was just McCaffrey's toughness. And it was not perfect, and they took the run away. I think they changed the way they ran the ball. This game reminds me of the Cleveland, the Baltimore game from earlier this year, the Green Bay game from the Frozen Tundra Snow Globe game, because you just had to find a way to win it in the end, and special teams was a part of it. And then mainly the Dallas game from last year, John. They could not run on Dallas's front wide. They were too quick. They were too athletic. They were stemming the front. And then the Niners just said, the hell with that. We're going right downhill on them. And I think that was the adjustment in this game. We're not going to run, 18 Zorro, 18 toss. We're going to run 18 Mike, where we run right at. I don't know what the Mike means. Well, ask Lombardi. Is that running at the Mike linebacker? It is having Juszczyk line up in a true eye, which they like. It's a toss play that looks like it's going to go wide, but he bends it back middle. So I just think you didn't have Debo, and you're the one that kept harping on trading for McCaffrey last October, going back to last year, and I thought, do they really need to do that and give up all those picks and pay him? And is he that? He is. He is just a great football player. I mean, honestly, John, if they don't have 23 on Saturday night, they lose.
Oh, there's no question. And the play you're talking about, we'll talk to David more about it. Give the offensive line a ton of credit. I mean, inside, Banks and Brendel absolutely crushed guys, and then Trent took Van Ness completely out of the play. But really what it came down to was the 39-yard touchdown that you're talking about was Darnell Savage, who dropped an interception that could have changed the game in the 49ers' first drive as well. Had McCaffrey in the hole, and it was one-on-one, and Christian McCaffrey made a miss. And that's what the great running backs do, is there's always a time. There's in a play where it's either going to go long or it's going to be a nice 5-yard gain, is that McCaffrey had Savage in the hole one-on-one. He juked him and he took off for 39 yards, and that's what you're talking about. And same with the 6-yarder. There's so many times when Christian McCaffrey gets the ball, and in that case, the 39-yard was blocked very, very well. But a lot of times, especially near the goal line, I'm not going to say he's Marcus Allen, but he certainly got a nose for it. And when he feels it, man, he's getting in. And when they got in with 1:07, I was looking around. I don't know what your feeling was, and you're calling the game, so you're I think so wrapped up in it. I don't know. I know you guys go to break and maybe make some talk. But the whole game, I had a pit in my stomach because I'm thinking there's a flow to a game, and you think to yourself, okay, they just need a break, and they just weren't getting it. And when Nixon had the kick return and Flanagan Fowles came back and knocked it out, and I thought they didn't get that one, I just thought, God, it just isn't their night. It just doesn't seem to be their night. And then Jones gets the long run, but I think Carlson, I mean, there were three big plays. There was a drop by Savage, there was a 4th-and-1 stop, and there was the Carlson miss. When Carlson missed the field goal, I felt, okay, maybe that's the break they needed. But, man, a lot of the night, I just didn't feel like it was their night.
And I thought they got the first down on the 4th-and-1. I don't know why Matt LaFleur didn't challenge. And I think even the play before that was really close.
They went fast. It was weird.
Maybe they didn't feel like they had, because there's so many bodies in that pile. And Dre made a good play to get on top and to push back the Love shove. Right before the Carlson miss, and Tim talked about it a lot, and he's right. Go back and watch the 3rd down where they were faking the A-gap pressure and they bailed. And remember, he was talking about Eric Armstead coming through as a swell. They didn't block Eric Armstead, and he came back, and Jordan Love backpedaled all the way to the logo and just got rid of it because the pressure came. And both, they didn't have a sack, but both played a hell of a game.
On the interception, people aren't talking about the pressure he put on Love outside. They did a stunt.
The run, the way he slanted down from the edge. I mean, Nick is such a great player. But all that's true. And I, at one point in my mind, and I think I said it out loud, I actually thought about a quarterback change at some
That's
point.
funny, so did I. That's
And
funny.
everybody gave me the stank eye, and I'm like, Sam Darnold can play. And Sam's not going to be bothered by the weather. He may not throw it, but Brock wasn't seeing it either. And I'm thinking, kept bringing
was that Savage near interception? Did that make him tentative? Do you think?
That was I think it was the glow. I don't know. That was like the second play of the game,
Right.
wasn't it?
I just thought he got nervous at that point.
No, I think it was the inability to grip it and rip it. I think when you're just not confident that you can execute throws, you can't execute throws. And then it wasn't even the throws that he was missing. It's the ones that he was not pulling the trigger on.
Yeah,
George Kittle was open a lot in the game. And he just, but I just think of Bill Walsh and the Anthony Carter game. And, he had Steve Young behind him at that point. At some point you make a change. Now, if you do that, it sets the world on fire. And the world we live in now couldn't deal with that.
Right.
Kyle would, and Brock would be fine. But I didn't want to overreact. But at the same time, let's react. Let's not lose this game. The quarterback at some point is going to have to play like Brock Steady here. Where is he? And he did. At the end, I thought that 3rd down throw to Ayuk. Well, and Brandon's
It was a hell of a catch, too.
He didn't make a lot of plays in this game, but he made the low one. But that one on 3rd down, and then all of a sudden he came alive. He saw Conley break on the out before Conley broke.
Those two in a row.
Delivered it on time, then he scrambled, and then it's just, down and Purdy. He's going to find a way to win the damn game. So, but my mind is just, you can't lose the game. And how do you salvage this? And where are we weak right now? Well, we're running wide, and they're too quick, and they're playing the outside run. Let's run downhill. Let's run 18 Mike. Let's get downhill. And that Jake Brendel hook block on that, where he got out in front. A hook block is when you get out to the next level and you kind of take a D lineman one direction or the other. Watch what he does to Quay Walker there. It's like, Andrew Bogut setting a screen. It was unbelievable. And then, Darnell Savage is not going to tackle Christian in the hole. If he's got room to come downhill on that toss. So when you run a toss like that, you think it's going to go wide. The Niners come down. Now, it's amazing, John, how much I see Kyle do that other teams just pick up on. And I remember years ago with John Gruden, he'd always put James Jett in pre-snap motion across. He'd never give him the ball. I'm like, what are you doing with it? It's called ghost motion. And the whole reason you do it is to hold the backside end. Now, we're going to hand the ball to James Jett one time. I don't think they ever handed the ball to James Jett. But if you see James Jett coming across, it was the original Tyreek Hill motion across that Andy had. And now all of a sudden, every team in football is running ghost motion with their wide receiver. Wow. Kyle, all the orbit stuff that Kyle does, and that toss play, when you see a toss, what is it, a toss sweep, right? You got to toss the ball, and the back's got to go wide outside of the tackle. The Niners run that. It's a vertical downhill toss. Lombardi's so great with this stuff. We'll detail 18 Mike. But the changes that you had to make in the run game were there. And then for a second, I thought, do you have to change quarterbacks? Do you go to Sam to get you out of this? And They didn't do that, and thankfully they got through it. But Brock came alive on the last drive. But, yeah, your mind is swirling because it's not like Cleveland or at Minnesota or home to Cincinnati. We lose, but we're going to come back tomorrow, go back to work. I mean, could you imagine the hell to pay, John, if Brock Purdy did not snap? And even now, everybody, Brock's not that good. Amy Trask is right, and it goes on and on. He found a way to win a game. It was not a perfect game. In the end, he won, and he played big time on that last drive. It was Joe Montana, Steve Young-like, and everything he did is calm, the execution, the running when he had to, and there was a will. I think ultimately Brock kicked in, but a lot of it was Christian's will not to let him lose. And I'd love to hear what Trent Williams kind of reiterated what he told the guys. I'd like to, we're going to have, mic'd up this week and hear Trent in the huddle giving him that speech about, guys, there's 6 minutes to go in the game. If we don't drive it here, we're done as of tomorrow morning. And Trent Williams has a way, John, as you well know. He just looks you in the eye like that. It's like, damn, don't piss the big boy off.
Yeah, I saw him after the game, man. He was breathing a sigh of relief. That is a big dude. Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line talking about the Niners 24-21 win over the Packers. Your thoughts at 808 KNBR 808-5627. Let's go out to Chris is in the city. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing real good. I was at the Niners game on Saturday, and I'll get to my point real quick. But that was my first time in Levi's, and
what'd you think?
It was awesome.
Hell of a time.
It was awesome. It was. I mean, it was a classic
time to go.
game, right? I mean, a driving rainstorm, Green Bay Packers, and I was with 5 cheeseheads. So thank God we came through because that was going to be a long ride back to the city, my friend.
I didn't see many cheeseheads on. Did you, John? Were you with the only 5 in the crowd?
We were looking outside. I was pretty surprised. I mean, I did see like a guy in a cape. I mean, not what we normally see as a whole, but yeah, I saw more than I thought I would see for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, I was thinking on this whole Debo thing, and like, look, I mean, Debo's a special talent. He's a unicorn. I love the guy. I mean, he just, I've just never seen anything like him. And I know you guys have been talking about him that way, but this kind of reminds me, and I'm originally from Indiana, and it reminds me of the 75 Hoosiers when May broke his hand and they went into the tournament, and Coach Knight, when Scott May broke his hand.
Right.
And, you guys may remember they were undefeated that season as well.
32
and and Coach Knight had said, one of his biggest mistakes, somebody had asked him once, and I knew a couple of the guys. I knew Dan Doc. I know Dan, and Dan had introduced me to Coach. And
the Jordan stopper?
Yeah. I got a good story on that one. I'll tell you about that someday. I actually was in a pickup game, almost got to play against Michael, and then he walked away. And I came up to Michael and said, I know why you're walking away. I'm going to open up a can of Danny on you.
Oh.
And he put me in a headlock and said, Where is old Dan? Is he still living on that story? So long story. But anyway, I was thinking about the Debo thing, and, it reminds me of the Scott May thing when Coach Knight said, look, we were good enough to beat anybody. I went into that game against Kentucky, and they lost in the grade 8 or whatever. And he said, I should just the Elite Eight. He said, I should have just, game plan without May being in the game. But I went in and practiced the whole week as if Scott May was going to be Scott May in that game. And he said, I just should have just written, said, hey, look, Scott's not going to be able to play, and to devise the game plan without Scott. And I kind of feel with the Debo thing, and I understand the whole gamesmanship and that kind of stuff. But at some point, I think, the coaching staff just has to say, look, can Debo go or can't he? And let's not have that discussion 5 minutes before kickoff. Let's figure that out now, because I think we're good enough, and you guys tell me differently. I think we're good enough. We just line up against the Lions without Debo. We can beat the Lions without Debo. But for us to be in that situation like we kind of were in Cleveland and what happened, in the Green Bay game, if we think he's going to be there, and then it just looks like, becomes pretty evident, Saturday night, Sunday morning, and they practice all week as if he's going to be part of the offense, I think that puts us in a really tough spot.
Well, I mean, he was completely healthy going into the game Saturday and the game Cleveland, and then he got hurt on the first play in Cleveland and the fourth play on Saturday. I think what they'll do, John, is they're going to gauge it on how he is, and who knows? He could be out, and they're just going to say he's going to try it and play gamesmanship, or say unlikely, and then he pops out and plays. I think you have to have a ready card for even if he does play and he thinks he's fine, that he has to leave the game for whatever reason, that they just drive him in the ground and he's hurt. So it's almost like you have two different game plans. And I know Green Bay had two different game plans defensively for Dallas, and they had it for Saturday night whether Jair Alexander was going to play. I think they would have played more zone, without him. So I think you just go into it with it. It may be we know he's not playing and we're just not going to tell anybody and play that game. But if they really don't know and he makes progress late in the week, then I think you have a Debo game plan and a no Debo game plan.
Plus, what people don't understand, we detailed to you why it hurts so bad that they lose him, because you're losing multiple players in one with Debo Samuel. But the other thing is that I think that during the season they don't use him as much. Remember when he had gotten used, like you pointed out, that one year, and then there was all these rumors that he didn't want to play running back at the same time. I don't know if those were ever true, but I think what they do
totally false. Totally, he loves it. He likes doing it. He's good at it.
But I think what they do, and you do this in all sports, is that, okay, you might play a guy a certain amount, like the Warriors with Steph Curry during the season, but when it's time to play in the playoffs, everybody goes balls out because you're not saving a guy for anything. So the game plan increases with Debo, and that's why it hurts so much, because as you pointed out, you're going to use Debo more in the playoffs. You're probably going to run him more. He sets a physical tone for the offense. So if you don't have Debo, just to back to the caller, they can beat the Lions without Debo, but it hurts a hell of a lot more when you have a big-time game plan for him, and they do even have a bigger game plan for him in the playoffs, and then you lose the guy because there's just nobody that can do what he can do. I mean, we spent some of the time last week, Pop, talking about, well, who is indispensable? Who can you not lose? Well, you can't lose Brock. You can't lose Christian McCaffrey, but, just looking at the offense, you can't lose Debo Samuel because he and Christian McCaffrey are your thunder and lightning. You don't have as much respect if it's Mitchell or if it's Ray or somebody like that going in a certain motion, because you got one guy going one way and one going the other, and then you're like, to hell, where am I going to go? I mean, the Packers did that to the 49ers on that long run for Jones. I mean, it's tough to know where the football is, and if one way's McCaffrey and one way's Debo, you're screwed.
Well, I thought Green Bay not having A.J. Dillon hurt them because they do run pony personnel where you put both running backs on the field together, and they had Taylor and they had Wilson who ran well and hurdled over a guy, but it's different. Elijah Mitchell can do the halfback stuff. It's that, can McCaffrey do the Debo stuff? But I think going into it, it's going to be a lot of gamesmanship. And then if you're Detroit, John, and Aaron Glenn, I mean, what are you thinking? We got to spend a lot of our hours this week getting ready for Debo Samuel. All the Debo stuff, because they're saying it's 50-50, and I don't think the Niners are going to say he's going to be out. They're going to play the game all week, even if he can't go. So then they'd spend all those hours, and it's possible Debo Samuel's not playing anyway. And yes, they have to win the game to advance. You can't lose this game, but they also have to win a game 2 weeks from Sunday as well. And if you think you're playing Debo and put him in a position where he either could make it worse or be unavailable in the Super Bowl, then those are all factors that go into your decision.
All right, we'll hit up some of the text line and the phone calls coming up next. Your thoughts on this victory? A lot of people are nervous, but hey, again, it's pass-fail in the playoffs, and the 49ers pass, and they take on the Lions next week. We'll get a ton into the Lions. We'll continue to focus on the Packers, the good, the bad. We'll continue that conversation coming up next. David Lombardi helps us look at all of it at the bottom of the hour at 11:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers tight end George Kittle, who had the outfit of the day on Saturday, discusses what it means to get back to the NFC Championship game after last year's debacle against the Eagles. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve has the answers to all your tax issues in 2024, but you got to hop on this one fast, Steve. Could be the end of ERC. Tell us about that.
The Joint Committee on Taxation is bipartisan. Told Congress that they want to change the law to end all ERC a week and a half from now, January 31st. That's it. So what you thought you had until April 2025, now you have about a week and a half. So the bottom line is this. ERC, Employee Retention Credit, this is where the government is rewarding employers that employed people in 2020 and 21 by giving up to $26,000 for every employee you had that qualifies. If you've been told you don't qualify, call us anyway for a second opinion, because a lot of CPAs only did the first test, the easy math test, and didn't do the second test. So there's a lot of people that may qualify even if they did not have that drop in gross revenue. But this is going to end next Wednesday. So the bottom line is, if this passes, what a crying shame if you were entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more and the door's shut on you. All you have to do is call us. We'll take it from there.
Do it right now because, as Steve said, there's an air of urgency here. Call Steve Moskowitz today, 888-TAX-DEAL. 1-888-TAX-DEAL could be the end of ERC, so you got to jump on it, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think the whole stadium was yelling. I think I could hear you guys up there yelling him to get down. Yeah, see, they were in the back. Goodness gracious. You know what? I was like, dude, Dre, what do you find backyard football? Oh, my goodness. Like, the game, just go down. Especially, like, every time he cut, it was like an NBA crossover. I was like, oh, my God. So yeah, that might have been the most stressful part of the night was his interception.
George ain't lying. You could hear it from everybody throughout the whole stadium yelling. Dre told you guys after the game, after his game-clinching interception, Fred told me he wanted to get a pick six, and so he was trying to get a pick six. Did admit that he maybe had to work on his,
situational football?
Yeah, situational football. It was funny, though, in the postgame, I was sitting there, and Fred's up there, and he's talking about, this, and he did the whole gyrations of what Dre looked like when he was carrying the ball, and he did it on both interceptions. And then Dre was standing there waiting to go to the podium himself, and he's like, "It's your fault, bro. You told me I needed a pick six." So anyway, they gotta get together and explain.
He did have a pick six. Remember Jared Goff's first
Detroit.
game as a Lion?
Yeah.
And
I
he
like
got
one
hurt
of those, but just during the game
play.
when it's not, being sealed like that.
Now, that was a big play when Dre had the pick six against Jared Goff. Yeah. That was Goff's first game as a Lion, and it was Dan Campbell's first game as the head coach of the Lions, that first game of 2021. How many consecutive pick sixes do the Niners have against Goff? Big play, Dre.
And Fred Warner, right?
Fred Warner and Javon Kinlaw.
That's right,
Kinlaw.
I forgot about that one.
At SoFi, and I think that 2020 year, and that they moved on from him. Remember, they started John Wolford in the playoff game, and Goff came in to beat Seattle, and the Niners were not good that year, and the Rams weren't great, but they figured out a way to get in the playoffs and win a playoff game in Seattle. But the 49ers still swept Jared Goff and the Rams. And I think his performances against the 49ers, he lost his last 5 games as the Rams quarterback against the Niners, and I think that was partly that in the Super Bowl performance. But they hung on to him a little bit after that. I think that's what really soured Sean McVay on Jared Goff, is he couldn't beat his hometown team.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. All right, David Lombardi, our good friend, is going to join us momentarily at the bottom of the hour. Let's hit up Steve real quick in San Mateo, and then we'll get to David Lombardi. Steve, welcome.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Sure, yeah.
Question for you guys. Just like 49ers broke the Eagles and created a blueprint for other teams like Dallas. Maybe it was bad coaching. But it seems like, and Greg, weigh in on this, it seems like the Ravens may have semi-broke the 49ers. Rain notwithstanding, it seemed like they did a great job, the Packers, on clogging up the middle, and maybe like the Ravens pick spots where Purdy tends to throw and shadowing their receivers instead of traditional tight coverage.
Totally. I was saying that. I think, Cleveland has the blueprint on offense with the pin and pull from Bill Callahan, and then his son, Brian Callahan, in Cincinnati, the offensive coordinator. He's interviewing to be a head coach. Who knows? He could wind up in our division in Seattle. He did it differently, but along the same concepts, and then they totally ran the pin and pull. And defensively, what Baltimore did, and John and I talked about it last week, their game plan was brilliant against the 49ers, but they had those 2 inside linebackers, Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. I just didn't think that Green Bay had the personnel to do it. But, John, if you just coach your guys up, you teach them what landmarks to be on, whether it's Quay Walker, Devondre Campbell, Isaiah McDuffie, or even Eric Johnson was mixing in. They just executed the game plan. These guys are smart, and they can follow the blueprint. It's not like basketball where you're playing 4 times a week. You're gearing up for 1 week, and you just have a game plan. And it's not Purdy. It's the Shanahan system, really. And we talk about it all the time. If I'm playing the Niners, I'm not blitzing. I'm dropping. I have those linebackers mugging up and showing to change protection, but I'm dropping. I'm choking off the middle of the field between the hashes, between the numbers. And I'm not allowing the Debo dig, the Ayuk slant, the Kittle over the middle. But what they did brilliantly that no team really has done is take away McCaffrey in the flat. I just hadn't seen them tackle. And they had Preston Smith up to block, Brock. I think they tried, and then the pressure in his face. So many times they had to throw the ball over a big D tackle right in his face over the right guard. And I think that's why he was missing high a lot, John. And then the weather came in, and he couldn't execute a simple check down. So I think, without question, Baltimore and what they did defensively, teams are going to try to back it up and do it. And Green Bay did it some, but not enough to win the game. And then, Cleveland and Bill Callahan gave them the blueprint for how to run on the 49ers.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And again, we'll get into a ton of the Lions, and while they got a couple of nice defensive linemen I like, they certainly, especially don't have the secondary. Cam Sutton is going to get tested a lot, especially in that game, so we'll get more into that a little bit later. But let's look back at the Packers game with David Lombardi of The Athletic. He and the rest of the athletic staff do such a great job in breaking it all down, and David's always got the numbers, so we'll get into that conversation coming up next. Keeps the calls and the texts coming. We will officially open and ask Papa anything, although phone lines, text line open throughout the show for your thoughts on the win over the Packers. We'll do all that coming up next with David Lombardi, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! CMC!
CMC 23 finally detonates.
I don't know. I was hoping I was right. And it worked out. So, I like that play. Anytime we can get juice in the dot and run downhill, I'm always a fan of that. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I like the play, and I don't know. Sometimes you can speak things into existence, I guess.
That, of course, is Christian McCaffrey. Had the 39-yarder after the 32-yard Kittle catch, and then had the 6-yarder that ended up being the game winner. 49ers win at 24-21 over the Packers. They got the Lions and Jared Goff coming in this Sunday at Levi's Stadium for the last 5. They've been in those, and 3 in a row for the 49ers. And for the first time in a couple of years, remember, we had Philly last year, which we'll get into as the week goes on, because all the guys were excited to get back to this point. Obviously didn't get a fair shake against Philly, and then 2 years ago, the heartbreak in L.A., where they had the lead going into the fourth quarter, but Jaquaski Tartt couldn't grab that interception. So waiting on David Lombardi. Lombardi's going to join us in a minute. You can start hashtagging Ask Papa anything at all. We'll do that officially at 11:50. Is David still not there? Because I'm going to launch into something. Is he not there? Okay. This is as good as time as any, because then David Lombardi can interrupt us and we can stop talking about this. Many people on the text line want to know your feelings about the Bills' loss. They were thinking about you yesterday.
I'd rather talk about 18 Mike than Christian McCaffrey.
I know. But the good news is you're not going to have to agonize in Las Vegas if it's Niners and Bills now, right?
It would have been emotionally draining for me, but I think Kansas City was better. I know a lot of people wrote them off middle of the year. I never did. I think they can go into Baltimore and win, and I am fearful of them. Their defense is better. Their quarterback is just special. Buffalo played a competitive game. There were a couple throws Josh would like to have back, and Stephon Diggs. And I think the bottom line, their defense just lost too many bodies throughout the year, whether it was Tre'Davious White, and they never quite replaced him, or Matt Milano, or the other linebacker, Bernard, who was playing really well, and they just went on, Gabe Davis, and they just lost too many people. And you do wonder about if this head coach can get them over the top. We'll see. And more middle of the year, there was a time when they were underperforming and getting beaten by mediocre teams. The Denver loss on Monday Night Football to Jacksonville. His comments about 9/11, trying to motivate his team years ago. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive it. But the bottom line is, at the end of the season, they were the number 2 seed. And they lost in their home playoff game. They lost to Cincinnati last year in the snow, and they keep losing to Mahomes in Kansas City. So I don't know where they go. I just know how much that football team means to them, and that's where it's hard. We're in the Bay Area, and a lot of my thoughts on Saturday night, if McCaffrey doesn't break 18 Mike and Brock doesn't come alive on the last drive and have his Joe Montana moment, and we'll talk to David Lombardi. I talked to him at length about all that after the game, and we were texting during the game and then after when he wrote a story about 18 Mike. And we're in the Bay Area. And if the Niners don't win, it is terrible for the 49er franchise, and I just shudder to think about the implications and how you proceed and the agony of not getting over the hump here late in the year. But you know what? The Warriors are playing on Wednesday. Let's go watch them. And the Giants are coming back. In Buffalo, you don't have that. It's Bills. They have the Sabres, but it's Bills. They love that football team. And beyond that, in the Bay Area, we're smarter than everybody. We're richer. We're haughty. We think we're better. In Buffalo, the wins and losses of that football team pick up the psyche of that team. And I remember my aunts and my grandparents, and the Bills won, they felt better about living in Buffalo. And if they lost, they didn't, because people would make fun of them about the snow. And so it's hard. It's more than just a football game to them. It's a way of life. So sometimes I wonder what the hell they did to have the football gods mistreat them so. But I think yesterday, John, at the end of it, I think the Kansas City Chiefs are a better team, and they won the game.
Yeah, and look, I felt bad for you watching it just because it was so strange that it was going back and forth, and it really looked like that game from a couple of years ago. And then everything just kind of changed. Defense has stepped up. The Bills tried the fake punt. It didn't end up hurting them because McCole Hardman fumbled that ball out of the end zone. And even though it was to the Bills' advantage, I still hate that rule. I think maybe it should come back to the 20 and, still the team keeps it. But it is what it is. So they keep the ball. And I just thought at some point, because Josh Allen was making so many plays earlier in the game, that was their time, that they had him at home. They had been playing so well. Kansas City's offense really hadn't been that good all season long, but their defense had stepped up, and yet Mahomes is Mahomes, and they just kind of make those plays, and they just made enough of them. And unfortunately for Bills fans and for you, Tyler Bass, and I know you hate those words, and Jim Nantz actually uttered them, the wide right. I can't believe Bass missed that. Well, I can believe he missed it.
The wind
I just
just
can't believe he
took
missed
the
it
ball
that badly. I mean,
there are certain areas. There are certain areas of Buffalo where the wind will literally pick you up. There was an area right around the corner, an M&T Bank Stadium or M&T Bank building, right by the old Memorial Auditorium. I remember as a kid turning the corner, the wind would literally lift me off the ground, and it could be 85 degrees and sunny and no wind in July. And it's like, what just happened? And then in Orchard Park, and that tunnel where he kicked, it is what it is. And they had it for years at the old Meadowlands Giant Stadium before they moved to the new place. It's still there. You got to play the wind there. And Jake Moody, the problem with Levi's is that wind. And he said after, it was different than the Scott Norwood 47-yard miss in Tampa. That's outside of his range. He can't make that kick. Jim Kelly had a great, and Thurman Thomas should have been the MVP. They should not have allowed him to kick that field goal. He wasn't going to make it. It just was out of his range. It was close, but he missed it. This one was just Lake Erie blowing that thing. That's the football gods just taking the ball and just, maybe right into Jason Kelsey's big belly, up in the Mahomes and Taylor Swift suite. I don't know.
Hilarious.
And I mean, hilarious. So, I mean, the other part of it is it is what it is, and Buffalo's out. And now as we look ahead, and the Lions are going to be a challenge. This is going to be a battle. They are a solid football team. I know for a lot of America, they can't believe the Lions are back in the championship game. And I wasn't even alive in '57 when they beat the Niners in the playoffs. Then they beat Paul Brown's Browns to win in '57 with Bobby Lane. But they're solid. You can attack their corners, but you got to get there. We thought Green Bay had attackable players, and they didn't attack them enough. So but it's going to be a hard game. But if the Niners win this game when we go to Vegas for the Super Bowl, what are we thinking? Do you want John Harbaugh in Baltimore and to right the wrong of the 1st and goal on the 5-yard line in Super Bowl 47? Or do you want Kansas City and 2-3 chip jet wasp and 3rd and 15 and Mahomes to Kelsey to Tyreek the streak and all that? So either way, if the Niners get past the Lions, and believe me, that is going to take all their energy to win this football game. Maybe they revert back. It's going to be a nice track on Sunday afternoon. They could blow them out, but we're bracing for a battle. They're a good team. They got a lot of different gears, both offensively and defensively. But then, John, do you want the Ravens and the Super Bowl 47 nightmare, or do you want the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 54 nightmare? Which one do you want?
That's a good question. We'll get tons into the Lions as the week progresses, but in terms of the AFC, I mean, look, that's going to be an incredible game, and it's funny you say that because I'm certainly not looking past the Lions, but I was debating, and I think everybody's debating who you'd rather play or who would be easier, or whatever the case may be. I've seen the Ravens now, and I think that's a massive advantage for the 49ers. I'd like to see the Ravens only because I think the 49ers would know what they bring to the table. I think they're really, really good. I don't know what it is about the Chiefs, man. I don't like going up against Mahomes. I mean, look, it's the lesser of two evils here. They're both really good teams. But Mahomes just has the it. He just does. And I hate it. I don't think the Chiefs are as good as the team that the 49ers saw in Super Bowl 54. I think they were a better team then. They were better offensively. They weren't as good defensively. They're better defensively now. But I just, early in the season, I thought they're not very good. In fact, the Lions beat the Chiefs to start the regular season.
You pretty much said they were done at one point this year.
I did. I thought they were, but done. Here they are, and their defense is really good. And offensively, Patrick Mahomes is starting to get it, and they're starting to run the ball the way they are. And all of a sudden, here's Travis Kelce now. And, their receivers certainly aren't what they were without Tyreek Hill. Rice is just okay. Valdez-Scantling made a couple of nice plays yesterday where he would normally drop the ball. So they've certainly got their issues, but I don't know. I just think there's a way that Kansas City does this and beats Baltimore in some strange way. And I think Baltimore might be easier just because you've seen them. You know what to expect. And Brock isn't throwing 4 interceptions again. I don't think so.
Well, who knows what'll happen. So the last 2 years, the Niners have been pretty strong at home. But they've lost the Rams game at the end of the year. They didn't play their guys all the way through it. And the Cincinnati game, Joe Burrow was just masterful, and they were tired going into the bye. But the 2 most impressive performances of a team coming into Levi's was last year, Kansas City, the weekend they traded for McCaffrey.
44-23, wasn't it? Yeah.
What was it?
44. I think it was 44-23.
They scored a lot, and they didn't block Nick Bosa. They ran jet sweeps all day to McCole Harmon. They picked on Charvarius Ward. It was an assault. It was a destruction where you thought, wow, we thought our defense was really good. What just happened? And then Christmas night this year where they got you on both sides. And their defense is different. The way they play their zones, the way Mike McDonald, they just drop back. And I was talking to David Lombardi at length about this because he's so good with the numbers. And where are you, Lombardi? I'm texting you. Where are you, bro? He's the one who gave me the report that no hairline fracture for Debo and x-rays negative. So I think he's working on that story. But just when you... I'd like to see the data, and David, as good as he is, and he comes up with numbers that are just incredible. And I think internally, the football ops and analytics departments with teams have the numbers, but there's got to be like a spray chart they have in baseball where a hitter will hit the ball, and when we could shift, we'll shift. It can shift in the outfield, and we know where he's going to hit the ball. Don't you think certain offenses in the NFL, you know where they're going to throw the ball? And maybe that's why Mahomes is so hard to get to, because he's so spontaneous and he's just unconventional, and they have the scripted plays and he runs those. And Lamar's the same way when they get you in a scramble drill where, Peyton Manning's offense in Indy, you just knew Marvin Harrison's going to line up right. They don't motion. He's always right. Reggie Wayne's always left. They got either Edgerrin James or they got Marshall Faulk and they got Dallas Clark or whoever the tight. They don't switch. And he just goes up and calls a play based on where you lined up and the concepts from Tom Moore, and that's all great. But we know where you're going to throw the ball based on down and distance, what hash mark you're on. And I think Belichick just dropped in his zones, and he got there, and he knew where Peyton would go with the ball. I think Baltimore, John, just kind of felt where the 49er offense and the Shanahan system would go based on down and distance, what hash you're on, formationally, all of that, and they just took away all the in-cutting stuff. They got into Brock's face, and then, lo and behold, Green Bay did a lot of that. Now, can the Niners adjust if they do face Baltimore on February the 11th and get off those landmarks and maybe roll the pocket, change the launch spot where Brock's not always in the midline, where his lack of size can be a problem? So they present different challenges, but this AFC title game will be fascinating. The problem is we're the second game, so I know you'll be able to watch a little bit, getting ready for doing the pregame show. But when the AFC Championship game goes first, it's hard for us to watch any of that and really pay attention to it.
All right, hit us up. Ask Papa anything at all. Hit up the text line, and you can use hashtag Ask Papa, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line is wide open, 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. You can use that number to call the phone line as well. So if you want to jump on the show that way, you can do that. And we will monitor the YouTube and Twitch as well. So give us your questions. Use hashtag Ask Papa. We'll get to all of it. A ton to go over in the Packers game. And we've been talking about it. A lot of guys in the postgame said they needed a win like this. Does that make you feel better, or because it was so close and there was some issues defensively, special teams, everything else? Does it make you more nervous? And what was the issue? More Packers, weather, rust, Debo getting hurt? Any of the questions you have, we will hit those coming up next. And we'll check down and get with David Lombardi at some point, and Dante Whitner at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's great.
All right, David Lombardi is going to join us top of next hour. It is Ask Papa Anything, Anything at All. We've been taking your comments, thoughts, calls on the Golden State Lumber Building and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR, 808-5627. You can call the show as well, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 to Ask Papa Anything, Anything at All. Let's start with Kai in Capitola, and I had this in my notes, just hadn't gotten to it. Kai, welcome. You can Ask Papa Anything. Go right ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. Brock shaky play and wet weather continues to give us fans heart palpitations. But thanks to CMC's consistent play and amazing late game heroics by Jennings and Ayuk's shoestring catch, we fight on, get the W. I like Jennings. I'd like to see him more utilized. I'm sorry about Debo. Hopefully he can play. But Jennings is he's a force, so I like to see more action from him. What I really want to touch on is Shanahan's propensity for some conservative play calling and time management, especially at that drive right before halftime, where 3 points kind of made the difference in this game. Those are chances that I think he let slip through. Can you give me your thoughts on that drive right before halftime? I know Purdy was shaky, was probably not wanting to give him the reins to let loose, but with the weapons that we have, it's hard to not try to go after some points before halftime.
Thanks, Kai. There was 4:09 left in the half, and they got the ball at the 25-yard line. That's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, but it was closer to about a minute to go, and it was Kai from Capitola. I do love Capitola. Yes. Puka Nakua's brother is named Kai. He was a 49er defensive back, Kai Nakua. Anyway, where they got off the push there at the end is when it was a 3rd down and short, and Brock was under center. And I think they wanted to run a Purdy plunge, and then Quay Walker, the linebacker, jumped up into the A or B gap and took it away, and they wound up kind of getting paralyzed there, and the clock went down, and then Kyle wound up calling a timeout. So they lost several seconds there, around a minute, till they stopped it later. And we've talked to Kyle about this a lot and how he likes to lap people and all that, but he mentioned something on with Tolbert and Copes towards the end of the year that I heard and picked up on, and I asked him about it on Game Plan, and we got into it deeply, and you and I have talked about it a little bit, and it's this stat that's out there that Kyle's been given from the analytics department that outside of turnover differential in a game and actually blocking a punt in the game, the team that wins the game, the highest percentage is predicated on which team has the ball with the last possession of the first half. I've tried to look for it, and I haven't been able to find it. So Kyle said it's true, so I have to assume it is, but I haven't seen it. And, maybe we'll get into it, Lombardi. But so I think what he was trying to accomplish there, and they did line up for a field goal, and it got blocked. Now, part of the problem when you have a field goal blocked is it's too long. And the further you are out away, the lower the lift is on the flight of the ball, and it's more susceptible to a block. Now, the snap wasn't great there. The whole operation from Tabor Pepper to Mitch was not great, but it was low because it was far out. If you'd gotten closer, then Jake can pop it up higher. You don't have to drive the ball to get the distance. So maybe it doesn't get blocked if you get closer. But I think Kyle was coaching the end of the game with two thoughts. One is we want to score, whether it's 7 or 3, but almost more importantly, or as importantly, we don't want to give the ball back to Jordan Love and have them score before half, because the team now it's even. I mean, to me, if you punt the ball or kick the ball off to them with 10 seconds to go in the half, aren't they going to just kind of run it out and have a bogus run or something? But he just does not want to let the other team snap the ball. I think there's a little bit too much made to that, where you are losing a lack of aggressiveness. So that's my thought on that, which leads to a wider.
Go ahead. I don't want to leave that topic, because I think what he's pointing out, and where I had the issue about it too, was so they get the ball at 4:09 at the 25-yard line. McCaffrey's tackled for 2 yards at the 38. So they're at their own 38-yard line. There's 2:43 left. They let it go down to the 2-minute warning. I understand what he's saying, but to me, I think that was a lack of trust in what they were doing offensively and about what was going on defensively too, because they just weren't playing well defensively. Then they get the ball. They go down to the 2-minute warning. They get a first down at the Green Bay 46, and again, they let it run down. At that point, 1:19 to 34 seconds left in the game. In the half. So he's playing this for a field goal, and I thought at that point you've got yourself some good field position. You can get some rhythm there if you just go quick 2-minute offense. You had 4:09 there, and then they settle for a 48-yarder in which it was a low kick. It got blocked, but it was a low kick, like you said, it was so far out. My question would be, and this is just Kyle. Kyle's not going to change. He's conservative. That's just the way it's going to be. And I understand that you're going to try to lap a team. They're not going to get the ball back. But I think it was also a lack of trust. But I thought they got into a rhythm there, and I thought they had an opportunity to not just settle for a field goal. They had plenty of time there, and Kyle just didn't want to mess with it.
The 4:09, you got plenty of time with 4:09. You got. Well, he's trying to milk the clock. Then he's not looking to go fast. Too many coaches.
But get into the zone and then slow it down. Well, get in there and then slow it down. He was slowing it down around the 40-yard line, and I didn't agree with that.
Now here's the whole situation where it came to be. It was a 2nd and 5 on Green Bay's 46. They run the ball to McCaffrey for a 3-yard gain. It sets up the 3rd down and 2 I'm talking about. He could have called a timeout with more than a minute to go. He decided, and I think this was based on when he got up on the line, he was going to run the Purdy plunge, and then Green Bay jumped in late. Quay Walker, the linebacker, jumped up into the A or B gap, I think over the A gap, and he took away the quarterback sneak off of Aaron Banks in left guard. Now, Brock could have flipped it and run the Purdy plunge over Feliciano the other side. To me, there was a gap there, but he took that clock. This is where it ran all the way down to 34 seconds. Right. So they snapped it. It has nothing to do with the 4 minutes. And at that point, he's thinking, I don't want to punt the ball back to them. I want to work the clock, and we're going to run the clock.
But that's where the conservative nature comes in, I think.
He does not. Okay, that's the stat. The stat,
I get it.
He does not want to punt the ball back to them.
But where I think he erred, I understand where you are there, but he wasted so much time when he has the ball at the 40-yard line. He wastes 43 seconds down, 2:43 to the 2-minute warning. So at that point, you've already made the decision, I think, because you're just going to try to milk it and you don't want to give Green Bay the ball. But I think that what happened, or what is happening here, is if he had more confidence in his defense, because as he said at the end of the game in the minute 7, you'd like to milk more out of the clock too, so that Green Bay doesn't have more time, but there was a minute 7 for them to get a field goal. But at points, especially the way that they were playing offensively, I thought that was a key point of the game to up-tempo your offense, get yourself some rhythm, score some points. I don't think that you're playing for a long field goal there because you're in bad weather. Get down the field, get some points, and you get the ball. What's there to lose there? Unless you don't have confidence in your defense, which I don't think he did.
Now, if you're facing a 2nd and 8 on your own 40-yard line, you want to take the ball to the 2-minute warning there. You got plenty of time. Coaches err, and John Reed has written books on clock management, go back years and years, and you got plenty of time. Where it got to where he had to make a decision was after McCaffrey ran on the 2nd down and 5, picked up 3 yards to set up the 3rd down and 2. And up in the booth, I got a former high school coach to my side, and Chris Babcock. He wanted the timeout right there. I think if they just would have run the Purdy plunge, the QB sneak quicker, but they were at the line a long time, and now all of a sudden you call the timeout with 34 seconds to go, and now it's 3rd down and 2. And in Kyle's mind, it wasn't a lack of confidence. He does not want to punt the ball back to the other team. He makes a big deal, and I think it's really, as he puts too much in that stat. I'd like to see that stat actually. I've never read it. He's told me about it. We've talked about it. It's not even the team that scores last. He thinks it's the team that touches the ball, that runs a play, and actually Green Bay did. They got the ball back with 5 seconds to go, and they pretty much knelt it out. So I think he puts too much in that. But at that point, his mindset is we either score or they don't get the ball back at all. And I think as an offensive play caller, that is commendable. Most coaches that call their own plays that are head coaches do not do that. They're looking to be aggressive, and sometimes when Kyle was a young coach, he was overly aggressive in that scenario. I remember the game on Monday Night Football at Lambeau Field when C.J. Beathard threw a late pick in the game, and Aaron Rodgers came back and beat him. So if you had to do it over again, how would he handle that 3rd and 2 when you got the ball with a minute 19 to go? And then he just wound up running the clock down too long. There was actually a timeout called there with 34 seconds to go. But he just puts too much, I think, in to that stat where he does not want to give the opponents the ball back at all going into halftime. But it brings up a bigger point. We've got 2 guys, and I thought this going into the NFC title game last year, and maybe even more so, where Kyle, he appreciates football. He will kick field goals. He will punt. He does not go for it on 4th down. The 2-point conversion, even when the other team commits a penalty and they move the ball from the 2 to the 1-yard line. It's happened twice this year. Kyle has not gone for 2. Dan Campbell does it all the time. Dan Campbell will go for a 4th down more than any coach in football. We thought Sirianni went with it a lot, obviously, in Philadelphia, and Doug Peterson kind of started this in the NFL. But there's no one more aggressive in his game management than Dan Campbell versus Kyle. And that, as you go into this NFC Championship game, and I think the analytics and fans, they're always going to go for it. Well, take it easy here. Sometimes you want to punt. Sometimes you want to kick a field goal.
But find the happy medium. I think you find the happy medium there.
Well, I think you just do what situations call for.
Yeah, but he's
by
never
and large, going into this game, the Dan Campbell is probably the most aggressive coach in football. And I'm going to, Jeff Deeney already sent me a bunch of stuff on the Lions and all the breakdown, and I asked him right back about Dan Campbell and what he does. First of all, What does he do on fourth down? I think we know the numbers. Since he's been the head coach, they go for it, the highest percentage. He's very aggressive on 2-point conversions. The other side of it, and we talked a lot about this with LaFleur, Dan Campbell does not defer.
Right.
LaFleur and defer. He wants the ball. He did it in this game. So, I mean, if they win the coin toss like they did on Saturday night and LaFleur took the ball, are we bracing for Dan Campbell to take the ball? He's going to take the ball, Dan Campbell. He did he did the game on Sunday.
Let me go back
the ball in Detroit.
Let me go back to Kyle for a minute to further explain this. What I'm saying is that I don't think there should be a hard, fast rule on anything. I think, and Kyle says this all the time, and coaches in every sport say this all the time. With 4:09 left in the half, they just kicked a field goal. You know they're going to play a soft defense on you. So what you haven't had any rhythm offensively. What this allows you to do with 4:09 left is play an up-tempo offense to get your team and get your guys in rhythm. This happens all the time in football. So what I'm saying here is, rather than milk the clock unnecessarily because you have a philosophy that says, I want the ball at the end because the numbers bear it out, which, by the way, they don't, that if I have the ball in my hands, that I'm going to win the football game. I'm saying that you look at this game, you look at that certain situation differently and just say, well, look, this is a great time to get my offense in rhythm. We're down 7-6, or excuse me, we're up 7-6, and even though we feel like we are up a point, we feel like we haven't gotten the offense in rhythm. What my point is that they're playing soft. You're going to get some completions here. You're going to get yourself in rhythm. Up tempo it. You can always slow down on the other side of the field. Up tempo it. Get yourself some rhythm. Get yourself some confidence. Get that field goal. Get into halftime. Get the football back. That's the issue that I think a lot of people had. There was an opportunity there that I think you missed.
I don't agree. When you want to run there. Well, the theory there is a 4-minute offense. We want to run the ball for 4 minutes. There's 4:09 to go. We want to score at the end of the half. You're in no hurry to do any of that.
But get on the other side of the 50 and then slow down. That's what a lot of teams do. They get on the other side of the 50, then they slow down. Get there.
You're fine. You're fine going into the 2-minute warning on a 2nd and 8 on your 40-yard line with all 3 of your timeouts. What's the hurry? You don't have to hurry at that point. The call he had to make was going on the 3rd and 2, and just look at how long they stood on the line of scrimmage before he decided to call the timeout. And I think that was more formationally, that he did not want, or Brock didn't like it. He was trying to can the call or Oscar it or something when Quay Walker jumped up and they got out of that play. The other thing, the Niners, and they call it a turbo, they very seldom jump into the turbo. Turbo is when they go fast, and they do it situationally when they want to run off a play fast, whether there's a call that they're worried about being overturned or the game situation. They practice turbo a lot. They very seldom, of any team in football, they don't run a no-huddle offense. They very seldom jump into that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All right, we will continue. Ask Pop anything at all. Again, you can hit us up on the text line or the phone line. Same number, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Also on YouTube and Twitch as well. Let me pull up the next one. Bill is in the city. Hi, Bill. Welcome.
Guys.
Okay.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, before I ask my question, players and feel are much more important than statistics in sports. I mean, let's just go to baseball with Bochy. I mean, you have to have some feel out there, and the players and the feel are more important in games, especially playoff games, than statistics. That's and I think people rely too much on, well, this should go because this is this. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of factors involved: injuries, weather conditions, what you see during the game, and a lot of things like that. And you're doing things on the moment. I mean, wasting a minute basically told me that you have no confidence in your team, and we're acting like Jordan Love is this great player that's unstoppable. I mean, we have a really good defense, so I just didn't understand that. But Shanahan's done that many times in the past. That's not why I called you on the question. That's just, from listening to you 15 minutes talking about that. And this has happened. And you can look down the history of Shanahan's clock management in the last 2 minutes of halves and the last 2 minutes of games. And that's why he's never won a big game, a really big game that counts for all the marbles. And I don't think he can do it yet because I think he's too smart for himself. He should just go by what he's doing and let the game flow dictate, not, I'm saying trying to look at statistics and outsmart everyone, because I don't think that wins games. And I think that's why Mahomes is successful, because I think these other teams, when they go out there, they just play what they feel. They don't go by, the stats say I should do this, or the stats say I should do that. The Tampa game the other day, when the guy went for 2 points when they're down 2 scores and they just scored,
and he goes for 2 points, which to me made no sense, because if they get the extra point, they're within one score, and it puts more pressure on Detroit. By going by 2 and missing, it made him have to basically score a touchdown and then get 2 points. So I didn't see the logic in that, but maybe they did, but whatever. But that's not why I'm calling. I'm calling you for the fact that when I watch Brock play, he seems to be one of the best quarterbacks. He's not a scrambler, but when he gets outside of the pocket, especially when he rolls the opposite way, he might be the most successful quarterback in the league at completing passes. And his receivers know how to come back to the ball, and he's got great receivers. So I don't understand why they keep him in the pocket so much. And when he's in the pocket, partly because of his size and his height, he doesn't always see over the linemen, and the 49er line is a better running line than a pass-blocking line. So a lot of times he doesn't have clear vision, and he's trying to stick the ball in small areas. And that's tough to do without the ball being deflected when you have 6'4" and 6'6" guys in front of you. So a lot of times I think the vision factor and the little area that he has to get in, that's a very difficult thing to do.
So is your question, you want to see Brock Purdy? Are you saying why don't they move Brock Purdy more out of the pocket? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because he can see better. I think it's just a vision factor.
Okay, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. What are your thoughts on that?
Without a doubt. I mean, it's called getting him out of the midline. And that's what I'm saying. Teams are scouting him to stay right in the midline, which is in the pocket at a certain depth right behind Jake Brendel. He can't see there. And they're getting big guys up, and they're blocking his vision. They're changing his line of sight and his line of flight. There was one time where he clearly ran with a bootleg going out left. And that's kind of the staple of this offense. Is Kyle calls it keeps or boots. The fake stretch going left, you run the boot going right, or vice versa. There was one play where they did that, and I thought it got him into rhythm. So there's no doubt, and especially in this game with the pressure, and they like to blitz off the slot a lot, and Aiden Hutchins going to line up over Colt McKivit's side a lot. And they've shown you. Baltimore did it. Green Bay just did it. There's no question. You want to get him off the midline and have him either roll the pocket or off the keep in the boot action, get him outside the numbers, and he is really good rolling to his left. The one thing about Todd Bowles going for the 2-point conversion, and Collinsworth kind of explained it, but it's hard in the middle of a game. The 2-point conversion in the NFL used to be about a 50-50 flip. And there was a time years ago, John, that I thought Mike Tomlin was trending in the way where he was just going to go for 2 every time. Now it is up to 55% of 2-point conversions are converted. So if you do it every single time, you're going to pick up 1+ point. And now that they've moved that extra point out, and you're seeing kickers, the kicker for Green Bay missed 6 of them this year. That is a long field goal now. That's quite a distance out there. That ball's on the 15-yard line. It's not on the 2. It's not a 20-yard kick. It's a 38-yard kick now. So I thought there was going to be a point, and you don't make that. The 95% is what you're making on extra points to now, and the 2-point conversion is 55%. I think if Farhan Zaidi was running a football team, the basic math would say we're going for 2 every single time. And then we're also going to be better on 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2, and we're going to be the best 2-yard converting team in football. But you got to be committed to it, and guys lose their jobs. They get fired for it. I thought Mike Tomlin was going to do it one year. He started that way, and he backed off. But when Chip Kelly started coaching in the NFL, John, I thought he would be the one that would be bold enough to go for 2 every single time, and even he didn't. Well, he didn't have a great team. In Philly, he did right away. I just don't. I think coaches are scared of doing it because if they don't convert the 2, everybody second guesses, they wind up getting fired.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll continue to Ask Papa anything at all. David Lombardi is going to join us. We got him to go at 12:50. So we got Dante coming up the bottom of the hour at 12:30. So we'll fill this up. Text line is wide open. Hit us up. Wide open at 415-808-5627. 415-808 KNBR, and the phone lines are open as well. Questions, comments, thoughts on the Packers. We'll move on to the Lions as the week progresses. 49ers in the NFC Championship game after taking down the Packers 24-21. More next, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The 49ers move on with a 24-21 win over the Packers, and everybody says in the postgame, the players, that a close game is a good thing. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
There's just something about Sunday and playoff football. You take a morning walk to the store for burgers and beers. You tidy up the house to make room for your 10 fellow football fans, and your biggest Sunday chore is loading up a case of Bud Light into the fridge. Or if you get ready for a full day with the family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors, the hard work pays off, because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer. Bud Light it is. It's easy to get excited for game day, because when you got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the football playoffs with Bud Light. Bud Light is easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. 49ers win 24-21. They make your heart race, but they win. Maybe it's a good thing they played a close game. That's what a lot of the guys were saying in the post-game. Give us your thoughts. Questions, comments, and thoughts wide open. Text line, 415-808-5627. You can call the show with that same number, 415-808-KNBR. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Bottom of the hour, great noon hour for you. So the bottom of the hour, Dante Whitner is going to join us. And then 12:50, David Lombardi is going to join us in The Athletic. And then we'll get to your foreplay and let you hear a lot of post-game sound and the such. So keep it right here. Ask Papa anything. James is going to lead us off in Oakland. Hi, James. Welcome.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I know it's all 49ers, and I'll be brief, but, Greg, I've been wanting to ask you this since 2000. So going back 40 years, going back 40 years to before your Raider days, the team that beat Washington 38-9 in the '84 Super Bowl.
Jack Squires?
Yes, sir. I want to know how you rank that team all time against the '85 Bears and the Steelers and all that. But bringing it to the day, I want you to tell me how much you think what the 49ers did to Washington, who was highly regarded at the time. But what they did after being down 21-0, and Montana bringing them back in the fourth quarter to tie the score. And if not for two questionable PIs, that might have been the Raiders and the 49ers in that Super Bowl.
It would have been epic, obviously. Ronnie Lott and Eric Wright were called for a couple of bogus calls, and we were just reminiscing about that game because we were in Landover for New Year's Eve, and Michael Silver, our friend, wrote about it. And, yeah, we had a couple of years where we looked like it was going to be Niners and Raiders in a Super Bowl. I mean, Steve Mariucci's last game, John Gruden beat him in the playoffs, and they went to Philadelphia, and Ronnie Barber had the pick six. But we thought the Raiders' last appearance could be Niners and Raiders. Didn't turn out that way. Yeah, the '83 Raiders are one of the most underrated teams of all time. And when the NFL Network did I think they ranked at the time, there were 50 Super Bowl winners in the top 20. Al Davis, and he was great friends with Ed Sable and his son Steve, but Steve was involved in that. I forget where they ranked the '83 Raiders, but it was not high enough for Al, and he went off. He talked about it incessantly. He was so proud of that team because they traded for Mike Haynes middle of the year to put him with Lester the Molester, one of the great defenses of all time, and they were at the height of the powers, obviously, with Marcus, and the '83 team was one of the best. The Raiders '76 team was really good, obviously, with the Stabler team. But I think Al was more fond of the Plunkett Raiders with Tom. But anyway, that was one of the great teams of all time. And then, the '84 Niners were one of the great teams of all time. The '94 Niners were there. But it seems like, John, I think the '84 Niners get rated higher than the '83 Raiders. But we almost had that matchup in '83. Yep. And that would have been one of the most epic. And obviously, hopefully the Niners win on Sunday and we go to the new home of the Raiders, the Big Al, and we're able to talk about some of those great 49ers Super Bowl teams, and we'll be there with the Raiders mystique and all that. But, those '83 Raiders against the '84 Niners, if we would have had it in '83. And I think a big reason the Niners were so motivated in '84 was after what happened to them at RFK in '83, and those two calls after Joe brought them back down from 21-0.
These are good questions on the text line. I'll just surmise in different forms, 925-831-415. A lot of people asking about the D-line. They had no sacks, 6 hits. 5 of those hits were by Bosa. He did get that pressure on the final Dre Greenlaw interception, but I would agree, both against the run and pressuring Jordan Love, they got to be better against Detroit. What were your thoughts on the front four?
Well, I thought they had pressure. They didn't sack him. I thought Nick played a magnificent game and run support and just the way. I mean, the theory going into it would be to run a Chase Young away from Nick, but you better block the backside end because if that's Nick Bosa, he's going to run your ass down and he's going to come in with violence, and he was a force. And his energy in this game, Armstead had some good plays, obviously, the Gravedigger on that 3rd and 8, the pass rush. I think losing Cleveland Ferrell and we talked about it. He's such a good edge setter, and the pin and the pull and the way they got to Chase Young. We'll get into it with Dante Whitner on the run game. So, and this Detroit offensive line is as good as in football, John. I think you can, I think Nick will go over Taylor Decker more in this game, their left tackle, than Penei Sewell, the right tackle. But Penei Sewell is, the two best tackles in football are Trent at left tackle and Penei Sewell at right tackle. He's that good. It sounds like they're not going to have their left guard, Jonah Jackson. Frank Ragnow is a really good player, and he was hurt in the game, and he came back in at the end, the last touchdown, to be involved in that. So this matchup is going to be interesting. Their O-line is, Philadelphia's line is good. This line is right now still standing. It's going to be a great matchup in this game, John. But I think the concern is going to be Chase Young, and what they can do there. He's just got to be more alert on that pin and pull play and not get pinned down. I don't know if they could change the technique on that, because that's something that's plagued them this year. But I thought the pass rush was fine in the game. It's just, man, there were times in the game where is this the 49er rush in the front seven? I mean, they were, and it was that outside wide toss to Aaron Jones and the pin and the pull. They got the edge so easy, and Aaron Jones is a terrific player. But David Montgomery running inside, and then Jahmyr Gibbs running inside and outside, and the matchup stuff, he looks like McCaffrey, but younger and faster, and Alvin Kamara. I mean, wow, they got two great running backs.
I thought Chase Young was terrible. I thought that I didn't even see Hargrave. Armstead had a few plays, but I think, and again, it was a wet field, so I don't know if he's going to be able to be as effective. Nick was Nick. I mean, Nick was awesome. If people didn't think Nick played well, they got to go back and watch it. Other than that, I thought they really struggled. And then, like you said, against the run in Detroit, we're going to get into a ton of Detroit, but they've just got to be better. They got to put more pressure on. They got to stop the run. They got to penetrate more. They got to stop the run. They got to make it a lot easier. They struggled. I thought they struggled. So we'll get into it with Dante.
The other we'll get with Dante is Ambry. And I had a long talk with Daniel Bullocks before the game, and he's their secondary coach. And it's the fact that he's playing with this wrap on his right thumb. He's playing with a fractured thumb. And I think there was one tackle early in the game that you could see him try to get into Aaron Jones's chest plate. He couldn't get him on the ground. And then in coverage, they went at him.
The 41-yard PI.
The deep shot to Bo Melton, and we'll talk to Dante. He just panicked.
Yep.
He was in phase. He turned. He located the ball. Make him catch the ball there. Don't just grab him. If you grab him, this is not college. This is not Michigan. It's not a 15-yard penalty. It's a 41-yard penalty. It's a spot penalty. And they picked on him again later in the game. I don't know what, with the injury to Jason Verrett, they did sign Terrence Mitchell, who I've been talking about since training camp. I don't think they'll do that and just elevate him right away.
You can't throw somebody in the NFC Championship game,
He's a really good player. He's got long arms. He could play the outside. Well, I mean, are the Detroit Lions going to throw Zach Ertz in there? And I know he was playing early this year with Arizona, but they just signed him to their practice squad, and they're going to throw him out there. I don't think they're going to do that. But the bottom line is they're going to attack Ambry. I thought they'd go at Demo, but Demo, God, did he play a game? The Hyena was he was so forceful. He's playing so well. And Amon-Ra's going to be in the slot, but they can move him all around. Jamison Williams has the size. We'll get into it with Dante. It's Ambry.
They're going to go deep with Jamison Williams. Is there any doubt in your mind? I mean, if Ambry's going to play deep balls like that, they're going to go. They're going to go.
I just
think
that
deep.
The cast on his thumb is trying to wrap and tackle in the NFL. It's hard enough anyway. How do you do that with a broken right thumb and playing with a club? You could use that effectively in some mechanisms, but you don't have the touch to tackle. So I think just losing that tackle on Aaron Jones, then they went at him. He's going to be a targeted guy the way Cam Sutton is on their side. Both their corners are vulnerable. Sutton, if he plays so far off and he wants to get up and jam and bump and run, late in the game against Mike Evans. So I think Ayuk will attack him if he follows Ayuk around. And then you got the other guy who's a young player as well, Kendall Vildor. But we'll get into it with Dante. I just think, the fractured thumb and the fact that he's playing with that wrapped up it makes it difficult for him to play his position, to jam and to tackle.
Jonah Jackson underwent surgery for a meniscus tear, so he is not going to play in the NFC Championship game. Let's get into the defensive side specifically and just everything about the game on Saturday and what Dante thought of it. Again, it's pass-fail. and it doesn't have any bearing on the game that's coming up against the Lions this weekend. They could come out and beat them 40-0. They could lose, whatever the case may be. But again, a win's a win. We'll get into the conversation about it. Was it the weather, the Packers, the layoff? What happened with some of the issues that faced the 49ers? We'll talk to Dante about it next, only here on the Sports Hitter. Hey, it's a brand new year. You know that. And you can start it off right with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So let's grab the keys. Let's get your new Toyota. And you can count on Modesto Toyota for great savings. You come in right now. You check out the new models. You go to ModestoToyota.com like I did, where I found my RAV4 Hybrid. You see all the incoming vehicles. And then you say, okay, what do I need on that vehicle? Yep. Need that. I don't need that. You pick out the one you want. You get great prices and special lease deals. And for me, and this is going to be the same way for you, you save big on gas with many of the hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. And you can even say adios to gas. Check out the new electric BZ4X at a low price or an incredible lease deal. So it's a brand new year, and it's the perfect time to grab the keys to your new Toyota. And, since 1965, Modesto Toyota, they've had thousands of happy customers like me. If you could see me, I have a big smile on my face because of the great service and great prices. So let's go grab the keys to your new Toyota and start off the year right. No dealer markup, and the time has never been better. It's where I get my Toyotas. I just told you that. My son's Toyota. You know how that works out. So come find yours. Go to ModestoToyota.com right now and check it out. Modesto Toyota, ModestoToyota.com.
They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun. Deep drop. Crusher gets chased out to his right. Will throw on the run back. Middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way. Secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre. Goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
Dre finally went down. He had 2 interceptions. 49ers get some breaks along the way. They get that big 4th down stop. Anders Carlson misses that field goal, and the 49ers win it 24-21 at the Reign at Levi's Stadium on Saturday, and they'll take on the Detroit Lions on Sunday. Let's talk about all of it with hitman Dante Whitner, Dante Hitner 31 at Dante Whitner. Make sure you follow him on social media and watch him before and after all 49ers games, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Not much. How you guys doing?
We're surviving, man. I mean, I guess the guys in the postgame were saying we needed a game like that. So give us the players' perspective. Is that good to have a game in which, I don't know, maybe you should have lost that game, but you end up winning it, you survive it, you move on, and there's no grades. You either pass or you fail in the playoffs. So how do you feel about a close game? Does that help?
I feel like it embeds that championship mentality. It's easy to go up and down the field on offense during the regular season when there's not a lot on the line. And we've seen the 49ers fail to come back in recent playoff appearances and games in the fourth quarter. And Brock Purdy put the team on his back. Everybody executed when they had to, and they punched it into the end zone. So that's the type of game that you need to build that championship mentality in the playoffs.
Without a doubt. But it was not a perfect game and a lot to get to. And let's get to your area of expertise right away, the defense. And we'll start with Aaron Jones, that 53-yard run. Wicks, the wide receiver at the pin on Chase Young, the pin and the pull, getting the outside all day. Aaron Jones went for over 100 yards. They had 28 carries for 136, almost 5 yards a pop. They've got to shore up the running game. Detroit's got 2 great backs, Montgomery and Gibbs. Dante, just with that pin and pull action, what did you see? Why were the Niners getting crunched on that play?
Well, they've had this issue all year long, and it's a lack of awareness first and foremost from the defensive end. If I was Steve Wilkes, I'd almost have those guys standing in a 2-point stance in this next game when they get those receivers condensed so that they can play vertical through the receiver. And then a lot of times they're pulling an offensive lineman outside, and if that defensive end, whether it's Nick Bosa or Chase Young, doesn't get vertical enough and knock off that pulling guard, he wraps around, he turns up, and he gets on Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw. And that's what happened on that 52-yard run. Chase Young was blocked by the wide receiver. He did a spin move and spin out of his gap, and that's all it takes is one guy to be misplaced. And on the other side, it happens with Bosa as well. That receiver, Watson, blocks down, cuts off the defense, and then you allow Aaron Jones to get outside running full speed. So that's an adjustment I would make. If they get any of those receivers inside the numbers, tight restrictions, I would stand those guys up so they can play through the receivers and knock off the extra pulling guards.
Dante, the other thing we were talking about was Ambry Thomas. We've gotten good Ambry, we've gotten bad Ambry, we got bad Ambry against the Packers. What do they do here?
Well, if it was up to me, I would think about putting Isaiah Oliver in the slot and then putting Diamador Lenore outside, who's playing phenomenal in the slot with his physicality, reading the run, making tackles. I think that's the adjustment that I would make. But when you look at what happened with Ambry Thomas, it's all leverage and his bad eyes. And especially when the safety is leaning to your side, all you have to do is stay low shoulder, outside, and not lean too much on the receiver. So it's all technical. It can be corrected, but you can't have that pass interference and panic with the ball in the air late in the game like that. You can't have these type of mistakes because they'll send you home in the playoffs.
Amon-Ra St. Brown goes in the slot, brother. I mean, you put Isaiah Oliver in there, that's going to be a hard matchup. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if they can do that. With Ambry playing with the broken thumb on the right hand, to me, he lost a tackle early in the game, right in the chest plate to Aaron Jones. He just slipped off of him. Did he lose a little confidence on playing the ball? How hard is it to play with a cast and a glove on that broken right thumb, Dante?
Well, it's very difficult to play the ball without a cast on your arm, so it's tremendously difficult to play it with a cast on your arm. But that doesn't stop you from being good with your feet, good with your technique, being with the proper leverage, not leaning on wide receivers, knowing that they like to set up their routes. And then if you have to with a catch, you can still go up, not panic, and knock the ball out of the air and create a PBU. So the first one when he missed the tackle, it was a bad angle. You have to close from outside in, knowing that the strength of the defense is pursuing from the inside. So, there's some technical things that he has to clean up. And then you did mention that they'd like to move St. Brown in the slot. Well, the 49ers, they don't really primarily play man-to-man coverage. So if you put Isaiah Oliver in there playing cover 2, cover 3, cover 4, a bigger body to reroute him with a safety over the top, and then you match him up with Charvarius Ward if you're playing man coverage, I think that's a way they can get away with playing Isaiah Oliver and moving Diamador Lenore outside.
Dante Whitner looking back at the Packers and a peek towards the Lions as well. The 49ers win 24-21 on Saturday night in Levi's Stadium. In regards to the defensive line, there's a lot of money in here, and I was excited to get Chase Young, but he did not play well on Saturday. Didn't hear a lot from Hargrave. Armstead, I understand. Plus, there's some wet weather. It's tough. Bosa had 5 of the 6 quarterback hits. Bosa was Bosa, and he forced the pressure on that last interception by Dre Greenlaw. But they didn't have any sacks. They weren't great against the run. When they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, this front four was dominant. What do you need to see against the Lions from these guys? Because I just didn't think they were very good against Green Bay.
Well, Eric Armstead, first and foremost, looked a little rusty. He looked like he's about 70% healthy. When you go back and analyze the film, get off is very important for those interior defensive linemen. And there were times where the other defensive linemen were a yard off the ball more than Eric Armstead. He did come through on the 4th down, penetrating, the double team, and then Dre Greenlaw with a top on 4th and 1. But they're going to need more from him. And it's understandable where he is with the injuries and the long layoff. Hargrave, I thought, did a pretty good job on the inside, especially towards the end of the game with his pass rush, but I think they need more from Chase Young, especially in the run game and the pass game. Setting the edge, penetrating, not being blocked by a wide receiver, not spinning out of your gap. There's times where Chase Young isn't coming full speed off the ball. It's almost like he's dancing in preparation for a tight end or running back to chip him. They need him to come off the ball with more fire than that. And then Nick Bosa is seeing most of the action. He's getting chipped. He's getting double teamed. The sliding protection to his way. The 49ers defense is going to have to play a phenomenal game this week versus the Detroit Lions that like to run the football and have a very good offensive line. So they're going to need more production from the defensive line if they're going to punch their ticket into the Super Bowl.
Totally. Let's jump over to the 49er offensive side. And I didn't think Green Bay had the personnel to do what Baltimore did on Christmas night, but damn, for a lot of snaps they did. They took away the check down to McCaffrey. Preston Smith with his long arms got out there. They choked off the middle of the field. Just what did you see from the 49er offense? I know the weather had a problem with Brock and gripping it and ripping it. They made an adjustment to run more downhill, but they couldn't get out wide in the running game. So what did you see from 49er offense against the Packers defense on Saturday, Dante?
Well, in the run game, the Green Bay Packers were loading the box, 5 defensive linemen, 8, 9 in the box, and they were overplaying the outside runs, which helped set up that Christian McCaffrey touchdown, that long one. Well, the Green Bay Packers defense was expecting an outside toss. They gave the same action as far as the offensive look with the offensive lineman and Kyle Juszczyk, but they kept it inside. And when they over-pursued front side, that allowed Christian McCaffrey to cut backside. And a huge shout-out to Aaron Banks and Jake Brendel, who didn't allow Wyatt to cross his face backside. That's Banks. And then Brendel getting up on Quez Watkins to allow Christian McCaffrey to get one-on-one with the safety in the phone booth, and that didn't turn out well for them. So a lot of those outside runs were set up with that look. When you look at what they did in the past game, I think that it just came down to the elements, the weather. You can tell that Brock is not comfortable throwing the football in the rain. There was one play where he was actually wiping his hand off as he has the football and getting ready to throw it. And a lot of those check down routes, a lot of that stuff was open when they were getting Christian McCaffrey out wide. He had an option route underneath to run the angle or to sit down. It was open. The ball was just getting away from Brock. But he did make some phenomenal throws and reads. That throw to Juwan Jennings on 3rd and 10, that was his best throw of the year. And he had a defensive lineman bearing down on him. There was another throw on 2nd and 10, I believe, empty where he threw to Juwan Jennings, and he trusted Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings had to get inside the safety that's sitting 12 yards inside leverage. He did a great job of getting inside off 2 steps. Brock did a great job of moving Quez Watkins to the left, who's the middle read player, and then trusting that Juwan Jennings was going to be where he was. And then a huge shout-out to Brandon Ayuk as well. Those 2 catches that Brandon Ayuk had on 3rd down, the one going from right to left when he was running and caught it at knee level and didn't kick the ball out of his own hands, and then the one where he ran the slant, got a clean release, and made the big catch, got his hands underneath it. All the players for the 49ers made plays when they had to, and that's championship football.
Dante Whitner joined us. So right now on Sunday, it's supposed to be about 70 degrees. It's supposed to be dry. But if there's rain, what is your concern level for Brock?
Well, hopefully there's no rain, and because the concern level will be high again. The elements are the only thing that can stop the 49ers defense. Off scoring 40 points team. They're bottom in the league, and versus the pass, they're going to have trouble tackling Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. And then Christian McCaffrey is going to have the ability to have some success on the ground. If they take care of the football, there's no reason that the 49ers shouldn't score 40 points.
David Lombardi from The Athletics going to join us at 12:50. You'll get the latest on what's going on with Deebo Samuel and break down that touchdown run you were talking about, 18 Mike, to McCaffrey out of the eye. The Detroit Lions, just starting with their offense, and Aaron Jones a good back, but David Montgomery inside, the former Bear, and Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow, his speed to run away from Antoine Winfield Jr. to score that touchdown and break the tie. And then you got Goff with the play-action game, slinging it the way he does, the wide receiver, the tight end, Laporta. They got Zach Ertz now on the practice squad. From the 49er defensive challenge standpoint, as we transition from the Pack to the Lions, what are the challenges on Sunday?
Pop, you know who they remind me of, but they just don't have the quarterback? It's the New Orleans Saints. They had Darren Sproles in the backfield, very quick, can catch it out of the backfield. They had Pierre Thomas, that was the power back. They had a tight end in Jimmy Graham. They have, what's his name, Laporta over there for the Detroit Lions. And then the receivers that they have for the New Orleans Saints, look at the receivers they have now for the Detroit Lions. So that's who they remind me of. And it's going to take the same type of game plans that we went into those games with to beat them. And it's going to start with stopping the run, the power running game of Montgomery, and get them behind the sticks. And there's going to be special situations where they try to use those toss cracks that the 49ers have had issues with to get Jahmyr Gibbs on the edge in the screen game. So they're going to have to make sure you set the edge on the screen game and vice tackle. And they're going to try to keep Goff in some of those third and short, second and shorts to take shots. But they're going to need the 49ers linebackers to step up this week like they did last week. You're going to have to play some coverages where you're going to have to help on St. Brown and Williams and Josh Reynolds. And you're going to need Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw to take the hard coverages man-to-man without any help. That'll help Steve Wilkes on 3rd down, and it's ultimately going to come down to stopping them on 3rd down and getting turnovers.
Dante, you're the best, man. Thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. Hopefully we're talking Super Bowl.
Absolutely. I have a chance. I have a feeling that we will, guys.
Good deal. Nice.
Thank you, Brand.
All right, that is the great Dante Whitner. See him before and after all 49ers games. Always has great insight into the Niners, and we did a lot of defense there, but he can do both sides of the ball. Speaking of, we're going to talk to David Lombardi coming up next from The Athletics. Got some great numbers on the game as well. We'll get into that conversation as we get you ready. Not only a quick look back at the Packers, but start looking at the Lions as well. Into the 1 o'clock hour, still got some foreplay. We'll take you into the post-game press conferences. All that coming up next. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
was in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
That's right. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, both Papa and I had what's called custom lens replacement, CLR, but I'll tell you in a minute. They'll do all sorts of different procedures, what is right for you. But this is what's really important, because when you're talking about your eyes, man, credibility is massive. Well, the Laser Eye Center, they've been doing it for 25 years. They've been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. So whatever it is, we did CLR, custom lens replacement, but they have LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or what we did, custom lens replacement, and it is the perfect and permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you're never going to develop cataract. So that's why I had it done, but any of these procedures, and it's a free consultation. That's the key part. Free consultation from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, so you can find out what works best for you, and that's what's great. They're not trying to push one or the other. I had a laser procedure years and years ago, and it wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I went in and got CLR from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, custom lens replacement, and it worked perfectly for me. So everybody's different. So what you got to do is get that free consultation. All you have to do is go to lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com, or simply 877-GET-2020. That's 877-GET-2020. And you call them, you tell them, look, I just want the free consultation, and let's see what's going on. So whether it's CLR, which Papa and I had, and it works perfectly for us, or one of the other procedures, get it done right now at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone! Touchdown! CMC!
CMC 23 finally detonates.
I don't know. I was hoping I was right. And it worked out. So, no, I like that play. You know, anytime we can get juice in the dot and run downhill. I'm always a fan of that. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I like to play, and I don't know, sometimes you can speak things into existence, I guess.
That's Christian McCaffrey after the win. 49ers slide by the Packers 24-21. They're on their way to the NFC Championship game to take on the Lions. We'll get more into that as the week progresses, but you heard Christian McCaffrey talking about the 39-yarder, had a 39-yard touchdown, a 6-yard touchdown, great plays by the offensive line, and then he beat Darnell Savage when it was off to the races. So let's get into all those things and more. David Lombardi does a tremendous job breaking everything down, has great numbers. So you need to check him out in The Athletic, at Lombardi himself. Got a great YouTube channel as well, so make sure you check everything out. He'll give you great insight into the Niners, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hey, David, what's happening?
Not much. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're just trying to decipher things and then get ready for the Lions. Why don't we start with Christian McCaffrey? I know you got a breakdown on that both his touchdown runs, but the 39-yarder specifically.
Yeah, it's called 18 Mike, and it's one of Christian's favorite plays. He guaranteed to Kyle Shanahan at halftime that he would score on it because they script 4 runs and 4 passes coming out of halftime against that specific opponent, and they don't run them necessarily in any particular order, but they didn't get to the 18 Mike play until the second drive because the first drive was a mess there in the start of the second half. That's when Jawan Jennings was accidentally at that running back. There was a mix-up there, starting with Kyle Shanahan. But once they got their feet underneath them, they ran that 18 Mike play, which McCaffrey really likes because it's a straight vertical pitchback. So he gets to pick up a full head of steam running toward that line of scrimmage. Most pitches are going to have a little bit more lateral movement to them, which means that you're sacrificing some of that speed when you hit the line. But McCaffrey was able to hit the line at full speed, and it meant that he only, because everybody put a hat on a hat, it meant he only had to beat Darnell Savage, the safety who came in. And, you know, if Savage makes that tackle, it's probably your 7 or 8 yard gain. But I've watched the replay so many times, and it's just not as impressive as it was in person. In person, I think that McCaffrey literally did stop on a dime for a split second before reaccelerating. And I know both of you were at the game, so you could probably attest to how dazzling that was in person, to see him stop on a dime, cut, reaccelerate, and just run away from the entire Packers defense. It was a special play from a special player who guaranteed that he would score on that play.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Zorros and the 18 and 19 Zorros and getting wide, and, you know, Kyle's got names for all these that are interesting. And the Mike, is that because you're trying to attack the Mike linebacker? Jake Brendel's block, and you did a great job of detailing all the blocks on the play, but Jake Brendel's hook block on their Mike linebacker, number 7, Quay Walker, is what got him through. And then Darnell Savage is not going to tackle McCaffrey with that kind of, you know, speed and time and space. But do you know where the Mike call comes from? Is that trying to get downhill on the Mike linebacker?
I'm not sure. I'll ask this week in the locker room, but I'm guessing that it is. I'm guessing they're trying to target the Mike linebacker. As you mentioned, Brendel delivered that block. That's one thing that Brendel's really good at. He had an amazing athleticism profile coming out of UCLA, and the reason that Chris Foerster recommended him, Foerster had coached him in Miami, recommended him to the 49ers, was because he knew that that athleticism that he brought to the table would be really good with some of those blocks that the 49ers offensive linemen have to execute, not on defensive tackles and linemen, but sometimes on linebackers. And a guy like Quay Walker obviously is an athletic linebacker. So Brendel, to be able to reach up to him and make that block was really key in that play.
David Lombardi from The Athletic joining us, taking a look back at the win over the Packers, 24-21. Now the Lions this Sunday at Levi's Stadium. I know that Kyle said after the game that he thought that the weather affected the defense, and obviously you had Ward fall down, you had Gibson fall down, so the footing was an issue. But offensively, how much of the offensive ineptitude, I know Brock went 6 of 7 on that final, but they just didn't look like they were in rhythm until the end there. How much do you think was weather-related?
Well, Brock Purdy has played through 2 rain games with wet footballs, and both of them he's struggled with his accuracy. One was Week 6 in Cleveland, and then we saw this one against the Green Bay Packers. Now, it was wet at the beginning of the wild card game last year against Seattle, Purdy ended up throwing for 300-plus in that game, but I think that the rain generally held off after the very start of the game. And if you remember the very start of that game against Seattle, he was off on a couple throws, uncharacteristically off on a couple throws. So I do think that this is a concern for Brock Purdy and the 49ers moving forward into future years, but the great news for them is that it's supposed to be 70 degrees and dry on Sunday, and if they win that against the Lions, then the Super Bowl is going to be played indoors. And, in dry weather, the only impediment that has slowed Brock Purdy down this year has been the Ravens' defense. So we'll see who they play if they do beat the Lions in the Super Bowl. But I will say that, the parallels between the two wet weather games this year have both featured the fact that Brock Purdy turned it on when he absolutely had to and was accurate when he absolutely needed to be. He delivered what should have been a game-winning drive against Cleveland, but Jake Moody missed the field goal and obviously turned in the game-winning drive against the Packers. He was 6 of 7. The only incompletion was a drop by George Kittle, but, he couldn't have thrown a bullseye at a, it was like a bullseye on the dartboard when he threw that pass to Brandon Ayuk on 3rd and 6. And then the very next play, Chris Conley made it a point when I talked to him about the deep 17-yard out that he said that ball was out before Conley was out of his break. And in a game where it was a slog for the 49ers, historically that's been this franchise's kryptonite, right, in the postseason. You go back to 87 against the Vikings, 92 against the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, 97 NFC Championship game against the Packers, the 2011 NFC Championship game against the New York Giants. Those were home slogs in the rain. 49ers had lost all those games, but Brock Purdy found a way to turn it around and get that playoff win for the 49ers.
Yeah, the out to Conley from the left hash to the outside right was one of his best throws, but Chris had to play a lot more in this game, obviously, and Ray McLeod. Because of the injury to Deebo Samuel, and it was the 4th play of the game. You referenced the Cleveland game, and the problem was losing Deebo early in that game, and he got the hairline fracture in the left shoulder on the first play of the game. So give me the latest. I know Kyle's going to talk at 3:30, so 2.5 hours for an update on Deebo. We're hearing no break, correct? X-rays are negative on Deebo Samuel, David?
Yeah, and they actually just moved the Kyle Shanahan conference call up a couple hours, so he'll be talking about 20 minutes. So we'll know sooner. And according to Ian Rappaport, he put it out there publicly now that the 49ers believe there's no fracture. The hairline fracture is what got him in Cleveland, and he missed 2 weeks or 2 games plus the bye week before he came back against Jacksonville. So when you look at this for the 49ers, it's a situation where they hope that since there is no fracture there, he'll be able to play. But according to what, it's coming out of the facility, some of the news reports, I think Schefter put something out saying that it's a 50-50 proposition at this point. But no hairline fracture means that it's different than the injury that he suffered on the same shoulder in that game against Cleveland.
Yeah, and I think people misconstrue it, David, because with Deebo, especially in the playoffs, I think there's going to be more. He's going to be more involved, especially in the run game in the playoffs, because they're not saving him for anything later on in the season. And the second thing is, he plays so many different positions that when you lose Deebo, you lose multiple players. Not literally, but he's in so many different formations and so many different plays that I think that he's so critical. So you don't want to lose McCaffrey, you don't want to lose Purdy, you don't want to lose any of these guys, but Deebo is so unique that it really throws a wrench in Kyle's game plan, especially just like in Cleveland, losing him in the game that early.
Absolutely. And I could tell you that he was a huge part of the 49ers game plan heading into the matchup against the Packers. And that was really evidenced by that crazy play with Juwan Jennings to open the second half. And that ended up being a verbiage error from Kyle Shanahan. But what happens is the 49ers have their wristband and they have a bunch of codes for different plays on their wristband and different formations. And Kyle Shanahan actually accidentally added an extra word that he shouldn't have added to the verbiage when he called the play. And I think this is a double-edged sword. I think that this shows how adaptable and how well coached the 49ers are, in that they heard the verbiage from Kyle Shanahan, and Juwan Jennings was ready to do his job, and he lined up in the backfield and he took a handoff. The problem is that the 49ers are so adaptable that if they get some of the verbiage wrong and Kyle Shanahan's not looking up in time, They're not going to be able to call timeout and say, wait, we don't want Juwan Jennings in the backfield taking a handoff on the play. So that was a really interesting mess up in this game that happened, I think, because Deebo Samuel was such a big part of the game plan. They obviously wanted to get a receiver in the backfield on that play, but Deebo was hurt at the time, and they didn't want Juwan Jennings there, but the play accidentally went off anyway.
Yeah, explain a little more about that, because they have the X, the Z, the Y, the F. The X is the split end, the Z is the flanker, the Y is the inline tight end, the F is the slot receiver, a halfback, and a fullback, and they cross-train these guys to do everything. And, without Deebo, and it's Deadpool, running action, 11 Tyson, which is 11 personnel, and his name is Tyson. Mikhail can't pronounce it, so they call it 11 Tyson. So they without losing Deebo, to follow up on John's point, let's say Deebo can't go in the game, or he tries to play and he gets hurt. He just is not Deebo-like. Explain what they lose there, and then my thought would be play Elijah Mitchell more as a true halfback and use McCaffrey, who's the most like Deebo on the roster that can cross position and use them all over the field, is Christian McCaffrey. So explain the way Kyle lines up his weapons, the chess pieces of the 5 eligibles, and what do they do if Deebo just can't play in this game?
Well, you're exactly right. The one player who can do what Deebo Samuel does as far as adaptability in the run and pass game is Christian McCaffrey. So what you lose when Deebo Samuel's not out there is the threat to go out and run a pass pattern and do damage downfield. And that threat gets the defense to respond with a certain personnel package. And then if Deebo Samuel can flex into the backfield and run, well, you've gotten the defense into a lighter personnel package because of his receiving threat. And then you're running with a power back, essentially, right? Deebo Samuel has power back qualities. You're running with a power back quality against a lighter defense. So I think that's the glory of Deebo Samuel, is that he's not only somebody that brings the versatility of a receiver and a running back, but he brings the versatility of a receiver and a power back. So you have the defense in those compromised positions. But they do cross-train the players because adaptability is such a key virtue of this offense. It's just that Juwan Jennings obviously doesn't have the same characteristics as Deebo Samuel as far as being able to run the football. So that's not a situation that the 49ers intentionally put themselves in.
David Lombardi of The Athletic joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. In regards to the biggest thing that concerns me about Detroit right out of the gate is the way the Packers ran the ball, is the way that Detroit runs the ball, and they're going to use that, and Penny Sewell is going to come from the right side to the left. You did that a lot against Tampa Bay. And with Jahmyr Gibbs, that Jones 50-plus yard run is a touchdown. So how do they shore that up in a week?
The run defense hasn't been good all year, so I don't know how they shore it up in a week. What happened against Green Bay is that the 49ers got better in the red zone. They're really good in the red zone. So when the Packers had less room with which to operate, when things got condensed, the 49ers, I think, were able to take advantage of the geometry on the field and tighten up defensively. And might just be what this defense is. It's last year the 49ers were the number one defense in the league. It was a dominant unit. It was as dominant as you'll see in the modern-day NFL. This year, they have taken a step back very significantly in that run defense. The coverage might actually be a little bit better. Obviously, there's the Ambry Thomas third cornerback question right now, but I think Charvarius Ward is playing the best football of his career. Diamante Lenore is playing the best football of his career. So in terms of pass coverage, the 49ers have definitely stayed afloat defensively, but the run defense, depending on which metric you look at, it could be down as low as number 26 efficiency-wise. And the Lions are a top 5 run offense, and I think that is the main fracture point for the 49ers of this football game. They're favored against Detroit, but the Lions can hang in there with them if they can play balanced football and run on the 49ers. We saw the Packers able to do it. They hogged the ball for the start of the game, and it really set the tone, right? It really set the tone of a game in which the Packers weren't going to go away. And the 49ers want to make sure that they avoid a similar kind of game flow on Sunday. One can argue that the Lions aren't quite as good and balanced offensively as the Packers were, but they certainly can run. And with both of those backs, you're bringing 225-pound beef with Montgomery, and then Jahmyr Gibbs is bringing that lighter weight, but a little bit more slashing speed. With that mix and match, it's going to be tough for the 49ers, but it's definitely one that they have to buckle up and be ready to embrace the challenge.
Yeah, and, there's such a fascinating matchup on both sides of the ball and special teams as well. And then just the head coaches and the decisions they make. I think they're – and we saw this last year going to Philly for the title game with Sirianni and Kyle, how Kyle embraces the foot in football, punting and kicking field goals. Sirianni is aggressive, but nobody's more aggressive than Dan Campbell, going for 2-point attempts. The 49ers are the only team in the league that has not attempted a 2-point conversion all year. Detroit is 3 for 6, and the 6 are the fifth most in football. As far as going forward on fourth down, Detroit went forward on 40 times this year. They were 21 of 40. Only Carolina went for it more. Kyle's always going to defer on the coin toss, where Dan Campbell takes the ball a lot. He took it 4 times this year, deferred 5 times, took it yesterday in the championship game against Tampa Bay. Just when you run all the numbers, and I know you do a great job of the game, just the coaching decisions here, where Dan Campbell is uber aggressive and Kyle just runs it a little more old school and he embraces the foot in football. What do the numbers show on, is it better to be like Dan Campbell and be ultra aggressive, or be more like Kyle, or just wait and see the situations, David?
Well, up until this year, the numbers had shown that there actually was little rhyme and reason to Kyle Shanahan's strategies, and he's actually become a little bit more aggressive, and I think better with that in general. I don't have the exact numbers handy right in front of me right now, but when you look at analytics in general, the movement has obviously encouraged going for it on fourth down more often. Stuff like the 2-point conversions that we see so much more of, obviously pushing the extra point line back to the 15 has influenced the percentages there, and we've seen a ton of aggression from Dan Campbell. I think everybody remembers the Dallas game where they were going for 2 at the end of the game to try to win it, and even after multiple penalties and multiple tries, they kept on trying, and obviously didn't work out at the end. So it's going to be interesting. I think Shanahan has developed and gotten better at the fourth down decision making, where he's gotten a little bit more aggressive over time and maybe a little bit more consistent over time, because there were big time inconsistencies between when he would go for it and when he wouldn't in the past. And I think in general, the 49ers hope that, and I think they think that they're better enough than Detroit to where minute details won't impact the outcome, but it might be close here toward the end. I think the key is, for sure, though, for the 49ers to stop the run to the extent that they're not playing a total nail-biter like they did last week against Green Bay.
Great stuff. David, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday. It's going to be fun.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you, David.
That is the great David Lombardi. He's always got the great numbers in The Athletic. By the way, there's an aggressiveness index that they use, and Campbell is only second to Jonathan Gannon of Arizona, and Kyle is actually 15th on the aggressiveness meter. Belichick is last. You could see that. Belichick, Steichen, and John Harbaugh, and Tomlin. So a bunch of old school guys are at the bottom of that whole thing. But yeah, Dan Campbell is the second most aggressive coach overall, and that comes that's your fourth downs, that's your all the aggressive meters and et cetera, and when they go for it, and when at what point on the field and all that kind of stuff. So he is aggressive, no doubt about it. But Kyle's about middle of the road is what they got here. So
Kyle, as David said, he's moved his presser up from 330 to 125. So we'll get an update on Deebo Samuel's shoulder, John, before we wrap it up by 2 o'clock and go to Tolbert and Copes.
All right, here's what we got. We got the foreplay coming for you. You're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, Dre Greenlaw on why he didn't get down, Nick Bosa on why they needed a win like this, and Brock Purdy's had the NFC Championship game on his mind for about a year now. You hear from those guys. Kyle's going to talk at 125 when he addresses the key stuff, including Deebo. We'll play that for you. And then we still have not played the Victory Monday audio recap, which everybody loves so much. We'll play that at 1:30, and we'll get some Kyle to you, as Pop said as well. All that to come only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The 49ers topped the Packers in a wild and wet one on Saturday, advanced in the NFC Championship game. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, here's what we'll do for you. Kyle Shanahan expected to speak around 1:25 when he gives us an update on Deebo Samuel. We'll give it to you. So let's get to foreplay. We'll let you hear from Kyle in a few minutes, especially on the update on Deebo Samuel. And we have not played Victory Monday audio recap with Papa and Tim Ryan, so we'll play that for you as well. So a lot of good stuff coming. Let's start with Kyle Shanahan on the offense having to adjust after Deebo Samuel's injury.
It changes a lot of stuff. I mean, especially when you have wristbands and things like that, and you just got to switch some guys around, which is always a challenge for those guys. It happened during the Cleveland game, and we didn't handle it that well. I thought we handled it better today than we did then, but it is a huge challenge. It's one of our better players, but he also is a unique guy that goes to some certain spots. So you got to be adjusting that all game.
All right, so we're going to find out from Kyle. Adam Schefter saying 50-50, but to you, the difference between Deebo Sunday and no Deebo on Sunday.
Well, what he was talking about also in the middle of the game, and when he mentioned the Cleveland game, I mean, Ray McLeod was lining up all wrong, and Jennings was not at fault. Kyle just called it wrong. He had Hezzy in there, and all of a sudden, Juwan Jennings lines up next to Brock in the shotgun. I'm like, what's he doing there? And they handed it to him. I've never seen him back there. So everything got screwed up based on just how they call the game. So if Deebo, they're not going to be surprised going into the game. They know he's got something with the shoulder. The reports are there's no fracture. After the Cleveland game, it was a hairline fracture of his scapula, and he missed the rest of that game and the next two, and then went into bye week. So we'll see what they say, and if there's a chance he'll be able to play. But as I said, it changes everything. There's nobody on the roster quite like Deebo, except for McCaffrey. And this is where Kyle and the positionless football can line up different people. So I think, how do you replace Deebo Samuel if he can't play? Well, Juwan Jennings gets more snaps because when you're in 2 wide receiver, it's Ayuk and it'd be Jennings. You may have some Ray doing the orbit stuff and Chris Conley. You may get a jersey for Ronnie Bell up in this game and have him work on special teams as well. But I think the one guy that can replace Deebo is Christian McCaffrey, which means who replaces Christian McCaffrey? I think it means more work for Elijah Mitchell in this game if Deebo can't go.
All right, let's get to Dre Greenlaw. So everyone's screaming. He makes the, as Fred Warner said, Superman catch. He dives in front of Warner, who might have been able to get the interception anyway from Jordan Love. Nick Bosa's doing a little game with Eric Armstead, gets out there, presses Jordan Love. He throws the interception. And then just get down. Here's why Dre Greenlaw says he didn't.
Oh, yeah, I heard him. But Fred told me I was supposed to get a pick 6. So, I mean, it was kind of his fault because he told me, he was like, man, you getting a pick 6. So I was trying to get one every time I got that ball. But, yeah, I know I need to go down.
Would you have loved to have heard that conversation between him and Kyle? Look, I love you, bro. But next time, get the eep, beep, beep down.
Kyle was so worked up about it in the locker room, he was still talking about it. So, my call was intercepted, go down. Just go down. But Dre Greenlaw played to the man. We were worried about Dre since he didn't practice every day last week, and going back to the Achilles tendonitis against the Rams, and he needs to practice to be effective. Man, he played an unbelievable game. First Niner to have 2 picks in a playoff game since our guy Eric Davis in the '94 title game against Troy Aikman. And then he had the 4th and 1 stop on the Love shove. And I thought one of his smartest plays of the game, they were running an out cut to Romeo Doubs out left. And, as a linebacker, he had to get out there and buzz underneath that play, and it wound up being an incomplete. It was like, wow, how did he get out there? And he led the team in tackles. So he got a little crazy. I think he wanted his Navarro Bowman moment and maybe a pick 6 to end a playoff game and something big. But, man, how good was Dre Greenlaw on Saturday? Christian McCaffrey saved the Niners on offense. I thought big play Dre saved him on defense.
Yeah, Dre Greenlaw with some big plays. And again, like you talked about, not only the 2 interceptions, they get the 4th and 1 stop, which was absolutely huge, and just some great plays by Dre Greenlaw. All right, again, Kyle Shanahan's going to speak shortly. We'll keep you up to date if there's a Deebo Samuel update, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, here's Nick Bosa after the game, and I love Nick because of everybody. He's the most honest of everybody, and he said the 49ers actually needed a game like this.
It's
it's a terrible feeling, just not having any control over it. But I definitely have faith in Kyle and everybody on our offense to get it done. We needed a win like that. I feel like we just haven't come from behind in a while. It's a really good team and really good coaching, and it just helps you get more battle tested.
You agree with that part, that they needed a game like this?
They just needed to win the game. I'd rather have them go out and win 49-0. It doesn't matter, but they just needed to win. And, some of the numbers are really interesting when you look at, their inability. A lot of it is they play with the lead. But, the Cleveland game, if Jake Moody makes that 41-yard field goal, they win the game. The Minnesota game, there was a long field goal there as well. And they, but that was a harder one, at the end. And then Cincinnati game, you had no chance. But the bottom line is, since Kyle has been the head coach in the late game, 8 points or more going into the fourth quarter, they never won a game. They were 0-38. And when trailing by 3 to 7 points at the end of the third quarter, they had only won one previous game. They were 1-31, and that's the last in the NFL. So I'm guessing, and it's Jared Goff and the Lions coming in, John, but the one I remember, they had a comeback against the Raiders on New Year's Day last year, but that was more third quarter. When Fred Warner had the pick six against Goff before halftime, and then they were down in the fourth quarter against the Rams, and they converted a pair of 3rd and 16s. Remember they had Emmanuel Sanders and then Jawan Jennings, and Robbie made a field goal. So is that the only other time since Kyle has been the head coach, when trailing by a field goal to 7 points out at the end of the third quarter, they won a game? Saturday night, and the comeback, that was the next to last regular season game. It was a Saturday night game, and Robbie made a field goal at the end, and they beat Goff and the Rams 34-31. Was that the other game?
That's, like you said, in that last game of the year against the Rams that got them into the playoffs, and they had to convert those 2 third downs at SoFi Stadium. And finally, let's give you this last one. We'll get into the context of this after we kind of get out of the glow of getting the win against the Packers. But maybe what's getting lost in this whole thing is all year long we've been talking about getting back to the NFC Championship game. The 49ers didn't have a chance. Brock Purdy gets hurt, no quarterback, etc., and they lose to the Eagles. Brock Purdy's been kind of holding it in, but he is ready to get redemption.
It's been a fast year. Obviously it didn't end how we wanted it to last year, but, we've taken it 1 week at a time. We were all in this week. Green Bay is a great team, and so to be able to pull through and finish that, to get back to the NFC Championship, obviously I think guys are healthy for the most part after this game, and we won it. We've been thinking about it. It's been sort of in the back of our minds. Like last year we had a team to do it, and we feel like obviously we didn't have a real opportunity at it after the quarterbacks got hurt in that game. So, yeah, I think we're really excited for it. But we're going to take it one day at a time, find out who we play tomorrow, and be ready to roll for it.
You play the Lions, Brock. I know that's going to be something that's talked about all week, but I know that it was also, I was in the locker room a little bit, and that was kind of a buzz in the locker room, was they finally have a chance for redemption after, as they have really said all year long, they just didn't get a chance in Philly last year.
Almost an exact calendar year, John. January 29th was the Philadelphia game, and the game on Sunday will be January the 28th. So the entire year. They've been waiting for this moment. He said the quarterbacks got hurt. Hell, it was you, brother. Josh Johnson going down wasn't good when Ndamukong Suh slammed him. But when you lost Brock, your competitive balance left. So you just got to keep Brock healthy. He's got to get, dry hands, and I think it'll be good weather. But it is amazing. You've been sitting on this an entire year, from January the 29th of 2023 to January the 28th of 2024. And now just hopefully we'll worry about the Deebo Samuel injury we heard from Kyle. But they've been waiting on this for a year, John. And do we think? We kind of thought it was a possibility because they played so well last year after the 1-6 start. And they knocked Green Bay out. The reason the Niners didn't play Green Bay in the playoffs last year was Detroit beat them at Lambeau. Mm-hmm. Then they came right out the first game of the year on Rig Night at Arrowhead and rolled them. How many big? They have the same record as the Niners.
Yep.
Lions won 12-5 this year.
All right, we're expecting to hear from Kyle shortly. We'll keep you an update on Deebo Samuel. We'll hear from him, and we got to do the Victory Monday. Papa, you and Tim Ryan had great calls against the Packers, so we'll play that for you coming up next. Wildly popular, and people love hearing it. So we'll do that, and we'll update you on Deebo's status through what Kyle Shanahan says next, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the Sports Leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I listened to Pop and Lund this morning. It's Monday. They said that their audio replay of yesterday's game against was going to be on at 11:50. I waited.
That's old. We didn't say that.
It's
Well, we did
1:35.
No, I didn't do that.
Waiting. It's only a playoff game.
We are waiting for Kyle Shanahan to update us on Deebo Samuel, but that has yet to happen. So we will do that as soon as we know something. We'll let you know. By the way, We're going to do the audio recap of the Packers and the 49ers, and people love it, so we'll play it. But I did watch during the break because today is the anniversary of going down the field, the 11-play, 92-yard touchdown drive to win the Super Bowl over the Bengals. And there's Joe Montana running out.
John Taylor
there's John
play?
Candy.
John Candy?
John Taylor. And it's Dick Inberg and Merlin Olsen, our good friend Dick Inberg, which I can never forget our interview with Dick Inberg before he passed. But, that's a nice drive.
John Taylor, who actually sells used cars for Reggie Jackson in the off season.
Oh my gosh! By the way, I don't know what it's going to be like on Sunday, but man, it was a star-studded affair on Saturday, man. I mean, Jerry's always there, but Steve was there, John Taylor was there. I mean, that was a
no Joe. I don't think we saw Joe and Jennifer, did we?
I don't think Joe does stuff for free. I could be wrong, but I think. I
Gold
have a
Bar
check
whiskey.
for Joe.
Have a golden Joe.
Exactly. He'll
be there. He'll be there, son. Make him the honorary captain.
Exactly. All right, let's do it. The 49ers win it 24-21, unless we remind you that there are no grades. It's just pass and fail. So the 49ers move on. The Packers go home. Here is your recap.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco!
When in doubt, throw it to George Kittle over the middle of the field.
Loving the gun, fakes the gun run, pumps right, pumps again, throws end zone, wide open Milton. Touchdown Packers. The 49ers dropped him. They busted. And Bo Melton catches the ball in the back of the end zone. High formation, toss to McCaffrey. Big hole, and he runs out across the 30, breaks a tackle, he's gone. Touchdown! CMC!
CMC 23 finally detonates.
High, deep kickoff goal line. Mixon's coming out. Far right, 10. Angling left, 20. Has a seam, 30. Down the sideline, 40. He may go the whole way. 40. Cuts back middle, 30. Cuts, fumbled the ball. The ball's loose. They're diving at it inside the 49er 20-yard line. Green Bay's got the ball. And Aaron Jones to the left to Love in the gun. Jaden Reed going to flex it out. Love throws, caught, touchdown. What a ball that was, right to the tight end. Tucker Kraft, who popped out of the bunch formation. 3rd down, 11. Jordan Love out of the shotgun. 4-man pressure. Love is back. Throws over the middle, too high. Intercepted by Dre Greenlaw. Greenlaw running back the other way. Breaks a tackle. Running backwards, goes down at midfield. Finally, the Niners take the ball away.
Oh, my God, did they need that?
He has it away, and this one going right toward the left upright is no good. He missed it wide left, where he has missed almost all of his field goals this year. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown! San Francisco! They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun, deep drop, pressured, gets chased out to his right, will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way, secure the ball. He'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play, Dre goes down. Green Bay has 2 timeouts left, but the 49ers have the football.
34 seconds to go in this game. 2 interceptions for big play, Dre Greenlaw.
Peel it out now. Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel.
Oh, my
One
goodness.
knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it.
My
He
goodness.
knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a 3rd straight year.
Wow.
The 4th time in the last 5 years.
I think there was times that we were all off at times. And what was cool, I thought everyone who had a few plays that stuck out that, either ended a drive or was why I didn't get a first down. The same thing on defense, even on special teams. But everyone who did do that stuff made a huge play at the end in all 3 phases to get us back into it. And Brock, he made some big plays in this game, missed a couple, but leading us down on that last drive and getting the win, that's all you can ask for.
Man, it's a team effort, Defense is making their stops, and we're like, man, we got to do something. And for myself, it's like, calm down, go through your reads, take what they give you, and put a drive together. And we needed it when the season was on the line.
I like our team because I think we're built for those moments. I mean, we didn't play well at all and still had a chance at the end. And to go out there and execute at the end. It's a sign of a high-character team. We just got to correct our mistakes for this next week.
Dre, I mean, just being able to play today, he's been battling here for these 2 weeks, trying to get back and get healthy for the game. And, I mean, he inspires the heck out of all of us, the way he runs, the way he hits. For him to make those plays, catching the ball when they send both to him. I mean, we'll put him on offense if he really wants to run with the ball that bad. But he could definitely get down a lot sooner.
You know what's funny is I'm right there for the interception, and I see Superman Dre Greenlaw come out of nowhere and snag it. I'm like, yes! I don't even look at him. I turn around, I start looking at the crowd, and then I turn around, I see 57 just running around, swimming with the football like this. I'm like, oh, heavens. But you know what? I went up to him afterward. I'm like, why didn't you go down? He's like, I wanted to pick 6 like we talked about. Oh, what a win. What a win.
There you go. 24-21. That is your Victory Monday audio recap. The Lions come up on Sunday in the NFC Championship game. Kyle Shanahan has updated the status of Deebo Samuel. Kind of good news, bad news. Does not have a fractured shoulder, which is as he said, which is a good sign, but says there's still a lot of pain, so not sure about his status on Sunday. He thinks he'll have a better idea of availability on Wednesday. So that is the update on Deebo. What do you make of that?
Line up Dre Greenlaw in the backfield. Why don't you do that?
Ball security might be an issue, but yeah, okay.
He's all right. No one's taking it away from him. Well, he's got that brace on his elbow.
He swings
That's a bit of a problem. He's had that elbow injured so much. So we'll see where it goes. I think you have to brace, not involving Dre's right elbow, for not having him. But they'll have a game plan without him. What are the Detroit Lions going to do with Zach Ertz, do you think? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, their backup tight end broke his forearm, and then Laporta's got a big old brace on his knee, but you couldn't hardly tell. Laporta was awesome in the divisional against Tampa. So he's still banged up, though, and I think that's pretty smart on their behalf because they don't have a backup tight end right now or one that they trust, and then Laporta's not at 100%, so why not bring in Ertz? Honestly, I had forgotten about Ertz. So interesting on that.
Yeah,
front.
I just asked John Lynch about him the other day. Is Zach Ertz ever going to play again after Philadelphia got eliminated? I'm like, well, maybe Baltimore may bring Mark Andrews back, which is, I don't think he's going to play in this game and maybe in the Super Bowl if he does make it that far. So it's interesting. This time of the year, you just need, one game. Or the one thing is that Zach Ertz is, coach that he had. He's had before their tight end coach in Detroit, so maybe they can get him going a little bit. But that's an interesting signing. Can you recall anybody doing that? I mean, like bringing a guy
that late.
Well, he's never been on their team. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm trying to think a kicker or something you would do, but to bring a position player in that hasn't played on your team ever, and all of a sudden you're going to bring him in to play in the NFC title game. I mean, that's out there.
Plus,
it's simple for him.
Right.
He's a good player.
That's what I was going to say.
I can't recall anybody doing that. Can you, a position player?
No, because like you said, all the positions are tough in the league. But to bring in a tight end where there's blocking schemes, there's receiving, there's a lot of different things going on. So on the surface, I think 49ers fans look at it and go, "Wow, Zach Ertz," but that's a hell of a lot. And how many plays could he actually know? That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough, but they do have injuries.
He's a blocker, but he's not a great blocker. He's more of he got better this year. I saw he had a good block against the Niners. He also dropped some balls. Mm-hmm. He had some balls with Arizona early in the year that he flat out dropped touchdowns, and he had a major drop against the Niners when they came in on October the 1st. But we'll see. The fact that they put him on the practice squad, they're preparing to get him up for Championship Sunday. That'll be interesting, and then we'll find out about Deebo in the coming days.
Again, the Deebo update, if you just joined us, Kyle Shanahan just spoke, says does not have a fractured shoulder, which is the good news. He had that hairline fracture early in the year when he left that Cleveland game. Says that's a good sign, but lots of pain still. And so he's not sure about Sunday. Says he'll have a better idea on Deebo's status on Wednesday. So we're kind of pushing the rock down a little bit, down the road a little bit. But so we'll find out on Wednesday maybe a little bit more if he can get out there and practice. But for right now, no break, but still a lot of pain for Deebo. So we'll keep you up to date on everything. All right, a couple of things we may have missed. We'll take look through our notes, and then we'll give you some remnants. Top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kyle, is there any specifics as far as how the imaging came back on Debo's shoulder?
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
All right, so there it is. From Kyle's mouth to your ears. Not sure on Debo, but not a break, so that is the good news. A couple other things Kyle said Eric Armstead, quote-unquote, did a hell of a job and played longer than the 49ers expected, so that's good news. Also talked about Dre Greenlaw again, was asked about him not getting down. He said, quote, I think he's glad it ended that way. I don't think he'll ever make that mistake again, though. I'm sure they've had a conversation about it. So,
yeah, they had a question, dude.
Yeah, that's not happening. So there is the latest from the 49ers. Anything else breaks, we'll let you know. The other thing that's going on right now is Steve Kerr is talking about Decky. And, man, is this a tearjerker. I don't know how the Warriors are going to get back on the court. I know they're practicing today, and luckily enough, after canceling or postponing, I should say, the game Wednesday in Utah and the game Friday against the Mavericks, so they have had some time. But, man, that has got to be tough. And I feel really bad for Steve Kerr because of all the tough things he's probably had to do, getting up to a podium after tough losses or getting knocked out of playoffs or whatever the case may be, or talking about Draymond Green. This is by far the toughest, man. This is a tearjerker.
Well, I just can't even imagine. And this is their first full team practice. They had a little something yesterday, but they got to go back and play a game coming up on Wednesday. And against the Atlanta Hawks and their backcourt. It's just, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to even try to get the details except the quality of guy he is. And I don't know him at all. I don't know if Tom knows him. Of Decky, but everybody seems to have. I mean, just could you imagine being at a dinner, and he had, first we thought it was a seizure of some kind. He had a heart attack, and was there a warning? Did he break into a cold sweat and show signs that something was coming, or did he just keel over during the dinner? And there were some players there, from what I understand, but the coaching staff was there, and just the severity of it, and then have him lose his life the next day at age 46 is just, wow. I don't know. And I remember years ago, the LA Dodgers lost their third base coach, Junior Gilliam, and they rallied around that to go to the World Series. They wound up losing in 77 and 78, but it was a rallying cry. I don't know how the Warriors, deal with this emotionally, and for Steve himself, he's such a quality individual in every way. He's talked about the Draymond Green punch and Jordan Poole and what happened to Draymond this year being the biggest challenges of his coaching career and the team. This is a challenge on a whole different level. How do they even get the desire to go play? Can they use it as a motivating factor to play better? Does it even matter? They lost their guy. Right now, they're just trying to get through the year, John. So this team has been through some incredible things, really, since they won the last championship. They had them to get through, the Durant, Draymond situation, but that's just basketball and personalities. This is a whole different level of what they're going through this year. And this one, I don't know how, for those that were there in the room to watch it happen, I don't know how you bounce back from that. It takes time to heal. How do you do it? Do you do it as a team? Do you do it individually? How do they go back? And then the emotion when they play the game on Wednesday night against Atlanta. It's going to be, I can't recall this happening to a Bay Area team, really, where you lose somebody that's connected to the team, a member of the coaching staff, a player. I'd have to think about it. We've had players die. Tim Horton, when he was a Sabre defenseman, driving and on the QEW in Toronto. It's happened, but it's just incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and so Steve is dealing with that right now. He said it's the hardest thing he's ever had to do in his NBA life, and he's certainly been through a lot. So they're having that press conference right now. Speaking of press conferences, and this was weird, we haven't had a chance, and so we're hitting up on some of the remnants we may have missed. And look, I realize if I'm Todd Bowles of the Bucks, that 12 seconds isn't a lot of time, and I probably am not going to win. But you're down 8 points, and Dan Campbell admitted in his press conference today that they snapped the ball too soon in that game, and the Buccaneers had a timeout, could have called timeout. And there's estimates that the Bucs would have got the ball with about 12 seconds left. Now, look, they'd have probably been at their own 20-yard line. They probably wouldn't have had a chance. They were down 8. They needed something crazy to happen, but crazy has happened, and it's the end of your season. What did you make of Todd Bowles? Because Todd Bowles was asked about that after the game, and he says, we wouldn't have had a chance. And it was like,
well, both sides. Not
season's
just Todd
on the line.
Bowles. Oh, that's ridiculous. I don't think they realized what was going on.
Yeah.
And it's not just Todd Bowles. It's and Tom Moore's on that staff. They have guys that have coached in this league a long time.
I think that's a fireable offense, to be honest with you.
How about Dan Campbell? The way they ran the clock. They could have knelt the clock down. Right. And not. I remember one of John Gruden's first games coaching the Raiders. We were in Irving, Texas, the old stadium, Texas Stadium. They wound up winning 13-12. And John did not have. Who was the quarterback then? It was pre-Rich. Maybe Jeff George. I think it was Jeff George. He did not have him. And in front of the entire team in the locker room, I go in after and Al's at the chalkboard. And so what happened was you take the snap from center and you don't take the knee immediately. You back up a couple of steps, kill 2 or 3 seconds, then take the knee. The way Jeff George did it with John as coach, he took it right away. They were forced to punt the ball with a couple of seconds left. And I walk in, and John's standing by the board, and Al's like, Greg, come here, I want to show you something. And he puts 40 seconds up on the clock, and he does the math 3 times. And he's like, that's the way you kneel a game out. And because Al was a stickler for game management, and he gave me the John Reed books to read, and he just went crazy. And he showed John up in front of the entire team. It was like, what's he doing? John's never going to make that mistake. But that was Dan Campbell. And we're all in on how aggressive he is, going forward on 4th down and 2-point conversions and not taking the ball. For him to mismanage the kneel out there at the end of a game to go to the championship game, of course Todd Bowles should have, gotten it back. And on the other end, there's no doubt they mismanaged it. And I got so caught up, and I texted him today. Mike Tirico lives in Ann Arbor,
right?
So he's a Michigander. And Mike did such a great job. He also did it when they beat Goff and the Rams on the previous Sunday, just encapsulating the Detroit drama and, how bad they've been for their history, that I got all into Tirico going through this dissertation on the rise of Detroit and what it meant. And I was like so impressed that I honestly did not notice till I'm looking at it on social media. And now you're like, what the hell did they just do? And it was poorly handled by both coaching staffs. Now, Todd Bowles is out. And as you look at Dan Campbell and we applaud his game management and compare him to Kyle and how aggressive he is, and Kyle's more conservative, what's the excuse for the Lions, John, not properly kneeling that game out?
Well, and here's the thing, too, is that Bowles said after the game that he thought, he didn't really care because there was only going to be 12 seconds. According, like you said, social media and a lot of people who did the math on this thing said that because the Lions mismanaged the clock in the way that they did, that there might have been as many as 30 seconds left. And again, that's still probably not going to happen, but God, your season's on the line here. The quote from Dan Campbell is, we didn't handle that thing well on our end. He said we should have bled it more than we did. I'll be the first to admit that, and that's on me. But, yeah, we had a timeout left. I could tell, or they had a timeout left. I could tell he wasn't going to call it. That's how it ended. So, look, it's on Dan Campbell for one, and that's important because you've got that bad of clock management, and you're coming into the NFC Championship game, and details matter. But if I own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'm going to Todd Bowles going, you're my head coach. That's your job. There's going to be 30 seconds left on the clock for the end of the year, and we're down 8. I mean, that's a completion and a Hail Mary. I mean, what are we doing? It's unbelievable.
And I'm Sheila Ford Hamp in Detroit.
Right.
What are we doing here? We're trying to go to the championship game. We totally mismanaged the kneel down. So it was just a wild scene, which also leads to, the Dre Greenlaw pick. Matt LaFleur could have kept us there and called a couple of. They had 2 timeouts when the game ended, but there were 34 seconds to go. So you run a play on 1st down timeout. You run a play on 2nd down. I mean, Kyle it would have knelt out on 3rd down. That's why my call was he knows the fate. But a lot of coaches, I think that was the relationship Matt had with Kyle. Do we take these 2 timeouts in case they fumble the snap? on the kneel down. That hardly ever happens. But I do remember when Greg Schiano was coaching Tampa Bay, right?
That was
and
his
Tom
thing.
Coughlin was kneeling it out, and Schiano's having his guys jump in there and try to steal the ball. Coughlin wanted to fight him at the end of the game. He went right at him to go at him. So I thought LaFleur he could have called those 2 timeouts, John, and forced the Niners to execute. It would have been 3 kneel downs to win the game. Now, what are the odds of, botching the victory play? But part of me wondered if LaFleur's not tight with Kyle, he would have called those 2 timeouts and made him do it. And then how about the embrace they had after the game? That's as long as I've ever seen Kyle spend with an opposing head coach, more than McVay or any of the guys he knows. There was a warm embrace at the end of that game on Saturday night.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what? I don't know. We'll get into this conversation as the week goes on, but I'm kind of sick of having guys who know Kyle Shanahan really well going up against him. I kind of welcome the chance that Kyle maybe has to go against a guy that doesn't know him as well. One other quick one. Brent Brennan went from San Jose State to Arizona. Chubba Purdy, Brock's brother, was committed to come to San Jose State. He changed his commitment, and now he's going to Nevada Reno. So no 2 Purdys
really?
In the Bay Area. Yeah, he's going to Nevada Reno. He was coming to San Jose State, but then Brennan left for Arizona. That means you can open up your recruitment again. He did, and he's going to Reno.
Damn. I had my whole weekend planned.
I know.
Chubba on Saturday and Brock on Sunday.
So no
Nevada's
double Purdy.
Not far.
Nevada's not far.
Plus, they on the pistol there in honor of Chris
I don't
Holt.
think they do that anymore. But, it's a good reason to go up to Reno, throw some dice and go see Chubba.
The whole world runs the pistol because of Chris Holt.
Yeah, that's true. All right, that'll do it for us today. Thanks as always. Jacob was in today for Walter, who will be back tomorrow. Jacob and Danny doing a great job as always. Tremendous guest list as we always have. Dante was great as always, as was David Lombardi and others. So make sure you go to KNBR.com and you check out those interviews. And, check it out right now, KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And I came up to Michael and said, I know why you're walking away. I'm going to open up a can of Danny on you.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to keep it short. Not in length, but in guess. 2. That's it. Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko. I'm sure we'll take a lot of phone calls, get a lot of reaction, find out how many people nearly had heart attacks, find out how many people did. Who knows? That was a rough ride. That was a rough ride for about three and a half hours. We'll get into all of it for the better part of the day. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? Well, as they say, Tom, it's not the size of the boat. It's the motion in the ocean, as you well know. You said we're gonna keep it short. I said they say it.
Oh, okay.
They say a lot of
you
things.
Came up with that.
No, I wish I did.
They do say a lot of things.
I wish I had come up with it.
They say a lot of things.
If I were the one who had come up with that, it sounds fairly defensive. You know what I mean? No. You know what they say, miss?
Yeah.
It's not the size of the boat. Who cares about that? It's about how smooth it's riding. You know what I mean? Dude, that game on Saturday, I put this out on Twitter, and we'll get to your calls, your reaction, your thoughts at 808 KNBR on the YouTube stream and on Twitch and Twitter, all that stuff all day long, because we do want to hear from you. Everybody knows my fandom for the San Francisco Giants. Like, no matter what, like even after winning 3, I was always one of those guys as a kid, like 13 years old. Let me get just one before I die. I was like 13 when they lost in 2002.
Man.
Then we got 3, man. Like there was 3. I'm still hungry. Like, I still want the Giants to win world championships. However, had the Giants lost that game 5, and I was in attendance in 2021, and they hadn't won 3 and 5 prior to that, that might have been as devastating to me as 2002, just because of the magnitude, who it was against, the Game 5 loss where you finally come back and tie it with a rough homer. Anyway, if all that goes down the same, but they hadn't won titles, that might be all the more devastating. And the Giants are in a lull right now. The Warriors, I never had that same passion for. I was a fan because they were here, but I didn't even get into the Warriors till I was like 12 or 13. And then they win. It was like they were sort of a joke and afterthought, and then they get an incredible run of players, and now they have one of the best dynasties in the NBA's history. For the Niners, they were always like my second favorite Bay Area team. We had season tickets as a kid. I was always way, way in on them. But I also knew that I loved the Giants more, and I also knew that this was a franchise that had tons and tons of victories. They were in the playoffs, it felt like, all the time when I was a kid till I get to high school. Before Saturday's game, I don't know that I was aware of my own fandom, emotion, and stress levels that were tied to 49er football. And I will attribute it to a couple of things this year. One, I was ultimately confident going into this game. You and I both laid the 9.5, Tom.
Yep.
I said it on the pregame.
Didn't work out.
John London and I were both like, we were both going, come on, man. What are we talking about here? They may come out slow. I did think, they may come out slow, but I didn't anticipate, first of all, tip your cap to Jordan Love and the Packers. They played a pretty damn good football game, and they're going to be around, I think, for a while. Youngest team in the league. I thought the defensive front, which did a fairly similar game plan, we'll talk to Cosell and those guys later this week, but I thought very few blitz packages, a whole lot of four-man rushes sitting in zone coverage, and they were able to put some pressure on Brock. They didn't hit him a bunch, but the offensive line for the Packers held up. I don't know beginning to end, and it happened to me pretty quick. I thought they were going to come out a little flat. When they came out flat, and then came out flat again in the second quarter, and then missed the field goal at the end of the first half, I got to a spot where I thought to myself at halftime, I don't know that at any point in this game I felt like they were going to win it, and they haven't done anything to change that. McCaffrey's 39-yard touchdown run had me thinking, okay, they're going to break free here, and then four plays later, the Packers come down and score again. Everything was bouncing Green Bay's way, to the point of the kick return, he fumbles it only 7 yards forward. They recovered it. I thought, this is unbelievable. But for my money, beginning to end, for anybody who's 30 to 35 years old or in that range, and I know the people may counter and say the New Orleans game in 2011, this has been building for like 7 years. I've never been more confident in a team under Kyle. I've never felt as good about a team going to the Super Bowl and having an opportunity to win it with the way they've played consistently beginning to end this year. So beginning to end when it wasn't working, and then Brock put it together for, 6 of 7 or 7 of 8 or something on that, 6 of 7 on the final drive for just shy of 50 yards and picks up 2 first downs with his feet before McCaffrey punches it in. Never been more agonizing for me, and it made me leave that game thinking, I want this one maybe more than I've wanted any Super Bowl that I've been alive for the 49ers.
Well, I'll break it down this way, because as I was watching the game, I was thinking they were awful. Absolutely awful.
Bad.
Purdy couldn't throw. Defense couldn't stop the run. Special teams was bad. Just everything was bad. They were clearly being outplayed by the Green Bay Packers in the first half. At least it looked that way, and yet they were up a point. But I'll start with the offense, because Purdy was bad. He just wasn't very good. If you think he was, then we have differing opinions of good. He missed so many throws in that game, and we'll get to the possible reasons why in a little bit. But he wasn't good. He was not Purdy. That was not what we've come to expect.
Multiple dropped interceptions. He didn't throw one, but he could have easily had 2. Yeah,
and those were points.
They were Jimmy picks.
Both of them were points. Yeah. He was bad. They dropped a couple balls. Kittle dropped a second down that was ouch. That one throw to Ayuk and it did. It was incredible. I'll get to that in a minute. But I mean, they weren't good. They were not good offensively. They still scored 24 points. As bad as they were, they scored 24 points. And when they needed to, when they absolutely needed to have it, they got it. I mean, that says a lot about a quarterback who's still a young quarterback. I mean, he's picking up experience like just day by day. I mean, this is like, almost year and a half, getting close to 2 years of experience now. So he's not a rookie anymore, but he's still young. And to do something like that when you've scuffled the whole game, pretty much the whole game. I'm not going to say he didn't make any good throws. He did. The one to Kittle, the touchdown was a fantastic throw. The throw to Jennings over the middle, incredible throw. But there were so many throws that were just unlike Brock Purdy, unlike him. And then you had to have it. You needed it, and you got it. I mean, the 19-yarder to Conley was incredible. The third down conversion to Ayuk was incredible. The scramble to the left to get 9 yards and set up McCaffrey's 6-yard touchdown run. I mean, just headsy. Didn't lose his head in the pocket. Escaped left, saw it was there, and absolutely took it. That says a lot about someone who doesn't play, not even close to his best, and still has the composure, the confidence, and moxie to drive down and score a go-ahead touchdown. Not yet a game-winning touchdown, but a go-ahead touchdown. Because make no mistake about it, this would have been a horrific loss. Horrific loss for a team that some considered, I still do, the best team in football all year long, except for maybe a 3-game stretch. And then to lose the Packers, I don't care how hot they were. And we talked about the Cowboys and how the Cowboys were chokers in the playoffs and how, okay, that didn't – give the Packers credit. They were good in this game.
They came to play.
There's no doubt about it. But the Niners, when they had to have it, they got it. And they were awful, I thought, for the most part. Now, they weren't as bad as I thought. They outgained the Packers. Purdy, believe it or not, averaged more yards per attempt than Love. I thought he played better than Love. I didn't think Love was great either. Love was brutal in the second half.
First half, he was sharp.
He made a couple really nice throws. He made the one. Oh, and by the way, let me throw this in there. Why are the Niners guys slipping? Why aren't the Packers guys slipping? Why are the Niners guys slipping all over the place? Well, I got to get to the defense. So that was my interpretation of the offense.
Yeah.
Not good. Got it when you needed it, but still scored 24 points. Not like they scored 13. They didn't score 14 or 10. They still got 24 points. Defense can't stop the run. Not getting to Jordan Love. Packers getting whatever they need on third down. By the way, the Niners actually had a better percentage on third down than the Packers did. Yet, they held the Packers, who put up a 48 spot on the Cowboys, to 21. Their red zone defense in the first half saved them. They forced 2 field goals and got a massive fourth down stop. Massive. So think about that. As bad as it looked like they played, Aaron Jones ran all over them. Or so I thought.
4-9 a carry.
I went back and looked. You take away that one big run, and I know you can't, but you take away the one big run, it's like 3.5 yards a carry. 3.5 yards a carry, unless he got charged for the -11 on the fumble. I don't think he did.
It was a 53-yard run is the one you're talking about.
53-yard run. So it's 55 yards.
Yeah,
so it's 17 for 55 if you take away the run. So it wasn't like all game he hammered him. He hammered him a few times, but I mean, so it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. You know, it looks like they picked up every third down. 51% is like pretty good, 51, 52, whatever it is. But still, they held them to 21 points. And again, when you needed it, you got it. You had a pick that set up a field goal. You had a pick that sealed the game. We'll get to that. Holy goodness. Fred Warner, keep your prophecies in your back pocket, okay? That's all we ask. Just keep your prophecies in your back pocket, and everybody will be good. But they held them to 21 points. That's still a pretty damn good effort, 21 points. And you won't have to worry about cleats, thank goodness, this week. I mean, I don't know why they were the ones slipping, but they were. And then special teams. So special teams, you have field goal blocked, you give up a massive return, and you're thinking special teams wasn't very good either. They weren't. But you do get a 52-yard field goal from Jake Moody, who, oh, by the way, when they return that, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this. Everybody, or there's a certain faction of people out there on that kick return by Nixon that was blaming Moody for the kick. Like, look, here's the thing. If your sad little lives exist around reminding everyone what a bad pick that was, Jake Moody in the third round, that you have to continually bring it up, and you actually went to he was the problem on the kick. I mean, I can't help you. I mean, it's just you're just pathetic. I mean, it's like so sad. I feel sad for you. Like it just really, like every time he does something wrong, it's his fault. It's his fault, and I don't even care. It's like whatever.
No hands team, no coverage, none of that. None of the coverage on special teams. It's all about the placement of the kickoff.
No, it's about the placement.
Come on,
I could not believe it.
It's kicking
when I
101.
read that.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. They're going to lay this one on him, too, and then bring back he was a third-round pick and an awful draft pick, and it looks worse. Like, let it go. Let it go. It's not coming back.
Now,
guess what? In that draft, their third-rounder will be Jake Moody. From here until we all die. It will stay that way. It's not changing. The fact that you need to remind everybody, like every little chance you get, that Jake Moody is shaky, which I don't think he is, and Jake Moody was a terrible pick. I heard you, Tim. That I mean, it's unbelievable that these people want to remind everybody about this. So, I mean, just to kind of wrap it up before we dig into the details, it looked bad. If they play like that again Sunday, they're getting their ass beat. I have no doubt about that. But will they play? I don't think they will. But it wasn't as bad as it looked, even like in first watch, because I think we're all looking at it going, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you're trudging through it not knowing what's going to happen. Right.
Yeah, can you stop? Can you stop these? Oh, can you stop them? Please, can you stop Jones? No, you can't. And then, I didn't even mention Thomas. Those pass interference penalties were brutal. Gibson got one, too. Yeah, those were
Travis
big-time
Ward falling down off the line. But we'll get into all these details.
Yeah.
We got to pour through a lot of this. There's a lot to get to here. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Niners barely get by the Green Bay Packers. By the way, I was thinking about this on Saturday. We were doing the pregame. That's the first time the Niners have faced anybody at quarterback for the Packers who was not Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. They are now 5-0 at Levi Stadium in the postseason. Brent out in Walnut Creek, hang on the line there. We'll get to you when we come on back. And more of your calls. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Was this the most agonizing win in 49er playoff history that you can remember? We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
It wasn't pretty, but the 49ers got it done with a 24-21 victory over the Green Bay Packers, and they've advanced to their third consecutive NFC Championship. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Yeah, that's right. Niners are going to continue to play on, and you can continue to play on with Underdog Fantasy throughout the NFL playoffs, even when the regular season fantasy has come to an end. Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game is here for you. Your fantasy season might be over, but you can still win some real money in this fantasy game, which is totally legal right here in California, and it's a blast to play along. The Pick'em game is where you pick between 2 and 5 players, select higher or lower on the player's stats during the NFL playoffs, and if the picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money throughout the NFL postseason. It's legal in California, as I said, and a ton of fun to play along as you watch through the NFL playoffs and championship weekend. Underdog is easy to play. It's even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up. Use promo code KNBR, and they'll double your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a special pick of higher than a half a total yards to use with your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code KNBR to get your first deposit of $10 or more, up to $100 doubled, plus your special pick in the Pick'em lobby. Must be 18 or older, present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Shotgun snap. Purdy going to roll away from a blitz. Going to throw for the end zone. George Kittle's got it. Touchdown! San Francisco! Loving the gun. Fakes the gun run. Pumps right. Pumps again. Throws end zone. Wide open Milton. Touchdown Packers. The 49ers dropped him. They busted. And Bo Melton catches the ball in the back of the end zone. High formation. Toss to McCaffrey. Big hole. And he runs out across the 30. Breaks a tackle. He's gone. Touchdown! CMC! Third down, 11. Jordan Love out of the shotgun. Four-man pressure. Love is back. Throws over the middle. Too high. Intercepted by Dre Greenlaw. Snap from Tabor Pepper to Mitch Wisnowski. Head turn. Snap. Ball away. Jake Moody's kick is long enough, and it is right down the middle. Boy, they needed that kick big time. He has it away, and this one going right toward the left upright is no good. He missed it wide left. Purdy takes it, hands off to McCaffrey off the left side, breaks a tackle, touchdown! San Francisco! They have 2 timeouts left. Love out of the shotgun, deep drop, pressure, gets chased out to his right, will throw on the run back middle. It is intercepted. Go down, Dre Greenlaw. Running back the other way. Secure the ball. They'll run back the other way. They're trying to strip it from him. Big play. Dre goes down. Heel it out now. Brock Purdy will take the snap from Jake Brendel. One knee. Matt LaFleur will not even stop it. He knows the fate. The 49ers have advanced on to the NFC Championship game for a 3rd straight year.
Wow. Oh, the sounds from Saturday night at Levi Stadium. Niners advance to their 3rd consecutive NFC Championship game. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on a football Monday following a Niner victory. And we play on at least one more here Sunday at 3:30. And we'll have pregame starting at 11 a.m. right here on the sports leader Niners and the Detroit Lions in the NFC Championship. There were the sounds from how it all went down. Some touchdowns, some missed kicks, some made kicks. We were in the postgame. I was buzzing, dude. I was in a fog. It was like I couldn't believe. Again, when you think the whole time the team's not going to win, and things have been trending that way for the entirety of the game, and Brock, as sharp as he was for the entirety of the day, 7 of 8 on that final drive was Brock Purdy. I'll get you his final numbers here from that drive. He goes 7 of 8 on that drive. He also ran for 11 yards, and you mentioned the 2 first downs that he picked up, 47 yards passing, and he was as sharp as could be. You mentioned the 3rd down accuracy for Green Bay. Yeah, 54%. That's fine, 7 of 13. Mm-hmm. Niners were 10 of 16 on 3rd down. Really, it was the penalties, which was an issue, and Alex Kemp's team, that officiating crew, as Tim had this big note for us in the pregame notes, threw more flags per game than any crew in the NFL this year. The Niners and the Packers were both top 5 in total flags. So a lot to get to in terms of the play of the Niners on both sides of the ball. But one thing you mentioned there at the end of the first segment, we'll get to the callers here, 808 KNBR. Was it a good thing the Niners played a close game and came out victorious like this? Not much more to say. I know Brock didn't play well for the entirety of the game, but the question was always, can he win you one at the end? Can he bring you back? 2 different times this year after playing poorly, very poorly, he got them in field goal range at the end to win the game. This time they ended up punching it in for a touchdown. In Cleveland, he got him down there. They missed the kick in the rain. It was a tough one to make. But Dre Greenlaw, man, The big play Dre thing is, sure, it rolls off the tongue. Also, I was thinking about and running through some of the moments for his career. Did you know that he only had 3 career interceptions before those 2 on Saturday?
Really?
First career pick, Monday Night Football 2019 against the Seahawks in overtime, the Chase McMistick game. Chase McLaughlin, he kicked it in the tunnel. He picks off Russell Wilson. His second career interception was an interception against Jared Goff week 1 in 2021 in a victory. It was a pick 6, by the way, against the Detroit Lions in Detroit. Before they pulled everybody out, all the starters, like Nick Bosa took the tape off his ankles, and then Detroit came back. It was that game.
Yeah.
So
Dre
Greenlaw, that was his second pick. Third pick in his career was the one where he said, I want to get one from Tom Brady. And then he got one from Tom Brady. How about that? And then he gets 2 in this one, including the game-winning interception that ices it. Then you can go back to 2021, the big stop against Jacob Hollister at the half-yard line to beat Seattle and clinch the division, and the number 1 seed, Dan Bunzlike. And then this one picks off Jordan Love twice. They did not get home on a sack, but Dre Greenlaw, for a guy who was questionable all week coming into this one, nobody on defense has shown up in bigger moments from the moment they put on a 49er uniform than Dre Greenlaw. It's pretty incredible what they've been able to do and what he's been able to do.
Well, he just kind of fits right into the physical nature of the 49ers. He's a playmaker, and he's kind of the physical force on that defense. Not to say anybody else isn't physical, but he's got that little extra juice that crosses the line occasionally. Well, we've all seen it, but you need that. It's kind of like, we made the comparisons between Greenlaw and Draymond, and it's similar. Like you need some of that fire on your team, but with that fire, you're also gonna get burned occasionally. And it happens, and you don't love it, but you live with it. You realize that's who they are. But yeah, he absolutely is the guy that, you don't think about him as like a playmaker. You think about him as a tone setter. Like when he hit Kraft last night, it didn't even look like much until they showed it on the replay. You're like, damn, that's some serious force. Like Kraft was not ready for that. He was not ready for that level of violence. Exactly what it was. He's a perfect complement to Fred Warner. But the fact he got those 2 picks was, they got a field goal out of one of them, and it sealed the game on the other one. How much bigger can it get?
No.
Those were absolutely massive. And to me, if you want to boil it down, there's so much more to get into. But if you want to boil it down, like in a nutshell. The reason the Niners won and the Packers lost, the Niners had 2 chances at turnovers, and they got them. At picks, they got them. Packers had 2 chances at picks, dropped them. Niners had a 52-yard field goal, and the only field goal of length Carlson had, he missed.
And this one going right toward the left, upright. Yes, no.
Dude, the most exciting.
So hilarious.
That's so funny. Yes! Which is, by the way,
this one going right toward the left, upright. Yes, no.
The reaction, which is, by the way, the same reaction that maybe the 13 or 14-year-old kid had. I was in the bathroom at the time of the Chris Conley catch. After it was the Kittle drop and then the Conley catch to pick up the, I think it was a 17-yarder or something to pick up a first down.
19-yarder, the one to Conley on the right side.
The one catch. And me and this kid are the only 2 in the bathroom at the time. And I'm like, 12 urinals away from him. And we're listening to Greg, and he makes the call, and I go, yes! And the kid goes, yeah! Who's that? Conley. I said, he's been on the team all year. He started, he's kick returner. He's played like 8 or 9 games. Said he used to be a Dolphin. The kid goes, oh, yeah. I was like, he has no idea. This kid doesn't have any idea.
No idea.
Who Chris Conley is.
What are you guys doing in the restroom? You got to squeeze that stuff for the final drive.
I was trying, bro.
What are you doing?
I went quick. I was on a line. I tried to go quick and then jump back down, dude. Don't worry, I made it back. How about the kid in the men's room? Come on. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Brent is in Walnut Creek. Brent's been waiting a while. Brent, hell of a game on Saturday. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Yeah, what a great game. To me, I had 3 big takeaways. First and foremost, as Tom mentioned, and you guys both did, it wasn't bad as it looked. And it's really the metal of what championship teams and championship athletes do, is when you don't have your A game, you're maybe a little rusty, you're maybe a little bit off, but you find a way to win. And the other team is over there saying, how did that just happen? I mean, how many times when you see the Warriors where They play bad. They turn it over. This is back in their championship runs. And then all of a sudden at the end of the game, Steph hits a couple of pops. And the other team's like, what just happened? Yeah. So I think you learn a lot more from games when you play like that and win than if they beat them 42-zip. And here's an interesting fact going into next week against the Lions, where I'm really excited about. The Lions have played 13 games. The last 13 games, they've played 2 games outdoors. 2. They scored 1 touchdown total in those 2 games, and they lost both of them. So they are not a very good outdoor team. And the last time they won in San Francisco, 1975. So a hell of a season. Love Dan Campbell. I even got ties to Jared Goff. My nephew played football with him at Marin Catholic. I knew his dad when I was up in Nevada when he was at San Rafael. My best friend's kid played All-Stars with him. But I got to be rooting against Jared, even though I love the kid. I love the Niners this week. And I think you just learn a lot from a game like that, and it was key for Shanahan, for Brock Purdy. And I love their chances going to next week. Love to hear your comments.
Great call, Brent. Thanks for the call, bro. I'm with him on a lot of that. Interesting notes there on the Lions, and I would like to go look at some of that stuff. Those are always interesting factoids when you're talking indoor versus outdoor. We did see the Packers play indoor in Dallas and then come outdoor. It was no big deal, but I think maybe the Packers is as well equipped as anybody to handle elements. And you were talking about slipping and sliding. I was like, who knows? They maybe have been dealing with this and slick turf for a number of weeks now. The 49ers don't play in much moisture. Anyway, the only concern for me really in this one is the run game of the Lions. And we'll start to look forward towards Sunday a little bit later in the week, of course. We got plenty of time. But back to the point he was making.
Real quick, I would say this. If anybody has anything against Jared Goff, I don't know that they do, but if you did, you should scroll through his tweets from about 10 years ago where he said, I hope the Giants put one right in Yasiel Puig's ribs right next to bat.
Yeah. Don't forget when he threw out the first pitch at the Dodger game and he had to wear a Dodger jersey, and as he's walking off, I think he either had a Giants T-shirt on under it, or he might have been wearing Giants socks or something. He pulled them up and pointed at them. I was like, hell yeah.
Yes.
I was like, hey, I can get down with that, dude. The guy's from the Bay Area, man. He caught a home. Remember that time he caught a home run in the bleachers when he was a Cal and he's wearing the Lincecum jersey? I was like, that guy's a starting quarterback at Cal, number 1 pick. So I got plenty of love for Jared Goff. I'm hoping he loses on Sunday, but I got plenty of love for Jared Goff, the player, and the Bay Area sports fan himself. Because think about, you imagine he's growing up rooting for this 49er franchise, right? That would be the expectations. Where he wears 16. This guy Joe. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Actually, real quick, Tom, do you think it was a good thing to what the caller was just saying there? I think it was Brent was saying, when you win a game like this, you learn more and you earn more than you do. It's like learning from your mistakes. Kyle said it afterwards. He said this was like a character game. This is something.
Yeah.
What was big for me is it was a win like we haven't seen them have all year.
Well, when you win a game like this, it's just something that you can put in the bank. It's equity. You don't have to wonder if you could win a game like this. You know you can win a game like this because you've won a game like this. Everybody's going to feel like they could win that game. But until you actually play with the the fingers of pressure wrapped around your throat, then you don't know if you can handle it. You don't know if you're going to be able to perform up to your capabilities. Everybody will say they can. Okay, that's what athletes do. That's what we do. Yeah, we can handle that. I have no problem. But until you do it, you don't know you could do it. Now they know they can do it. Now they know that even when they don't play well, if they just hang in there, that they can find a way. And when they need to make plays, they can make plays. They all made plays. They started getting a little bit of pressure on Jordan Love at the end of the game. McCaffrey's run, the offensive line blew open the hole. The throws by Purdy. They all made plays when they had to. And again, I want to go back and say that third down catch by Ayuk was a really good throw too, because Nixon was all over Ayuk, and that was just a hell of a catch. And I also got to give him special notice for the catch he made on the third down to get him into field goal range for Moody's 52-yard field goal. That was not a good throw by Purdy. He threw it off his ankles, and he was running from right to left and reached down and caught that thing and managed to get it. That was an unbelievable catch. But, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You'd rather not have to do it because, well, you could lose. And then it's like, well, we learned we lose these. We couldn't win this game, and, well, that sucked. So, yeah, you'd rather win by 21. But after the game's over, absolutely look back and go, you know what, That's better than winning. Yeah, it is better than winning by 28. But again, when it's close, there's a chance things might not go your way, and you're walking off that field a loser. But yeah, I have no doubt this is something they can carry with them.
We got a full board. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll get to all you guys when we come on back. Mark, Steve, Gil, Alex, Ernie, Larry, Mickey in Pacifica. We'll get to all you guys who are out there. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. You can also check in on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and on YouTube. By the way, one texter here, 503, says, before the dispensaries, nobody thought at all about indoor or outdoor. More of your calls on the 49er victory next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
I mean, I think what you just said there, I think was almost the story of kind of our whole team. I think there was times that we were all off at times. What was cool, I thought everyone who had a few plays that stuck out that, either ended a drive or was why I didn't get a first down. The same thing on defense, even on special teams. But everyone who did do that stuff made a huge play at the end in all three phases to get us back into it. And Brock, he made some big plays in this game, missed a couple, but leading us down on that last drive and getting the win, that's all you can ask for.
Kyle Shanahan on the 49ers' close victory. Was the close win needed? 808 KNBR is the number to call if you want to get involved in the conversation, and we would love to hear from you. 415 says, I'll take Dan Campbell over Kyle Shanahan every time. I don't know about that. As Kyle goes to his third consecutive NFC Championship. Let's go out to Steve. Steve is in Gilroy. Steve, huge win on Saturday, an agonizing victory for a lot of us. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I blew the roof off the house a couple of times, screaming at the TV. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just a couple things to say. Debo is such an important part of the offense. You know, the complexities that he brings. I was cringing when he did the kickoff return, and then when we started featuring him early on. You know, I have an analogy, and maybe this is purely me, but from the waist down, that man he looks like a D10 Caterpillar bulldozer. But he's more prone to injury from the waist up, and when we start featuring him early on, and the game plan is built around early on, like Kyle built this one, featuring Debo, now you got a bunch of things to think about if you lose him. You know, use the right tool for the job. I think if we use him later on, once we start rolling, as you alluded to earlier, we play much better. We got better chances when we're playing from either a tie or a lead, or a significant lead. Anyway, just a couple of thoughts on Debo. I love the guy, but I think you got to use him a little more gingerly, a little more carefully.
I appreciate the call, Steve. I think my only, and by the way, I just looked it up. The D10 bulldozer, Caterpillar bulldozer, comes in about 180,000 pounds. So it's running through stuff. And he's right. John London and I and Dennis talked about it on the pregame a bunch, that this was a game where we expected Debo to be featured heavily, and I think that was probably part of the plan. He gets hurt early on. They initially in the press box said he was out with a head injury. They took the helmet from him, and I thought, oh, that's not good. Within 15 minutes, they said, before the end of the first quarter, he had been cleared to return, and then never did, of course, and we saw him in street clothes on the sideline, and then later it was called a shoulder injury. They said they likened it to the one early in the season against Cleveland, which kept him out for a few weeks. So kind of remains to be seen what happens. But sort of to your point about using Debo and the physicality, or the caller's point there, Christian McCaffrey had one huge run in the game, the 39-yard touchdown. And outside of that, 17 for, what was it? He went 17 carries for a total of 98. And so outside of those, it's a 32-yard touchdown run, right, for McCaffrey?
But it was 39.
It was 39. No, I was right the first time.
Yeah.
Anyway, outside of that, he didn't carry the ball at a super high clip. So that's something they'll have to work on a bit here, as well as trying to clog the middle. Let's get one more call in here before we take another quick break. Gil is on the road. Gil, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, thanks a lot for taking my call. I just wanted to say something about what Tom had to say about Moody. I think the last year that Robbie Gould was with the Niners, he kicked the same percentage or close to the same percentage of field goals as Jake Moody did. I don't remember people hollering and screaming that we got to get rid of Gould. And I'm sorry, I know that there's people complaining about taking him on, in the third round, but to me, that's just old school thinking. It used to be a time when your kicker would be one of your regular players, like George Blanda, who did everything. A lot of these football players, the really good football players, were good all-around players. You had Danny White that used to be the punter for the Cowboys, and you're just not going to see that anymore. I think if you're going to get a quality kicker, you're going to have to get them in an earlier round pick and not just hope that they end up in the 6th or 7th round. Anyway, those are just my thoughts.
Appreciate the call.
I appreciate it. Like my whole point is this: is that people were screaming and complaining and bitching that he was a third-round draft pick, and they keep bringing it up when it suits them because they want to be right. It's almost like Florio, that whole draft thing about Trey Lance and everything. I mean, they like when you stick your neck out there, you want to be right. So anytime you have a chance to prove that you may have been right, then you do so. And look, I wasn't crazy about the pick. I did third-round kicker. You can get a better, but it's not like third-rounders are guarantees. And I understand. We don't need to go over everything that can hinder a kicker that's drafted high. We've seen it happen. But it just the people that bring it up all the time. He's been fine this year. He's probably been better than fine. He hasn't done a lot. I don't think he's kicked a lot of field goals this year. But he had the missed one in Cleveland, and then he had a couple missed extra points. But if I went back and looked at his numbers and matched him up, he might be. Maybe he's in the middle. Maybe bottom end to top third. I don't know. But he ain't. I can't imagine he can't be at the bottom. I mean, I don't even remember missing many field goals. And that 52-yarder, that was not great weather.
He got blocked.
The footing wasn't great. Now the 48-yarder got blocked. 52-yarder.
The 50-yarder he made. Right.
He might have missed that one. It looked like it was going left anyway. But
I thought he might have yanked it anyway. Yeah.
We'll never know. Of course, we should blame him for that too. I mean, the guy jumped and just got it with his fingertips. But we could throw that one on there too. But the 52-yarder was massive. Guess what? Packers have a rookie kicker too, Clank, and he's been way worse than Moody this year. 6 extra points he's missed. I've seen him. I texted a friend of mine beginning of the game when Carlson came out for his first field goal. I go, this guy's not nails. This guy is anything but nails. And sure enough, at the end of the game, clanked it wide left. And Moody, I mean, that was
What do we have? 8 kickers play this weekend, and 4 of them missed a field goal attempt. Buffalo missed one, and then we saw the Chiefs miss. No, Buffalo. And then we had a couple of Houston. That's what I'm thinking about. So, by the way, that was Chase McLaughlin.
Fairbairn.
It's Fairbairn there. Chase McLaughlin, by the way, did miss one as well. And it was Fairbairn. I don't think had missed one that was not blocked all year. It was whatever, a couple of guys.
Is that what it was?
The kicking is not that great across the league. We'll get to more of these calls. Mark, Alex, Ernie, Larry. I see you guys hanging on the lines, and more of your texts as well. 808 KNBR. You can always stream the show. YouTube, Twitch, KNBR app, KNBR.com, and of course on Twitter. 808 KNBR. Who was the MVP of the game? Was it Christian McCaffrey or was it Dre Greenlaw? Are you worried about Jake Moody and the missed kick from yesterday? That's the one thing is you never had a missed kick at all in the playoffs from Robbie Gould. More of your calls at 808 KNBR next. Did you think it was good that the Niners had a close win like this? Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, Deebo Samuel has a 50-50 shot to play with a shoulder injury from last Saturday's game against the Green Bay Packers. We'll see what happens for the NFC Championship. That story and more trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We needed a win like that, I feel like. We just haven't come from behind in a while. It's a really good team and really good coaching, and it just helps you get more battle tested.
Voice of Nick Bosa. We'll talk more about him in just a bit, who, by the way, somewhat quietly now is up to 4 consecutive games in the playoffs.
Can't agree more.
Without a sack. Niners did not get home against Jordan Love at all on Saturday. He did have 5 QB hits in the game. It was in his face a handful of times, and specifically on that first interception. Anyway, 808 KNBR is the number to call if you want to get involved in some of the conversation on the 49ers win over the Packers. 3rd straight NFC Championship coming your way on Sunday. Pregame at 11 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Was it good for the Niners to get a close victory like Nick Bosa was talking about there? Who was the MVP for you of the game? Christian McCaffrey? Dre Greenlaw? Is there any concern about Jake Moody? Let's go back out to the phones. Ernie is in Sacramento. Ernie, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
First-time caller. A little bit about Nails. I'm going to give McCaffrey the new nickname Nails, because that guy is the hammer and the nails as far as I'm concerned. Nothing bad to say about Moody. Hey, everybody has growing pains. He's going to be just fine. Not to get ahead of myself, but Goff is a stationary quarterback, and I think we have played him before, and we know a little bit more about him. But with what I saw with those mobile quarterbacks that we're going to definitely have to face, and we've lost to both of them, as a matter of fact, be it Lamar or Mahomes. How in the hell are we going to be able to deal with those guys? I mean, I've seen them pick up the spy who's waiting for them with the receiver or tight end, and I don't know, is it man coverage that we got to do? Is it delay blitz, just like the delay quarterback draws? And how does Kelsey keep getting free? That guy walks out onto his pattern and then takes off behind the guy after the scramble. I think those mobile quarterbacks are part of the play or the misdirection, if you will. But, yeah, I don't like to get ahead of myself, but Goff, I think we have a plan for Goff. But I think also that if we can chuck those receivers at the line and be decent with the bump and run, I think we can deal with the Lions this week.
Appreciate the call, Ernie. Thanks so much, man.
For someone who doesn't like getting ahead of themselves, Ernie sure got ahead of himself. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, he's worried about Mahomes.
We're jumping ahead like 2.5 weeks here. Let's get through this one. We haven't even got to the Lions yet. We're still digesting yesterday's action. So let's just slow.
He dismissed golf so much he added an L. He was like, golf.
Really,
he's like, I'm not really into golf.
Yeah, he really did. But yeah, let's go and let those two battle it out, and then we'll go from there.
I'll cross that bridge when I get there, for sure.
Exactly.
But also, I'm with him. I do think this is a matchup that, Niners have to play a little bit better than they did this past week. You said they played the way they did this week. If they play the Lions the way they played the Packers, you said they'll get their asses kicked.
Yes.
Let's see what Mark in Millbrae thinks. Mark, it says here he's a little bit concerned about the defense. Mark, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How you living? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Mark. How are you?
How was that for a nail biter?
It was
reminded me of the game against the Saints, a playoff game like a handful of years ago, where you were just grinding it just to the end. I think my heart stopped at least 3 times during that
the
game.
Jimmy Graham touchdown, that was the moment where you're like, you got to be blanking me.
I thought, that's it. It's over, But again, they found a way. They dug deep, and they did this time around, and I couldn't be more proud of Purdy and the group. But I do have some concerns with what you were talking about, and I thought it was really funny that you lead in with Nick Bosa because the guy always sounds like he just smoked a doob and he's headed for the beach, And it's just amazing to me. It's just like, how is this ferocious guy just like the calmest man on earth? But getting back to the defense, the things that kind of concern me was that, and I'm sure you guys noticed this too, is that there were several times where Love hit an open receiver, and there just didn't seem to be a defender in frame anywhere. It's like I saw this a good 3 or 4 times where, like on the touchdown and on the 2-point conversion, and there were just numerous throws where there was just no one around. And then, of course, Bosa and company got pressure up front, but they didn't get any sacks in that game. And I just kind of felt like they just seemed off the mark, and it just kind of worries me going forward, how they're going to look against the Lions, because that, I think that Goff is on fire and they're definitely playing hot. And I think that the whole rust versus rest argument really kind of came into play there. And I hope that Shanahan sharpens them up.
Well, you also have to remember 2 of those passes where guys were wide open. The one to Dobbs on the right-hand side, Dobbs, and Melton in the end zone. Guys slipped. Guys just flat slipped on that play. And then the 2-point conversion, that was just a pretty good scheme. I mean, Fred Warner had to get through like 6 guys to try to find a way to get to Jones, and the only way he was going to get to him is switching. Like, that would have had to be a switch that was conveyed through the defense. Look, if Jones goes this way, let's just pass everything along. It's not as easy as basketball. It's a lot. I can't imagine how difficult it is trying to figure all that out. That's why offenses do it. And then the other one they got caught with that I thought was a pretty good scheme too was Reed over the middle, a little over route they got. But 2 of them, guys just flat slipped. Ward slipped and Dubs took off, and then Gibson slipped and Melton got a touchdown. So again, they slipped numerous times. By numerous, I probably mean 3, 4, maybe 5. But it seemed like big plays were happening because of the slippage. But yeah, that doesn't concern me because it wasn't. There was only a couple times that maybe you look at and go, that might be concerning. But again, you have to give the other team credit too. I mean, these guys get paid, and Love's a really good quarterback, and those receivers are really good, and they're going to grow and be better. So, I'm not all that concerned about that. And look, we're going to get into all the tactical stuff. I do think the Niners have a good matchup, and thank goodness it's not going to be raining, because if it was, that is now a thing.
Could be worse. Could be raining. 808 KNBR is the phone number to call if you'd like to get involved in some of this conversation. We'll get more into the Lions and that matchup later in the week, and a little bit later today we'll talk about their win over the Buccaneers, who gave them the what for. I mean, the Bucs were hanging around, giving them they had multiple opportunities in that game. Back out to the phone lines here. Larry is in Santa Barbara. Larry, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller, but long-time Niner fan since the 70s. Couple things. The Niner offense is completely different with and without Debo. I mean, misdirection, a lot of stuff can go wide, can go inside. He seems like Shanahan gets very conservative. When he doesn't have Debo, they look, when they don't have him, like they're just a basic offense. So I think it's going to be really important that either in this game or if we do make it to the Super Bowl that he's in there somehow. And then, Purdy, it was the first test, really. It was the first chance for him to make a comeback and actually win the game, and that basically comes down to the fact that Moody missed the field goal against Cleveland, which brings me to Moody. And, I look at the fact that, he's making 1.3. Gold was making $4 million last year, was probably going to ask for more this year. So look what the Niners get out of that. They get Moody, plus they can probably keep maybe a couple of players that they wouldn't have had. They could pay them more and so forth. So anyway, it's just 6 one way, half a dozen the other. You take your lumps. You hope that, your kicker is good. Because of that miss in Cleveland, it's always given me a little bit of doubt about Moody. And I think I'm going to have that until he's been in the league a few years and he makes the game-winning field goal, which he hasn't done yet. So, and then lastly, I think, I think it's going to come down to the O-line, D-line on both sides. Those two, Lions have a great offensive line, and they have a really good defensive line, and that's going to win the game for both teams. You can have all kinds of misdirection and, all the things, the fancy things that offensive coordinators can do. But,
appreciate it, Larry. I appreciate the call, man. We got to run here. I'm with him. I mean, they always say it, won and lost in the trenches, but the point he's making that intrigued me the most is about Debo and about what the 49ers do without Debo Samuel. I don't know that Kyle's a more conservative play caller, but I've also walked back comments I had early in the year and in the preseason where I said I thought Debo and Christian McCaffrey's skill sets were, while they play different positions, fairly redundant. And partway through the year, I was like, that's not true at all. You have both of these guys. You can do things that nobody else can do. I also sort of think, in sort of conjunction with what we were talking earlier about the slipping and some of the open plays, let's not forget that Matt LaFleur is a fantastic play caller. There's a reason that the Packers are where they are. He comes from the Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan school of offense there. Like, this guy's drawn up plays against Steve Wilks. He's a great defensive coordinator in the same way that Kyle Shanahan is making other D coordinators look like they don't know what they're doing. So let's tip our caps a little bit to the play calling of Matt LaFleur. That said, there was some slipping and falling. Also, in terms of Debo Samuel, the 49ers should have been out and up bigger in this game than they were. It was about not executing, not about physicality.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. But there are things. I mean, we'll talk about them. I mean, how much of it was Debo? How much of it was Green Bay? How much of it was Purdy in the rain? I think that might be a thing now. Maybe he's one of those guys who's not. Maybe he's not great in the rain. Maybe the ball slips out of his hand. We could tell he was uncomfortable yesterday. And look, I think Kyle's fantastic. Doesn't mean I agree with everything they do. And I, for the life of me, could not understand the ultra-conservative nature at the end of the first half last night. I know where he's coming from because he's made it perfectly clear, and I've talked to him enough to know that when he is getting the ball to start the second half, he does not want to give it back. So that is like priority number one. Do not give the ball back. And I get that for the most part. But when you're at the 40 and you run down, you take a timeout, I mean, that's like a wasted timeout. You could snap it with like 5 seconds left. I can't imagine you're afraid that if you have to punt it, that Green Bay having like 40 seconds or 30 seconds left and 3 timeouts. I mean, if you're that worried about your defense, then defense isn't as good as we thought it was.
I mean, that's the question. Are they? I mean, people have been saying this already. I've seen a few people text it in. Marcus Thompson tweeted it on Saturday. It doesn't look like a championship defense right now. I'd like to see what happens the next week, but we thought they'd come out looking rested, sharp. They didn't look like that at all.
No. Well, I mean, look, I think you would agree with me. This defense has been overpriced all year long.
Of course, yeah.
It's not a great defense at all. I mean, it just isn't.
It's an offensive branded team with a good defense.
Exactly. Yeah. And it just they've scuffled against the run. They've had their issues. It hasn't been the 49ers of the past few years defensively. It just hasn't. But I mean, they're still a good defense. They're not Swiss cheese. So I just didn't get. I understand he didn't want to get the ball back, but I don't know why he ran it all the way down to like 34 seconds and just called the timeout then. I mean, why not hike it? Why not get a play in and hike it with 40 seconds left? It's 6 extra seconds. Like, I know you don't want to give it back, but really? I mean, come on. So that one to me was like I did not love that one at all. So again, and maybe it was just when you're watching the game, you're like, what are you doing here? It's like one thing on top of the other. Like, you just can't. There was like really no time to enjoy the game, actually.
Enjoy the game more.
I guess Kittle being that when they're up 7-6 or 7-3 and ultimately was 7-6, you kind of got to enjoy it a little bit. But even then, the Packers were driving continually. They just were holding them, and it was like stressful, like for like watching it. Like, are you kidding me? You just like get a 3-and-out, get a punt, get the ball back.
Packers get the field goal next drive. Niners didn't the Packers come right back down? So the Niners scored.
They came right back down.
7-6. Then Niners came back down. Then they missed the field goal. So no, there was no moment to ever chill. There was no. That's what I mean. Is beginning to end. And I know that it was. Yeah,
the Niners missed the field goal.
The Niners missed the field goal first to end the half, and at that point, that's when you're going, okay. To your point about not giving the ball back, I think, oh man, they miss one, and then they don't. Then they go 3-and-out out of the break, don't they? Yeah, they went 3-and-out
right out of the break. Oh, you think maybe. I didn't say I love that from Kyle at the end of the first half. I don't know if I love the run to Jennings to start the second half.
Listen, look,
I'm like sitting there watching, going, what, are you kidding me? Like, Debo's been out like almost 2 full quarters now. Like,
he's like, let's try this.
He's not going to come back in to run that ball. I know that play was for him. It wasn't for Jennings. How do I know? Because I've never seen Jennings run that play
Did you
before.
hear Greg on the call? Greg said, it's first and Juwan? No, I'm kidding. Let's go back out to the phone lines. What's the biggest concern? Is it that defense? Jason's in San Jose. Says he's got a concern here with the scheme of what the 49ers are running out there defensively. Jason's in San Jose. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
What's up,
I guess probably my biggest concern is Wilkes. Maybe it's possibly it's a defensive scheme. I'm just a fan, and I remember saying this with Saleh, and I also remember saying it with Ryans. Like the first year, a lot of fans were questioning, but things ended up getting better. However, it's not getting better. There is no pressure. To my knowledge, Steve Wilkes is a 3-4 guy, and they get a 3-4 guy to run a 4-3 defense. There's no pressure. I don't know what's going on with Chase Young. There's just really no pressure, and it's showing. And between that and our rookie kicker, we're a missed kick away from losing a playoff game.
Appreciate the call, Jason. Yeah. Here's the thing, and the kicking argument, again.
Ask Buffalo.
I want to run through it really quick. Was it 5 of the 8 teams or 4 of the 8 missed kicks this week, field goal attempts? Both in the Niners and the Packer game. Buffalo missed. You had the miss from Chase McLaughlin, right? And he, again, had 2 misses all year, and they were blocks. He didn't miss one. Then he misses this one was yesterday, right, in the morning. And then the other one was Houston. Kyamie Fairbairn missed the kick on Saturday. Before the 49 game. There's 5. That's just, Justin Tucker's the greatest of all time. He's the Ravens kicker, and he was, the one he hit early in that game, I was like, this guy's insane. Just automatic, just nails down the middle of the.
Right down the middle, too.
Couldn't believe it. Just give me, he's like, give me the midfield, coach. Just get me to the 50, and we'll figure it out from there. So, again, kicking is not a science. It's not a perfect science. And to that caller's point, he said, I don't know that I'm ever going to feel great about it until he's been in the league for a number of years. If he were perfect to this point, Jake Moody, we'd all be sitting here going, he's going to miss one at some point, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything. Exactly. I don't think anybody could ever feel good about a rookie kicker or an early in his career kicker at any point because you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like,
I totally get it.
So I get it.
But it wasn't like he was great this year. It's 21 for 25. Not terrible. I mean, it was fine for when you factor in the expectations where he was drafted. I think it was really good. He was like better than Carlson this year. He was like 84%. Carlson was 81. And Carlson went to the Packers and was drafted like in the 6th round. So it wasn't even like the expectations for him. Although anytime a kicker gets drafted, there are going to be some expectations. But 3rd, that's pretty heady stuff. And we talked about that early in the year. Like, that's tough for a kicker to take. It's all about mental. And you got to deal with that. Like, they expect you to make every kick now because you're a first-round draft pick. Some people can handle it. Some people can't. Janikowski handled it. I mean, I think he scuffled early, though, if I'm not mistaken. And then he had an incredible career.
Derek nodding furiously, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the first rounder looked fine.
When you say struggled, you meant to stay on the field or like legal troubles? Or what
goals, okay, sorry. Well, it could be all the above, but I'm talking about kicking field goals.
He's better at one point.
Who was the guy kicked for Tampa? Was it Aguayo?
Yeah,
or who was the guy? Yeah,
he was a first rounder too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he flamed out like quick.
Bad.
He was out.
He wasn't
he
a
just
first.
Said mentally, it's like, was he a second?
He might have been a second. He was high. He was really high.
Yeah, but he just said he couldn't handle it, and because the expectations. And again, when the expectations for a kicker are different because it's all mental, and it's not like this guy's been horrible. Again, he hasn't been great, but he's been fine. Like for a guy drafted in 3rd round with the expectations, 21 for 25 is fine. And he hit some 50-yarders. And guess what? The first big-time field goal he had in a playoff game, he piped it. Carlson, first big-time field goal. I don't even count the other ones were short. I mean, you got to make them. I mean, I guess you could make them, but I mean, you could miss them. But geez, I can't give you credit for that. But your first big-time clutch field goal to go up a touchdown at the end of the nope. And then Moody, 52-yarder. I mean, where you desperately need it. Start of the 4th quarter, you're down by 7. That was big time. And I don't know. He could miss a field goal. Like, he's not Robbie Gould. Robbie Gould was like automatic. He just went out there and you're like, the only thing about Robbie Gould is you knew once it got outside like 51, 52, you're like, ooh.
That's what I'm saying. Would it kill you to attempt like 153-yarder? He's like, dude, would Robbie even? He looked at Calvin like, you kidding?
Nope,
52? No way. I got a perfect. I got a perfect playoff kicking record.
I
Right?
ain't missing this.
I ain't shooting that, dude. Tolbert and Copes with you. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Full board still. We'll get to all these calls. Lewis, Steve, Dave, Bob, and Sebastopol. Scarecrow's in there. We'll get to all these calls. Everybody's wondering. Yeah, Mort's out there too. Everybody wondering whether or not Debo's going to be able to go this week. 50-50 shot, says Adam Schefter, with a shoulder injury similar to the one they're saying that he had early in the season. How have the 49ers fared under Kyle Shanahan without Deebo Samuel? I've got that record for you. I've got some numbers as well. We'll get that to you, as well as your thoughts on the 49ers' close game and level of concern if Deebo can't go on Sunday. We are going to catch up a little bit later, 3:50. How hyped is Brent Jones going to be when we talk to him later? And then Matt Mayoko at 4:50. But 808 KNBR is a number to call and to text. Saw somebody on the Twitch stream check in and say, yeah, I was also not happy about seeing Jennings in the backfield. We'll get into more of that next on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to relive that anxiety and emotions of the 49ers win over the Packers. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon following a 49er victory over the Green Bay Packers, an agonizing victory. 425 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. You can always check in there at 808 KNBR. Says, in Madden 2024, Juwan Jennings does have a few run plays in the 49er playbook. How about, dude, it's so funny you mentioned this, 425. I run with that. He's texting, of course, from Washington State. Shout out the state of Washington. First text this guy's ever sent, or this texter's ever sent. I've used that 49er playbook a bunch when I play Madden 24, and every once in a while, I'll run a play, and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize this was the play I'd picked, and you have a weird running back in the backfield or a receiver in the backfield. I'm like, well, it's a Shanahan offense. I didn't mean to hand it to Ray McLeod, but here we are. With the
Shanahan dipping into the Madden playbook?
Dipping into the Madden playbook.
Wow.
There. Well, they use some real, I think they try to use real plays in, I learned defensive zones from Madden when I was a kid, like what it meant. No spider 2-wide banana. That is in the playbook if you've got a fullback, though, in some of those playbooks. Anyway, you can learn some stuff from Madden. 808 KNBR is the number to call if you want to get involved or to text. Let's go out to the phones again. Steve is in San Francisco. Steve, what's your biggest concern following this victory? Or was it good for the Niners to have a win like this? You're on KNBR.
Ooh, we got a couple. I mean, I guess you could say yes and no that it was good. Like, it was a miracle that they won a game that when you watched, it looked like they should have lost by 17. The fact nothing looked like a victory whatsoever, and yes, they've faltered in that regard before. So I think that's good, but the flip side of the coin, the fact that it got to that and what we saw on the field, that's definitely not good. I think my two biggest concerns real quick here, the defense, everybody talked about it. That pass rush, I mean, the defensive line has a staggering amount of talent. The fact that they can completely disappear during entire games, we've seen that kind of stuff all season. Cincinnati, the Vikings game, it has to change. I don't think it will, and I think, part of it is with Wilkes. The other part with coaching is Shanahan real quick, too. I think you kind of spoke about it earlier. There's just not that flexibility. It seemed like when Debo went out, he was naturally going to be a huge part of the game plan, and you just felt like they went into a shell, and there was this kind of nervous vibe that permeated because that plan was off the table, and it became painstaking. They were eking out yards. It seemed like they were constantly facing third down, and it just seemed like he needed to pivot and just didn't really know where to go after that. And it felt like the team felt that too.
Appreciate the call, Steve. That I can't speak to exactly. I mean, I don't know. I think I think when you have a plan, everybody's got a plan so you get punched in the face, is the Mike Tyson saying. That's a punch in your face when you lose a guy like Debo. You also know that when you run a guy like Debo with that sort of physicality, so one of our texters or callers earlier said they maybe need to be more he says use him more gingerly. And I think he meant like more sporadically or use him and pick your spots. But I say the opposite. I say, you can't take this guy out of what he does well. We've talked about Draymond in that capacity, right? Like, if you clip his wings and you can't have him be the demonstrative, sort of loud, aggressive, brash player that he is he the same player physically? If you take carries away from Debo, and again, they don't want to use him so much that they run him into the ground. They're not going to stay away from incentives, but you have to use him where it works to use him, not because you're afraid that he could get hurt. You got to play him.
Look, if that's the case, you could limit him during the regular season. Playoffs, you're not going to limit someone's usage rate to try and keep him healthy. It's the playoffs. This is one and done survival at its finest. I heard a stat yesterday, listened to a pod, and it said when Debo's on the field, the Niners average 7 yards a play. When he's not, it's less than 6. So he makes a significant difference in that offense. Significant. You can't do anything about his physicality, just like you can't do anything with Kittle's. You just can't. It's who they are. It's how they're built. It's what makes them successful. I talked about that with Kittle like 3-4 years ago. Like, God, it'd be. I remember talking to Shanahan. Maybe you talked about go to bounds or don't seek contact or maybe don't fight for that extra half yard. But just who they are. It's how they're built. It's just what they do. So you can't ask someone to be someone else. You are who you are. So this could happen from time to time. It was unfortunate. Perfect hit in the perfect area. And I don't know about the adjustments. I don't know. Along with you, I'm not sure what they were. It looked like Debo was going to be a pretty big part of the offense. So that's why I say, and talked about this earlier, how much of the 49ers struggles offensively and Purdy struggles in particular were Debo being out, was Green Bay defense, and was the rain. Because I think the rain's a deal. He did not play well in Cleveland this year when it rained. And again, you don't have overly big hands. That ball's going to feel funny coming out. And now I would really, if I really wanted to drill down into this, I don't know that I could or would. I'd have to go back and look at every Iowa State rain game and see how he played in those games. See if he was a mutter. Did he play well? Did he struggle in the rain? And how many of those were there? It's probably not a massive sample size, but that's probably what you'd have to do. Go back and look at college, because he started damn near every game. There had to be some rain games in there somewhere, and see how he played in those. But right now it's a thing. And if it rains again, not this year, it ain't raining again. If they play 2 more games, it's going to be close to 60, if not over 60 on Sunday here in the Bay. And then the next game's indoors. But, moving on into the future, if it's a rain game, that's something that maybe you look at and go, yeah, that'd be interesting to see how he plays. But I think Debo being out's a big factor.
Yeah, huge.
But they got 3 weapons that are like, and Jennings is good, but I mean, you have Kittle, you have Ayuk, and you have McCaffrey. I mean, that's more than enough to get it done. I mean, that's as many weapons as most teams have. So, and then the guy give the Green Bay defense some credit, no doubt. And they still, like I said, I still came back to that. They didn't play well at all. But I don't want to forget, he did throw 2 picks basically that were dropped.
Yeah.
I mean, those were so big.
And there's some high throws. I mean, the one right before the one that Debo caught went to the sideline, got hurt. It was an up and a high throw that he came down with. Let's get to a couple more calls.
But they did score 24.
Yeah, they did. They put up 24 and they held them to 21. So as you said in the rewatch, it's not as bad as it felt going through it. It was agonizing. That's what I mean. It was a painful game for 49er fans to get through. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. 650 says on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, unless you're Steven Strasburg, then apparently it's okay to limit him for the playoffs, which I'm so mad that they got a ring and that he got a ring after doing that. Let's go to the South, the Deep South. Mike is in Tampa. Mike, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, Tolbert, Copes? Long time, man. Miss you guys, man. But yeah, man, I look at it this way. The rain is the factor, right? Like, I mean, you saw how much we were slipping and falling all over the place. Well, just Purdy defensively. I mean, the Niners couldn't, when they're taking angles to make the tackles, they're slipping there. That normally wouldn't happen as much. Obviously Armstead you could tell he was rusty, his first game back, and he makes a huge difference in the run game. So, I think if it's not for the rain, that game wouldn't have been even close, to be completely honest, But, hey, again, we didn't play our best, but we still made plays when it mattered. Purdy still drove down. Would have went 7 for 7 if Kittle didn't drop that one right in his hand, And then, Moody made some plays, hey, we pulled out, right? As the age-old saying is, a win's a win, right? It doesn't matter how it gets done. It's that it gets done. And we pulled it off. We'll play a really tough and gritty Detroit Lions team. And, for me, getting to broadcast a game for Jared Goff and Marin Catholic and interviewing him back when I was living in the Bay Area, I mean, good kid, man. I know how bummed he was getting drafted by the Rams and having to do that whole media show, putting on a Dodger jersey. Come on, man. He's Bay Area. He didn't want to do that. I had to do it, though, first overall pick. But I'm sure there's going to be some emotion for him, obviously playing us in the division all those years with the Rams and, kind of coming back and playing a very meaningful game for them, for their fan base, for everything. But, I hope Debo can go. I wish he didn't get hurt so often. I feel like, man, the guy, I wouldn't say he's glass, but, he looks kind of fine to me on the sidelines when he was in his hoodie celebrating when we were driving down the field. And I know it's probably different now. Doctors are different than when they were back in the day. And Tommy, you could attest for it, man. I'm sure they probably just put you in there, said, hey, it's playoffs, right? You're in as long as you can play. Maybe they're a little bit more cautious with it now, but I don't know, man. I felt like he could have given it a go, but I understand maybe holding them back, letting them get some rest and letting the rest of the team carry on. But, yeah, man, excited.
Appreciate the call, Mike. Thanks so much, man.
I will say this, too. Like, as an athlete myself, former athlete, I just don't question other people's injuries. It's just, I don't know what kind of pain they're going through. And I think it's probably better now for the athlete. Certainly concussion-wise, it's better for the athlete. But, yeah, back in the day, it was like feeling fine. If the athlete goes, I'm good to go, you're in, period. There's no, like, double-checking. There's no checks and balances. It's just, you good? Yeah, I'm good. And you're an athlete. You want to play. You go out there, your leg's falling off. You're like, no, I'm good. Let's go. Only a flesh wound. Put it back out there. And they're like, oh, yeah, he said he could play. And then the coach wants you to play. So he's looking at the doctor. What's the doctor going to do? Oh, yeah, he said he could play. I don't want to be the one that says he can't play because I can't have my season tickets next year. So, yeah, okay, hey, go in there. And the athlete's just like, hey, gets left hung out to dry. So I think they take better care of the athletes now than they ever did. Sometimes I think they can be a little too cautious occasionally, but that's better than the other side of it. So I have no idea. It did look like he was fine. It's a lot easier to be fine in a hoodie than it is out on a football field. And I get it. He does get hurt, but it's because he plays with such physicality. Because you look at his body. Dude's a fire hydrant, man. I mean, that dude is rocked. But when you play like that, you're gonna get hurt. So we'll just see how it goes.
831 on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line says, Debo on the sideline with no sling on the shoulder was a bad look. Well, again, this is an injury that he had early in the year. I like our guy Mike. That was a good call for Mike in Tampa, but I love Mike being like, he looked pretty good. It looked like he could have given it a go. I love that too because it's the same. Like when you're hurting as a team, like, dude, that's like, come on, man, get out there, dude, come on. Ronnie Lott would give it a go. Let's do. He did say one thing. He said, my thought and my feeling is that Debo Samuel gets hurt a lot, man. I can tell you this: he's missed 17 games in his career, has never missed a playoff game. This is his 5th season. 17 missed games in his career. In the games without Debo Samuel, Niners are 8-9, 0-2 this year. But get this: last season without Debo, 4-0 in games without him. So. They've had huge stretches where they've gone without him and been okay. Prior to that, they only missed 1 in 2021. So we do have an update, by the way, the latest on Debo Samuel after Adam Schefter says it's a 50-50 shot that he will play in the NFC Championship game. We will get you the update on Debo. When we come on back, we'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Set. Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Weekends. Now only Sunday. That was it. But this weekend, oh, you know how we roll over here. We go pizza, wings. Some people like chips and dips. And you want to have everything as simple as possible. Order in the pizza. You might make the wings. But the chips and dips, you don't even want to have to make it. You just wanted to crack it open. Well, now Daisy has you covered. They got the French onion and the ranch dip. All you have to do is crack those bad boys open, and you are good to go. So, a staple for the weekends when you're watching the games is snacking. And a staple of snacking, Daisy dips. You're a Daisy if you do.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2nd and 15. Purdy throws middle. Caught by Deebo Samuel. Takes a big hit from Jair Alexander. He won't go down.
Deebo Samuel down on the field, laying on his back.
Oh, boy. Over on the 49ers sideline, Deebo Samuel is down.
Deebo Samuel did have a kickoff return, went 21 yards, then had 2 catches for 24 before that catch coming across the middle. A hard hit for him on the sideline where he, for a minute, wasn't going down. He was like wrestling with 3 guys, goes down, and at first was ruled a head injury in the press box. Was cleared to return to play, they said, after obviously there was no head injury because he was dealing with a shoulder. They said afterwards Kyle likened it to the one early in the year that he suffered against Cleveland. I believe that was week 6, and that set off the losing streak. They lost to Cleveland, and then they lost the following week, which was to Minnesota at Minnesota. Sorry, he played that game in Cleveland, but only played a couple of snaps before he got hurt. So they ended up losing that game. Then they lose to Minnesota, lose to Cincinnati. He came back after the bye, and has played every game since, and has had an incredible second half. I mean, had scored touchdowns, had 2, 4, 6 total TDs before the injury in the game on Saturday. So they're 8-9 all-time without him. Here's Kyle Shanahan's update on what Deebo Samuel, this is from earlier today, I believe, right? Derek, from earlier today? Kyle Shanahan meet with the media. Here's the latest on the injury that Deebo suffered on Saturday.
Kyle, is there any specifics as far as how the imaging came back on Deebo's shoulder?
It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign. But still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how it's going to heal up this week. So we just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based off if it's improving, it'll give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not.
Level of confidence in the 49ers offense. Here's the thing. If you know you don't have him all week, then you're planning for the worst, right? I don't think you plan to have him if it's 50-50. You plan to win the game in every way you can with the available pieces, and if he's able to go, it's not like Deebo's unaware of the plays and unaware of where he would fit in. I think he tries to go if he can, and he's one of the best in the league, but you've also got some of the best skill position players elsewhere. Juwan Jennings being out for those, 3 or 4 weeks at the end of the season? I think if he were out alongside Deebo, this would be a much bigger issue in the receiving game, but if you've got Brandon Ayuk, you're not dealing with this much weather. This could be a Christian McCaffrey game. This could still easily fare or go the 49ers' way, but without Deebo, a little bit more problematic, of course.
I think this one's going to come down to game time decision, or as close to game time as the NFL will permit.
Yeah.
Because he's such a unique piece, and they use him in such a unique way that I would imagine they're going to want to keep this under wraps as long as they can, whether he's playing or not playing. I mean, why give the Lions any more time to not have to worry about him or know that he's in, so game plan for it? I mean, it's not like just a receiver. They use him differently than receivers. They get a lot of different stuff with him. So I would imagine for him, it takes a lot of plays and scouting and walkthroughs and stuff like that to game plan how we're going to play this guy in this formation with the again, he does a lot of things. So I got to think this one, even if he came back good Wednesday, I'd be surprised if they said, yeah, we're thinking he's going to play, is good to go. Or he's even not, I don't think he's going to play. I think it's going to be so I think he's going to have that questionable, and then they'll play it close to the vest on this one. At least that's what I would do.
Yeah, because they may honestly not have any idea whether or not he's going to be able to go. Brent Jones is going to join us in about 10 minutes here at 3:50, and we'll speak to Matt Mayoko. Of course, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll get his thoughts on the status of Debo and whether it's a true game time or 50-50 like they're talking about now. I guess the one positive is it happens on a Saturday. You get the extra day to get you into Sunday. Let's go back out to the phone lines before we speak to Brent Jones. Let's go out to Scarecrow. Scarecrow, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys. We lucked into one. We got to win. That's the important part. The thing that concerns me is Matt LaFleur seemed to be concentrating on taking the stuff underneath away, and you lose Debo, and all of a sudden half of the game plan goes away. Yeah, I can understand that. But a couple things are troubling me. Number one, how is it that you have home field advantage and somehow you don't know what shoes to have on, or you don't have the right shoes, or you're falling down? I would think that home field, you've got that thing locked down pretty damn well. And if you don't, that's something you might want to take care of in the off season. In terms of the Lions, they play on a rug, so I think that will be an advantage. The weather's going to be decent, and I think Elijah Mitchell could easily maybe take McCaffrey's stuff, and McCaffrey could take Devo's stuff if he's not ready to go. But I think I'd plan that way.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. I can't the game plan thing where we're talking game plan. I don't remember Kyle saying, 70% of my game plan went away when Debo went out. I don't, for those of us to assume that was just going to happen, it makes sense. Debo's always a part of the game plan. He's a big part of it. I think George Kittle was a big part of it in this game too. I think Christian McCaffrey was a big part of it also. I think Brandon Ayuk was also a big part of it, and then made maybe the biggest catch of the game. That catch falling to the ground there to pick up the first on that final drive. The rain thing, to talk about equipment and shoes. How many rain games have the Niners played this year at Levi Stadium where it was raining like that? I mean, again, it wasn't even as wet as we thought it was going to be. The turf was probably soggy. They took it off, the tarp off at about 1 o'clock or so, 2 o'clock on maybe it was like 12:30 on Saturday afternoon, and it stopped raining long before the game in Santa Clara. Started picking up a little bit at game time, and then it was pretty good for the duration of the game. And then the second Greenlaw made that pick and Love got the ball back, skies opened up. It was like, cool. Now they've got to do this in the rain, coming back the other way. But in terms of the turf and the equipment, that to me is neither here nor there. It's funky. It's weird. I don't like that that's happening. But also, how do you prepare for that when you play in California down in Santa Clara? You may not have that situation unless it's in January.
And you're not taking the best running back in football and putting him out to wide receiver.
No. I don't think so.
You're just going to use him
unless you're going to anyway.
Position.
Right? Yeah, you're using the way you do. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm feeling, I'm not feeling as great about it, of course, if Debo's out. But even if Debo's in, he's not 100%. And you also know that if you get through this one, you're going to need him in a few weeks for whoever you take on. We'll get back to some more calls a little bit later. 808 KNBR is the number to get involved. And people are saying, yeah, man, the Lions are going to throw at Ambry Thomas, and if he doesn't swap those skates that he had for cleats, it could be a career day for Amon-Ra St. Brown. We got time for one more call, says Derek. Let's go to Lewis then. Lewis has been in Fresno and waiting for some time. Lewis, you're on KNBR.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
No problem, Lewis.
I'll try and make it quick. First of all, don't forget the contribution Juwan made as a receiver. He had big catches, 4 for first downs, hence his nickname Third and Juwan. And, he came up big when he had to. And I think 49ers can rely on him to be there when they need a big catch. Also, there's something regarding Brock Purdy and his yardage. People discount the yards he throws because, it's got these yard after catch receivers who are great. True, but has anyone, I know they keep stats at this, has anyone done a percentage of the yardage that is through the air and yards after catch? I'm sure that if it's done, when you compare it to other quarterbacks, it's probably all very similar. I've never heard that comparison.
I can tell you this, Lewis. I can tell you this because I was looking it up the other day. Somebody was criticizing Brock for that same thing, and I looked it up in terms of air yards versus, because they said it after the game. It was I can't wait. Somebody said, I want the Lions to win so we don't have to watch Brock Purdy throw 30 checkdowns in the Super Bowl. And I looked it up. Brock Purdy led the league in balls or passes completed where the ball traveled more than 20 yards. He led the league where the ball traveled more than 30 yards. And he led the league where the ball traveled through the air more than 40 yards. Those are not yards after catch stats. Those are air yard quarterback stats. As a total, and 20-plus or 30-plus or 40-plus, Brock led the league in all three of those categories. So it's just a fabrication of the stat, which is why when Steve Young says to us, even passes completed from behind the line of scrimmage, he's leading the league in those. It still leads the league in yards per attempt. That's pretty impressive. Appreciate the call, Lewis. We got to run to get to Brent Jones. Maybe nobody's going to be more hyped than Brent Jones is going to be when we talk to him when we come on back after this win. Also, talking legacy for Brock Purdy. Guy's got 3 playoff victories in 4 games, and they're against 3 49er rivals, right? You get the Seahawks, you get the Cowboys, and he's not going to win against the Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
Well, all this guy needs is a victory in the NFC Championship and a win in the Super Bowl, and he is 1 game from getting that opportunity. Brent Jones, longtime 49er tight end and a good friend of the show, joins us next on The Sports Leader. The 49ers have opened as 7-point favorites over the Detroit Lions for the NFC Championship game. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out this time, unfortunately, Steve, on the phone instead of in studio with me. How about this, man? We talked about it Friday. The ERC is going away. What do we have to do?
You have to call us right away because the Congress, in their infinite wisdom, was proposed by the bipartisan Committee on Tax to end ERC on January 31st. That means what you had until April of next year, 25, to do, it's going to end next Wednesday, January 31st. So the bottom line is, if you were an employer and you employed people during 2020 and 21, you can get up to $26,000 for every employee you had to qualify. 2 ways to qualify. One's a certain drop in gross revenue, but a lot of CPAs are stopping there because it's easy. They don't go to the second test, which is a lot more work, a facts and circumstances test. There's a lot of people that did not have the drop in gross revenue that qualify under the method because that's not required. And the bottom line is, what a crying shame if you would miss out on hundreds of thousands of dollars or more because you missed next week's deadline. Bottom line is, if you employed people in 2020 and 21, at a minimum, call us for a second opinion. But watch out. Every night we have a meeting in the office to see if we're going to take any more ERC cases the next day. Time is really, really short. Today's January 22nd. We're talking about ending this next Wednesday. That's January 31st. Call us right now. Let us get you your money if you're qualified.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz find out whether or not you're qualified. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and do it now. It ends next Wednesday. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
I was definitely preparing for the fact that this segment was going to go a lot differently than it's going to go right now. I think my text to Brent probably conveyed that this was heading down the wrong way, and U-turn and just found a way to turn the car around, got it done. So now you're gonna laugh about it now. Yeah, it's like, you can laugh about it now because they won the game. But I have a feeling Brent was feeling much the same way I was. Hello, Brent.
Hey, Tom. Nice to hear your voice. How is Adam there?
Yes,
I'm here.
He is.
I'm here.
Hey, Adam.
What's up, dude?
well, let's get away with or do away with all the pleasantries. There was, for almost the whole game, frustration and anxiety watching, seeing things develop, watching the momentum change, feeling like, what am I going to say on the show on Monday? In the fourth quarter, I was thinking to myself, what am I going to say? Like, this is there's no defense. I was just thinking, man, all is lost, but never give up. That's why they play 60 minutes. And Brock and the offense rallied. That last drive was a thing of beauty. And a lot of guys making big plays and big moments. And I will say this. I've never been part of a game or rooting as a fan where my team underperformed so massively and we ended up winning the game. And so net, we should be thrilled, because if we can play that bad and win, we're never going to play that bad again. There's no way. And yeah, was rain part of it, and were the elements part of it? Yes. But there were a lot of things where we just didn't play like we're capable of playing. And that sounds like we're talking about a loss. But we aren't. So in the end, I'm extremely happy, but it was close.
What do you take away from the fact that, again, that was about as bad as I've seen Purdy play, and maybe the rain, that might have to be something. Again, Brent, I said I'd have to go back and look at his whole career at Iowa State and see all the rain games he played there and see if he struggled in those games, because he didn't play good in Cleveland this year. Rain maybe is a thing with him. Maybe small hands, Connie's, small hands.
Smell like cabbage.
He's got the small hands, so maybe he can grip the ball well, and that gives him a little bit of an issue. Maybe there's a Green Bay defense, but he had so many receivers that were open. They usually puts it on their numbers. They were high, they were wide, they were right, they were low. I mean, he was just all over the place. But what does it do for him to struggle through that entire first 3.5 quarters, aside from a few throws here and there, and then lead that last drive? Like, what does that say to you about him?
Well, it says he just does not panic. He's a cool customer. You can see that. You can see that on his face. You can see it in his body language. He never panics. Not all quarterbacks are built like that. And so I think it's a tremendous trait that no matter how bad things get, you always have confidence in yourself and your teammates. And I think that was a heck of an answer to a game-long struggle for the offense. For Brock, it obviously wasn't his best game. He was off, like you said. He was misfiring. I don't know if it's the wet ball thing. I just harken back to thinking about Troy Aikman, just absolutely panicking if it was raining. I've actually been around a few of the linemen here in Texas, and they've told a few stories where he turned white as a ghost, the Saturday night before the game, and here comes a big storm, and they look at him, and he'd just be pale. Hey, what's wrong? I don't like the rain. And so do I think Brock's at that point yet? No, but certainly we're so used to such accurate throws. He wasn't off a little bit on a lot of those throws. He was way off. He was behind. He was in front. He was over. He was low. we obviously, anybody that watched the game saw him trying to get a grip mid-drop back, trying to, dry his hand off or get some water off of his hand, re-gripping the ball. All those things combined. But if you look at the overall picture and what he was able to do, especially with that last drive, I think that's a feather in his cap, because everybody has moments. Every team, every player has moments that, for whatever reason, they're not on. You typically don't want most of your whole team to be off at the same time as your quarterback, but that's what it felt like watching the game. But for him to come back and win it, I think it's great. A come-from-behind victory, pressure, all the pressure in the world. I mean, that was pressure right there. If he was going to ever feel pressure, that was it. And the same for this whole team, because it was looking bleak. And you and I both know, and like I said, it was rough, but we won. And, it's nice to have one of those things go for you. And it's the mark of a team. They didn't give up. They weren't playing well. They had a few things go against them, and they come back and they march down the field and win it. And that's the sign of a team, of a great team, internal team, guys that trust each other, guys that trust their coaches. And, I mean, it was hanging there on the line. Can you imagine this show right now if we wouldn't have pulled it out? And can you imagine, I mean, the people in Dallas were beside themselves and still are, but the Cowboys aren't even good. Like, they're not the number one seed. We're the number one seed. We'd be losing it in the Bay Area right now.
Talking to Brent Jones here on the UMA guest line. We do it every week. Niners 21-24 over the Packers. Some of our texters said this, and I just want to make note, just on Brock Purdy's hand size. They measure in at 9 1/4, which I think any of us are like, what does that mean? Just relative to the rest of the league, that's the exact same size as Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Jimmy G, by the way.
Okay.
And it's right behind guys like Sam Darnold and Tom Brady. It is on the lower end of hand size in the league. Like, for example, he's 9 1/4. Russell Wilson's the biggest starter at 10 1/4, which is like a full inch bigger. But Josh Allen, huge. Aaron Rodgers is over 10. Stafford's over 10. So a lot of the starters, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Herbert, Dak, Stafford, they're all right about 10 inches. So that is a bigger hand size. But to that point, I think it just varies from player to player. In terms of the standout for you in this game, whether it's good or bad, Brent, where do you come down? Is it that Christian McCaffrey was able to pick up for Deebo Samuel? Is it that Deebo's out, the defense was iffy, we were saying, and some of the texters and callers were that Ambry Thomas has got to trade the skates for cleats, otherwise Amon-Ra St. Brown may have a career day. I mean, that's an electric offense. What do you make of the defense and some of the positives out of this one?
Well, I think the biggest positive is we had guys step up. When you play a game like this, we're reaching to our 45th guy that made an impact. Chris Conley caught a huge pass. We saw Juwan Jennings make play after play after play, guys that we hadn't talked about all year. Ray McLeod made a big play. It's just my takeaway is we reached into the depths of our bench, and we had guys when we needed them. Deebo's out. When we needed them, step up in a big way, in a massive way. That Ayuk catch was spectacular. Not to mention on a couple of those Jennings catches, those were some ridiculously tight throws that Brock made and made happen. It's easy to default Copes to Christian McCaffrey. He's always going to be the guy. I would have loved to have seen him get a few more carries, but looking on the other side of the ball, I was shocked that the Packers didn't go more. That was a 25 carry game for Aaron Jones in my mind. They only gave him 18 carries. I'm glad they stopped giving him the ball and started putting more on Jordan Love, because I don't think we were stopping Aaron Jones. And that's the takeaways are we have to shore up our run defense this week, because Jahmyr Gibbs can freaking bust through there and bust for some long ones. and he's got the wheels, he's got the confidence. He's come a long way since the first part of the season where he was just getting bits and pieces. He can do some serious damage, and we're going to have to be ready. Especially, you always know Greenlaw and Fred Warner are going to be there. They're hunting at that second level, but we got to slow some guys down at the first level. I was a little disappointed with our rush defense as well as our run defense from the front group, the front four, and we can't go into a playoff game and get no sacks. Our $300 million defensive line has got to show up, and we can't keep saying this week in and week out. No, yeah, we got a pressure there or a hurry there. That's all baloney. We need some momentum. We need some sacks. We need to play like we're capable of playing. And so and the other thing is, and this is obviously a no duh, but if we're not getting the appropriate pressure on the opposing quarterback, what does that do to our secondary? And our secondary might have had their worst game of the season. And so all those things combined, we got to win. But this is positive. I think things are going to be much different this Sunday. I think the weather's going to be nicer, and I think we're going to be ready to play. I really do feel like this is going to be a completely different ball game, and we're going to be back to playing 49er football across the board. So those are some of the things that I'd like to see happen. But we're going to have to be much more secure in our tackling. We can't have blown coverages. We can't have guys running wide open, and we can't have the quarterback. If you give Goff too much time, St. Brown's going to gash us, and he's got some other speed guys on the outside. Laporta has played as good as any tight end this year. I've watched him all year for a rookie. Very savvy, great at feeling zone, man. Can get down the seam, always catches the ball. He's legit. And so we've got a few weapons to defend against, and don't want it to be a shootout. But if it is going to be a shootout, I feel like our offense is going to be ready to go this week, no matter who's there. Even if I'd love to have Debo in the lineup, but if he's not, Jennings showed last week he can make some big plays.
Yeah.
So I won't ask you if you were yelling, because I'm sure you were yelling. I want to know how loud you were yelling, along with the rest of the Bay Area, for Dre Greenlaw to get down. Get down!
Both Dan and I were yelling at the TV. There's a part of me, there's the amusement side of me that thought, these darn defensive guys, what they need to do is fumble it and have one of their own guys recover, or fumble it and have no damage come from it, just to learn a good lesson. Like, you need a scared straight type of thing for some of these
scared straight type of moment.
Yeah. So there was a part of me after he was running around for 5 or 6 seconds, like, it'd be kind of cool to watch him fumble and see how he reacts. Obviously I didn't want to lose the game, but it's like, these darn guys never learn. And so it was kind of funny, man.
I could not believe it. I couldn't believe it when he cut back against the guy. I'm like,
oh my God!
Like when he was running at the beginning, I'm like, what are you doing? And then he cut back across the grain, and Reed's right behind him. I'm like, oh my goodness, here it comes. I was like, are you serious? Are you serious? You're cutting back against the grain? Stop it! Somebody tackle him.
I was yelling and kind of laughing at the same time, and then rooting for a fumble, just for
Brent wanted carnage.
Yeah,
chaos and carnage.
Yeah, scared straight.
So
did you imagine like fumbling and then losing? Like, you'd be the all-time biggest loser in history if you did that. I mean, I'm not rooting for him to get that brutalized, but man, that would that'd be a tough way to lose.
You'd be the bad goat, not the good goat in this situation.
Yeah,
No, I mean, I get it. And look, the whole thing was apparently Fred Warner said he had a prophecy that he was going to score a touchdown, a pick six, and Dre Greenlaw said I wanted to fulfill that. I'm like, well, then let's blame Fred Warner. Keep your prophecies in your back pocket, pal. Okay, just keep them there. And if you have them, don't tell them to Dre Greenlaw anymore. Just go ahead and leave those. And if they come true, you can tell them after the game. You know what? It came true. I didn't tell you, but it did. It did come true. It is just amazing, Brent, that like, and even we were talking about it. Brent and I were texting about this. How it would have been nice. It would have been tough, but it would have been nice if McCaffrey could have stayed in bounds on that first down run at the end of the game. It would have been. That was probably asking too much, but like. Little stuff like that. Like I remember Chubb scoring a touchdown against the Jets 2 years ago to go up like 13 at the end of the game. You're like, well, what's the harm of that? Go up 13. Touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, they lose. And when you're in a position to where you can't lose the game anymore, like I can't lose, then you just fall. You just fall. I can't lose. Fall down. What do I have to gain by this? Why am I giving the other team an opportunity to win the game? It's like I say, when you're up 1, and the other team lets you score, don't score because they want to get the ball back. You don't want them to get the ball back. All you got to do is kneel on the ball. So sometimes I feel like players don't pay enough attention to the little, more do than used to, but they all should. That should be like no-brainer elementary type stuff.
It should be. And it can drive you crazy while you're watching it unfold. As long as it doesn't come back to harm your team, but it's a good lesson. I'm sure everybody's pointed out to those guys during the week. Christian McCaffrey knows better than that. Maybe it was the bad angle he got. Maybe he was on the short side of the hash and kind of got swept up. But man, you just got to do it as hard as it is to do, and it's not natural. But yeah, we need every little advantage, and this was a game where any little minute play was going to change the outcome. So. Oh, man. It feels like we're talking about a loss. We won.
I know.
We're playing this week. Hey, what about the 7-point line? You guys love talking about the line. Is that
we do
respect for the Lions?
I'll tell you this. I would have liked Dre to stay up and score.
Yeah, I bet you would have. So would I, too.
I was like, go.
But I really want him to win. I wasn't like, go, cover for me.
Get the extra point. Make sure you get the extra point in there.
Well, first I was hyped because he caught it. I was like, yeah. And then I realized, oh, dude, he's up. Go. I'm going to cover and win. I thought this was this is manna from heaven, dude. This is unbelievable.
The exact opposite.
I was like, 31-21.
I don't want to lose. Get out.
31-21.
Pitch it. Lateral.
I was like, come on, hook and ladder. Let's go.
Pitch it.
Yeah, I know. I was like, come on, dude.
Warner said he was going to tackle him.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, take him down.
Run up behind him and
pop
tackle him. But give him credit. I mean, no, it was a hell of a play, and dude's a hell of a player. There is no doubt.
I like the 7 to answer your question, though, Brent. I like the 7. Yeah.
Good call, Coach.
You like getting or laying?
I like laying it. I got 6.5 last night.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably a bounce back and forth between the two. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I do too, but. Yeah, the weather's good.
The Lions are susceptible. I think we can gash them.
I think they are. I think they are, but they're pretty good. I mean, and 7's a lot, and they can score. And I just here's the thing, and I think it's going to come down to I want to see how healthy the Lions' offensive line is because I know they took some. They lost their left guard.
Center got hurt.
Ragnar got dinged up a little bit. I think he played most of the game. I think he finished it, but he got dinged up a little bit because their offensive line's really good. And if the Niners can't get to Goff, they're going to score. They'll move the ball. I don't have any doubts about that. But if you can get to Goff, he's a statue. He can't. He doesn't move. So if you can get to him, then you can really affect him. He's not great against blitzes, so maybe they bring a few of those. Although he's pretty good yesterday against Tampa. But to Brent's point, maybe it was Copes' point, maybe it was both your points. Gibbs and Montgomery, they can run the ball, and Campbell loves to run the ball. And the Niners have not been good against the run. That was my one worry against the Packers. And from the get-go, they just did not look good. It was inside. It was outside zone. It was basically whatever they wanted to run. They were getting them 4, 5, 6, 7 yards. So That's the worry, because now if you bring play action into it with Goff and those receivers and Laporta, you're talking about trouble.
Yeah, they definitely have some weapons. And if we don't want them to get going, we also don't want them to, control the clock with the running game. It's just, and then your offense sits on the sideline and you lose some momentum. It's just, that was the Packers strategy, and they were playing it out pretty well. And then they kind of got away from the run there, in the second half. But I just felt like, man, oh man, watching the Lions this year, they certainly have weapons. They certainly can play strong defensively with their front. I think if there was a vulnerability, it would be their secondary. But you got to be able to, you got to be able to pass block and give Brock Purdy time. But more so than any of the teams we played recently, they've got some major weapons, and they've got speed, some great team speed, and so it's going to be certainly a challenge. But going back to, if we play like we're capable of playing, and I mean, it's tough. I do believe that a lot of times rain is the great equalizer. And I knew that it would be good for us in some areas and not good in others. The Packers played an almost perfect game against us, and still we ended up winning. Were it not for a throw or two by Jordan Love, who let's face it, by all accounts, has had one heck of a season, especially the second half, and looks like a star on the horizon. But this 49er team at home on a sunny day on a good field with all of our guys healthy should be getting ready to pack up for Vegas, if you ask me. Yeah. But it's the playoffs. As you guys know, anything can happen. Dan Campbell does a great job of motivating his guys, and they play for him, and they play hard, and they play passionately. And so, let's just hope we're not running into a buzzsaw.
Another minute here with Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. I had to get a thought from you, Brent. We played the sound last week. Mark Shimura, the former tight end of the Green Bay Packers, had the comments about trying to hurt Brock Purdy to get a 15-yarder, and he said, every time we played the Niners, we knew we had to throw it all and try to lay out Brent Jones. Called you out by name, which got me kind of rankled, dude. I was sort of pissed by it. So then I took my shots. But I thought we'd give you the floor, give you an opportunity to respond or your thoughts on the comments. Well,
I did hear about him, and my first thought was, isn't that guy still in jail?
That's what I think. Yeah.
And so, I was kind of shocked. But there was a game, and you guys, it was brutal. There was a guy named Wayne Simmons that he's no longer with us. But I talked to Mike Holmgren about it just recently in the last 6 months, and he said that guy, when he had to cut Wayne Simmons, he said he was afraid. He had security around him. He said this guy was a different guy, but he could bench press 500 pounds. And coming into the game, Mike Holmgren told him, and I didn't know this, obviously, you stand over Brent Jones, you grab him and hold him at the line of scrimmage every single play. Every play. Because back then, they didn't count tight end as much as receivers as they do nowadays. Yeah. And the ref, Mike Holmgren said, 1 out of 10 times they'll call it, and it's 5 yards. And he said, I don't care. And I literally was punching him, fighting, throwing blows. The guy wanted to kill me. And it disrupted our timing, getting off the line of scrimmage and all this stuff. But I think back to Chimura's comments, it was brutal, but I had 8 catches for like $120. So
$12. I got it right in front of me. I got the numbers. I was ready with receipts.
There's a bad
guy
game.
named Jerry Rice that you could have been worried about too.
Yeah.
And I think the whole thing was they were going to play 2D coverage and double the outside guys and not let me affect the safeties in the middle of the field. So it was brutal, but let's face it, Mark Chimura, he obviously is, we know he's morally bankrupt. Now we know he's mentally bankrupt. He's on some podcast, and it's a whatever. I wanted to throw some blows, but
Well, hey, look, you didn't celebrate You didn't celebrate victories by rolling over to the local post-prom party and jumping in the hot tub.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
With all the high school hotties. I mean, come on, bro.
I don't know. He has a restraining order. He can't get within 100 yards of a hot tub in Green Bay, and he goes to jail.
Yeah, and he's not allowed to play Christine 16 by Kiss anymore either. It's weird. I don't know.
Not.
He's not allowed to bump that.
There's a great, credible guy out there on the radio in Green Bay. Hey, and also, he needs to buy a vowel. It's like, are you mumbling? Like, get a vowel in the name.
So you put a spoonful of peanut butter in his mouth and tried to say chimichurri or something like that.
My goodness gracious. Well, I mean, look.
Well, good deal, Brent.
He just went from stupid to stupid. He before he even said that, he said, I'm not saying you should hurt Purdy, but I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just, it's like, what are you talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, we obviously don't need to test him for CTE at all. That's 100% confirmation. But
I think his thing was if the Niners win, great jacuzzi party. If the Packers win, great jacuzzi party.
Bingo! It's a win-win.
Yeah,
Can't
right.
lose.
Yeah, perfect.
Have a good week, my friend.
Next week, bro.
All right, guys, we're gonna be happy next week. Happy week.
Yeah, I hope there's a Lions. I hope there's a Lions tight ends Brent pissed off in the past.
Right.
Yeah, right, dude. All right, dude. We'll talk to you next week, dude.
See you, Brent.
All right, guys.
Great stuff there from Brent Jones. We knew that Mark Shimura was morally bankrupt. Now we know he's mentally bankrupt. There's Brent Jones on the response to Mark Shimura. My first thought was, isn't that guy still in jail? Pretty good there. Brent Jones with us on the Yuma guest line. We do it every week, and hopefully next week we'll be talking about a trip to the Super Bowl. We haven't talked much about the Niners' opponent, the Detroit Lions, who beat the Buccaneers yesterday. We'll talk about that one next. Niners, a 7-point favorite against Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, who, by the way, had to face his former team, the Rams. Now he'll face the team he grew up rooting for in the Niners. And then we'll get into the AFC side of things. Matt Mayoko joins us a little bit later as well. Tolbert and Copes with you, talking Rams, dude. I'm thinking Goff. It's Lions and Bucks next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
It wasn't pretty, but the 49ers got it done with a 24-21 victory over the Green Bay Packers, and they've advanced to their third consecutive NFC Championship. More on that story is trending, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Goff in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Buccaneers rush 5. Goff floats it to the right side of the end zone. Fingertip grab. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Mayfield stands along the right hash in the shotgun. Gets the snap from his center, Hainsey. Throws over the middle, floats it high, and it's intercepted! Picked off by Derek Barnes! And for the second time ever, it can be said, the Detroit Lions are playing for an NFC Championship.
How about that? Lions into the NFC Championship. They're taking on the 49ers Sunday, 11 a.m. pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader, a 3:30 kick, and that's the late games. You'll get the, how about that other matchup, the Chiefs and Ravens? We'll get into that in the AFC side of things in just a minute here, but just your initial thoughts, Tom, on the Lions, the season they've had. What's funny is early in the year, I want to say it was Charles Davis said it to us. We got to get him on again. I know we talked to him last week, but love talking to Charles Davis and whipping around the NFL, but I think it was him or it was Mike Tirico early in the year said to us, the Lions are kind of playing like the JV 49ers. And you and I were kind of on that same tip where we were like, yeah, man, they kind of have the same sort of skill position variety. They've got a great pass-catching rookie tight end in Sam Laporta, who was like on the table for Offensive Rookie of the Year if not for C.J. Stroud. He could be in the mix there. Amon-Ra St. Brown is an elite receiver. I think he had 14 touchdowns and 1,400 receiving yards. I could be off on the touchdowns, but double digits and had a huge season. What's your initial thought on not the matchup with them and the Niners, but how they played against the Buccaneers, who I thought kind of gave them the what for? I mean, they let him hang around long enough, and the Bucs didn't execute, and Baker ultimately didn't have it. But career year for him, and I thought they were a pretty tough matchup for them yesterday.
I thought, like, if they lost, if the Buccaneers were to go in there and win that game, you could look right at the last 45 seconds or so of the first half.
Yep.
I mean, that was brutal. I mean, Sutton gets beat deep, misses a jam, gets beat again. It was, I mean, there's just no way they score a touchdown there. No way. And they scored a touchdown. Like, it's just, I was like, you got to be kidding me with this. They didn't just do that. They did. And then they matched touchdowns, and then the Lions kind of took over after that. Started getting to Baker a little, and the blitzes. They just, I don't know how many sacks they had, but the ones they had,
they were laying them out, dude. They were hard.
They just, I mean, I don't know if they were whiffs, if they were missed calls, whatever, but dudes were just like A to B. They didn't even have to go through or around anybody. It was just, I'm here, Baker's there, let's run straight line, go get him. And they just hammered him a couple of times. It's very, very strange, but I thought Mayfield played really, really well. I thought White ran the ball well, especially early. And, yeah, you're right. I mean, they battled them, and they hung in there. But the Lions kind of came out in the second half and got their footing. And 21 points in the second half? Was it 3 straight drives they scored on? But they looked really good in the second half. Laporta looked good. You're right. Amon-Ra St. Brown is solid. Williams is good. He's kind of their speed guy. Reynolds has had some big plays for him, and then the two running backs. Gibbs had the really nice touchdown run, was like 30-something yards, I believe. Montgomery didn't do a ton, but the combo that they have is just, it's a really, really good combo. I mean, Montgomery's more of the, between the tackles type guy, tough runner, maybe get a few more carries. Gibbs will catch the ball out of the backfield, more elusive, more speed. And if Goff has time, he'll get you. And that offensive line is really, really good, too. And I thought the defensive line did a really good job in the second half. Like, after the first drive, they just kind of shut it down. And that was that was it.
Oh
they just that's exactly what they said. But and very happy they didn't get the 2-point conversion at the end. Very, very, very happy.
I bet you were.
I was. Absolutely. I was like, oh, come on.
It was only I guess 13 second half points for the Bucs because it was 10-10 at the half, right? They lost 31-23 was the final. 4 total sacks for that defensive line of the Lions, who, by the way, Niners had none in the game against the Packers.
So can you explain to me this?
Yeah.
Or somebody who understands analytics and everything, because I've had analytics people try to explain this to me. Maybe somebody else out there on the text or threads or whatever. What is the reasoning behind going for 2 when you're down 14?
Because
I know they say so you know what you need to do, but if you get a touchdown and kick the extra point, you still know what you need to do.
You know what the logic is, Tom?
touchdown.
I think I know what the logic is because I used to
What
question
is
the
it?
same thing you did. Now I understand it. You get 2 shots to get a 2-point conversion if you do it that way.
But why do
Right?
I want 2 shots to get a 2-point conversion?
Because you need to get one anyway, don't you? So
no,
if
I can tie and go to overtime.
Yeah, but if I get one now, then I can still tie it and go to overtime. But if I don't, I still have to get a 2-point conversion. So you're giving yourself 2 outs to get a play that is not that much more unlikely to be executed percentage-wise. Tarico was talking about it yesterday, too, about the numbers.
Okay, well then why not go for it every time?
There's an argument to be made about that, I think, too.
If there's Mike Tomlin tried that one year,
yeah, well, he
didn't go well.
Sweesham was his kicker. Remember that guy? And he's like,
didn't go well for him. And he goes, you know what? This is stupid. What am I doing?
He was like, what are we doing?
Why am I going
He was
for
like trying out
twos
kicker
time?
every week. He was like missing him. He's like, you know what? They'd run a guy out for 1 kick. He's like, screw this. We're going. There's no extra points. We're just going. And it was kind of a cool thing. It was unique. If you played it, you knew it was going to happen. But I really do. Analytics sometimes it's like you just keep arguing why. And they'll say, well, the numbers say this. And you go, okay, fine. I get the logic of if I have to get 1, no matter what, why not give myself a shot? Because what happens if the snap's bad? Now I have to get it anyway. And I still, your chance, like it's not 100%. I think it's like 97 or 96 that you're making the extra point or something is the number Tarico was talking about. So the discrepancy between that and executing on 4th and shorts in certain field position or on the 2-point conversion, the discrepancy makes it worth it to go twice.
Okay, well then, if they're going to say that, then just say go for it every time. Just go for a 2 every single time, unless you get a penalty and backs you up. Then just go for a 2.
At some point, somebody's going to do it.
That's what you're going to say.
Be like, I have a kicker who's like, I don't know. It's like the guy in
No,
Major
they're
League-
not. They won't do it because they're going to get crushed in the media if they keep missing, and the players are going to punch them when they walk by them in the hallway.
The issue is you have
What
to
are you
have
doing?
a kicker either way, right? That's the problem. Is you have to roster one because you're going to at some point get into field goal range and need some
Yes.
points. So you have to roster one. At some point they'll be like, well, then why are you not using him? What's the point here? So more to come a little bit later. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, about the health of Deebo Samuel. He's going to join us in about 20 minutes. Kyle Shanahan saying it's basically what we're hearing. It's a 50-50. Could be a true game-time decision for Sunday against the Lions. When we come on back, let's talk about the AFC side of things. How about this AFC Championship? Lamar Jackson against Patrick Mahomes and another all-time Bills-Chiefs game last night. We'll talk about it next, where Mahomes tops Josh Allen. First time on the road, and the Bills, multiple opportunities. The Chiefs tried to give it away, and they still could not beat Mahomes. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That game just felt off, pretty much the whole game until the end there. And so to be able to persevere through the adversity and to have mature guys on the team who can strap up and go out there and find a way to get a win at the end, it's a sign of a good team even when you're playing bad.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday evening, afternoon. I don't know. It's kind of dreary and dark out. Be careful on the slick roads. I said we'd get into the AFC side of things, but just a little bit of time here before we get to Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us at 4:50. So let's talk a little McCaffrey, then we'll get back into the AFC side for what could be a potential Super Bowl matchup, what is definitely going to be a fun AFC championship between the Ravens and the Chiefs in Baltimore. But first, that was McCaffrey coming in there saying the game didn't feel like it was like basically when the game ended and they finally got the lead and they finally took over and won the game, he said that's when it felt like things were normal. Right? He said the game felt off, and it did feel that way, that they're a team that operates on rhythm, sort of offensively and defensively. A few times when McCaffrey broke the 39-yard run, I thought, okay, maybe this is it. Now you get a stop, you come back, you score again, you can start to pour it on in the way that we've become accustomed to. Didn't happen that way. They allowed a score, and then they didn't get the field goal, and then they came out with 3 and out to start the second half, and it was like, okay, when, if ever, is this rhythm going to come? Then they caught the break by the missed field goal by Under Carlson, but McCaffrey, 17 for 98, the 39-yard touchdown was the big run of the game. 2 touchdowns. He also had 7 catches for 30 yards, which is something I think we'll see a lot of, especially if there's no Debo. But your thought on Purdy's struggles in the game, and if that's a factor here against what's been a fairly good defensive front for the Lions, because they didn't run the ball to the point of Aaron Jones having won, what do we call it, a 40-something or a 50-something yard run. He didn't have a bunch of yards outside of that. Sort of the same for McCaffrey.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think McCaffrey ran it great.
No.
I didn't think he had a lot of holes. I mean, he ran it okay. Had a couple runs, drive in the second half to start out a drive. Had about 13 yards on 2 runs, and then that was kind of it. The one run was great. The touchdown run at the end, the 60-yard run. But yeah, I thought they were, they're choppy all game long. And it's funny because you think Jones was great, McCaffrey was kind of okay, Jordan Love was good, Purdy was bad. And the Niners had more yards than the Packers did. More first downs, converted at a higher rate on third downs. Purdy threw for more yards an attempt than Love did. So, yeah, I mean, because of your expectations coming into the game are they're going to dominate this game. They're better than this team. They're going to beat this team. And they didn't. And they didn't have the upper hand all game. All game. Even when they were up 7-6 or 14-13. Although 14-13 was short-lived. It was like 14-13. Sweet, they finally got the... Are you kidding me?
What's the score now?
Really?
It's not 14-13? No.
Are you kidding me? It's like... I just feel like they're fighting uphill all game long. All game long. And it felt like they had rhythm when Debo was in. As soon as he went out, the rhythm went away. The rhythm's going to get you, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. But it seemed like he went out because they threw it to him twice, like boom, boom, boom. Okay, here come the Niners. Almost out to the 50, rolling. And then it's like false start, and Debo's out, and clank. So, yeah, I do think Debo being out had an effect. I think the weather had an effect. I think the Packers had an effect. I don't expect that performance to happen again on Sunday. I don't. Even if Debo's not in, I don't think it'll happen. The weather's going to be fine. It'll be a fast track. And I think we're going to see. I'd be shocked if we see that. There's no way we'll see that again. We haven't seen that with Purdy under center like ever. And they've struggled offensively before, but geez, I mean, there were guys open, and he just missed them. Like they weren't even close. They're like off a yard, 2 yards. Like it was like, geez, what happened? It's like one of the first passes he threw, like swing pass to McCaffrey. Like it was like they bounced it at his feet.
Yeah.
Was that second half or first half? That was first half. But it was like right away that it was just like, and again, could be the weather. I don't know. But I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised that we're sitting here talking about a win. Because I
was shocked.
Literally,
I really was.
At no point did I think they were going to win that game. Like even when they went up like 7-6, it still didn't have a good feel to it because it was 3, and then they had to get the stop. They were down again before the Niners scored, and they had to stop on 4th and 1, and that was close. He may have gotten it. You couldn't challenge it because those things never get overturned. There were angles that looked like he got it, angles looked like he didn't, but I mean, that was the best thing they did early. Red zone defense. That was like the best. They kept them in the game. They gave it up, and then they shut the door when they had to. 2 field goals and a stop. I mean, massive. Absolutely massive. But you still felt like, God, but the offense still is clunky. Like, it's had a couple good drives, but Packers look to be moving the ball better. And then we should, also say that a lot of this was because of a couple penalties, too. I mean, the Thomas penalties were just brutal. They didn't have to move the ball 40 yards. 3rd and 20? 3rd and 17? Oh, come on. I mean, you can't do that. It looked like he was looking right at it, too, and just grabbed him early. It's like, these guys panic. They panic way too soon. And then the other one, you just grabbed him. He just got out of position and grabbed him. But, that was, again, that was like, wow. I kept thinking to myself, whether it be the offense or the defense, it seemed to struggle like the whole game.
Yep.
They didn't, but it seemed that way. They struggled the whole game, and then they came out with the last drive to win, and Greenlaw had a pick. 2 picks. So I think they had 2 turnovers in the last 16, 17 minutes of game time. So I kept thinking of the Dumb and Dumber line. You totally redeemed yourself.
Redeemed yourself.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. Like, it just felt like so clunky, so un-49ers-like. And then when you had to have it, they got it. That is definitely the sign of a champion. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think they want to put that to the test again. That was like a one-time deal. You play that way and find a way to
possibly be any dumber. You go and do something like this, and totally redeem yourself.
It's kind of sort of like what Brock Purdy did too. I mean, that's virtually what happened. Brock to start the game. So before that final drive where he goes 7 of 8 for 47 yards, the 2 carries for 11, they both go for first downs. On the game, he was 23 of 39, 252, and a touchdown. So before that drive, 16 of 31 for 205 and the touch. I mean, then in that drive puts it together. Yeah. It's how you finish. They gave him the opportunities, and the Packers didn't close on chances, as you pointed out earlier. At least 2 interceptions that could have been had. They win the turnover battle. In my mind, there's absolutely no. They might not even have to win it. They might have to get one of those, and it's a different ball.
Yeah.
And the Niners, they make that field goal. It's a different ball game potentially. So Niners,
if they get both of them, it might be a runaway.
Seriously, that might be it. So Niners live to see another day and have an opportunity to correct some of those mistakes. The Niners and the Lions have met in 2 playoff games in NFL history. 1957, Lions beat the Niners 31-27. Then, of course, the one everybody remembers from 1983, Niners over the Lions, one of the most painful losses in Lions playoff history. The divisional round game where Eddie Murray pushes a field goal, a game-winning field goal wide right, and then afterwards says, it's kind of like golf. I tried to loop it inside the field goal post, and it just didn't work. So then, by the way, 2 years ago, there's an interview. I saw a quote with him where he goes, after that, I totally changed my kicking style. It's like, the Lions fans feel great about that. Eddie Murray, much better first baseman than a Lions kicker, though we did set a playoff record in that game with a 54-yarder. Lions and Niners 1-1 in playoff history, and they meet at 3:30 this Sunday from Levi's Stadium. The last time the Lions came to Levi's was 2018, Week 2. Niners won 30-27. We'll talk more about this one, the injury to Deebo Samuel, the performance of Dre Greenlaw, and their matchup with the Lions next when Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us on the Sports Leader. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, Deebo Samuel with that shoulder injury has a 50-50 shot to play in Sunday's NFC Championship game. More on that story is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is different when it comes to Wi-Fi coverage, but everyone's house is the same when it comes to wanting great Wi-Fi coverage. That covers the entire house. You can't have one room that gets great coverage and one room that's just butt. You can't have that. Kids are not going to be happy. The gamer's going to be upset because he got killed on the battlefield. It's like, I didn't see it. Like, be quiet, okay? And look, I'm going to look into this too. Don't look no further. All you have to do is go to Xfinity, get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. That's it. No more dead spots, okay? You don't want dead spots in the house. You really don't want dead anything in your house, but certainly not dead spots. You can get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and power for all your devices. Even when everyone's online. Everyone's taken care of, even if they're online at the same time. Just that simple. You want fast, you want coverage, and you want it all over the house, and it's got to be reliable too. So get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today and ask for more information. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love reliable coverage that takes care of everybody? You will love Xfinity.
faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. I think we'd like good news on Deebo Samuel, but as far as Saturday went, man, you've been to a lot of these games. You've covered a lot of these. I said on Twitter afterwards, and I was beside myself, dude. I left the press box. I had to go take some laps. I was like walking around. I was really stressed around halftime. I said,
I wish I could have seen that.
I said, yeah, you know. Well, dude, you know what's funny is I didn't even say this earlier. At one point, so I was standing behind the end zone, which I guess is the south end zone. The north end zone, excuse me, where Christian McCaffrey scored to win the game, right? So I'm standing sort of near that end zone behind that section when he scores, and I had a big, huge man, if he's listening, this would be great, big Latino man, bald guy, tattoos like up to his skull, like on his head, you know what I mean? He had his arm around me. I didn't know this man. I was a complete stranger. I had his arm around my neck, like holding me like we were family, like we were stressing out. You know, at this moment.
Wow.
The touchdown happens, and we're high-fiving and hugging strangers. I turn to my right. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, had apparently been watching from behind the scenes section. But, like, through the crowd of people, I ran and I leapt into his arms, and he held me into the air for 10 to 15 seconds like I had scored the touchdown. So it was a nice...
God, was this like a scene from Dirty Dancing?
It was dude, we made, no joke, Matt, he made that reference. As he held me in the air, he's like Dirty Dancing, man. He made the reference as he lifted me into the sky. So then right after that, they had to get a stop. And I just wanted to open with this as I'm talking a lot about the game. But Dre Greenlaw, let's start there. I don't know if there's a guy who's been involved in more big plays, like has had more potent big plays this early into his career as a guy like Dre Greenlaw. 3 career interceptions entering the day, and he had 2.
Yeah, no, that was he was in the mix, and this is a guy that on Friday, was listed as questionable, had the Achilles tendonitis, all that, and then 3 of the biggest plays. The play that Charvarius Ward made to break up the potential touchdown on the first drive, that was a huge play. But when you're thinking about the other 3 most important defensive plays, it was the stop on 4th and 1. That's Dre Greenlaw, with a lot of help from his friends, on the interior of the line, and then the 2 interceptions. Yeah, that he came up big. Nearly, man, I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. Actually, I know what he was thinking. He wasn't thinking, running around. But it's funny, I almost feel like the nature of how those plays ended almost took away a little bit from just how big those plays were, because it was, a few seconds of, wow, what a great play, followed by a lot more of, what is he doing? Just get down. But yeah, they don't survive certainly without the first interception, which led to some points. And then the second one, I mean, the Packers still had time to get into, well, I guess with their kicking situation, it would have been, they still had time to get into a range for a missed field goal.
Yeah, that was just, tell next time you talk to Fred Warner, tell him to keep his prophecies in his back pocket. Okay?
Yeah. Although,
don't share.
On that play, if Greenlaw didn't get the interception, I think Warner would have. Of course, he would have had to catch the ball, but he was right there too. So it was almost.
I think Warner would have gone down.
I think so. Yeah, it was almost like Jordan Love threw 2 interceptions on that one play.
You know what? We talked about this, and again, Niners they made plays when they needed to, offensively and defensively. They really did. But you want to boil the game down. The Niners had 2 picks. Packers dropped 2 picks. The Niners made a big field goal, and the Packers missed a big field goal. It's not that simple, but I have a hard time believing that if the Packers catch even one of those picks that were right to them, they don't win that game.
Probably not. I mean, it was such an imperfect game, and that's being mild, for the 49ers. There was not an area of their team, down to the cleats they were wearing and the wristband that they were wearing, to open the second half. There wasn't an area of that game that was really good from start to finish for the 49ers. But the other part of it is that every area of the team made one play, at least one play, but let's just say every area of the team made a play that they could not have won without. And that goes for, the running offense, the running defense, the passing defense, the passing offense, and special teams. I mean, They all came through when they had to, but they all left so much to be desired through the course of that game as well.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. In your mind, how much of the offense or the game plan was affected by Deebo Samuel's exit? Tom and I said the most glaring moment was when they opened the second half with a Juwan Jennings run. We were like, oof.
Yeah,
that was maybe the most obvious. You're like, yeah, that's not Deebo down there. And he had a great game, Juwan. But your thought on the game plan and Deebo's exit?
Yeah, well, you know what happened. I mean, I mentioned the wristband. I guess they were working off two wristbands, and what happened was they checked into a play on the wrong wristband, which was a play designed for Deebo Samuel. But because Juwan Jennings was in Deebo Samuel's spot, he just automatically went to that spot, and that was the play call. So there were a lot of people surprised of that play call. How many ever people were in the stands, how many people were watching at home, and add Kyle Shanahan to that list, because that's not what was intended. So it just kind of goes into just how the 49ers just were not sharp in any phase. And, as far as the play calling goes, I think I'll put it this way. I think the Packers offensively and defensively were really buttoned up. I mean, they had great plans. The defense was, I think, for the most part, had a really good plan and was very buttoned up against the 49ers. I know offensively the Packers were doing things that the 49ers weren't necessarily prepared for. And so, who got the better of that particular matchup? It was definitely Matt LaFleur and Joe Barry and the Packers coaching staff. But then kind of going back to what I just said, then Steve Wilkes and the defense had the right calls at the right time. Kyle Shanahan and the offense had the right calls at the right time, specifically with 6:18 remaining in regulation, and they go down the field. So, yeah, I mean, nobody was even close to being perfect, or really, when you think about it, no facet of the 49ers was close to being good enough for a typical playoff game. And I'll say this, too. I mean, I've covered a lot of 49ers football games in the postseason through the years, and I don't ever recall them playing that poorly, and maybe more specifically, that poorly and still winning. So, yeah. I mean, they kind of lucked out.
When you look at the run defense, Matt, and it wasn't good, but you take away the 53-yard run, and I hate doing that. I only do it to illustrate that he was under 4 yards a carry the rest of the game, and it just didn't feel that way. It didn't seem that way. It seemed like he gashed him over and over and over and over. I almost felt like he ran for 170, but he didn't. But it does bring up a question. What's up with this run defense? Like, it hasn't been great all year. No. We've talked about it. Is this just, I guess it is what it is this year. I just don't know why. I don't know if it's, Wilkes. I wouldn't think Wilkes coming in would have an effect on the run defense as much, but maybe it does. I don't know. I mean, what do you see? Because this is a team that usually is really good against the run, and they haven't been bad, but I guess what I'm saying is they've been bad by their own standards.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of inconsistent. I will say, before Eric Armstead left the lineup, the run defense was pretty good. And even if you look at the stats as a whole for the entire season, they still were one of the top run defenses in the league. Now, some of it has to do with they were playing from ahead most of the season, and therefore teams in the second half start throwing the ball and doing that. But, I think the numbers would bear out that the 49ers run defense was generally averaging, under 4 yards per carry before Armstead was injured, and then after he was injured, it's over 5. And so that is the area that, will make or break this season, because the Detroit Lions are going to come to town. Detroit Lions kind of played a little bit backward than what they normally do. They were putting the ball a lot more in Jared Goff's hands against the Buccaneers than what has been kind of their formula this season. But with Jahmyr Gibbs, with David Montgomery, those are 2 guys that they lean on, and 2 guys who are very productive. And Gibbs is he's the breakaway back, and Montgomery is kind of the between the tackles guy, and they mix and match those guys. But no, whatever it is, it's just guys being out of their gaps. I don't know. I can't. There's some bad tackling. I think they missed 9 tackles in this game the other night. But it hurts that I think Cleveland Ferrell wasn't out there in base situations, and I'm sure it hurts that Eric Armstead went 5 games without playing, basically 6 or 7 weeks without stepping on the field. So, can they stop the run? They've done it. Now they have to do it when it matters most.
Well, I just looked. They're 17th in the league, 4.2 yards a carry, tied with Dallas.
Right. I think they were. But I think for yards per game is like 87, something like that, which was like 3rd in the league.
Well, I don't care about yards per game. I'm a yards per carry, Matt. I'm a yards per carry guy. You may be an old school.
You also went against the grain because you always say, I know you don't throw, you can't say, well, without that one play, here's their stats. And you did preface it. I
did preface it.
But you are the guy who always says that.
If you take away that one.
I do believe that. I only did it to illustrate it. I only did it to illustrate that it looked a lot worse than it actually was. Because, it's like the golfer. I shot 78 except for the 14 that I had on 6. Well, wait, what? Since when are we playing 17 holes? I'm pretty good, too. If we could just take one out and throw it away. But it's interesting because you can look at, it's funny because some guys in basketball look at total points, shooting percentage, 3-point percentage, efficiency, which is per 100 possessions. There's all kinds of ways to look at what it is. They have this EPA now, which is getting way too, I don't even understand how they do it. I get the concept, but I just eyeball test. Even when Armstead was in there, the eyeball test told me this wasn't like what I'm used to seeing with a 49er run defense.
Yeah, I would agree with you because I think what happened, it seemed like earlier in the game, the Packers were getting those yards. It really meshed well with their passing game. The Packers were able to use play action, and Jordan Love had some easy throws to make a lot because the Packers receivers were getting open like 49ers receivers usually do. And then once the 49ers defense kind of found its way a little bit in the second half, I think it kind of went hand in glove, right? They were shutting them down on the early downs, getting into 2nd and 3rd and longs, and then the defensive front was getting enough pressure on Jordan Love to make him kind of move off his spots and throw on the run and kind of, no sacks, but there was enough pressure. Not enough that they're going to be happy with it, but there was enough pressure to kind of impact his, the Packers passing game, including the interception. Nick Bosa was chasing him down as he was throwing across his body down the field, across the field. So, no, I would agree though. It did feel like the Packers running game was a lot more effective than what the numbers showed when you take that 53-yarder into consideration too. But I really do think that once the 49ers kind of solved a little bit their run defense, then that's what opened the door for them to get some stops and force some punts.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Mayoka, a few more minutes here on the UMA guest line. So no sacks in the game of Jordan Love. Nick Bosa now 4 straight playoff games without a sack. His last sack came in the NFC Championship back in 2021. But as a team, they're not getting to the quarterback. It doesn't seem like as much. I'd sort of attributed that to the same thing we're talking about with Eric Armstead being out. I know Kinlaw had sort of a throw him down sack when a guy spun by him a few weeks back. But just thoughts on their ability to get to the quarterback. You turned him over twice, and I know Bosa had 5 hits on Love. So, I mean, that's a positive. But anything talked about there? Any trends there?
Yeah, I mean, they need to do a better job. And I have to look at the other side. This is why Chase Young is here. And he's getting one-on-ones. Nick Bosa never gets a one-on-one. And Nick Bosa often is held. They don't call it. Bosa had an impact on the game, I think, though, with just the pressure that he was able to get without getting the sacks. But yeah, I don't think they can survive like this. I don't think they'll be able to advance past the Detroit Lions if Jared Goff is able to sit in the pocket and just look down the field and find Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, or the tight end or the backs out of the backfield. It's going to be a long day for that defense if they don't turn up the heat and get some pressure on Jared Goff, and they're going up against a really good offensive line. So, I kind of think that, Bosa's consistent. He's got the motor. He's going to get pressure. He's going to make the Lions devote another blocker to him. So it's really incumbent upon a guy like Chase Young to really turn this thing up and to have take advantage of those one-on-one blocks. And the same goes on the inside, Hargrave and Armstead. I mean, all four of those guys are fully capable of having a big game and getting multiple sacks. Now they have to do it.
Can you envision any way when it's his time to get paid, Brandon Ayuk doesn't get paid? I mentioned those 2 third-down catches, Matt, he made last night. Final drive, and then the one before the field goal where that was just an incredible catch, running across the field, reaching down to pick one up off your shoe tops. That was an amazing catch. And then the pretty good throw by Purdy, good placement. And then that was a great catch with Nixon draped all over him. But you watch this guy, and you just take for granted how good he is now. And I don't know where he ranks. I don't care. But I just he's got to be here, right? Like I don't see a scenario where they let him walk.
I agree. And by the way, I was surprised that LaFleur did not challenge that one on the final drive. And, I don't even know what a catch is anymore. And I'm not sure the NFL officials know what a catch is anymore. But that one was so close. And I know you're trying to save your timeouts, but I was surprised that the Packers, because I think that would have made for some very uneasy, 2 minutes of John Hussey, or was it John Hussey? Who was the official here tonight? Alex, there we go. It would have made for a very uncomfortable time of Alex Kemp looking at the monitor and trying to decide. But I do think with Brandon Ayuk, I think under normal circumstances it might be tough to keep him. But when you have a quarterback as your whatever it is, like 48th highest paid player on the team, you have to sign Brandon Ayuk, and this is the off season to do it. This is the year that they'll be able to go out there and do this, keep him from hitting the free agent market. They've already put the 5th-year option on him, so he's already on the books to make a lot of money. But I just can't imagine with what he brings to the table and how good he is. And here's the kicker, with how difficult it's been for the 49ers to find wide receivers. They have to. I mean, that is definitely priority number one, to sign him to a long-term deal and make it work, because, I think the roster's getting to a point now where some of the guys who are the higher paid guys, in the coming 2 years, there will be some decisions to make on those guys. Yeah. But Brandon Ayuk still has a lot of good football, and he's just gotten better and better every year. He's done everything they've asked. He's been clutch. He checks all the boxes, and so he's a guy that they have to re-sign.
Before I let you go, Matt, quick thought from you on Brock Purdy and the rain. Is this something you think we're going to see? As Tom brought it up, is this something that may be a thing we have to monitor going forward? Have you talked to him about it at all? People are bringing up hand size, but I was running down some of the numbers. He's got the same size hands as Mahomes. I know it affects everybody differently, but
yeah,
I don't know if you've spoken to him about it or what the history is with that.
No, I mean it's not like he never played in bad weather at Iowa State, but the sample size from what we've seen, there's something to it, and I think the fact that he couldn't figure out whether to wear the glove, not wear the glove. I'll try to wear the glove. Nah, the glove doesn't. It doesn't work. It just seems to me that I would say even more so than the game on Christmas night, the two worst games he's had where he just didn't look sharp, where he looked like he just didn't have confidence in just gripping it and ripping it and letting it go, and his decision making and everything else. Those two games were the Cleveland game in this last game. So, it's one of those things he can say whatever he wants, or people can have their own opinions about whether rain is a factor, and if he's bothered by rain. It sure looks to me like, it's a small sample size, 2 games, but it certainly looked to me like he was impacted by it in Cleveland, and he was impacted by it Saturday night at Levi Stadium. So the good news is I did check the weather earlier today, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any rain on Sunday. So definitely good news for Brock Purdy and the 49ers offense.
It'd be pretty ironic if the dude who played for the Cyclones wasn't able to hold up in the rain.
There you go.
That'd be
Wow.
pretty funny, right?
You know what? If your buddy behind the end zone had heard you deliver that line, he would have just been all over you, hugging you. You would have been leaping into.
He might be doing more than that. He was already hugging me, and they weren't even scoring yet. You know what I mean? He'd have been stoked about that. Derek,
did anybody yell for you two to get a room or anything like that?
We were. I don't know about all that. We just. Matt's taking me. I was going to come with another riff now, and I'm all thrown off. I'm flustered. I was ready to come with a different riff on another topic, but what we were going to throw out is: does Greg Papa bear any responsibility for the slow start and his maybe walkthrough speech that he was giving to the team last week?
You know what? He would be. Probably his take on it would be they didn't listen to me. So yeah, it's probably
if they'd done what I said, if they had executed the way I drew it up, would have worked. I thought that was pretty funny when you came on last week and did that. I got a good
I've
laugh
spoken
out of
enough.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. All right, Matt. Well, the Niners live to see another day. And how about this? Brock Purdy, 3 playoff wins, and it's over the Packers, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks. Doing pretty good at taking down 49er rivals in the postseason. And he'll get a chance to go to the Super Bowl again on Sunday against the Lions. We'll talk to you next week, Matt.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Great stuff there. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. When we come on back, let's spend some time getting into a little bit of the Ravens and the Texans and the Chiefs and the Bills. That was a hell of a game. It delivered in the way we hoped it would last night. Bills are out. The Chiefs are on to another AFC Championship, 6 consecutive. They'll be taking on the Ravens. That'll be the early game. So the Niners, if they win, they'll know who their opponent is on Sunday night. More to come. Ravens and the Texans and the Chiefs top the Bills yet again on the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to relive the anxiety and the emotions of the 49ers win over the Packers on Saturday down at Levi Stadium. That podcast is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house is different when it comes to Wi-Fi coverage, but everyone's house is the same when it comes to wanting great Wi-Fi coverage. That covers the entire house. You can't have one room that gets great coverage and one room that's just butt. You can't have that. Kids are not going to be happy. The gamer's going to be upset because he got killed on the battlefield. It's like, I didn't see it. Like, be quiet, okay? And look, I'm going to look into this too. Don't look no further. All you have to do is go to Xfinity, get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. That's it. No more dead spots, okay? You don't want dead spots in the house. You really don't want dead anything in your house, but certainly not dead spots. You can get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and power for all your devices. Even when everyone's online. Everyone's taken care of, even if they're online at the same time. Just that simple. You want fast, you want coverage, and you want it all over the house, and it's got to be reliable too. So get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today and ask for more information. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love reliable coverage that takes care of everybody, you will love Xfinity.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2nd and 2. Jackson out of the gun. Runs the pocket to his right. Throws toward the end zone. Leaping grab. Isaiah Likely.
over the top of Derek Stingley. Touchdown, Ravens, 15 yards from Lamar Jackson. It's 23-10 Baltimore.
Tyler Bass will try a 44-yard field goal to tie. The wind at his back. The snap is good. The ball put down. The kick is up and no good. Wide right. Wide right. The Bills kicker missed a field goal. Wide right. Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline. 1:43 to go. Bass missing wide right from 44.
Look, I gotta tell you, man. As a neutral observer of this game, and a game we all were really excited for and wanted to see, and it absolutely delivered. I mean, the game last year was unbelievable. They went through it all in the pregame, and Tony Romo waxed poetic about it like he did. I mean, he may enjoy nothing more. He probably likes watching that more than he likes playing in the NFL himself. With the way he talks about it, the wide right call. Of course, as football fans, we all know it. It's a historic moment. The Bills losing 4 Super Bowls in the first one, getting pushed wide right. And then, of course, made even more famous in the Miami Dolphins sort of laces out. I think that gets referenced a lot in reference to the Miami Dolphins and Ray Finkel, the fictional kicker. But if you're a fan of the Buffalo Bills, it's just on the national broadcast, both on radio for Kevin Harlan, it's a great call, and on the broadcast on TV, Jim Nantz had it too. Did the wide right call. Oh, the worst 2 words in Buffalo Bill history. Wide right, or whatever the hell his call was. Like, if I'm a Bills fan, I'm like, are we really pouring salt in this wound? This is the one we're going with?
Dude, when did Harlan start working for the Chiefs?
It was hysterical, dude. They were elated on the sideline.
It sounded like he was working for the Chiefs. I will say this, though, for those people that are a little bit older, maybe not quite as old as me, but around my age, they'll know what wide right really means. They know what the phrase wide right means, for those that watch a lot of football. I don't know if anybody, that you, Derek, or Tim are old enough to, it's like 90s, early 90s reference, wide right. I don't know if anybody will get it on the text or the thread, but I'll just leave that hanging.
You mean not in reference to Norwood?
Hanging out there, huh?
Not in reference to Norwood?
Nope, not at all.
Well, now I got to go to the Urban Dictionary off of the work computer. Here we go.
Original wide right.
Is it Florida State, Miami, says Derek?
Correct. Florida State just could not get over the hump. They kept missing field goals wide right, and those were epic games. Those were always like top 5 teams. That was back when Florida State Miami meant something, which it doesn't really anymore, although Florida State was good last year. But, yeah, those were like – they used to play those on like Labor Day or early in the season. They were such – people don't realize how big matchups they were. It'd be like Alabama-Clemson playing now, second week of the season.
Well, here it is. I've got it for you. I've got the whole history.
Ohio State. Yeah.
So wide right, it's the colloquial name for the 1991 college football game. It came out of that game, Miami Hurricanes and Florida State. November 16th, it was number 1 against number 2. The Sunshine State rivals. It was described as the most highly anticipated regular season clash since 1971. So at that point, 20 years since Nebraska and Oklahoma had met. Top-ranked Florida State was 10-0, and then number 2 ranked Miami. Shout out Dennis Erickson, 49er forever, was ranked number 2. So they ended up coming out on top 17-16. But the wide right yesterday, I just think it's an absolute pour into the wound of Buffalo Bills fans. And again, it's something you kind of have to do there, but the Bills had numerous opportunities. I'm not down with either of the last 2 throws. I know that Allen had to try to get something off as he's running to the sideline on the second down play, and he heaves to the end zone at somebody's feet. Yeah. But the shot he takes to the end zone and avoids all check down there, I thought that was absurd. I thought his decision-making, and I think he pressed in that moment. I just think late in those tight situations, whether he gets the ball or not, I don't trust him at the end of games. I think he's a guy who's got to play with a lead. I think he's a guy who's got to have it at the end. I
mean, I know I saw the highlight. I think I might have already deleted it. I might go back and watch it again tonight because they showed the one on 3rd and 9 or 2nd and 9 where Diggs was running a crossing route.
Right.
And they're like, oh, he's wide open. But there was a guy defending him, but he was like 3 yards off of him and out of the picture screen. And there was another guy on the other side of the field that would have been waiting there for him. That was guarding somebody that, you could block him theoretically, but it wasn't wide open, automatic first down. And then they had Dalton Kincaid on 3rd down underneath, and I think he would have made it, but again, you don't really get to see the defense, so I wanted to see the defense. But yeah, it just feels so bad dinging him at all because he was so good during the game. I mean, Josh Allen was absolutely incredible. They couldn't get a stop. It's like this Chiefs offense. Hey, it's playoffs. Oh, what happened? Playoffs. I got to wake up. Okay, cool. All right, let me wipe sleep out of my eyes. Okay, we're good. And now Mahomes just is Mahomes. Kelsey's Kelsey, and everybody's,
Excuse me.
Mahomes? They've just been so good the last couple games. And if not for a fumble, it could have been an even larger discrepancy. Of course, if they didn't try to run a feel-good fake punt, then it would – it's like, what are we doing here? Like 10 guys on the field? Okay, we got it. Yeah, but you got kind of a long way to go, and, you're not in great position on the field. And, I didn't love that one at all. Of course, look – I hate saying that because anytime a fake punt or field goal doesn't work, you hate it.
Yeah, of course.
I hate that. That's a stupid call.
There's no in between. You love a fake or you hate a fake. And same thing goes for the defense.
Based on two
love
reasons.
It or hate it. Yeah.
You make it or you miss it.
Convert or not.
That's all there is to it. So, I don't mind because if it's going to work, you got to have the element of surprise. And if you have the element of surprise, the higher the element of surprise, probably the more people are going to say you shouldn't have done it. So I get it. It just seemed like you're just going to run a sweep. It didn't seem like you're trying to fool them. It is. I got 10 guys. Let's run it to the left with the Mar Hamlin. Let's do that and see what we do. Let's see how this works out for us. Didn't work out well for you. And then they got lucky. You got fortunate that the Chiefs fumbled. But yeah, I mean they're just. He's so good. Like I look at him like Brady. Like damn. You got to kill this dude to beat him in the playoffs. Like, he's that good and that dialed in and really has two weapons. That's it. I mean, that he throws to. Pacheco's obviously ran the ball really, really well for him this year, but it's Kelsey and Rice. Rice a rookie. And he's getting there, though. I think he's going to be really good next year, but that's it.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes?
Excuse me, Mahomes?
By the way, Tim wasn't even looking at me. He no-look Mahomes passed that in. He might have been sending a text while he hit that soundbite. He moved up quickly as though it was an accident, but I'm like, it had to be intentional.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes?
Okay, now you're killing it,
But
Tim. That's a little too much.
Here's the thing. If you're Buffalo, I mean, we can talk about the whys and the hows and all that kind of stuff. When are you going to get this done? Like, you had a home game. You grinded all season long to get this home game. And you couldn't beat a Chiefs team who, quite frankly, didn't really look like a Chiefs team for 17 games. Defense was fantastic. Defense didn't look like a Chiefs team either, but for the better. But the offense just never fully, it was never smooth. It was kind of like, the clutch is about to run out, and you're like, yeah. And they did, but now it seems like they've kind of hit their stride, and they're like, okay, like I said, playoff time, here we go. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and do it. But, man, that one's really got to hurt. If you're the Bills, you got to be thinking to yourself, man, are we ever going to have a better chance to beat these guys? We finally get them at home, and we can't get it done. That boy Bass has got to. I don't even know how he's feeling, but I guarantee Norwood probably called him last night, and then consoled him or talked.
He was like, "You're never getting over this one, brother. It's never gonna get." Sorry, he says, "Could be."
No,
worse.
you know what he told him?
Yeah, it could be the bowl.
He went. Thanks, bro. You got me off the hook.
Thank God, dude. Yeah, thanks.
I appreciate it.
It's like, how long was Bill Buckner waiting for?
Can I buy you a beer?
Bill Buckner was waiting for one to get through someone's legs forever. Yeah. I mean, seriously, that's the equivalent of that call is just yelling, "It gets through Buckner." I mean, imagine the feeling of the looks on the faces of Buffalo Bills fans thinking you finally got an opportunity to overcome Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Kerry Crowley is coming up at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock, for some Sports Phone KNBR. Before we do that, just a thought on the Ravens. I mean, Lamar Jackson was incredible in the second half, but besides that, I mean, we saw what happened on Christmas Day. Are the Ravens the best defense absolutely left in the playoffs? I mean, after what we saw from the 49ers,
Yeah.
I don't think there's much question.
Yeah.
Which makes this scary and dangerous, but
yeah,
let's cross that bridge. Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
I mean, I can't wait for that game. I mean, we got 2 1-3 matchups, and they're both going to be fantastic. They really are. I mean, I like. I did not like the Lions story, and then Goff just seems like a really cool I mean, just a really cool guy, and comes from the Bay Area and loves the Bay Area, and grew up rooting for the Bay Area. So it's hard not to, root for him. It's easy to root for him now because he's not playing for the Rams. Of course, when he's playing for the team that's playing against the Niners, you're not going to root for him. That's a given. But Campbell, and from the whole knee biting thing, where people are like, "Ooh, really?" I was one of them.
Yeah, same.
I was one of them.
We laughed.
Now I'm like looking at him, going, "Oh, damn." I guess who's the fool now? Me. For not believing this guy could figure out a way to get it done, because he's turned that football team into a physical football team. And we thought, God, why wouldn't they trade Stafford to the Niners? They want Goff? That was part of the deal? Well, look what they've done with Goff now. Look at that offense. So, whatever notes he's hitting there, he's hitting the right one. So that is a fun story. Definitely, if the Niners weren't in it, they would be the team to root for. That's an easy team to get behind. And then you have, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, who looked kind of shaky for a half, and then just said,
and then
they said, we're done with this. Score, score, score. And the game was over.
And Mark Andrews may be on his way back.
Yes, exactly. So that's even scarier. Going against Mahomes and the Chiefs, and Mahomes now improved his record to 9-1-1 as an underdog. And they will be underdogs again this week. Rightfully so, but just throwing that out there that when Mahomes is an underdog, it's usually wise to go with the Chiefs. But yeah, this is these are the heavyweights, so this is going to be, I'm looking forward to this one. This will be fun. Just stop.
Excuse me, Holmes. Dude, I tell you what, as a 49er fan, it's pretty easy to stay in the moment for me on this one. To start thinking about I want this team. I want thinking about Mahomes or the Ravens again. It's pretty easy to stay in the moment. Let's just focus on the Lions, and then we'll worry about Vegas when it's time for Vegas. Tolbert and Copes with you, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We're on YouTube, of course, on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, and streaming on Twitter. When we come on back, let's get a little bit more into Brock Purdy and the 49er defense. What's the bigger concern for you? You can check it on the text line or the phones as well. The bigger concern heading into the NFC Championship, was it the play of Brock or was it the play of the defense? That's next on the Sports Leader.
What it is, bro?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I just like that we get another week with our team. I mean, every game's different. It's what we always talk about. I mean, we have a lot of confidence in our team. We believe we're the number one seed. We believe we earned that. We believe we should be that, but it doesn't matter for 3 hours. You got to play like it every week, and that's one of the best things about the NFL and football, that if you don't show up, your season's over. And it's not just showing up. You got to take care of that football. And we got 2 turnovers today. I'm real proud of our guys for not turning it over back, but we did have a block kick. Had a couple missed plays which we were slipping, and ball's getting tipped. But I'm just so proud of the guys that when things weren't perfect, with all the pressure, with everything on the line, they were so good to perform and get it done.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday evening here as the 49ers topped the Packers on Saturday, 21-24. 24-21 was the final. Getting ready for the Lions in the NFC Championship. I just said this. It's easy, I think, for the Niner fans, for me at least, to stay in the moment here about the Lions because of what could be looming come the Super Bowl. I mean, it's not like it'd be an exciting matchup either way. It'd be a rematch of 2019 or a rematch of, 2012, I guess, that season, where they go up against the Ravens in New Orleans. And, of course, they lose that Super Bowl first time the franchise had lost one. But, again, a rematch of what the 2 number 1 seeds were on Christmas Day. Coming out of this one, though, I'm not left with tons of concern or worry about the Lions because I think that can change the way they played. We haven't seen them play this way throughout a game all year and then come out victorious. And they won the Browns game. I think both of us said the same thing then. We would have been surprised and probably would have felt like they stole one. Packers probably feel like they should have won this one. Are you left feeling any differently going into this game against the Lions? It's an unknown opponent, too, somebody we don't know much about.
Yep, I know. Yeah, that's kind of fun. Not really. I think that was a one-off. And it should be easy to not look ahead, since if I can quote John Goodman, you almost got your asses whooped by a bunch of goddamn Packers.
Nerds!
I mean, again, I don't even we haven't even talked about that because we don't really have to, thank goodness. But we didn't even acknowledge what a catastrophe that would have been. That wasn't just a loss. That would have been one of the worst losses in 49er playoff history.
Yes.
Maybe right up there with the Vikings loss. I mean, that would have been brutal. And it would have been a brutal week in the Bay Area media because they'd have been calling for everyone's head. Told you Purdy was overrated. Shanahan can't coach. Blah. I mean, it would have gone on and on and on. I mean, they avoided that. Barely. Barely avoided that. Yeah. And it doesn't matter if you avoid it by 1, 3, 7, 17. You move on. Doesn't matter. There's no beauty point at this point of the season. It's just you win or you lose. Boom, let's go. And they won. But that would have been, I don't want to say crippling for an organization because it wouldn't have been. Because Shanahan's not going anywhere. Lynch isn't going anywhere. These players are really, really good. But that would have been really, really bad. Really bad. So they avoid that. And again, the defense, offense stepped up at the end. I just think that's a one-off. I can't imagine them playing like that. I've never seen them play like that. I have not seen him play like that since Purdy took over at quarterback. Hell, I haven't seen him play like that since maybe Garoppolo got hurt. And they had randos coming in, just like playing QB. And there were some games there you're like, ooh, this is bad. Bosa out, Garoppolo out. This is not a good team.
Well, Mayoka said this might have been, he said, even with Christmas Day and the interceptions, and I'm with him. I think that this was a worse game that he played, and I think that it was a worse game in Week 6 against Cleveland.
No doubt.
And so that's where the rain, you start to think about whether or not it's an issue. If there's no rain, my confidence in Brock doesn't waver. And even if it rains again at any other point, I don't know that I feel like, oh, no, he's not going to be able to get it done. I just want to start to see that that's not an issue. He will have to prove that.
Yep.
He plays in the Bay Area. Doesn't rain a whole lot here.
Yeah, you go look at that. I watched that Raven game again, and not recently.
Right after, that weekend.
You look at the stats, and it's just they move the ball. They outgained him. They outyarded him. Yeah, it's just the turnovers got him. And again, I think the turnover, we've talked about it. The first one was terrible. The poor throw, poor decision, poor everything. Killed the momentum. And then one arm tip, a batted ball, I think, and then I forgot what the other one was. But yeah, it just so no. I feel the same way going into this week as I felt going into last week. I was just shocked they played that way. And Debo being out and in the rain, I think had that was a major storyline. So no, I don't feel like Brock Purdy to me is any different going into this game as any other game that I expect him to play really, really well. And if it rained, yes, then I would be like, okay, because I'm not sure at that point. Now it's like, okay, well, maybe he does have issues in the rain, and I wouldn't feel confident, like, at all. I guarantee you one thing, I wouldn't lay 7 if it was raining. Not a chance. No way. No, not at all. But it's going to be 60+, the weather's going to be great, and I've seen this team too many times fast track and Purdy do what Purdy does. So no. To answer your question, and took up way too much time in doing so, I feel very confident. I feel like that didn't work out for me last week. Well, I mean, they won, but they didn't cover. But I still feel that confident this week. I just feel like they're the better team. I do.
I do too. Thoughts on how Shanahan handled the end of the first half?
I didn't like it at all.
Settling for the field goal?
I thought it was too conservative.
So did I.
I thought he could have pushed the ball down the field a little bit. And we talked about this earlier. Like, that's kind of his number one thing, right? At the end of the first half.
It was a hold the ball. Right.
If he's getting the ball to start the second half, don't give it back to him. Just do not give him the ball.
Well, and score. He said you have to score at the end of the first and then get it back and score. And he's like, you're going to win. That's his thing. He's like, you're going to win if you do that.
Yeah, like he loves the 4 minutes. He loves the 4 minutes. So, I just thought that, and I know the defense wasn't playing great. They were scuffing a little bit, but my goodness,
defense is wrong.
It's like 40 seconds left. Like, that's the part I didn't like at all. That was the part, if I talked to him, I would disagree with the most, is that if you want to run the clock down, okay, but snap the ball and keep your time out. You don't have to waste a timeout there. I didn't like that one at all. Like, snap it with 5 seconds left on the play clock.
Yeah.
So there would have been 39 seconds or something. So 40, 39, hike it, run the play, and then see what happens. But I don't think to me, when it starts getting down to 45, 40, I'm not going to worry about the other team getting the ball back and scoring. I can punt it inside the 20, and now I know you got 3 timeouts, but you only got 30 seconds. Not to say they couldn't score, but they could also throw a pick. You could also get the ball back. They can make a mistake. Like, they're going to probably be pretty conservative in that situation. So, yeah, I thought that was a lot, I'm not sure. But too conservative for my taste.
I would like to go for a little firmer and try to get either in better range or set yourself up for a couple of attempts at the end zone. Personally, again, too, the rain was still coming down. It was okay at that point. It wasn't pouring or dumping at that point. It opened up or cleared up a little bit at halftime and then opened up in the fourth quarter. But again, this will be something to monitor, I think, throughout Brock's career or the next time they see a rain game.
Yeah.
And again, if the weather's clear on Sunday, no issues, and it projects to be. And then if you make it to the Super Bowl, you're indoors. So no issues there. No love there. No heart there. To quote our movie Dirty Work. Tolbert and Copes with you. On
it doesn't work?
Excuse me, Holmes. On a Monday evening, 808 KNBR is the number to text.
Defense is wrong.
Are you sure? We can get to your text a little bit more when we come on back. Kerry Crowley is going to be with you at the top of the hour. We'll do a little face-off with him. A little Sports Phone KNBR. More of your calls and your thoughts at 808 KNBR until 9 o'clock tonight. 6 until 9 o'clock. Kerry Crowley is going to take you on Sports Phone KNBR. We'll hand it over to him when we come on back after this on the Sports Leader.
Aha!
49ers have opened as 7-point favorites over the Detroit Lions for the NFC Championship game. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. What is a staple of game day? Snacking. What's a staple of snacking? Chips and dips. Why? They're easy. Just rip open the bag, get your dip, and you are good to go. Now with Daisy, you can get the sour cream, you get the flavor packs, put it in there. That's one step too far, right? Yeah, you just get the French onion and ranch dip, crack them open. Boom, you're ready to go. You will not miss a snap. These things are fantastic. So if you're thinking, what do I want today? It's game day. I want a snack. I want chips and dips. I want Daisy French onion and ranch dip. Everybody loves them. You're a Daisy if you do.
Jubilation for the Chiefs sideline.
Time to get on out of here. I mean, come on. I love Harlan, but jeez. I mean, come on. Have a heart.
Derek says he used to work for the Chiefs before he went national.
Well, that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
That makes it even worse. It's like, oh, man.
How about heartbreakers, though? Like the one I always think about is 2002, the Giants winning the pennant against the Cardinals. And it's Joe Buck on the call, whose father, Jack Buck, had passed away earlier that season. Darryl Kyle had passed away that year for the Cardinals. And you've got Tim McCarver, like an all-time Cardinal great catcher who's the color guy. And they're calling the Giants walking off on the card. So I'm like, there's no, you're going to like feign excitement for it. And there wasn't even any. It was like they sort of pretended. But football, it's a little different because it's an explosive moment. Kenny Lofton's was pretty explosive. But yeah, you're right. It's very home call for Harlan. To be fair, he has that excitement level for a lot.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. I would say this, too. Players, a lot of times players don't get as invested as, like, announcers or fans because you played. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Once you've played at the highest level, you're not as much as a fan as you used to be.
I get it. Yeah.
Again, I'm still a huge sports fan. But it's funny, the two teams that I'm probably most passionate about and I get most frustrated with aren't in the sport that I played. The Angels and the Arizona Wildcats. And I guess basketball.
Wildcat football, though, as you're saying.
But football, too. Football. We just lost our coach. Probably lose everybody else, too. Damn it, can't we just be good for a couple years? I mean, can't we have nice things for a few years? No, we can't, apparently. Excuse me, Holmes. So
that doesn't really apply.
But I mean, no, it doesn't at all. But like, I work for the Warriors. I want to see them win. Of course, I want to see them win. But I don't get all that. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't get mad like afterwards where I hang on to it. But there are times at the end of the game where someone does something dumb, or I'm just like, I will throw my pen. I have been known to throw my pen. So that does happen. But I don't get as wrapped up into it. I don't know. There's just something about it. Once you played, I pull for them. I want them to win. Obviously, I want them to win. I want to see the Niners win. Love to see the Niners win. Love to see the Angels win. I can almost count that out after week one, though, so I'm not going to worry about that. But yeah, Arizona's the one school that I feel like someone kicked me in the marbles, like when they do something dumb and lose a game. Like the UCLA game, you would not want to be around here. The UCLA game in the first half, I was not pleasant to be around. So second half a little bit better. But anyway, what are you going to do? I'm sure Kerry's happy Jed Fish is gone. Now his team stands a better chance.
You stoked, Kerry? Kerry Crowley's going to take you from 6 up until 9 o'clock tonight. Sports Phone KNBR. And they're working on getting the stream up for Kerry. So that'll be running for you from 6 to 9 this evening as well. What's going on, dude? How are you?
69.
Stop that. Stop
it. Doing great.
Did you ask for that, Kerry? Did you request that?
Of course not. No, you know me.
Kerry's always
I'm all
requesting
business around
it.
here,
Yeah,
Copes.
right,
Yeah, exactly. That's probably a Derek request, if we're being honest. So
69. There you go.
Oh man! So we got our thoughts throughout the course of the game. What were your thoughts as you're watching the game?
My thoughts as I was watching the game were, how are we going to start filling this show that we just started in the middle of February if the 49ers don't win? Because you can get 3 days out of a loss to the Packers, but what does next week look like? What does the week after next week look like? It was going to be a lot of Giants baseball, Tom, and I don't know that people around the Bay Area are ready for that. And come opening day, I still don't know if people around the Bay Area are going to be ready for that.
Thing I love about Kerry is he's a professional. And he shows he's a professional because he roots for himself.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's how we know.
Every single day.
Above all
That's how
else,
we know.
root for yourself. That's very,
I'm an
very
eye
rad
guy
of you.
until I die.
Last week, all Tim and I were saying was, dude, please let the Niners play Saturday evening. And then Tim and I were walking out of there with John Lund. We're like, it's 11 o'clock, but we're like, how about tomorrow? We got a day of football. It's a Sunday off, no work. It was great. It was awesome. Beautiful.
That is correct.
I'll take one of those again, but instead we're getting a Sunday afternoon. A little later slate on Sunday. Earlier day, but Sunday afternoon. What do you think of the matchup?
Couldn't be better, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you get Jared Goff coming home. You get the 49ers against a team that they should beat, but I still think is stiffer competition than the Green Bay Packers. And I just hope that it's not the 49ers against the rain again, because there's going to be an unending narrative. Even with this win, it's until Brock Purdy plays lights out in the rain, there's still going to be people who question what this 49ers team can do. You know, they pull off the win with the weather. They pull off the win with the comeback in the fourth quarter. I think that just because of his draft status, this guy's going to spend 5-6 years chasing these narratives that would be dropped from other quarterbacks if they were first round or second round picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think winning a Super Bowl put a capper on it. I think for most people, there'll still be some doubters out there, because everyone, there's a bunch of contrarians out there always, and they want to be right, and they're going to stick with it and hold on to it, because if he sucks 4 years from now, they're going to go, I told you, see, it took a while, but I know he's got 2 rings, and he's a 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, but it happened. It finally came true.